Lin Yuan, the rent for this month is due. I know. Give me 2 more days, sis-in-law. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and dropped heavily onto the creaking old office chair, irritably raking his fingers through his hair, which was matted with grease and grime. Another debt collector. The landlady, the material suppliers, and a few brothers he had borrowed money from to keep things running, all called one after another like relentless talismans summoning doom. His so-called Deep Abyss scrap recycling station sounded imposing in name, but in reality, it was nothing more than a half-dead wreck of a business. It sat on the outskirts of the city, occupying a sizable plot of land, yet in the past 2 years the market had been abysmal. The prices of scrap iron and steel kept plunging. The rate at which goods were shipped out could never catch up with what he took in, and the cash flow had long since been stretched to its limit, on the verge of snapping at any moment. Damn it, I never should have listened to those bastards. They said environmental protection was the next big wave, that even collecting scrap could make you rich. Lin Yuan spat to the side, fished out his last crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and shook it for a long while before a single stick finally fell out. He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. The acrid smoke made him cough violently. Shrouded in swirling smoke, he gazed at the mountains of waste piled up outside, a bitter taste rising in his heart. His parents had passed away early, and he had no higher education to speak of. Relying only on brute strength and a passion for machinery, he had opened this scrap yard, hoping to carve out a decent life, only to end up a debtor everyone avoided like the plague. If I can't find a way to scrape together some money, soon he'll be left with nothing but air to live on next month. He crushed the cigarette, but underfoot stood up and grabbed the plasma cutting torch that had served him faithfully for several years. No matter what, life still had to go on, and work still had to be done. In the middle of the yard lay a hulking monster of metal, freshly hauled back from a nearby demolition site. Supposedly, it was the discarded base of a pressure vessel from some old factory, extraordinarily thick and hard. Ordinary flame cutting could not touch it, only plasma would do. VRMM. The cutting torch roared to life, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing at the tip of the nozzle with a piercing buzz. Lin Yuan put on his safety goggles, aimed at the thick steel plate, and began cutting it bit by bit. Sparks flew in all directions, and the air filled with the scorched stench of molten metal. He had done this job 1,000 times before, and was long since thoroughly practiced. Yet just as the torch tip bored deeper into the steel, and was about to pierce it through, a sudden anomaly erupted. Zla! A burst of radiance 100 times more dazzling than the cutting arc exploded from the incision. Lin Yuan felt his vision go blank in a flood of white, and an indescribably terrifying current surged along the torch and shot through every inch of his body. Holy! He managed to curse out only half a word before an invisible giant hammer seemed to smash into him. His body went rigid, his mind rang with a deafening hum, and in an instant all sensation vanished. He had no idea how much time passed, perhaps a single second, perhaps an eternity. Within a haze of chaos, Lin Yuan's consciousness slowly began to awaken. He felt as though he were soaking in warm water, his whole body weightless and adrift. The searing agony of electrocution from before had vanished without a trace. Am I dead? His heart lurched. Had he been electrocuted while cutting and simply died like that? What about all those crushing debts he still owed? Would the landlady just tear his scrapyard apart? While his thoughts were running wild, a cold, emotionless, synthetic voice suddenly resonated directly within the depths of his mind. Detecting compatible host mental fluctuations. Initiating binding. 1030 A70 100. Deep Space Salvage System binding complete. Welcome the Soul Salvager. Who is talking? Startled, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness shrink back on itself. Where was this voice coming from? It was not something he heard with his ears, it sounded directly inside his head. This system is a relic of a higher dimensional civilization created for the purpose of salvaging lost technologies within the dark domains of the universe. Through this system, the host may project his consciousness into a salvage drone and enter the cosmic graveyard to conduct recovery operations. A torrent of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind like an incoming tide, leaving him dazed. Deep Space Salvage System. Cosmic graveyard. Salvage drone. What was all this? Had he really been shocked into hallucinating, or had he actually encountered the legendary cheat-like boon? As the small-time owner of a scrapyard who liked to read a couple of web novels in his spare time, he naturally knew exactly what a system implied. But could such a heaven-sent stroke of luck really fall on someone as unfortunate as him? Tentatively, he thought to himself, "System, can you hear me? I can host." The icy voice sounded again. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. It was real. This thing was real. Forcing himself to calm down, he began sorting through the new information in his mind. Soon a semi-transparent blue light screen, rather like a game interface, unfolded before his eyes. Deep Space Salvage System. Host Lin Yuan. Spiritual Strength 8, Average Human 5. Status Mild Spiritual Backlash, First Time, Binding, Overload. Salvage Drone Scavenger 01. Level LV1. Energy reserve 100100. Load capacity 50 kilograms. Stealth very low. Functions basic grasping basic scanning. Upgrade options locked. Salvage zone novice zone no. 001 silent star C. Zone hazard level low. Warning: any salvage operation may generate energy fluctuations that attract unknown dangerous entities known as void devourers. Proceed with caution and return promptly. Destruction of the drone will result in severe spiritual backlash to the host with a risk of death. Staring at the information on the screen, Lin Yuan drew in a sharp breath. Good grief, was this not just a high-end version of an online claw machine? Only instead of plush toys it grabbed alien technology. And if you failed to grab anything, you could actually die. Void devourers. From the name alone, a chill crawled up from the depths of Lin Yuan's heart. Yet alongside the fear surged an excitement and exhilaration he could not suppress. What situation was he in right now? Buried in debt, with nowhere left to turn. Forget the risk of death. If things went on like this, the collectors would drive him to his grave anyway. And now an immense opportunity lay right before him. Lost technologies in a cosmic graveyard. Even if he brought back only a tiny piece of some special alloy, as long as it did not exist on Earth, its value would be beyond measure. Take the risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Gamble once, and a scrap yard might become a military factory. Let's do it. Resolve flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He was sick of being poor, sick of living a life where debt collectors hounded his every step. System, how do I begin salvaging? He asked silently. The host need only focus his mind and silently recite, enter salvage. The first salvage operation will consume 10 energy points to open a subspace channel. Lin Yuan drew in a deep breath as though about to make a life-altering decision and closed his eyes. Everything around him fell silent. He could hear only the frantic pounding of his own heart. Enter. Salvage. The next instant, a powerful suction force surged from the depths of his consciousness, as if his very soul were being yanked out of his body. The world spun wildly, and then his vision changed in an instant. He was no longer standing in that familiar scrap yard reeking of rust. In its place was a realm of indescribable absolute darkness and deathly stillness. This is space, yet it is not the kind of space that Lin Yuan has witnessed in any scientific documentary. There are no twinkling stars, no gentle nebulae, only boundless pure darkness, as if even light itself were unable to exist here. In this absolute silence, countless strange and misshapen wrecks float in space. Some resemble gigantic warships, severed in half, their broken edges still bearing traces of solidified melted metal. Others are fragments of a magnificent city with collapsed towers and shattered domes visible. Further on there is even the skeletal remains of an unimaginably vast creature, silently suspended in the void like a fallen deity. Lin Yuan's perspective is that of a small drone. He sees its two rudimentary mechanical arms and a tiny claw designed for grasping objects. This is Scavenger 1. He feels as though he has become one with the drone. At a mere thought, it drifts forward gently. The sensation is wondrous, akin to being immersed in a 100 fully engulfing VR game. Is this a cosmic graveyard? Lin Yuan is utterly awestruck by the sight before him. Each piece of these floating wrecks once signified a civilization at its zenith. Now, however, they have become nothing but debris in this silent sea of stars. He pilots the drone, carefully maneuvering through the wreckage like a tiny ant venturing into the tomb of giants. On the system interface, the energy reserves are slowly but steadily declining, reading 99, then 98 out of 100. Energy is time, it reminds him. Lin Yuan immediately understands. He must find something of value and return successfully before his energy is exhausted. Yet here the abundance overwhelms him, nearly dazzling his eyes. Which one should he choose? He spots a stone shimmering with faint runes, seemingly a relic of a long-lost magical civilization. Yet he dares not touch it. Who knows what curse those runes might invoke? He also notices a damaged mechanical artifact, its insides crisscrossed with intricate pipelines. However, it is far too large for his modest drone to tow. The payload limit is only 50 kilograms. I need something smaller, yet remarkably impressive, Lin Yuan mutters as he maneuvers the drone, his eyes scanning the myriad remnants. His advantage lies in his profession as a salvage yard owner, imbued with an instinct for materials. He can nearly discern which metals are valuable and which constructs are enduring. At that moment, his gaze is drawn to a subtle patch of dark metal in the distance. It is the wreckage of a colossal warship, its hull marred by terrifying claw marks and pockmarks. At the edge of one of its breaches lies an armor plate about half a meter square and as thick as a palm, teetering precariously. The armor plate boasts a distinctive hue, a deep matte black adorned with bizarre flowing patterns that resemble liquid art. Most crucially, while the surrounding claw marks and explosive scars have ravaged everything, this armor plate remains impeccably intact, not a scratch upon its surface. A prized find. Lin Yuan feels a surge of warmth in his heart. To remain whole amidst such chaos, this armor's strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, its size is just right, with an estimated weight falling within the 50-kilogram limit. It is the one. Without hesitation, he directs Scavenger 1 toward the armor plate. As he draws nearer, the details come into sharper focus. The warship wreckage looms as immense as a mountain, while the armor he targets appears as inconsequential as a giant's fingernail. The drone approaches, slowly extending its diminutive mechanical claw. Lin Yuan holds his breath, his concentration absolute. This is his first big score, and there is no room for error. Scanning. Target unknown, alloy armor fragment. Energy response low. Structural integrity extremely high. Analysis suspected to be outer armor of a Shinya-class interstellar raider possessing energy absorption and self-adaptive properties. The scan results quicken Lin Yuan's heartbeat. A Shinya-class interstellar raider. The mere name exudes power. It is the one. Guided by thought, the mechanical claw secures the edge of the armor plate. Commencing retrieval. Warning. The grasp will produce energy fluctuations, potentially drawing unknown threats. With the system's prompt reappearing, Lin Yuan's heart tightens, yet with no alternative, he shouts, "Quick! Hurry!" The drone's engine roars at full power as its mechanical claw clutches the armor plate firmly, dragging it forcefully outward. Creak! A faint sound reminiscent of twisting metal echoes in the silent expanse of space, strikingly abrupt. The armor plate is gradually pried away from the warship wreckage. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yuan notices something stirring in the profound darkness. It is not an illusion. An ineffable terror, as if targeted by a top-tier predator, seizes his very soul in an instant. He feels as if cold sweat soaks his back in an instant. Abruptly, he pivots the drone's view toward that direction. In the distant depths of darkness, there lies an expanse of void, even deeper and purer than its surroundings, slowly undulating. The entity has no fixed form, resembling a living, ever-changing shadow. It has no eyes, yet Lin Yuan unmistakably senses that he is being watched. A shiver from the very depths of his soul almost compels him to abandon the mission and flee. Void Devourer. The name explodes in his mind. Warning. High-intensity spatial distortions detected. Void Devourer has been drawn, and the threat level is lethal. Suggestion: abort the mission immediately and initiate emergency return. The system interface flashes wild red warnings accompanied by piercing alarms. Lin Yuan feels as if his scalp is on fire. Abandon the mission. He glances at the armor plate, now mostly dragged out, and then at the rapidly closing shadow. Clenching his teeth and steeling his resolve, he presses on. Fortune favors the bold. Get it, damn it. He bellows, channeling every ounce of his determination into the drone's operation. Clang. Accompanied by a sharp, resonant sound, the black armor plate is finally completely detached, now floating freely in space. Hold tight. Lin Yuan immediately commands the mechanical claw to secure the armor plate, simultaneously reorienting the drone in preparation for departure. But it is already too late. The speed of the Void Devourer defies imagination. Moments ago it lingered in distant darkness, and in the blink of an eye it has drawn alarmingly close. Wherever it passes, those enormous warship wrecks, be they metal or stone, are silently erased as if wiped away by an eraser absorbed into its form. There are no explosions, no sound, merely a pure conceptual act of devouring. Lin Yuan is so terrified that his soul feels as if it might be snatched away like a trivial morsel. Return. Immediate return. He screams furiously at the system. Return procedure initiated. Spatial positioning requires 3 seconds. 3. That shadow is now alarmingly close, so Lin Yuan can even see its interior continuously twisting, as if formed by countless tormented faces. 2. An irresistible suction from behind causes the drone's speed to plummet uncontrollably, as if it were being dragged into that void. The drone's energy reserves are plummeting rapidly. 40, then 30, then 20 out of 100. Hurry, hurry. Lin Yuan feels his very soul ablaze. 1. Return successful. Just as the drone was on the verge of being devoured by the shadow, a flash of white light appears, and Lin Yuan's view is instantaneously overwhelmed by pure radiance. Immediately thereafter, a searing, tearing pain surges deep from his brain, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing his nerves. Excruciating pain. A pain beyond description. Lin Yuan felt as if his head were about to explode, flashes of light dancing before his eyes, while a relentless buzzing filled his ears. Curled up on the ground, he clutched his head tightly with his hands, his body twitching uncontrollably. Is this what a mental backlash feels like? It was agonizing. Just moments ago, in the cosmic graveyard, the drone had been caught in the gravitational field of the Void Devourer. Although he had managed to escape, the damage to the drone had fully transmitted to his psyche. It felt as if someone had hammered his temples hundreds of times, leaving him so helpless that he could barely muster a scream. Cold sweat soaked his shirt, and he lay on the icy concrete floor gasping for air, feeling as if he could faint at any moment. Damn it, I almost didn't make it back. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain conscious. He knew that if he passed out now, he might never awaken again. After several minutes, that tearing pain gradually subsided, morphing into a dull, persistent headache akin to a blunt knife slicing through flesh. Lin Yuan staggered to his feet, leaning against a pile of scrap tires for support. He felt as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, having just run a marathon, utterly exhausted and mentally drained. Instinctively, he glanced at the system interface in his mind. Host Lin Yuan. Mental strength 8. Status severe mental backlash recovering. Drone recovery scavenger no. 1 inch. Status heavily damaged, requires 100 energy points for repair. Energy reserve 5,100. Seeing this status, a wave of fear washed over Lin Yuan. Only 5 energy points left. The drone was heavily damaged. If he had delayed even a fraction of a second longer, the drone would have been completely destroyed, and he would likely be a brain-dead vegetable by now. This business carries too much risk, Lin Yuan cursed, shaken. He had been so focused on the potential for profit that he now truly understood what the risk of death warning meant. It was no joke. The Void Devourer was the very manifestation of a nightmare. Shaking his heavy head, he tried to dispel the terrifying shadow from his mind and turned his gaze to the ground before him. Where he had fallen, a square piece of metal half a meter on each side and entirely black lay quietly. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet didn't reflect any light, as if it could absorb all surrounding illumination. The strange flowing patterns on it appeared even more mysterious under the reality's light. Did I recover it? Lin Yuan's breath quickened, his heart racing uncontrollably. He approached cautiously, extending a hand to touch the metal plate. It felt icy and incredibly fine, unlike any metal he had ever encountered. He tapped it gently, producing a dull thud that indicated its immense density. He attempted to lift one corner. Hey! Straining with all his might, he barely managed to elevate it slightly. What the hell, it's so heavy. He estimated the size to be half a square meter and about the thickness of his palm. Logically, even a solid steel plate shouldn't weigh more than 100 pounds. But this piece felt like it weighed at least 300. The density was absurd. Images of the system's scanning results flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Unknown alloy armor fragment. Structural strength extremely high. Suspected Oracle-class interstellar raiders outer armor. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is it. This time he truly struck gold. He suppressed his inner elation and forced himself to remain calm. Now was not the time for joy. He needed to verify just how extraordinary this material was. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the plasma cutting gun that had fallen to the ground. That was the best tool in his scrap yard, an imported piece costing him nearly 20,000. It could slice through 20-centimeter-thick special steel like it was tofu. There was no way this armor could be tougher than his prized tool. Lin Yuan picked up the cutting gun and restarted it. Virum. The blue-white arc ignited once more, radiating temperatures above 10,000 degrees. Taking a deep breath, he donned protective goggles and aimed the nozzle at the edge of the black armor plate. Zzz. A piercing sound erupted as the high-temperature arc struck the armor plate. But what happened next left Lin Yuan dumbfounded. The plasma arc, capable of melting steel, simply vanished into the armor plate upon contact, like a cow entering the sea, not even sparking. The surface of the armor didn't even change color, still exuding that profound, seemingly all-consuming blackness. How is that possible? Lin Yuan was bewildered. He cranked up the power, setting the cutting gun's energy output to maximum. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The cutting gun roared under the strain, the arc at its nozzle growing thicker and brighter. He pressed the gun firmly, focusing on the same point to cut. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Bang! A dull sound echoed, not from the armor being cut, but from his plasma cutting gun, which failed after prolonged overuse, spewing black smoke and rendering it completely inoperable. The scrap yard fell silent. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the broken cutting gun in his hand, then glanced at the intact black armor plate on the ground, which showed no signs of heat or damage. He stepped forward to touch the spot he had attempted to cut. Cold. Not even a hint of warmth. I can't believe this. Lin Yuan's mouth hung open, every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. His cutting gun utilized high-temperature plasma to vaporize metal. It could cut through steel and even the most heat-resistant material on Earth. Hafnium carbide HFC, with a melting point near 4,000 degrees, would last mere seconds against this thing. Yet this black plate, exposed to temperatures over 10,000 degrees for 10 seconds, remained completely unscathed. This was beyond science, it was theology. Lin Yuan was utterly stunned. He remained frozen for half a minute, then, as if possessed, he rushed to the tool shed and dragged out all his equipment. A sledgehammer, hydraulic, shears, an oxyacetylene cutting torch, and angle grinder. Bang, bang, bang. He swung the 12-pound sledgehammer with all his might, striking the armor plate. The hammer rebounded, sending shockwaves through his hands, while the armor plate remained unblemished. Crack. Using every ounce of strength, he tried to snip off a corner with the largest hydraulic shears. The shears blades shattered, yet the armor plate remained unaffected. Whoosh. The blue flame of the oxyacetylene torch sputtered against it, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, yielding no response. Zzz. He switched to the hardest diamond, grinding wheel, sparks flying from the angle grinder, yet the wheel dulled, without leaving even a scratch on the armor plate. After more than half an hour of futile effort, Lin Yuan slumped to the ground, exhausted, gazing at the black armor plate, lying quietly before him, filled with awe, exhilaration, and a touch of fear. He was now completely certain. What he had brought back was something that transcended Earth's current technological level. This was not something his humble scrapyard could handle. Even the nation's top material laboratories would struggle to contend with it for quite some time. As night fell, the scrapyard on the outskirts of the city lay in silence, with only a few nameless summer insects chirping softly in the corners. Lin Yuan sat beside a black metal plate, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The ground was littered with discarded cigarette butts. His usually weary face, marked by the struggles of life, was now filled with a complex array of emotions: excitement, exhilaration, fear, confusion, and an ineffable heaviness. He repeatedly stroked the cold metal plate, savoring its unimaginable texture. This object could not simply be described as hard. It was the very epitome of absolute defense. Lin Yuan's mind was a chaotic whirlpool. As a small-time individual, his greatest aspiration had always been to pay off his debts, run a modest eatery, marry, and live a stable life. But now he found himself holding something that could overturn the world. What should he do? His first thought was to sell it. If this thing could be sold, how much would it fetch? 100 million, 1 billion, or even 10 billion. The thought startled Lin Yuan. The most money he had ever seen was the figure on a bank loan contract. But the question remained: sell it to whom? To some wealthy tycoon or major corporation in the country? Would they recognize its worth? Even if they did, would they dare to accept it? The origins of this object were utterly unexplainable. What about selling it abroad? Through the black market? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuan extinguished it himself. What a joke! Though he was poor and occasionally indulged in petty advantages, there was still a line he wouldn't cross. This object was clearly a technology beyond its time, a strategic treasure that could alter the balance of national power. Selling it to foreigners, that would mean betraying his country. His ancestors had been impoverished farmers for 3 generations, deeply rooted in their heritage. Such a deed was beyond him. Moreover, did he even have the means or connections? It was likely that before he could even complete the sale, he would vanish without a trace. He understood the principle that a common man poses no crime, but bears the guilt of holding precious items. Then should he keep it? Lin Yuan glanced at the black plate, and then around at his shabby scrap yard, letting out a bitter smile. What would he keep it for? As a family heirloom. In his hands, the object was useless, taking up space and serving no real purpose. Moreover, it felt like a ticking time bomb. What if it emitted unknown radiation? What if it harbored alien viruses or trackers? He recalled the terrifying claw marks on the wreckage of a warship in the cosmic graveyard and the void devourer that had nearly claimed his life, sending a chill down his spine. A civilization capable of using such armor could not be benign. Its enemies were likely unfathomably terrifying. As a mere scrap collector, hiding such an item at home would be suicidal. If aliens traced the signal back to him, it wouldn't just be his end, the entire Earth could face annihilation. The more he thought, the colder the sweat on his back became. He realized that what he had salvaged was not a golden opportunity, but a hot potato, a Pandora's box capable of tearing the heavens asunder. The value and danger of this object far exceeded his capacity to handle. If he couldn't manage it, then who could? Images of formidable military forces, selfless scientists, and the fluttering 5-star red flag began to fill Lin Yuan's mind. Upon reflection, it seems the only entity capable of shouldering this treasure is the state, he murmured to himself. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Indeed, only the state, a powerful, efficient, and trustworthy collective, had the capability to research, utilize, and bear the risks associated with it. Handing this object over to the state would not only relieve him of this monumental burden, but might also reward him handsomely. The reward would surely be substantial, more than enough to resolve his current debt crisis. Moreover, this would be a significant contribution to the nation, allowing him to walk with pride wherever he went. Most importantly, safety. Once surrendered, he would transform from a hapless individual burdened with guilt to an important person under state protection. If the sky were to fall, the state would bear the weight. With this realization, Lin Yuan's confusion and fear vanished, and his thoughts became crystal clear. Yes, that's the way to go. Surrender it. Once the decision was made, a wave of relief washed over him. But a new question arose. How to surrender it? Should he simply call 110? Hello, police officer. I found a fragment of an alien spaceship. Can you come collect it? Lin Yuan himself found this notion absurd. He would undoubtedly be treated as a prank caller or a lunatic. What about going to the local government? That would be similar. Even the security at the entrance wouldn't let him in. He needed a channel that could directly connect him to a special department. A channel that could comprehend his situation and had the capability to handle it. Lin Yuan began to pace, desperately searching his memory. Suddenly a person came to mind. A few years ago, shortly after he opened his scrapyard, he had received a batch of decommissioned equipment from a military unit. The one who handled the transfer was an amiable sergeant named Li who had shown him kindness for being a young entrepreneur. The two had hit it off, and after some time they became familiar. One time after a few drinks, the sergeant, slightly inebriated, clapped him on the shoulder and half-jokingly, half-seriously gave him a phone number. Little Lin, jot down this number. It's for a unit where one of our old comrades went after retirement, dealing with matters that can't be publicly disclosed. Don't call it casually or mention it to anyone. But if, and I mean if you ever encounter something that defies common sense, something absurd, or even something that shatters your worldview, then you can call this number. Remember, only for matters that are of that level. At the time, Lin Yuan had dismissed it as drunken bravado, casually saving the number in his phone with the note, Li's impressive comrade, and had since forgotten about it. Now it seemed. An event of that level. Lin Yuan gazed at the black armored plate underfoot and murmured, "Isn't this exactly that kind of event?" He quickly pulled out his old smartphone, which had seen better days, its screen marred by cracks. Flipping through his contacts, he scrolled for a long time before finally locating the note at the bottom. Staring at the unfamiliar number, his heart began to race uncontrollably. This one call could change his life forever. He would transition from a scrap yard owner burdened by debts into a whirlwind of unimaginable high-level national intrigue. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned resolute. There was no going back. It was time to move forward. Better than hiding amidst scraps, being pursued by debt collectors to his death. He pressed the dial key. Beep, beep, beep. The phone emitted a dull and monotonous waiting tone. Each sound felt like a heavy hammer striking Lin Yuan's heart. The phone rang for a long time, and just as Lin Yuan thought no one would answer or that it was a disconnected line, the call connected. Hello. A woman's voice came through the receiver, steady and even cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. The background was exceptionally quiet. Unlike a typical office, it felt more like she was in a soundproof room. Lin Yuan's palm was sweaty as he gripped the phone. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound less tense. Hello, I'm looking for someone. There is no one here by that name, the voice replied flatly. You have the wrong number. With that, she seemed ready to hang up. Wait, Lin Yuan exclaimed urgently. I didn't dial the wrong number. An old class leader named Li gave me this number. He said if anything catastrophic happens, I should call this number. He blurted out the entire sentence in one breath. There was silence on the other end. An oppressive silence. After about 10 seconds, just when Lin Yuan thought the call had been disconnected, the woman's voice returned, but this time her tone was noticeably different, laced with caution and seriousness. What is your name? Where are you located? What is the full name of class leader Li? Which unit was he with? A barrage of questions came his way. Lin Yuan took a moment to compose himself and replied, My name is Lin Yuan. I'm at the Yuanshan recycling station on the outskirts of the city. Class leader Li's full name is Li Jiangguo. He used to be with the 7315 unit and should be retired now. He remembered all this information clearly. Another silence fell on the line, and Lin Yuan could even hear the faint sound of someone typing. Clearly, she was verifying the information he had provided. This made him feel somewhat reassured. It seemed he had dialed the right number, and the person on the other end was professional. After about half a minute, the woman spoke again. Mr. Lin Yuan, comrade Li Jiangguo is indeed one of our registered contacts. Now please briefly describe the catastrophic event you have encountered. Her tone, while still formal, indicated that she was beginning to take him seriously by addressing him as Mr. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, aware that what he was about to say might sound utterly shocking. He needed to be as clear and concise as possible, otherwise he might be dismissed as delusional. I found something. He took a deep breath and continued. A metal plate about half a square meter, extremely heavy with an unusually high density. I've tried everything: a plasma cutter, hydraulic shears, a sledgehammer. I've tested all my tools and nothing can scratch it. I suspect it's not from this planet. He felt a bit self-conscious as he uttered the last few words. Once again, there was silence on the other end. This silence stretched longer than any before. Lin Yuan waited anxiously, even imagining the expression of the person on the other end upon hearing his claim. Most likely they thought they were dealing with a paranoid individual. Just as he was about to add something to prove he wasn't insane, the woman spoke again. Mr. Lin Yuan, please confirm that you are currently in a safe situation. Does the object you mentioned exhibit any anomalies, such as glowing, heating, emitting sounds, or radiation? The response from the other end was entirely unexpected for Lin Yuan. There were no doubts, no mockery. Instead, she inquired professionally about the state of the object and his safety. This alleviated some of the weight on his mind. Did they believe him? Or were they at least approaching the situation with a mindset of better safe than sorry? I'm safe, Lin Yuan hurriedly replied. The object is very quiet. It doesn't glow or heat up. Apart from being impossibly hard, there are no other anomalies. Oh, it can absorb heat. When I sprayed it with a plasma cutter at several thousand degrees, it didn't get hot at all. I understand. The woman's voice sounded considerably more serious. Mr. Lin Yuan, from now on, please remain where you are and do not leave your recycling station. Do not contact anyone and do not discuss this matter with anyone. We will dispatch personnel immediately. Before they arrive, please maintain at least a 10-meter distance from the object. Do not make any further contact or tests. Can you do that? I can do that, Lin Yuan eagerly responded. Very well. Keep the line open. If our team will contact you as soon as possible. I repeat, do not contact anyone. Do not leave your location. Understood. End of call. The woman hung up decisively. Lin Yuan held the phone, exhaling deeply, feeling soaked with sweat on his back. That brief call, though it contained few words, had placed more pressure on him than an entire day of arguing with debt collectors. He glanced at the black metal plate on the ground, obediently backed away a dozen meters, found an old tire to sit on, and attempted to light a cigarette to calm his nerves, only to discover that his pack was empty. Damn it, what is this all about? He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, yet feeling considerably more at ease. Next, I just have to wait. He had no idea who would come or how they would handle the situation. But he knew that from the moment he made that call, this matter had slipped from his control. He, a mere owner of a recycling station, had set in motion a colossal state machinery he could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, deep within an unmarked building, the female operator who had just spoken to Lin Yuan transformed from calm to grave in an instant after hanging up. She swiftly typed out a command at her control panel. Event number T0973. Reporter Lin Yuan, civilian. Related person Li Jiangguo, retired, level 3 contact. Event description: discovery of suspected non-Earth source, high-intensity, unknown alloy. Preliminary assessment: object is stable, posing no immediate danger. Source credibility moderately high. Recommended action: initiate level 3 response plan. Dispatch field team for verification. She clicked the submit button. Simultaneously, this information appeared on the screen of a man in his 50s with graying hair, but with eyes as sharp as an eagle. The man looked at the information on the screen, his brow slightly furrowing. Non-Earth source, high-intensity, unknown alloy. He murmured, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk. A young secretary behind him asked softly, "Director, should we dismiss this? There have been quite a few similar false reports lately." The man shook his head, his gaze deepening. "No. Soldiers from the 7315 unit don't joke about matters like this. Besides this, Lin Yuan's description is quite specific: plasma cutting, hydraulic shears. He mentioned specific testing methods and results. This doesn't sound like mere fantasy." He pondered for a few seconds before decisively ordering, "Notify the Donghai City Action Team. Zhang Wei and Li Na will lead the operation with the Explorer 3 portable analyzer. Have them make a trip." Understood. The secretary immediately turned to relay the orders. The man looked back at the screen, observing the unfamiliar name, Lin Yuan, and the address, Yuanshan Recycling Station, his expression becoming somewhat complex. He murmured to himself, "I hope this is just a false alarm. But if it's not," his eyes suddenly sharpened, "then this world may truly be on the brink of change." The waiting time always feels exceptionally long. Lin Yuan sat on a discarded tire, his eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance of the junkyard, his heart racing with anxiety. He had no idea who would arrive. Perhaps a uniformed police officer or a scientist in a white coat, or maybe one of those mysterious figures in black suits and sunglasses as seen in movies. As seconds turned into minutes, the eerie silence surrounded him. He could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart, quickened by nerves. He felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he had been too dramatic over the phone. What if they came and discovered he was just bluffing? Would they think he was making a false report and arrest him? Yet the thought of that deep black metal plate gave him a bit of confidence. That thing was real. It wasn't a figment of his imagination. As long as they saw it with their own eyes and tested it firsthand, they would surely believe him. About an hour passed. Just as Lin Yuan was about to doze off, he heard the faint sound of a car engine approaching from a distance, growing louder. He perked up quickly, standing and looking toward the entrance. A black unmarked sedan came to a slow stop at the junkyard's entrance. The headlights were dim, illuminating only a small area at the door, giving off a subdued appearance. The car doors opened, and two people emerged from the front seats. A man and a woman, both dressed in ordinary casual attire. The man in a dark jacket and the woman in smart athletic wear. They looked quite young, around 27 or 28. The man had an average build and an unremarkable face, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. The woman had a simple ponytail, her bright eyes exuding intelligence and competence. Were they the mystery people Lin Yuan had imagined? They appeared more like two ordinary community workers. Lin Yuan felt a flicker of doubt. After getting out of the car, they didn't enter immediately, but stood at the entrance, scanning the junkyard's surroundings with caution. The man's hands were tucked into his jacket pockets, seemingly ready to pull something out at any moment. "Are you Mr. Lin Yuan?" The man Zhang Wei spoke in a steady voice. "Yes, that's me," Lin Yuan quickly replied. "We're from the Special Incident Response Center." Zhang Wei succinctly revealed their identities, pulling out an ID badge from his pocket and waving it from a distance of several meters. "We received your report and came to understand the situation. Special Incident Response Center." That name certainly sounded official. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing toward the center of the yard. "The thing is right there." Zhang Wei exchanged glances with the woman, Lin Na, before they stepped inside one after the other. Their walking posture was distinctive, appearing relaxed yet maintaining a distance that allowed for quick support if needed. They approached Lin Yuan, but didn't get too close. Lin Na praised Lin Yuan, then asked, "Mr. Lin, is it really you on the phone? Were you under any duress?" "It's me, and I wasn't coerced," Lin Yuan replied honestly. "Very well." Zhang Wei nodded, his gaze shifting past Lin Yuan to the black metal plate not far away. "Is that it?" "Yes, that's the one." The two moved towards the metal plate, with Lin Yuan following behind, eager to explain, only to be halted by Lin Na raising her hand. "Mr. Lin, please stay where you are and do not approach." Reluctantly, Lin Yuan halted. Zhang Wei crouched in front of the metal plate, but didn't touch it. Instead, he scrutinized it closely. He took out a small device resembling a phone and scanned the plate. The screen lit up with a series of green data. No harmful radiation, no biological activity, no strong electromagnetic waves, Zhang Wei murmured to Lin Na. Lin Na nodded, retrieving a suitcase from her backpack and opening it. Lin Yuan leaned forward, seeing that the case was filled with various precision instruments and tools he couldn't recognize. Lin Na took out a gloved hand and gently scraped a barely visible powder from the surface of the metal plate, placing it into a test tube and adding a few drops of reagent. The liquid in the test tube showed no change. "Composition cannot be identified." Lin Na shook her head, her tone tinged with confusion. Zhang Wei's expression grew serious. They had encountered many bizarre cases, but never had they seen a substance that their portable equipment couldn't analyze. "You mentioned you tried cutting it." Zhang Wei turned to Lin Yuan. "Yes." Lin Yuan pointed to a discarded plasma cutter nearby. "I used that one, imported high power. I sprayed it for a long time, but it didn't react at all. The cutter burned out instead." He gestured toward a pile of damaged tools. "I also tried these, hammers, hydraulic shears. None of it worked." Zhang Wei and Lin Na exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation. They had seen people exaggerate for attention and those who were delusional, but encountering someone like Lin Yuan with both witness and evidence and a clear logic was a first. Especially upon seeing the obviously burnt-out plasma cutter and the broken hydraulic shears, their doubts diminished significantly. Zhang Wei considered for a moment before saying to Lin Na, "Get the heavy equipment." Lin Na nodded, retrieving a tool that resembled a drill but appeared more futuristic from the suitcase. "This is the Piranha 7 portable ultrasonic drill. Its tip is made of polycrystalline diamond composite designed specifically for dealing with ultra-high-strength unknown substances," Zhang Wei explained to Lin Yuan with confidence. This equipment was standard for their unit, capable of drilling through the hardest materials on Earth. Lin Na donned goggles and started the drill. Virum. The drill emitted a high-frequency sound nearly inaudible as its tip began to spin rapidly. She aimed the drill at a corner of the black metal plate, pressing down steadily. "This is easy." A jarring friction noise erupted, accompanied by tiny sparks flying. Zhang Wei and Lin Na fixed their eyes on the point where the drill met the metal plate. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The drill speed began to noticeably decrease, with its sound growing more labored. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the high-speed spinning drill tip, which was said to be able to penetrate anything, broke cleanly in two. The severed half of the drill shot out, spinning across the cement floor. And the spot on the black metal plate that had been drilled for so long featured only a shallow, almost insignificant white dot. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhang Wei and Lin Na's expressions shifted from professionalism and confidence to sheer shock. They stared at the white dot, then at the drill, which now had only half a tip left, unable to utter a single word. What in the world is this hardness? This defied any known laws of physics. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. He abruptly turned and pulled out an encrypted satellite phone from his pocket, striding to the side as his voice trembled for the first time. Calling center. Calling center. This is Donghai 01. Repeat, this is Donghai 01. On-site confirmation, the target item's physical characteristics are severely abnormal. Our portable equipment is ineffective. Repeat, portable equipment completely ineffective. Requesting support. Requesting support. I request to elevate the incident level to level 2. No. Level 1. I am requesting to elevate the incident level directly to level 1 priority. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei returned swiftly, his expression having transformed completely. The calm demeanor he had displayed earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by an intense seriousness and gravity intermingled with a hint of barely concealed excitement. He looked at Lin Yuan, his gaze complex enough to send shivers down Lin Yuan's spine. Mr. Lin Yuan, Zhang Wei's voice was slightly hoarse. You may have truly uncovered something extraordinary this time. Lin Yuan let out a nervous laugh. I'm just a scrap collector. I don't possess such capabilities. No, you don't realize what you've discovered, Li Na chimed in, approaching them as well. She stared at the black metal plate, murmuring to herself. Our database contains records of thousands of special materials, including some unknown alloys extracted from meteorites, but none can achieve this level of strength. A near-obsessive gleam shone in her eyes, the expression of a researcher witnessing a miracle. The atmosphere in the scrapyard grew exceedingly bizarre. The three of them stood around the black metal plate in silence. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words, while Zhang Wei and Li Na were grappling with the immense impact of this astonishing discovery. What should we do next? Lin Yuan finally broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. We wait, Zhang Wei replied succinctly. We wait for our team to arrive. Mr. Lin, from this moment on, this location will be under our control. No one is allowed to enter or exit until our reinforcements arrive. As he spoke, he pulled a small signal jamming device from his pocket and switched it on. Lin Yuan's phone immediately lost its signal. This is to prevent any information leaks, Zhang Wei explained. Until we clarify the situation, everything regarding this metal plate is classified as top secret. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. He now realized that these two individuals were certainly not ordinary community workers. The power behind them was staggering. Time ticked away slowly. About half an hour later, a low rumble echoed from the horizon. Lin Yuan looked up to see several unmarked black helicopters swiftly approaching the scrap yard under the night sky. The helicopters flew without navigation lights, appearing ghostly in the darkness. They're here, Zhang Wei said in a low voice. The helicopters hovered above the scrap yard, their massive rotors whipping up a frenzy of wind that sent scrap metal clattering. Then one helicopter began to descend slowly, and from it a dozen fully armed soldiers clad in black combat gear rapidly descended. These soldiers moved with extreme professionalism, spreading out in a fan shape upon landing, securing key points within the yard, their dark gun barrels trained cautiously on their surroundings. Soon another large transport helicopter landed, from which a few military green engineering vehicles and a massive container-like module were unloaded. A group of individuals in white sterile protective suits who appeared to be researchers quickly escorted a gray-haired elder down from the helicopter. Within mere minutes, the entire scrap yard had transformed into a heavily guarded temporary military base. Lin Yuan watched this spectacle, his legs trembling. He had never seen so many real firearms in his life. The display was more extravagant than anything he had seen in movies. Now he began to regret whether he had escalated the situation too much. Was the country really going to spend billions because of his discovery? Zhang Wei and Li Na hurried to greet the gray-haired elder, saluting him respectfully. Academician Wang. The elder, referred to as Academician Wang, scarcely acknowledged them. Upon disembarking, his gaze was immediately drawn to the black metal plate. He practically sprinted over his gloved hands, repeatedly caressing the surface of the plate, murmuring incessantly. Incredible. This structure, this texture. It's nothing short of a masterpiece. A miracle. He resembled a madman who had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure, his eyes radiating fervor. Hurry. Set up the dragon tooth. I want to see its limits. Academician Wang barked at his assistants without looking back. Soon the researchers retrieved a peculiar device from a crate. It resembled a small laser cannon, its barrel aimed at the black metal plate. The Dragon Tooth 2 high-energy pulsed laser cutter, Zhang Wei whispered to Lin Yuan. The most powerful single-point destructive device from our military lab, capable of achieving megawatt instantaneous power, able to vaporize a meter-thick homogeneous steel armor in a second. Lin Yuan felt his heart race. Megawaddle, vaporizing a meter of steel armor. Was this really just a cutter? It seemed more like a Death Star from a science fiction movie. Everyone retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Academician Wong and a few core assistants to operate the device. Prepare. Energy charging complete. 3, 2, 1, fire. At Academician Wong's command, a beam of light brighter than the sun shot forth from the dragon tooth, striking the black metal plate with uncanny precision. There was no sound, no explosion. Only an intense, blinding white light. Lin Yuan felt as though his eyes would be scorched, and he hastily shut them. The beam lasted a mere second before vanishing. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, everyone held their breath, fixated on the metal plate. On the spot where the laser had struck, a fist-sized, faintly glowing red area had appeared. The red light flickered and soon returned to its original deep black. Academician Wong dashed forward, pulling out a magnifying glass and various instruments to examine the point closely. Minutes later, he straightened up, a complex expression of mixed elation and disappointment on his face as he announced to those behind him. The surface molecular structure has been damaged by 0.03 millimeters, but no substantive harm has been done. The energy has been absorbed, over 99.9% of the energy was absorbed and dissipated. A hushed silence fell over the crowd. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this result. The military lab's most powerful cutting device at full strength had left only a 0.03 millimeter scratch on the plate. What on earth was this plate made of? A monster. This is simply a monster, a young researcher murmured, lost in thought. Academician Wong took a deep breath, turning to scan the crowd until his gaze landed on Lin Yuan for the first time. His eyes were no longer on a mere metal plate, but on a living person who had created a miracle. Is that young man the one who discovered it first? He asked Zhang Wei beside him. Yes, Academician Wong. His name is Lin Yuan, the owner of this scrapyard. Academician Wong nodded, striding toward Lin Yuan. As that national treasure of a scientist approached him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of nervousness, unsure where to place his hands. Academician Wong stood before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and then with an unprecedented seriousness asked, "Young man, could you tell us in detail how you came across this?" As Lin Yuan faced the personal inquiry of a national treasure-level academician, his palms grew clammy with anxiety. He was merely a scrap collector and had never encountered such a grand occasion. He swallowed hard, striving to steady his voice. Academician Wong, Don't be nervous, young comrade. Academician Wong spoke, gently, recognizing Lin Yuan's unease. Just tell us everything you experienced in its entirety. Don't leave out any details. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan nodded. At this point, there was no longer any meaning in concealing what he referred to as the Deep Space Salvage System. The very existence of this metallic plate transcended common sense. Adding another layer labeled as a system didn't seem too far-fetched. Moreover, he sensed that this system might be even more significant than the metallic plate itself. He resolved to speak candidly. Naturally, regarding the more fantastical aspects like his consciousness projection and soul separation, he intended to describe them in a manner that would be more comprehensible. It happened like this, Lin Yuan began his account. Earlier this afternoon, I was cutting a piece of scrap metal, and then, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I got electrocuted or something. Suddenly, a new presence appeared in my mind. A presence. An assistant behind Academician Wong perked up at once. Yes, something akin to a computer program or game interface. Lin Yuan carefully chose his words. It referred to itself as the Deep Space Salvage System. The Deep Space Salvage System. Academician Wong's brow furrowed in perplexity. This phrase was entirely unfamiliar to him. Yes, Lin Yuan pressed on, gathering his courage. The system claims I can control an unmanned drone to enter a place called the Cosmic Graveyard to salvage the remains of extraterrestrial civilizations. Upon hearing this, the makeshift command center fell silent. Everyone regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Cosmic Graveyard. Remains of extraterrestrial civilizations. This sounded more absurd than street literature. Even Academician Wong, who had been so amiable moments ago, flickered with skepticism in his gaze. He leaned more toward the notion that this was merely a coincidental, unidentified object rather than a legitimate system or extraterrestrial phenomenon. Comrade Lin Yuan, Zhang Wei whispered from the side, please take this seriously. It concerns national security. What I'm saying is true, Lin Yuan exclaimed anxiously. I know it sounds ludicrous, but that's the reality. I can demonstrate it for you. Demonstrate. Academician Wong was momentarily taken aback. How would you demonstrate? The system said that if I concentrate, I can re-enter that salvage interface, Lin Yuan explained. However, my drone was damaged during the last salvage, and the system said it needs energy to repair it. I have no idea how to do that. At this, academician Wang exchanged glances with the surrounding experts. It was damaged. It needs energy to repair. Academician Wang latched onto the keywords. Energy. What kind of energy? I don't know. The system interface only showed that it requires 100 points of energy, but didn't specify what that energy is, Lin Yuan replied, bewildered. Academician Wang fell into contemplation. A physicist behind him adjusted his glasses and murmured, Academician Wang, this sounds too absurd. More like a fantasy born from a psychological trauma. Perhaps he discovered this metallic plate during some accident, and his brain fabricated a system story to explain this incomprehensible object. This explanation seemed plausible and garnered agreement from many. However, academician Wang shook his head. He pointed at the black metallic plate on the floor. Fantasy. Then how do we explain this? Its very existence mocks our current understanding of physics. Since we have encountered materials we cannot comprehend, why can't we accept a system that eludes our understanding? Turning to Lin Yuan, his gaze intense, he urged, Comrade Lin, think carefully. Did the system ever indicate where the energy could be obtained? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, trying to recall. Suddenly, he remembered something. Upgrading. Right, there was an upgrade drone option on the system interface, but it was gray and labeled locked. However, there was a small note saying that rare materials obtained from salvage could be used to upgrade the drone. Rare materials. Academician Wang's eyes lit up, and his focus shifted instantly to the black metallic plate. Could it be? A bold thought that sent shivers down the spines of all present scientists flashed through their minds simultaneously. Could this so-called system draw its energy and upgrade materials from the junk it salvaged? It formed a perfect loop. Academician Wang's breathing quickened. Quick, bring over the portable energy sensor. Set it to maximum precision, he commanded loudly. A researcher scrambled to retrieve a precision instrument, carefully bringing it close to the black metallic plate. On the instrument's screen, a steady baseline suddenly showed an extremely faint but discernible upward fluctuation as it neared the metallic plate. Energy response detected. Very weak, bound state energy. It holds a massive amount of locked energy within its structure. The researcher operating the instrument stammered. Academician Wang snatched the device, examining the data himself, his hands trembling with excitement. Indeed, it's it. It's like a sealed battery, a super battery we utterly fail to comprehend. He abruptly turned to Lin Yuan, gaze brimming with intensity. Comrade Lin. Right now, immediately try to communicate with your system. Ask if it can absorb the energy from this metallic plate to repair your drone. Lin Yuan, caught up in the tense atmosphere, nodded and closed his eyes, concentrating. System, are you there? He called within his mind. The cold mechanical voice resonated once more. Host, I am here. Wonderful. Lin Yuan felt a surge of hope and quickly asked, my drone is broken and needs 100 points of energy for repair. This black plate is what I salvaged. Can its energy be used? High purity unknown alloy detected, beginning energy structure analysis. Analysis complete. The substance contains high-density compressed energy that can be absorbed by the system. Would you like to absorb this substance to convert it into system energy? Warning, this substance is an extremely rare material for spacecraft structure. Once converted to energy, it will be irreversible. Please choose wisely, host. Lin Yuan immediately opened his eyes, relaying the system's words to academician Wang. Upon hearing can absorb an extremely rare spacecraft structure material, all scientists present inhaled sharply. It's confirmed. Everything Lin Yuan said was true. A system that could salvage extraterrestrial technology truly existed, and Lin Yuan was the sole key. Academician Wang's face flushed with excitement as he grasped Lin Yuan's shoulders, his voice quivering. Absorb it. Let it absorb. We must witness this process firsthand. This is the most crucial step in human civilization, no in the entire history of Earth civilization. Surrounding scientists gathered around, each face aglow with fervor and anticipation. They were about to witness a moment when myth transformed into reality. Lin Yuan looked at the nearly frenzied scientists and felt a twinge of apprehension. He closed his eyes again and issued a command to the system. System, absorb the energy from this metallic plate. But don't take it all. Can you leave a little? This thing looks quite valuable. Command confirmed. Setting absorption threshold to retain 10 of the material's structural integrity. Commencing absorption. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of all present, the black metallic plate began to undergo an astonishing transformation. At the very moment Lin Yuan issued the command, the black metal plate, lying quietly on the ground, seemed to come to life. The flowing patterns on its surface began to emit a faint visible blue glow. The light pulsed like a breath, flickering in a rhythm that was steeped in mystery. My goodness, it's glowing. A young researcher gasped in astonishment. Everyone quiet. Activate all recording devices. Full-spectrum monitoring. Academician Wang barked, his eyes fixed on the metal plate, fearful of missing any detail. In the scrapyard, dozens of cameras and sensors of various models were all aimed at the glowing metal plate. Lin Yuan could sense an invisible energy slowly being drawn from the plate, then through a means he could not comprehend funneled into the system within his mind. On the system interface before him, the numbers in the energy reserve section began to flicker rapidly. Energy reserve 5,100. Energy reserve 15,100. Energy reserve 35,100. Energy reserve 70,100. Energy reserve 100,100. Within mere seconds, the energy was fully charged. Yet the absorption did not cease. Energy reserve 150,100. Energy reserve 300,100. Energy reserve 500,100. The numbers surged wildly, soon surpassing 1,000. Lin Yuan was left dumbfounded. He had initially thought that the energy within the plate would merely be sufficient to repair the drone. He never anticipated it would function as such a superpower bank. Meanwhile, the scientists outside were also observing the astonishing phenomenon. Report. Target energy density is decreasing exponentially. Report. Target mass is diminishing. This violates the law of conservation of mass. Its matter is disappearing into thin air. Report. Weak disturbances in spatial parameters. An incomprehensible energy transfer phenomenon is occurring. Various shocking reports flooded in from different monitoring stations, converging at Academician Wang's desk. As he listened to these reports, Academician Wang clenched his fists tightly. Mass disappearing into thin air. Spatial disturbances. This was far beyond the scope of his lifelong studies. It was a technology of a higher dimension, something akin to the power of the divine. The absorption process lasted approximately 1 minute. When the energy reserve number on the system interface finally settled at 2350100, the glow on the surface of the plate gradually faded, returning to its deep black hue. However, its size had noticeably shrunk. The plate, which had originally measured half a meter square, was now reduced to less than the size of a wash basin. Its thickness significantly diminished as well. Energy absorption complete. Drone Scavenger 1 is commencing automatic repair. Repair progress 1050-100. Repair complete. Detected a large amount of redundant energy. Would you like to upgrade the drone? A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. An upgrade is possible. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. He immediately conveyed the news to Academician Wang. Upgrade. Upgrade immediately. Academician Wang commanded without hesitation. We must see how this so-called system evolves. Nodding, Lin Yuan issued the command in his mind. Upgrade the drone. Please select upgrade direction. Engine enhances speed and maneuverability. B. Stealth coating reduces the probability of detection by the void devourer. C. Energy core increases energy sealing, extends salvage time. D. Mechanical arm and load capacity enhances gripping strength and load limit. 4 options appeared before Lin Yuan. After considering, he decisively chose B. No matter how fast, it could never outpace that ghastly entity. No matter how much it could carry, if he couldn't survive to enjoy it, what would be the use? Staying alive was paramount. The shadow of the void devourer loomed far too large. I chose B. Stealth. Lin Yuan informed Academician Wang. Confirm selection of stealth coating upgrade. Energy consumed 500 points. Rare materials consumed none. This upgrade will analyze the structure of divine level plunderer ship armor and automatically generate a basic stealth coating. Upgrade commencing. Upgrade complete. Salvage drone Scavenger 1. Level LV2. Energy reserve 185,0100 increased. Load capacity 50 kilograms. Stealth low slight enhancement. Function basic grabbing, basic scanning. Lin Yuan gazed at the upgraded panel, somewhat astonished. The energy ceiling had increased as well. Although not explicitly stated on the panel, he could sense that the drone's energy core had indeed become more robust. He relayed the upgraded data to Academician Wang. Upon hearing this, Academician Wang began to pace excitedly. It can upgrade. It really can upgrade. Moreover, it can analyze the materials we provide and automatically convert technology. My goodness, this is no longer just a simple advantage. This is an engine of civilization. A catalyst for technology. The way he looked at Lin Yuan could no longer be described as viewing a treasure. It was as if he were gazing at a deity, or rather a mortal who held the divine authority. Academician Wang, what do we do now? Zhang Wei asked softly from the side, his voice trembling slightly. The unfolding events had completely surpassed the imagination of these field personnel. This was no longer a mere special incident. It was a first contact capable of altering the fate of the nation and even the course of human civilization. Academician Wang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that from this moment forward, everything surrounding Lin Yuan and this Deep Space Salvage System would become the nation's highest level of classified information. He stepped aside and picked up the red encrypted phone that could connect directly to the highest command center. His hand trembled slightly, but his voice was unwaveringly resolute. "Connect to the command office. I am Wang Ziyuan. Yes, urgent communication. Report, sir, the Nuwa project can be initiated. No, it is 1,000 times more significant than we anticipated. What we discovered is not merely a key, we have directly found the gateway to the divine realm." On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence. Academician Wang hung up the phone and turned to Lin Yuan, whose expression was one of bewilderment, now serious beyond measure. He adjusted his collar as if addressing a distinguished guest. "Comrade Lin Yuan," he said in an unprecedentedly grave tone, "I now, on behalf of the nation, formally extend an invitation to you." The voice of Academician Wang echoed in the silent junkyard, each word carrying undeniable weight. "Comrade Lin Yuan, your discovery, as well as your very existence, holds immeasurable strategic significance for the country. From this moment on, your safety will be directly overseen by the highest levels of the state." Lin Yuan listened, still somewhat dazed by the implications of those words. The highest levels? What did that even mean? He was just a scrap collector, someone who wouldn't even meet the director of the local street office on a regular day, and now he was suddenly linked to the highest levels of the state. The leap seemed insurmountable. What do I need to do?" Lin Yuan asked instinctively. "You need to do nothing at all." Academician Wang shook his head, his tone exceedingly serious. "You only need to ensure your own safety and continue doing what you have been doing." "Continue collecting?" Lin Yuan ventured hesitantly. "Exactly." A glimmer of light flickered in Academician Wang's eyes. "Continue collecting. Whatever you need, the state will provide. Any resources you require, we will spare no effort to fulfill them. Your task is to bring back more miracles from that cosmic graveyard." He paused, fixing his gaze on Lin Yuan, emphasizing each word. "Every collection you make could advance our country's technology by a century or even a millennium. You are the hope for the future of our civilization." The weight of this responsibility felt suffocating to Lin Yuan. All he wanted was to clear his debts and live a good life. How had he suddenly become the bearer of an entire civilization's hope? "But I understand you have many concerns." Academician Wang seemed to see through his thoughts. "Regarding your family, your friends, your debts, and all your previous social connections, we will handle everything for you. The state will grant you a generous reward that ensures you and your loved ones will never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your lives. It is what you deserve." He gestured to the heavily armed soldiers and the sophisticated equipment surrounding them. "However, as you can see, this matter is classified at the highest level. From today onwards, you can no longer return to your previous life. You will enter our purview, working for the country in an environment that is absolutely secure and confidential." Lin Yuan fell silent. He understood Academician Wang's meaning. His days of freedom were over. From now on, he might reside in a cage, more luxurious than a 5-star hotel, yet devoid of exits. Every movement he made would be under the watchful eye of the state. This was the price he had to pay for relinquishing the secret. He felt a tinge of disappointment, but he did not regret it. Keeping that secret meant living in perpetual fear, unsure of when he might be killed by an eater of the void or some other entity. Now, with the state backing him, he only needed to focus on collecting. The rest of the troublesome matters would be taken care of by others. Moreover, he would receive a substantial sum, allowing him to completely escape his past predicament. In every sense, this was a deal that did not lose. "I understand." Lin Yuan nodded, his expression settling into calmness. "I am willing to cooperate with the state." Seeing Lin Yuan come to terms so quickly, a hint of approval crossed Academician Wang's face. "Very well. You have made the right choice, Comrade Lin Yuan. History will remember your contribution." At that moment, a few black Hongqi sedans glided silently into the entrance of the junkyard. As the convoy came to a halt, the rear door of the middle car opened, revealing a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his demeanor imposing, appearing to be around 60 years old. He emerged flanked by several guards. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension upon his arrival. Even Academician Wang, upon seeing this man, immediately repressed his earlier excitement and hurried forward, respectfully calling out, "Director Chun." The man referred to as Director Chun gave a slight nod. His gaze did not linger on the equipment or soldiers, but directly pierced through the crowd, landing squarely on Lin Yuan. It was an assessing, sharp gaze, as if it could see through the very essence of a person. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutiny, instinctively straightening his back. Director Chen walked slowly up to Lin Yuan, his guards immediately creating a boundary around them. "You are Lin Yuan?" Director Chen inquired, his voice low, yet imbued with an authority born from long experience and power. "Yes, sir," Lin Yuan replied nervously. Director Chin's gaze rested on him for a few moments before he spoke slowly. Academician Wang has briefed me on the situation. Your awareness is commendable. Your choice not to claim this secret for yourself is a fortunate outcome for the state and its people. His tone was flat, making it difficult to discern whether it was praise or something else. From now on, your file will be classified as state secret. All your external identity information will be nullified, and you will be granted a new identity, a new life. Director Chin's gaze shifted to the black metal plate, now reduced to the size of a basin. This object, along with everything you will bring back in the future, will be managed by a newly established special project team directly accountable to the highest level. He turned back to Lin Yuan, his expression now exceedingly grave. This project is codenamed Scavenger. And you, Comrade Lin Yuan, will be the sole core of this project. With that, Director Chen said no more, merely nodding slightly at Lin Yuan. Then he turned to the guards behind him and commanded, "Arrange for Comrade Lin Yuan to get into the car. Everything here will be taken over by the Nanshanmen project team for the highest level of lockdown and cleanup." "Yes, sir." Two tall guards in black suits stepped forward, gesturing for Lin Yuan to follow. "Comrade Lin Yuan, please come with us." Lin Yuan cast one last glance at the shabby yard that had been his home for several years, filled with scrap metal and sweat. He knew that once he stepped into that car, his life would irrevocably embark on an unknown path, one filled with both opportunities and dangers. Taking a deep breath, he looked one final time at the black metal plate that had altered his fate, then resolutely stepped forward towards the black Hongqi sedan. The door closed behind him, sealing off the outside world. The convoy silently started up, leaving the junkyard and merging into the flow of the city, ultimately disappearing into the vastness of the night. In the junkyard, Academician Wang watched the departing convoy and excitedly told his assistant, "Quick, bring all our equipment here. I want to establish a permanent frontier laboratory. Yes, let's call it the Miracle Laboratory. The great journey of humanity exploring the universe will officially begin from this junkyard." The black Hongqi sedan glided smoothly down the road, its interior so quiet that Lin Yuan could hear his own breathing. He sat stiffly in the plush back seat, stealing glances at the stern-looking guard beside him, who sat rigidly straight, eyes locked ahead, resembling a statue. This was the first time in his life he had ridden in such a luxurious car. In the past, while collecting scrap metal, he had seen his boss driving high-end Benzes and BMWs, but compared to this vehicle, they felt lacking in some intangible way. From the outside, the car appeared understated, yet once inside, it emanated an indescribable aura that made it hard to breathe. His thoughts were a jumbled mess. His life had taken a drastic turn due to a moment of reckless cutting that afternoon. The scrap yard was gone, and he no longer had to worry about the rent, nor would he be hounded by suppliers demanding payments or listen to the landlord's harsh debt collection. But freedom seemed to have vanished as well. Academician Wang had promised him a substantial reward that would alleviate all his concerns. How much could it be? 1 million? Or 2 million? Lin Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably. If it really were 2 million, he could easily pay off the hundreds of thousands he owed with plenty left over. With the remaining funds, he could buy a house in his hometown, open a small restaurant, and live comfortably for the rest of his life. It felt like a dream. Yet the thought of possibly being confined to one place, unable to come and go freely, left him feeling uneasy. What was this? Trading freedom for money. But then he reflected on his previous existence. What freedom had he truly experienced? Waking up early and toiling late, dealing with heaps of scrap metal reeking of oil, begging for survival. It hardly qualified as freedom. It was sheer agony. Now, although he might not have that much freedom, at least he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Moreover, what he was doing now sounded impressive, contributing to the nation and advancing technological development for a century. With that thought, his feelings of disappointment dissipated significantly. People must seek something, Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Either money or stability. Now that I have both, albeit in an unusual manner, I should be content. He was unsure how long they had been driving, but he felt himself nearly dozing off. The cityscape outside the window had long been replaced by dark countryside. Eventually, the vehicle entered a seemingly ordinary tunnel. The tunnel was long and spiraled downward. Lin Yuan felt a slight pressure in his ears. They were descending underground. After about 10 more minutes, a sudden brightness filled his vision. Lin Yuan's mouth slowly fell open in awe. The car stopped in an unimaginably vast underground space, illuminated as brightly as day. He couldn't see a ceiling above him, only a maze of steel structures and enormous ventilation ducts. The walls surrounding him were smooth, gleaming silver metal, spotless. Countless personnel in various colored uniforms busily tended to their duties, while vehicles and equipment that Lin Yuan had only seen in science fiction films glided silently along designated tracks. This place didn't resemble a base, it felt more like an underground transportation hub of a futuristic city. Goodness, how much money must it have taken to construct something like this? Lin Yuan thought to himself, his small scrapyard occupying just a few acres felt trivial in comparison. The car door swung open and a young man with gold-rimmed glasses looking refined and well-mannered gestured for him to step out. Mr. Lin Yuan, please exit the vehicle. Director Chun and academician Wang are waiting for you. Following him out, Lin Yuan's feet touched the mirror-like floor, and he felt that his old dirt-streaked sneakers were utterly out of place in this pristine environment. He instinctively tried to wipe the mud off his shoes, only to discover that the surface was so clean nothing would come off. The secretary noticed this small action, but said nothing, merely smiling as he led the way. They passed through several heavy metal doors that required facial and iris recognition, entering a high-speed elevator. There were no buttons. The secretary simply tapped a few times on a screen on the wall, and the elevator began to ascend rapidly. With a ping, the elevator doors opened. Before him was no longer an industrial space, but a quiet corridor lined with soft carpets. Mr. Lin Yuan, this will be your living area, the secretary explained. You will reside here from now on. To your left are your bedroom and study. To your right are the gym, entertainment room, and medical monitoring room. A dedicated nutritionist will prepare your meals, and for any of your living needs you can call for service at any time via the terminal in your room. The secretary pushed open a door, and as Lin Yuan peered inside, he was once again taken aback. This was no ordinary bedroom. It was akin to a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Wait, this was underground. Where did the window come from? As he approached, he realized that the window was actually a massive Ultra HD screen displaying a pastoral landscape identical to that of his hometown, with the small river in the distance clearly visible. This is the environmental simulation system, which can replicate real-time scenes and weather from any location on Earth according to your preferences, the secretary explained. We understand you might find underground living a bit disconcerting. We hope this will make you feel more comfortable. Lin Yuan touched the lavish bed that looked incredibly expensive and glanced at the independent study, which was larger than his office at the scrapyard. He felt as though he were in a dream. Am I really going to live in such a large place alone? Yes, Mr. Lin Yuan. Due to confidentiality requirements and your significance, the entire living area is currently designated solely for you, the secretary replied in a calm tone, as if it were a trivial matter. Lin Yuan felt his throat dry up. This treatment was too extravagant. It made him feel somewhat anxious. Director Chun and academician Wang are waiting for you in the meeting room, the secretary said, leading him through the living room to another door. Upon opening it, he found Director Chun and academician Wang seated at a massive conference table, steaming cups of tea placed before them. Comrade Lin, you've arrived, academician Wang exclaimed with enthusiasm, immediately standing to greet him. Please have a seat. After traveling all night, you must be tired. Director Chun merely nodded slightly, his gaze still sharp. Lin Yuan awkwardly perched on the edge of a chair, barely resting his weight. Comrade Lin, I understand that suddenly thrusting you into this situation may be a bit overwhelming. Director Chun began, his tone devoid of emotion. However, the country needs you and the people need you. Your contributions will not be forgotten. He signaled to the secretary. The secretary nodded and retrieved 2 items from his briefcase, gently placing them in front of Lin Yuan. One was a brand new identification card featuring his original photo, but the name, address, and identification number had all changed completely. The other was a black bank card. This identification card represents your new identity. From today onward, the name, Lin Yuan, along with all his past social information, has been sealed away. In the future, you will need to use this new identity externally. As for this card, Director Chun paused, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. This is the first reward from the state. We have cleared all your debts through special channels. This includes your loans from the bank, payments owed to suppliers, and any money borrowed from friends. Every penny has been settled. Upon hearing this, the heaviest stone in Lin Yuan's heart finally dropped. Thank you to the state. He stammered, barely able to contain his excitement. This is just the beginning, Director Chun continued, his voice still flat. This card also contains funds for your personal and family settlement. The password is 6/8. Lin Yuan picked up the card, his hands trembling. In his life, he had never had more than 50,000 in any account. How much could be on this card? 500,000. Or 1 million. There is a balance inquiry terminal nearby. You can check it right now, the secretary reminded him. Lin Yuan nodded and approached a device resembling an ATM, awkwardly inserting the card. Taking a deep breath, he nervously entered the password. Checking balance. A long string of numbers flashed across the screen. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to count the zeros one by one. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. 100 million. Lin Yuan's mind went blank with a buzz. He thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes vigorously, counting again. Yes, there was the 1 followed by exactly 8 zeros. 100 million. A figure he had never dared to dream of had suddenly appeared in his bank account. He felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance, and had to grab the machine for support. Is this for me? He turned back, his voice trembling as he looked at Director Chun and Academician Wang. Yes, 100 million, Director Chun replied, his expression unchanged, as if it were an insignificant sum. This is just an advance payment. In the future, for every successful recovery you accomplish, you will receive corresponding rewards based on the value of the items retrieved. There is no upper limit. No upper limit. Lin Yuan felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He had thought he was stepping into a cage. Now he realized he had fallen into a rice bin made of gold and diamonds. Additionally, the secretary interjected, we have investigated your social connections. Your parents passed away early, and you have no close relatives. There is only a distant cousin who helped you when you ran the scrapyard. We have provided him with a dividend of 5 million under the guise of an overseas investment company, enough for him to live comfortably in his later years. Externally, your story is that you were recruited by this overseas company to manage a long-term project abroad and won't be returning for the next 10 years. Listening to these arrangements, the last remnants of Lin Yuan's worries and attachments evaporated. The state had thought of everything, taking care of all his concerns, both foreseen and unforeseen. He had truly become a scavenger free of burdens, solely dedicated to recovering for the nation. I understand, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, returning to the conference table to sit down again. This time the unease and apprehension in his eyes had been replaced by an unwavering determination. Superiors, Academician Wang, please tell me what you need me to do next. Seeing Lin Yuan adjust his mindset so quickly, Director Chin's eyes finally revealed a hint of approval for the first time. The ability to remain calm in the face of 100 million yuan and a dramatic shift in life showcased this young man's character, far exceeding Chin's expectations. Very good, Director Chin nodded. Before we begin our work, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of you. This entails not only your physical state, but more importantly, insights into the Deep Space Salvage System. He glanced at Academician Wang. Understanding immediately, Academician Wang activated a projection device on the table, casting a blue light screen in midair that clearly displayed the system interface Lin Yuan had described earlier. Comrade Lin, this is a one-to-one replica of the system interface based on your description. Academician Wang said, his expression serious. Now I need you to share every detail you know about this system with us. Leave nothing out. Understood, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan steadied himself and began to recall. First, there's the intensity of my mental power. The first time I saw it, it was 8, and it's still 8 now. I have no idea how this number is calculated. The system only states that the average person is at 5. A female researcher in a white lab coat beside Academician Wang quickly took notes and murmured, his baseline mental power exceeds that of ordinary individuals by 60. This could very well be one of the key reasons he was selected by the system. We need to conduct a comprehensive EEG and quantum neural mapping scan on him. Director Chin slightly nodded, signaling Lin Yuan to continue. Then there's my condition. After I returned last time, it showed severe mental backlash, and I had a terrible headache. Now it's changed to mild mental backlash, which means there's still a slight pain. We speculate that the mechanism of mental backlash is due to the damaged feedback information stream from the drone surpassing your brain's processing capacity, resulting in a neural overload injury, another male researcher with glasses analyzed. We need to establish a mathematical model to quantify the relationship between the degree of drone damage and the level of mental backlash. This way we can set a safe return threshold for future salvage operations. As Lin Yuan listened to the various technical terms that they tossed around, he felt as if he were listening to an incomprehensible text. Quantum neural mapping, mathematical models. He understood none of it. He could only continue speaking about what he could comprehend. This drone Scavenger 1 is now at LV2. I feel like the energy reserve limit has also increased. It was 100 before, and now I estimate it's around 200, but it doesn't specify that on the panel. The energy core is linked to its level. Upgrades can increase energy limits. Make a note of that. Academician Wang instructed his assistant. The weight capacity is still 50 kilograms. That hasn't changed. The stealthiness has improved from extremely low to low, slight increase, which was upgraded using that blackboard last time. Using the structural information of the Oracle-class radar armor, we generated a basic stealth coating. Academician Wang murmured, his eyes filled with fervor. This means the system can not only absorb energy, but also analyze material structures and convert them into applicable technology. This is reverse engineering, the most efficient kind of reverse engineering. The scientists present became excited. If the salvage materials were the fish, then this analytical ability was the blueprint for making the fishing net. The implications were entirely different. Comrade Lin, please continue. Director Chen raised his hand, calming the restless scientists. The functions are still basic grabbing and scanning. The scanning is when I get close to something and lines of text pop up in my mind to describe what it is. For instance, that piece of armor last time told me it was unknown alloy armor Oracle class interstellar raider outer armor. This means the system has a built-in vast database capable of identifying items present in its library. Academician Wang's breathing became slightly rapid. Did it scan anything that is not in its database? Lin Yuan pondered. It seems not. Every scan yielded results. All right. In that cosmic graveyard, besides the warship wreckage, there were some things I can't quite describe. For example, a dilapidated floating city in the sky and a skeletal structure larger than a mountain. I didn't dare get close, so I don't know what scanning them would yield. A floating city of a magical civilization. The remains of a colossal bio-civilization god. A young scientist couldn't help but speculate. Silence. Director Chen shot him a glare, and the young scientist immediately shrank back. Lastly, there's this salvage area and warning. Lin Yuan pointed at the last two lines on the screen. It's still 001 Novice Zone Silent Star C with a danger level of low. But that warning Void Devourer, I must tell you that thing is truly terrifying. Mention of the Void Devourer made Lin Yuan's face pale. That thing is just a mass of black shadow alive and moving. It has no eyes or mouth, but I can feel it looking at me. Whenever it approaches, all the wreckage of warships, no matter how large, disappears with a single touch. They either explode or vanish completely, leaving not a trace. Last time I almost got sucked into the sensation was akin to having my soul pulled away. Lin Yuan's description sent a chill through everyone present. An unknown entity capable of directly devouring matter and even affecting the spiritual realm. A higher dimensional predator. Academician Wang's expression turned grave. Its consumption of matter may not be mere physical destruction, but rather erasing the existence of matter from the spatial and even conceptual level. Such a being transcends our three-dimensional understanding. We must spare no effort to avoid direct contact with this creature. Director Chen made his judgment. Comrade Lin, henceforth your safety is our top priority in every salvage operation. No valuable target is worth sacrificing your life for. Lin Yuan felt warmth in his heart. He had initially thought that as a mere tool, those above him would not care about his life. But now it seemed the nation's concern for him far exceeded his imagination. I understand, Chief. All right, we have a general understanding of the system's fundamental situation. Director Chen stood up, moving to the enormous simulation screen, which now displayed a complex organizational chart after shifting from pastoral landscapes. At the top of the chart was a bright red box wrapped in layers of encrypted symbols inscribed with 3 large characters. Scavenger. Now I formally introduce to you the project that serves you. Director Chen's voice took on a solemn tone. With the approval of the highest authorities, the Special Civilization Relic Excavation and Analysis Project Group has been officially established, codenamed Scavenger. This project possesses the highest level of authority and resource allocation rights. The project group reports directly to me. Director Chen pointed to himself. I, Chen Weigua, am the project group's chief responsible person. He then pointed to Academician Wang. Academician Wang Yuan is the chief scientist of the project group responsible for the technical analysis and application research of all salvage materials. The project group consists of 6 departments. The Intelligence Analysis Department responsible for establishing the Cosmic Graveyard Database based on your descriptions and salvage information, assessing salvage value and risk. The Technical Support Department providing all technical support, including upgrading your personal terminal. The Logistics Support Department overseeing all your daily needs and physiological and psychological health. The Security Department with 3 layers of top-tier security personnel responsible for your safety and that of the entire base. 247. The Transformation Application Department, converting the technologies analyzed by Academician Wang's team into practical outcomes. And lastly, the Liaison Department. Director Chen paused, his gaze returning to Lin Yuan. You, Comrade Lin, will be the sole and most crucial member of the Liaison Department. Your position is Special Liaison Officer for the Scavenger Project. Your only task is to operate the Deep Space Salvage System, serving as the sole bridge between us and that cosmic graveyard. The entire project, consisting of thousands of top scientists, engineers, and soldiers, will revolve around you alone. Every salvage operation will affect the nerves of the entire nation. Chen Weigua looked at Lin Yuan, enunciating each word. Comrade Lin Yuan, from this moment on you are no longer an ordinary citizen. You are the first tentacle of our civilization reaching for the cosmos. The future of the entire nation rests upon your shoulders. Listening to these words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of passion. Previously, he was merely a small scrapyard owner overwhelmed by debts of tens of thousands with the greatest goal in life being to make ends meet. Now he had become a pivotal figure in determining the future of his nation. The shift in identity and the sense of mission it brought was far more shocking than having 100 million yuan in savings. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but all grandiose expressions felt utterly pale. In the end, he could only nod firmly, summoning all his strength to declare, "Yes. I will ensure the mission is completed." In the following days, Lin Yuan experienced the most magical period of his life. He became the most unique and leisurely person in the base. His daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and enjoying movies and games in his luxurious suite. Every meal was served by a beautiful nutritionist in a white coat who smiled as she watched him finish and would attentively ask what he would like to eat next. One day, he casually mentioned wanting to eat lamb pao ma from his hometown. The next afternoon, a steaming bowl of authentic lamb pao ma, so delicious it almost brought him to tears, was presented before him. Later, he learned that the base had specially sent a helicopter to retrieve an old chef from Xi'an along with his family's secret broth ingredients just for that dish. This extravagant lifestyle initially left Lin Yuan feeling uncomfortable. Having grown accustomed to hardship, he felt out of place. However, as the days passed, he gradually adapted. After all, who would reject a good life? While he indulged in this decadent existence, the entire Scavenger base operated at an astonishingly efficient pace. Academician Wang led hundreds of top experts from various fields, forming several research groups that tirelessly analyzed the remaining black armor plate, which was only the size of a basin. They employed all the cutting-edge equipment available in the country, from high-energy particle colliders to quantum microscopes, trying to pry open a corner of this fragment of the divine. Meanwhile, another team, personally led by Chun Weiguo, prepared for Lin Yuan's next salvage operation. One morning, after finishing a run at the gym and returning to his room, Chun Weiguo's secretary came to find him. "Mr. Lin Yuan, your exclusive connection room has been completed. Director Chun and Academician Wang would like you to come and check it out." Connection room. Lin Yuan was taken aback. "It's a specially prepared room for your salvage operations." Following the secretary, Lin Yuan arrived at a newly constructed room next to his living area. As he pushed open the heavy soundproof door, he was stunned by the sight before him. The room was not large, about 50 square meters, with a strikingly sci-fi silver seat placed in the center. The design of the seat was entirely ergonomic, resembling a pilot's cockpit chair. Surrounding the chair were intricate mechanical arms and various probes that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire room were composed of interconnected display screens emanating a soft white light. Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang stood beside the chair, and upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, Academician Wang immediately waved excitedly at him. "Comrade Lin, come quickly. Take a look at the new cockpit we've prepared for you." As Lin Yuan approached, he curiously touched the chair, feeling its cool and delicate surface. "Academician Wang, what is this for?" "This is the Deep Dive Neural Interaction System," Academician Wang proudly explained. "According to your description, whenever you conduct a salvage operation, your consciousness leaves your body and enters a state of soul projection. This process places a tremendous burden on your body, especially your brain. The previous mental backlash was proof of that. So we've designed this system for you." Academician Wang pointed to the numerous probes on the chair. "When you sit here to perform the operation, these bioelectrode probes will automatically connect to your head and spine. They will continuously monitor your brain waves, heart rate, blood pressure, and neural signals, all physiological indicators. Should any of your physiological indicators show abnormal fluctuations, such as early signs of mental backlash, the system will immediately alert you. If the situation becomes critical, it can even forcibly disconnect your connection, pulling your consciousness back to your body." Academician Wang then gestured toward the surrounding screen wall. "These panoramic screens will synchronize with your system interface. While we cannot see your subjective perspective, we can simulate what you see here based on the visual signals fed back from your brain. In other words, whatever you observe in the cosmic graveyard, we can also visualize here." Lin Yuan was left speechless. This meant that in the future, when he drove, he would have a whole team of top-tier experts acting as his co-drivers, keeping an eye on the road, plus a brake and panoramic imaging system installed for safety. The safety factor had just skyrocketed. "That's incredible," Lin Yuan exclaimed in genuine admiration. "This is just the beginning," Chun Weiguo calmly added. "Our goal is to establish a firewall between you and the system. Ultimately, we aim for all mental backlashes to be absorbed by this equipment, ensuring you remain unharmed." Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. The country was treating him like a national treasure. "Thank you, Director. Thank you, Academician Wang. This is what we ought to do." Chun Weiguo waved his hand. "The equipment is ready. Now we need to discuss your second salvage operation." He beckoned everyone to sit in the adjacent conference area where a virtual star map unfolded on the table. Based on your description, we have conducted a preliminary risk assessment and area division of the 001 Noob Zone Silent Star C. The head of the Intelligence Analysis Department, a capable-looking middle-aged man, began his report. This area has a relatively low debris density, with gentle energy fluctuations, and the frequency of void eaters is also comparatively low, making it indeed suitable for newcomers. However, we have identified a problem. He pointed to a section of the star map. The location of your last salvage of the Oracle-class armor is here, and where you encountered the void eater is here. The proximity of the two is alarming. We have reason to suspect that high-value items, or those with stronger energy reactions, inherently attract void eaters more easily. It's akin to how blood attracts sharks in the ocean. Lin Yuan nodded, having experienced this firsthand. Thus, we have mapped out a few relatively safe salvage routes for you. The analysis chief traced several green lines on the star map. These routes intersect areas with weak energy reactions. For example, some structural debris from regular warships or wrecks of abandoned space stations. Our recommendation is that until we thoroughly understand the behavioral patterns of the void eaters, your initial salvage attempts should prioritize safety. Begin by retrieving some lower-value items or ordinary debris that can help us build our database. This suggestion was both prudent and scientific. However, Lin Yuan frowned upon hearing it. Minister, are you suggesting that I specifically go collect worthless junk? From a scientific perspective, yes. We need a substantial amount of samples for data analysis. The analysis chief nodded. But Lin Yuan hesitated before expressing his thoughts. Upgrading the system requires energy and rare materials. If I retrieve a bunch of scrap metal, it might not even be enough to repair the drones, let alone upgrade them. Without upgrades, my drones will remain in this shoddy state with poor stealth and low payload. If I encounter danger, I might not be able to escape. I feel we should still take a risk. Higher risks bring greater rewards. Last time I nearly lost my life, but the piece I salvaged charged the system significantly and upgraded the drones. Lin Yuan's perspective was direct and quite utilitarian. This was a habit formed from years of being a junkyard owner, pursuing the highest cost-performance ratio. His words plunged the scientists in the room into silence. They were accustomed to a theoretical and data-driven approach, striving for perfection, while Lin Yuan approached from a practical and result-oriented perspective, believing that fortune favors the bold. The collision of these two mindsets marked its first clash here. After a moment of contemplation, academician Wang spoke up. Comrade Lin has a point. We cannot apply laboratory thinking to a real and dangerous war. The system has its rules, and we must seek the optimal solution within those bounds. He turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Comrade Lin, what are your thoughts? What do you wish to salvage next? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He had feared the experts might be too rigid to heed his suggestions. Academician Wang, I upgraded the stealth feature last time, albeit only slightly, but I want to test its effectiveness. Moreover, I saw something else in that location besides the black armor. What was it? Everyone perked up. Inside the command chamber of that wrecked Oracle-class Marauder, Lin Yuan recalled with effort, I only caught a glimpse, but it seemed like there was a control panel with a small object glowing faintly in blue resembling a USB drive. A USB drive? Academician Wang's breath quickened. A data storage unit. Yes, that could be it. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh. That ship was so impressive, its USB drive must contain something valuable. It could be the blueprints for that ship, or even interstellar navigation charts. Gasp. The conference room filled with sounds of astonished gasps. The scientists' eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam. A single armor plate had already left them in dire straits, showcasing performance that transcended the times. If they could obtain the technical data for an entire Oracle-class Marauder, the vision was too enticing for them to contemplate. The risks are too high. The intelligence analysis chief immediately objected. That location has already been confirmed to have void eaters present. Going back is akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. But the rewards are substantial. Another young scientist countered. An entire alien civilization's technical database. Who could resist such temptation? We must be responsible for Comrade Lin Yuan's life. Scientific progress cannot occur without taking risks. The conference room erupted into chaos. Everyone looked to Chen Weigua, awaiting his final decision. Chen Weigua remained silent for a long time, not focusing on the arguing scientists, but instead turning his gaze toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you are the sole executor. Your opinion is paramount, he spoke slowly. Tell me, how confident are you? Lin Yuan met Chen Weigua's gaze, aware that this was both a show of trust and a test. Taking a deep breath, he extended 5 fingers. 50%. If it's just about retrieving the item, I have a 50% chance. But, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened. Considering the active brake you installed for me, I believe I can at least add another 20%. 70% certainty. Chen Weiguo looked at Lin Yuan, a flicker of unnoticeable emotion passing through his eyes. He had not expected that after witnessing the terror of the Void Devourer, Lin Yuan would still dare to propose such a high success rate. This kid is either fearless due to youth or possesses absolute confidence in himself and the new equipment. Very well. Chen Weiguo slammed the table decisively. We will proceed according to Comrade Lin Yuan's plan. All departments immediately enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness and fully cooperate with Comrade Lin Yuan's second salvage operation. Yes, sir. In an instant, the vast machinery of the entire base began to revolve frantically around Lin Yuan's singular will. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan sat in the Sci-Fi silver chair. Cold biological electrode probes were carefully affixed to his temples, neck, and spine by medical staff in white coats. Mr. Lin Yuan, please relax, and do not be tense, the head of the medical team, a gentle female doctor, soothingly urged. We will monitor all your vital signs in real time from outside, and if there are any abnormalities, we will take immediate action. Lin Yuan nodded and took a deep breath. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. The sensation of his head nearly exploding from before was something he never wished to experience again. Yet this time, watching the busy experts and the precision instruments flashing with indicators around him, he felt inexplicably reassured. The feeling of having the nation backing him was truly exhilarating. All systems self-check complete. Vital signs monitoring system normal. Nerve signal synchronization system normal. Forced interruption procedure standing by. Comrade Lin Yuan, you may begin. The voice of academician Wang came through the headphones. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, focusing on the familiar sensation and silently reciting in his mind. System enter salvage mode. Virum. The familiar, overwhelming pull that felt like his soul was being extracted surged again. But unlike last time, he sensed a gentle yet powerful force enveloping his soul, significantly easing that dizzying sensation. It felt like riding a roller coaster where last time he hadn't buckled up, and this time he was firmly strapped in with a 5-point harness plus 2 airbags. Nerve connection stable. Consciousness projection successfully entered the subspace channel. Visual signals synchronized, generating simulated images. Before Lin Yuan could fully comprehend the scene before him, a series of excited reports came through his headphones. He opened his eyes and found himself transformed once more into the small Scavenger 1 drone, suspended in a realm of ultimate darkness and silence. In the corner of his view, a semi-transparent green window displaying his heart rate and blood pressure appeared. Comrade Shaolin, can you hear me? How are you feeling? Academician Wang's voice came through clearly. I can hear you, Academician Wang. I feel much better than last time, not as dizzy. Lin Yuan replied while maneuvering the drone, gently rotating it. Meanwhile, in the connection room, a massive screen wall was constructing a blurry yet recognizable 3D image made up of countless data streams and light points in real time. Although it wasn't as breathtaking as what Lin Yuan had seen with his own eyes when the enormous godlike skeletal remains of the ship appeared on the screen, the entire command center was filled with suppressed gasps of astonishment. Oh my God, this is the cosmic graveyard. Absolutely spectacular. Any piece of debris could be a tombstone of a civilization. The scientists were deeply shaken by the sight before them. For the first time, they were viscerally seeing a larger and more ruthless world beyond Earth. Silence. Focus and prepare to record data. Chen Weiguo commanded in a low voice. Lin Yuan disregarded the external clamor, directing all his attention to his immediate task. System, open the map and locate the previous coordinates. Location confirmed. A rudimentary star map composed of light points and lines unfolded in Lin Yuan's field of vision with a red coordinate point flashing. Energy consumption 10 points. Subspace channel activated. Current energy reserve 1840200. Drone status intact. Lin Yuan glanced at his energy bar, feeling reassured. Let's go. With a thought, the engine of Scavenger 1 ignited, emitting a faint blue glow as it flew toward the target coordinates. After upgrading the stealth coating, the sound of the drone's flight seemed even quieter, the light emitted by the engine dimmer, nearly invisible in the darkness of space. Stealth improved, energy fluctuations reduced by 12.7. Technicians in the command center promptly reported precise data. Excellent. Academician Wang exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. This means our chances of attracting the Void Devourer are correspondingly reduced. The drone navigated through immense wreckage as Lin Yuan carefully controlled its speed, deliberately avoiding areas that displayed strong energy reactions. With the experience from last time, he felt at ease, like a seasoned scavenger searching for treasures amidst familiar heaps of debris. About 10 minutes later, the massive claw-marked wreck of the Oracle-class raider once again came into view. Arrived at the target area, Lin Yuan reported in a low voice. All units be alert. Enter a state of high readiness. The atmosphere in the command center instantly turned tense. Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone slowly, approaching the bridge of the warship. A massive gash had been torn open in the bridge, revealing various severed wires and shattered control panels inside. He carefully squeezed through the opening. A chill and eerie silence enveloped him, as if the death wails of the warship were still frozen in this space. Lin Yuan shivered, forcing himself to concentrate as he began searching the shattered command cabin. His gaze swept over the oddly shaped chairs, extinguished screens, and broken control sticks. The technological aesthetics here were entirely different from those of Earth, exuding a certain rugged and wild beauty. I found it. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the center of the main control console. There, within a palm-sized slot made of an unknown crystal, a USB drive-shaped object emanating a faint blue glow was quietly inserted. It appeared undamaged, as if it had not been affected by any explosion. Scanning. Target Oracle-class civilization, standard data, core damaged. Energy response moderate. Structural strength high. Analysis may contain foundational technology tree and star map data of the civilization. Some data units are damaged. Seeing the scan results, Lin Yuan and all the scientists in the command center felt their hearts skip a beat. The foundational technology tree. Those 4 words carried monumental weight. That's it. Academician Wang shouted excitedly. Shaolin, retrieve it at all costs. Lin Yuan licked his dry lips, maneuvering the drone to slowly extend its mechanical claw. Warning. Grabbing will generate energy fluctuations, potentially attracting unknown threats. The familiar system prompt reappeared. Lin Yuan's heart tightened, but with the arrow already knocked, he had to release it. Grab. He concentrated, and the mechanical claw securely grasped the end of the data core. Initiating retrieval. The data core was tightly embedded, and Lin Yuan cranked the drone's engine power to maximum, pulling outward with force. Creak. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed in the silent command cabin. The data core was being drawn out bit by bit. At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly blared in the command center. Alarm! Alarm! High-intensity spatial distortion detected. In coordinate area 739. Approximately 50 astronomical units from the target location. Energy level immeasurable. It's the Void Devourer. It's coming. The voice of the intelligence analysis minister grew high-pitched with fear. On the screen, a massive red dot representing a terrifying threat was racing toward Lin Yuan's position at an incredible speed. Shaolin, quickly, abandon the mission. Return immediately. Academician Wang shouted, urgently, sweating profusely. Lin Yuan felt a jolt of panic. Damn it, it's coming again. And so quickly. He glanced at the data core that had been pulled out halfway, then at the approaching shadow of death in the distance, gritted his teeth, and steeled his resolve. Having come this far, how could he return empty-handed? Come to me. He shouted, pouring all his mental energy into operating the drone. Clang. With a sharp sound, the blue data core was finally torn free. Hold on tight. Run. Lin Yuan immediately commanded the mechanical claw to secure the data core and adjusted the drone's direction to prepare for escape. Return. Immediate return, he yelled at the system. Return procedure initiating, requires 3 seconds for spatial positioning. 3. The Void Devourer had already closed half the distance, its massive, distorted shadow covering a significant part of the starry sky. Hurry up. 2. A familiar, irresistible pulse surged from behind, causing the drone's speed to plummet uncontrollably. Warning. Drone affected by high-dimensional gravitational field. Energy reserve rapidly decreasing. 850,200. 620,200. 400,200. The energy bar was draining like a breached dam. Shaolin, hold on. In the command center, everyone stood up, their gazes glued to the rapidly decreasing numbers on the screen. Lin Yuan felt his soul being tugged by that force, his head pounding with pain. The onset of mental backlash. 1. Boom. At the moment the return countdown ended, an unimaginable immense gravitational force slammed into the rear of the drone. Lin Yuan felt a blinding flash before his eyes, as if an invisible giant hammer had struck his brain, instantly robbing him of all consciousness. In the last second before he lost awareness, he heard the cold prompt from the system. Return successful. Warning. Drone sustained fatal damage. Body destroyed 93. Host suffered from overload, mental backlash. In the connection room, an oppressive silence hung thick in the air. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the main screen where a simulated image had abruptly cut off, turning into a flurry of static. Beside it, the life sign monitoring device displayed data that shot up to its limits before plummeting rapidly. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the command center. Comrade Lin Yuan has suffered cardiac arrest. Brainwave activity has dropped to its lowest level. Life signs are fading. The head of the medical team screamed, panic lacing his voice. Defibrillator. Epinephrine. Hurry. Director Chun. Academician Wang. We might lose him. The command center erupted into chaos. Everyone calm down. Chun Weiguo shouted, his face pale with anger. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly quelling the turmoil. He dashed to the connection chair, gazing at Lin Yuan, whose face was as white as paper and who had completely lost his breath. A flicker of anguish and resolve flashed in his eyes. Academician Wang. How's the Pangu system coming along? Academician Wang was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixated on his computer screen where lines of code raced by. We still need a bit more. The risk of forcibly waking the nervous system is too high. The success rate is below 30. We can't afford to be picky now. Chun Weiguo roared. If he dies, all our efforts will have been in vain. Execute Plan B. Plan B. Academician Wang was momentarily stunned before he grasped the implications, horror flooding his features. Director, that's merely a theoretical conjecture. We haven't conducted any experiments. Directly injecting energy into his brain. What if? There are no what ifs. Chun Weiguo seized Academician Wang's collar, his eyes bloodshot. The system in his brain is his only hope for survival. We must gamble. Execute it immediately. Seeing the undeniable resolve in Chun Weiguo's eyes, Academician Wang gritted his teeth and shouted to his assistants, activate the Pangu system. Energy docking procedure. Target Comrade Lin Yuan's Deep Space Salvage System. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's consciousness floated in an endless void of darkness and cold. Am I dead? This was his only thought. He felt no connection to his body, felt nothing at all, just an overwhelming, eternal solitude. After the last electric shock, he still had a sensation akin to being immersed in warm water, but this time, there was nothing. It was as if the world had completely erased him. That void devourer was terrifying. Although he hadn't been wholly consumed in that last moment, the sheer force had been enough to shatter his soul. It's over this time, it's truly finished. 100 million in savings, and he hadn't even spent a penny. He had barely begun to enjoy a few good days, and now it was all gone. If only he hadn't been so greedy and had listened to the experts, just picking up scraps would have sufficed. Just as Lin Yuan's consciousness was about to completely dissipate, a cold, emotionless, synthetic voice rang out deep within his awareness. Host's mental fluctuations detected as extremely weak, nearing extinction. External high-purity bioelectric energy injection detected, beginning absorption. Energy reserve 1500200. Warning, energy reserve is negative, system is on the verge of collapse. Absorbing external energy 1450200, 1300200. This voice was like a lifeline in the darkness, allowing Lin Yuan's fading consciousness to coalesce once more. The system is still here. Can I still be saved? He concentrated all his remaining awareness on that voice. Meanwhile, in the connection room, Academician Wang was hoarsely shouting at the computer. Increase energy output. 20, 30. His brainwaves are responding. He's responding. Steady. Maintain energy output. Don't raise it too high, or it will fry his brain. Some extra probes, sparkling with blue arcs of electricity, extended from the headrest of the connection chair, precisely pressing against Lin Yuan's temples. Streams of meticulously calculated bioelectric currents were continuously injected into his brain. Lin Yuan felt a warm, life-filled spring revitalizing his nearly desiccated soul. In his mind, the energy reserve of the system interface began to rise from negative to positive at a slow but steady pace. 500,200, 100,200, 0,200, 50,200. The moment the energy reserve turned positive, Lin Yuan felt his entire soul jolt, and the connection with his body was instantly restored. Cough, cough, cough. The lifeless Lin Yuan in the connection chair suddenly erupted into violent coughing, his eyes snapping open. He gasped for air as if a drowning man had finally drawn in his first breath of fresh air. He's alive. He's come back. Heartbeat restored. Blood pressure returning to normal. Brainwave activity is rapidly increasing. A thunderous cheer erupted in the command center. Everyone embraced each other in excitement, and many young researchers were even brought to tears by joy. Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang, seeing the life signs stabilize on the large screen, felt their legs buckle beneath them, collapsing onto the floor. Those few minutes were more harrowing than anything they had ever experienced in their lives. Quick, help Comrade Lin Yuan down. Academician Wang gasped, calling to the medical staff. Several doctors hurriedly assisted Lin Yuan from the chair. Though his body was still weak and drenched in cold sweat, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He surveyed the room, taking in the scientists with flushed faces and the seated Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang. A pale smile broke across his face. Comrade Director Academician Wang, I'm back. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with strength. Academician Wang struggled to his feet and rushed to him, gripping his hand tightly, unable to find words. Just glad you're back, just glad you're back. Comrade Lin Yuan Chun Weigua also approached, his voice still authoritative, but laced with an undeniable tremor. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? My head still hurts a bit, but it's much better than last time. Lin Yuan shook his head. His gaze turned fervent. Comrade Director Academician Wang, guess what I've brought back? Everyone paused in surprise. Right? What about the results of this salvage operation? All eyes instinctively turned to the central platform of the connection room. There lay a palm-sized object made entirely of blue crystal resembling a USB drive. Its surface glowed with a soft light, radiating an air of mysterious technology. Even though the drone had suffered a fatal blow during the final moments of its return, this treasure had been brought back unscathed. The data core. It's the data core, a scientist exclaimed in astonishment. Academician Wang's eyes instantly welled with tears as he dashed forward like a gust of wind. Donning sterile gloves he had prepared, he carefully cradled the data core as if it were a sacred object. We did it, we really did it, he murmured, tears streaming down his face. For this tiny chip, they had nearly lost Lin Yuan, nearly lost the hope for the future of this nation. But now it seemed all the risks had been worth it. Lin Yuan leaned against the medical staff, weak, yet brimming with pride, and declared, I brought back the technology tree of the Oracle civilization. This statement detonated like a bombshell, reverberating throughout the command center. Technology tree. He has brought back a technology tree from an alien civilization. Academician Wang held the blue data core in his trembling hands, repeating this phrase over and over. Surrounding scientists rushed towards him like they were possessed, their eyes gleaming with a mix of greed and fervor, as if what they beheld was not merely a chip, but a gateway to an entirely new world. Everyone stand back. Maintain a safe distance. The head of security immediately rushed in, separating the excited scientists from the data core. Commence comprehensive testing at once. Radiation, biological activity, meme contamination. Every aspect must be examined without exception. All present were the brightest minds of the nation, acutely aware that an alien civilization's data core might harbor an endless treasure trove of knowledge, or conversely contain a Pandora's box filled with demons. Any hint of carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Soon technicians clad in heavy protective gear gingerly placed the data core into a transparent, inert, gas-filled sealed box using various precise instruments. Report. No harmful radiation detected. Report. No biological activity detected. Report. Information field stable. No signs of meme contamination found. One uplifting report after another brought a smile to Chun Weiguo's face. Good. Immediately send it to Miracle Lab No. 1. Academician Wang, the decoding work is now in your hands. I assure you I will complete the task. Academician Wang straightened his back, his voice booming with vigor incongruous for a man over 60. He watched the sealed box, now shrouded in layers of protection, as it was taken away, his eyes brimming with unprecedented determination. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was surrounded by a group of doctors and nurses who escorted him to the medical room for a thorough examination from head to toe, meticulously checking every strand of hair. The results relieved all the doctors. Mr. Lin Yuan's body shows some weakness, but no organic damage. Although there was excessive electrical activity in the cerebral cortex, it has stabilized. I must say this is nothing short of a miracle, the medical team leader remarked, astonished as he reviewed the report. Lying on a comfortable medical bed, Lin Yuan sipped the warm nutrient liquid handed to him by a nutritionist. He felt as if he had fought in a brutal battle for 3 days and nights, his body exhausted, yet his spirit unusually invigorated. He opened the system interface in his mind. Deep Space Salvage System. Host Lin Yuan. Mental Strength 8. Status Overloaded, Mental Backlash Recovering. Salvage Drone Scavenger 1. Level LV2. Status Core Severely Damaged. Repair requires 1500 energy points and 1 rare structural material. Energy Reserve 150,200. Seeing the drone's status, Lin Yuan gasped. Good heavens, 93 damage, and the repair requires 1,500 energy points. That's 15 times more than last time. Moreover, there was an additional requirement for rare structural material. What does this rare structural material mean? He inquired mentally. The drone's core framework was completely destroyed during this return and cannot be repaired with pure energy. At least 1 structural material of LV2 level or higher is needed as a repair framework. Lin Yuan understood. Energy alone wouldn't suffice, he needed a skeleton. The Oracle-class armor he salvaged last time after absorbing energy left behind a small piece that was precisely an LV2 level or higher material. It seemed that this system truly operated on the principle of taking from the people, using for the people, forming a perfect closed loop of salvage, repair, and upgrade. However, with only 150 energy points, he was far from the required 1,500. It appeared that he wouldn't be able to repair the drone before the next salvage. Comrade Lin Yuan, how are you feeling? Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang entered the room. Academician Wang still had a flush of excitement on his face, clearly still immersed in immense joy. Reporting, sir, I feel great. Ready for the next salvage at any time. Lin Yuan joked. Nonsense. Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang chided in unison. The mental backlash you experienced this time is 10 times more severe than last. Had we not prepared a backup plan, you might not have made it back. Academician Wang shot him a stern look, yet his eyes were filled with concern. The medical team's advice is that you must take a mandatory rest for at least 1 month. You are absolutely forbidden from making any further connections until all your physiological indicators return to normal. A month. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Then what about the decoding work? There's no rush for decoding, Chun Weiguo replied seriously. That's a tough nut to crack, and Academician Wang and his team have their work cut out for them. Your primary task now is to recover your health. Your safety is the cornerstone of the scavenger project, and this is non-negotiable. Seeing Chun Weiguo's unyielding gaze, Lin Yuan could only nod. All right, I will obey the organization. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan enjoyed the idle life he had always dreamed of. Every day was spent either eating or sleeping or immersed in virtual reality, gaming, experiencing adventures he had only dared to dream of before. In stark contrast to his leisurely existence, the Miracle Lab one buzzed with relentless tension and activity day and night. Academician Wang, along with the top computer scientists, physicists, and linguists under him, faced the blue data core utterly perplexed. This isn't working. Still not working. We've tried every known decoding algorithm, and there's no response at all. A young doctor in charge of the decryption pulled at his already sparse hair in frustration. The storage method of this thing is completely different from our understanding of binary. It's not zeros and ones, it's a form of information storage based on spatial topology. Every unit of information isn't just a simple electrical level, but a microscopic spatial fold. To read it, we first need to learn how to flatten these folds. This has transcended the realm of computer science, it's high-energy physics. It's spatial geometry. The conference room was thick with despair. They felt like primitive people with stone axes facing a supercomputer unable even to find the power button. Academician Wang stared at the despairingly complex topology diagram on the screen, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He and his team represented the smartest minds on the planet, yet before this scripture from the Star Sea, they felt like a group of elementary school students who had just learned to write. Could it be that there is some kind of key, a linguist suddenly suggested? Any complex encryption system has a corresponding key. Right now we're attempting a brute force attack, and we may have been wrong from the start. A key? Academician Wang perked up. You mean, I studied Comrade Lin Yuan's verbal report. He mentioned that in the command cabin of that Oracle-class frigate, he saw many strange symbols and characters. Could those be the key to interpreting this data core? This idea struck like lightning, clearing the fog in everyone's mind. Of course, they had been treating this data core as a purely technical product, ignoring the civilizational attributes behind it. Any technology is rooted in the culture and language of its civilization. Quick, immediately bring Comrade Lin Yuan here. Academician Wang exclaimed excitedly. We need him. We need his eyes that have witnessed that civilization. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan, still in the gaming pod racing in virtual reality, was invited to the Miracle Lab one by a stern-faced guard. This was his first time entering the core area of the base. The lab was filled with incomprehensible devices and screens flashing with data. Academician Wang led him to a massive holographic projection which displayed the microscopic structure of the data core. Young Lin, take a look at this. Academician Wang pointed at the intricate spatial folds on the screen. We're stuck here. We suspect we need a key to unlock it. A key? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. What kind of key do I have? Not a physical key. Academician Wang urged. It's information. Clues. Think carefully. Did you see any particular patterns or symbols that appeared repeatedly in the command cabin of that warship? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, striving to retrieve that fleeting yet perilous memory. The command cabin was chaotic, filled with shattered screens and instruments. But then it seemed, I have it. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. I remember. On that main console, the one where the data core was plugged in, there was a symbol engraved. That symbol appeared in many places, on the seat, on the walls. What kind of symbol? Hurry, draw it. Academician Wang urged, his voice tinged with excitement. Lin Yuan picked up an electronic pen and, relying on his memory, began to sketch on a nearby drawing board. It was a rather peculiar symbol resembling an eye, but the pupil was a swirling vortex composed of 3 spirals. As Lin Yuan drew the final stroke, the entire lab fell silent, with all the scientists staring at the drawing board in disbelief. Because the vortex formed by the 3 spirals was identical to the macro energy field distribution map of the data core before them. So that's how it is. Academician Wang gazed at the symbol, then back at the energy field map of the data core, murmuring to himself as unprecedented light ignited in his eyes. We found the key. We found the key to unlock this treasure trove. Based on the algorithm of this triple helix structure, construct a reverse topological parsing function. Quickly, allocate all supercomputer resources towards me. With a command from Academician Wang, the entire Miracle Laboratory, along with supercomputer centers across the nation, began to operate in a frenzy towards a singular goal. The simple symbol drawn by Lin Yuan acted like a universal key, instantly guiding the scientists who had been ensnared in a deadlock. No longer were they aimlessly trying to brute force their way through, they now possessed a clear set of syntax rules. Standing aside, Lin Yuan watched as the scientists excitedly gestured at a myriad of symbols and data he couldn't comprehend, feeling as though he belonged to an entirely different world from theirs. I just sketched it casually. Is it really that exaggerated? He whispered to Lina beside him. Since the last mission, Zhang Wei and Lina, the first 2 field agents to engage with him, had been reassigned to his side as his dedicated liaison and life assistants. Lina adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. Now clad in a researcher's white coat, her gaze remained sharp and capable. Lin Yuan, you have no idea what you've drawn means, she said, her tone tinged with awe. It's not just a simple pattern, it represents a civilization's Tao. Tao. Lin Yuan was even more confused. You can think of it as the fundamental logic and philosophy of a civilization. Much like the yin-yang tai chi of our Huaxia civilization or the cross in Western civilization. This triple helix is the core worldview of the prophetic civilization. All their technology, culture, and language are built upon this foundation. Previously, we were attempting to interpret English articles using Chinese grammatical structures, which of course was incomprehensible. But you've handed us the grammar book of English directly. Lina's explanation finally started to make sense to Lin Yuan. To put it plainly, he was akin to a cheater, directly providing the correct answers to these scholars who were still struggling with the problem. Decoding progress, 5:12:31. On the main screen, a progress bar advanced with a slow yet determined pace. With each percentage increase, a repressed cheer erupted in the command center. Lin Yuan, Shen Weigua, Academician Wang, and all other core members remained in the laboratory, none daring to leave. Everyone understood they were witnessing history. Time passed second by second. When the progress bar finally reached 99, the entire laboratory fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the nearing completion of the progress bar. 100. Decoding completed. Basic data package successfully extracted. As these words appeared on the screen, the laboratory erupted in a cacophony of applause and cheers after a brief moment of silence. They succeeded. They had pried open this treasure trove from the cosmic sea. Academician Wang and several elderly professors embraced each other, tears streaming down their cheeks in joy. Even Shen Weigua, his expression as unchanging as a glacier, revealed a genuine, uncontrollable smile. He walked over to Lin Yuan, giving his shoulder a hearty clap. Though no words were exchanged, Lin Yuan felt the weight of profound affirmation. Quick, classify and organize the extracted data. I want to see the first report within 10 minutes. Academician Wang wiped his tears and immediately returned to work. An endless stream of data refreshed on the screen like a waterfall. Report. Star map data extraction successful. Confirmed prophetic civilization territory approximately 1.2 million light-years away, located at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. Report. Language and text database extraction successful. We can now translate their writings. Report. Historical database severely damaged, recovering less than 3 of fragments. From the fragmentary information, the prophetic civilization was destroyed by a calamity they referred to as void whispers. This disaster's description aligns closely with what we define as void devourers. A stream of information rushed in, continually challenging the understanding of everyone present. But the most crucial piece was the data package termed Basic Technology Tree. When Academician Wang personally opened that data package, everyone gasped collectively. It was not the rows of code or design blueprints they had anticipated. Instead, it was a colossal, breathtaking, three-dimensional structural diagram akin to a radiant nebula. At the base of this structure, several nodes emanating different glows represented foundational disciplines such as higher dimensional geometry, unified field theory, essence of matter and energy, and entropy, law of soul and information. Each subject name left the scientists present feeling dizzy. This was no mere foundational study, it was virtually theology. From these fundamental discipline nodes, thousands of branches extended, forming an extraordinarily intricate, yet harmonious network of technology. Oh my God, their materials science is built upon string theory and matter recombination technology, a materials scientist murmured in astonishment while gazing at one of the branches. They can combine any materials they desire from the fundamental quark level as easily as editing a program. Our blackboard is merely the most basic defensive unit to them. Look here, energy technology. Another physicist pointed at another node, his voice trembling. Extraction and application of vacuum zero-point energy. They have achieved the ability to obtain limitless energy from the void. Controlled nuclear fusion is likely as primitive to them as boiling water over a fire is to us. And this curvature engine. They have mastered the technology of distorting space for faster-than-light travel. Our chemical fuel rockets are mere toys in their presence. The shock was overwhelming. An unprecedented astonishment. If the previously glimpsed black armor plate had merely allowed the scientists to glimpse a corner of the miracle, then now this complete technology tree laid the entire divine realm bare before these mortals. Everyone fell silent. It was not that they didn't want to speak, but rather that they were rendered speechless by the immense chasm-like gap in civilization. This was a crushing superiority born of life, form's hierarchies. After a long while, academician Wang finally regained his voice. He gazed at the resplendent divine tree on the screen, his expression complex. We are like primitive people from the Stone Age who have stumbled upon a smartphone, he said bitterly. We don't even know how to charge it. Indeed, though this technology tree lay before them at Earth's current technological level, they likely understood less than 1/10th of it. It was akin to giving a calculus textbook to a child who had just learned to count. This was far from a gift, it was a heavy, despair-inducing exam paper. No. Just as everyone fell into an inexplicable sense of loss and confusion, Chen Weigua slowly shook his head. His gaze fell upon a seemingly inconspicuous, yet overlooked node at the very base of the technology tree. While we may not comprehend the entire book, at least we can understand the catalog of this book. He pointed at the node and read aloud the text inscribed there. Prophetic level civilization, primary energy core design principles, and manufacturing processes. All eyes rapidly focused on that node. This is the lowest level, most fundamental technology within the entire technology tree. Academician Wang's eyes brightened suddenly. It is the only one that does not involve any higher dimensional physics or spatial theories. He frantically operated, opening that node. A design blueprint and manufacturing process astonishingly detailed unfolded before everyone. It was a spherical device about the size of a fist composed of hundreds of precision components. What is this? Lin Yuan inquired curiously. Academician Wang stared intently at the design, his lips quivering as he responded in a dreamy tone. This is a battery. One with an energy density 1,000,000 times that of our most advanced lithium batteries, stable output power, absolutely safe, and its raw materials consist solely of sand, water, and the most common iron ore. Though we cannot create the curvature engine or understand zero-point energy. Academician Wang suddenly turned to face everyone present, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor as he shouted word by word. But this thing, this primary energy core, we can make it. We can make it right now. We can create it. This declaration from Academician Wang thundered through the hushed laboratory like a clap of lightning. The scientists who had just moments ago been engulfed in a sense of despair brought on by the vast technological chasm before them were instantly pulled back to reality. Ecstasy flickered across each face, disbelief mingling with joy. Indeed. Though they could not fully comprehend the high-dimensional technology akin to celestial battles, the primary energy core before them, regarded as a mere button battery by the civilization of the divine oracle, represented an energy revolution capable of upending everything for Earth civilization. Its energy density was 1,000,000 times that of lithium batteries. This meant that a core the size of a smartphone battery could power an electric vehicle to circle the Earth dozens of times. A core the size of a basketball could satisfy the annual energy demands of a city with 1,000,000 inhabitants. Moreover, its raw materials were nothing more than the most inexpensive sand, water, and iron ore. This implied that energy would no longer be a scarce resource, but as abundant as air and water, limitless and inexhaustible. Quick! Establish the ARC project team immediately. Chen Weigua commanded, decisively, fully aware of the strategic significance of this technology. Bring all our nation's top materials scientists, physicists, and engineers here. At any cost, I give you 3 months. You must produce the first sample within this time frame. Yes, the entire scavenger base plunged back into a frenzy of activity. Countless experts and scholars were urgently summoned from across the country thrown into this unprecedented technological campaign. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, the instigator of it all, found himself once again in a position of leisure. Chun Weigua had mandated his continued rest, and his daily tasks consisted of eating well and familiarizing himself with the various facilities of the base, often in the company of Lin Na. One day he was strolling through the ecological garden at the base. This ecological garden perfectly simulated the natural surface environment, complete with sunlight, grassy fields, and flowing streams where a few gentle cicada deer grazed leisurely. I can hardly believe there's such a place several thousand meters beneath our feet, Lin Yuan mused. This is to ensure the psychological well-being of personnel stationed here long-term, Lin Na explained, walking alongside him. Prolonged confinement in an underground environment can easily induce various mental health issues. So how long do you plan to keep me here? Lin Yuan casually inquired. Lin Na paused for a moment, then looked at him earnestly. Lin Yuan, you need to be mentally prepared. It could be forever. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Though he had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed aloud brought a wave of disappointment. Forever, he forced a smile. So I'm destined to remain in this golden cage for the rest of my life. It's not a cage, it's an ark, Lin Na corrected him. Director Chun has said that you are the spark of our civilization, and this place is the ark that preserves that spark. You must be absolutely safe until our civilization possesses enough strength to confront unknown threats from the cosmos. Lin Yuan fell silent. He knew Lin Na was right. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jewel. The system in his mind was that very jewel. Until the nation could adequately protect this jewel, hiding him away was the only option. I understand, he nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue. He glanced not far away where Academician Wang was engaged in intense discussion with a group of experts on an open plot surrounded by various complex models and blueprints. What are they doing? Conducting the preliminary design for the arc reactor, Lin Na replied. Arc is the new name we've given to that primary energy core. Its principle differs fundamentally from all our existing energy technologies. It is neither chemical energy nor nuclear energy, but rather a form of spatial energy. Spatial energy. Yes. According to the theories of the divine oracle civilization, the space we inhabit contains vast amounts of energy. The arc reactor functions like a miniature pump, extracting the ubiquitous energy from space through a unique resonant frequency and storing it in a specially designed crystalline structure. Lin Na's explanation left Lin Yuan bewildered. I don't understand, he bluntly shook his head. Just tell me how amazing this thing will be once it's built. Lin Na laughed lightly as she pointed to a massive structure under construction in the distance. Do you see that? Yes, what's being built there? It looks like a large container. That is the first experimental platform for our Southgate project. Lin Na's eyes sparkled with excitement. We plan to construct a comprehensive space combat platform in low Earth orbit that integrates early warning defense and attack capabilities. This project, prior to acquiring the technology of the arc reactor, was expected to take at least 50 years to complete because we couldn't address the energy supply issues in space. Neither solar power nor nuclear reactors could meet the high-intensity operational demands of such a massive platform. But now Lin Na's tone grew fervent. With the arc reactor, we can deploy high-energy laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and even space-based kinetic weapons on the platform. A basketball-sized arc reactor could accelerate a tungsten rod to sublight speed within seconds, allowing it to strike ground targets directly from outer space. The energy it releases is equivalent to that of a 10-megaton nuclear bomb, yet it produces no radiation pollution. Lin Yuan stared dumbfounded. A tungsten rod hurled from space could wield the destructive power of a nuclear bomb. What kind of divine technology was this? The completion timeframe for the Southgate project, thanks to the emergence of the arc reactor, will be reduced from 50 years to just 5. Lin Na looked at Lin Yuan, enunciating each word carefully. And all of this is because of you, Lin Yuan. A surge of immense pride and accomplishment filled Lin Yuan's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved something truly remarkable. Time flew by. 3 months later, in the highest security workshop of the Miracle Laboratory, the first arc reactor sample crafted by human hands was finally completed. It was only the size of a fist, encased in a smooth silver shell with a man-made blue crystal at its core emanating a dreamlike glow. Chun Weigua, Academician Wang, and all core members of the project stood breathlessly in the observation room, eagerly awaiting the final test results. The reactor structure is stable. The energy resonance frequency has been locked. Injecting initial energy to activate the reactor. At Academician Wang's command, a weak electric current was fed into the core of the reactor. The next second, the blue crystal erupted with brilliance more dazzling than the sun. An invisible immense wave of energy instantly filled the entire workshop. All instruments blared their intolerable overload alarms. The energy output power has exceeded the limits. Our instruments cannot measure its upper threshold. A monitoring researcher stammered. We did it. We succeeded. Academician Wang gazed at the energy curve on the screen that shot off the charts, unable to contain his emotions any longer, laughing and crying like a child. They had done it. They had truly replicated this miracle from the starry seas with their own hands. Chun Weigua clenched his fists tightly and immediately picked up the red encrypted phone beside him. Connect me to the highest command center. Reporting, sir, the Ark has successfully ignited. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a full half-minute. Then a solemn, yet excited voice came through. On behalf of the nation and the people, I thank you. From this day forward, the Southgate project is fully initiated. Our Huaxia nation's journey to the stars and the sea officially begins. The successful ignition of the Ark reactor served as a powerful stimulant, invigorating every member of the Scavenger project team. This signified that they were no longer passive recipients of extraterrestrial technology, but had truly acquired the capability to generate their own resources. Though it was merely the most fundamental form of resource generation, this breakthrough from 0 to 1 held profound significance. Lin Yuan felt genuine happiness for Academician Wang and the others. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed how these admirable scientists dedicated their lives and intellects to a common goal. Now his recovery period was nearing its conclusion. After thorough checks by the medical team, it was confirmed that his physical and mental states had fully returned to peak condition, even surpassing his previous state. Chun Weigua and Academician Wang sought him out once more. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you feel? Chun Weigua inquired following protocol. Report, sir. Am feeling better than ever. If you don't let me work soon, I fear I might start to mold, Lin Yuan joked. Academician Wang chuckled. Don't worry, a work is coming your way. It's time to upgrade your drone. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Upgrade? That's fantastic. I thought I'd have to repair it first since it was so severely damaged last time. Repair and upgrade can be conducted simultaneously, Academician Wang explained. We've sent the remaining Oracle-class armor material to the connection room. According to the system's requirements, it should be sufficient to serve as the framework for repairs. As for the energy, a proud smile appeared on Academician Wang's face. Guess how much we've prepared for you. He led Lin Yuan to a newly constructed warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse door, Lin Yuan was astonished by the sight before him. Inside the vast space, thousands of fist-sized spheres radiating a blue glow were neatly stacked. These were the freshly developed Ark reactors. Here are samples of 10,000 Ark reactors, Academician Wang proudly announced. Each one contains energy equivalent to a small nuclear power station. We've conducted tests and your system can absorb the energy from the Ark reactors. One reactor can provide you with approximately 500 energy points. Lin Yuan's mouth formed an O. 500 points from one, and with 10,000, that means 5 million energy points. He felt as if he were a pauper who had suddenly inherited a mountain of gold. Academician Wang, you all have outdone yourselves. Lin Yuan exclaimed sincerely. This is all thanks to you, Academician Wang said, patting him on the shoulder. Now that we have both energy and materials, how do you plan to upgrade your scavenger during the next salvage operation? This question plunged Lin Yuan into deep thought. He followed Academician Wang to the operations conference room adjacent to the connection room. On the table, a holographic projection displayed the upgrade options for the drone. Please choose an upgrade direction. A. Engine improves speed and maneuverability. B. Cloaking layer reduces the likelihood of being detected by void devourers. C. Energy core increases energy capacity, extends salvage time. D. Mechanical arm and payload enhances gripping power and weight limit. E. Scanning and detection improves scanning range and precision, unlocks new functions. F. Defense system increases energy shield or armor hardness. Compared to before, 2 new upgrade options, E and F, had been added. Evidently, with the drone's level rising and Lin Yuan's authority being unlocked, more upgrade paths had become available. The conference room was filled with heads of various departments. I recommend prioritizing the upgrade of F, the defense system, said the Minister of Security, a burly and stern-looking military man leading the discussion. Comrade Lin Yuan's safety is paramount. Isn't the last incident enough of a lesson? If the drone had sufficient defensive capabilities, even a basic energy shield could have prevented such severe damage, and Comrade Lin Yuan might not have come close to sacrificing himself. His words garnered widespread agreement. I concur. Returning alive is more important than anything, nodded the head of the medical team. I oppose this, countered the Minister of Technical Support, a somewhat frail-looking engineer with sharp eyes. Pure defense is futile. Against a higher dimensional entity like the Void Devourer, no matter how thick the shell, the outcome remains the same. It will either be swallowed whole or in 2 bites. I believe we should upgrade be the cloaking layer. As long as we remain undetected, we are safe. That is the fundamental way to ensure survival. The cloaking layer has already been upgraded once with less than ideal results. It was still detected. The head of intelligence analysis rebutted. I suggest we upgrade the engine. The only way to survive is to be faster. If our speed is sufficient, we can escape before the Void Devourer catches up to us. And what if we encounter a gravitational field like last time? Speed would be useless. Then let's upgrade the mechanical arm and payload. We can retrieve larger items, yielding greater returns per salvage, allowing us to accumulate resources more rapidly and fill all upgrade options. That's putting the cart before the horse. No matter how much we salvage, it's useless if we lose our lives. The conference room erupted into chaos once more. Everyone stood firm on their professional perspectives, convinced that their solutions were the best. Chun Weiguo remained silent, quietly listening until he finally turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what are your thoughts? All eyes turned to Lin Yuan. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he studied the 6 options displayed on the screen, his mind racing through possibilities. Survival is indeed the top priority. Thus, both F and B have their merits. Speed is also a means of survival, making a valid as well. Salvaging more facilitates quicker upgrades, which gives D its reasoning too. However, Lin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on the previously unmentioned option. E. Scanning and detection improves scanning range, and precision unlocks new functions. I choose E, Lin Yuan said slowly. His pronouncement brought instant silence to the conference room. Everyone looked at him with bewildered expressions. Choose E. Scanning and detection. This option neither ensures survival, nor aids in escape, nor does it facilitate increased salvage. To all it seemed the most superfluous choice. Lin Yuan, are you sure? Academician Wang frowned. This option currently offers the least cost-effectiveness. No, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan shook his head, his eyes unusually clear. You all have overlooked the most crucial issue. What issue? We know almost nothing about the cosmic graveyard or the Void Devourers, Lin Yuan articulated clearly. We are like hunters stumbling blindfolded through a forest. We cannot identify where the prey is, nor can we discern where the tigers lurk. All our actions are based on luck. The last time we salvaged the data core, it was sheer luck. Escaping from the Void Devourer's maw was also a stroke of good fortune. But luck cannot always be on our side. Upgrading defense. We have no idea how thick a shield would withstand even one attack. Upgrading cloaking. We do not know how strong the concealment must be to go completely undetected. Upgrading speed. We likewise lack knowledge on how fast an engine needs to be to escape its gravitational pull. All of this involves using our own weaknesses to confront their strengths. We are merely taking passive hits. Lin Yuan's words plunged all the experts present into contemplation. They realized that this seemingly uneducated scrapyard owner had a perspective on the issues that was even more profound and essential than that of these top experts. So what you mean is, Academician Wang seemed to grasp the idea. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, Lin Yuan quoted an old saying. What we currently lack is not strength, but information. I need to see further and more clearly. I need to understand how the Void Devourers manifest. What is their targeting mechanism? What kinds of energy fluctuations are they most sensitive to? Are there any signs before they appear? I also need to know where valuable items are distributed. What is their surrounding environment like? Are there other dangers besides the Void Devourers? Only by transforming this dark cosmic graveyard into a map filled with information we can comprehend can we truly seize the initiative. We can move from gambling on luck to making plans. Lin Yuan stood up, his gaze sweeping across each person present. Thus I choose E. I need a pair of sharper eyes. Only by seeing the path clearly can we travel further. The entire conference room fell silent. After a long pause, Chun Weiguo was the first to break the silence, slowly applauding. Well said. His face was openly filled with admiration and praise. Let's proceed as Comrade Lin Yuan suggests. Upgrade E-scanning and detection. Translation. Instruction confirmed. Commencing repair and upgrade of Scavenger 1. Energy consumption 1500 points. Consumption of rare structural material, oracular class radar armor, fragment X1. Choose upgrade direction E. Scanning and detection. Energy consumption 1000 points. Upgrade initiated. After Lin Yuan made his decision, he immediately entered the connection chamber and placed a piece of arc reactor and the remaining fragment of black armor onto the materialization platform. The system instantly absorbed their energy and material. The The system interface in Lin Yuan's mind began to change rapidly. Repair completed. Upgrade completed. Scavenger, drone has evolved to LV3. Scavenger 2. Level LV3. Energy reserve 20002000 increased limit. Weight limit 100 kilograms slightly increased. Stealth capability low. Functions basic grasping wide area scanning new energy, marking new danger warning new. Defense system unlocked. Recovery area rookie zone 001 Silent Star C, explored 10. New area unlocked 002, Phantom Route. Upon seeing the brand new system panel, Lin Yuan and everyone in the command center were filled with excitement. Success. The drone has evolved to LV3. The name has changed from Scavenger 1 to Scavenger 2. Look at the functions. 3 new features have been added. Wide area scanning, energy marking, and danger warning. This is exactly as Comrade Lin Yuan envisioned. Academician Wang pointed at the screen with enthusiasm. Lin Yuan carefully studied the new features. Wide area scanning can consume energy to perform a large-scale scan of a designated sector, displaying the energy response intensity and approximate distribution of all debris in the area as a thermal map. Energy marking can mark specific energy sources detected during scanning and continuously track them on the map. Danger warning passive skill. When a high-threat target such as a void eater enters the scanning range, the system will automatically issue a warning and predict its movement trajectory. This is incredible. It's like evolving from naked eye to radar. Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. With this system, when he enters the cosmic graveyard, he would no longer be in the dark. He could first use wide area scanning to illuminate the map, then use energy marking to locate those high-energy reaction points that looked like treasure chests, while danger warning would alert him to any wild monsters respawning. This salvage experience was a qualitative leap. Not just the functions look. The energy limit and weight capacity have also increased. Lin Yuan noticed the changes keenly. The energy limit had risen from 200 to 2,000, tenfold. The weight limit had doubled from 50 kilograms to 100 kg. This indicates that the drone's level is key to determining its basic attributes. Each significant level upgrade results in a comprehensive growth of attributes, the head of the technical support department immediately concluded. More importantly, look at this. The intelligence analysis minister pointed to the last line on the panel. A new area has been unlocked. 002 Phantom Route. Everyone's hearts raced. Did the system provide an introduction to the new area? Chen Weigua immediately asked. Lin Yuan focused his mind and looked at the newly unlocked area. Recovery Area 002, Phantom Route. Area type Ancient Civilization Migration Route Remnants. Area danger level moderate. Area characteristics. This area contains numerous wrecks of civilian spaceships that failed to jump with a chance to discover intact living modules or cargo holds. Additionally, the spatial structure is extremely unstable with many natural spatial rifts and energy storms. Warning: void eaters have a higher activity frequency in this area. Civilian spaceship wrecks. Living modules. Cargo holds. Academician Wang's eyes lit up. We may not fully grasp military technology, but civilian technology, especially related to basic materials biotechnology and living facilities, holds immense value for us. It may even be easier for us to understand and assimilate. For instance, if they could find a complete food synthesizer, it would revolutionize the solution to the global food crisis. If they could find a personal medical system, the average human lifespan could easily surpass 150 years. But the danger level has also increased to moderate. Chen Weiguo's expression grew serious. Spatial rifts, energy storms, and more frequent void eaters. This phantom route does not sound like a safe place. We now have 2 choices. Chen Weiguo looked at everyone. One is to continue developing in the Rookie Zone 001 Silent Star, utilizing the newly upgraded scanning functions to safely and efficiently clear resources from the Rookie Zone. The other is to venture into the new hunting ground, face higher risks, and seek greater rewards. I suggest we play it safe. The safety minister was the first to speak up. We have just mastered the arc reactor technology and need time to digest and absorb it. Our strength is rapidly increasing, and there's no need to take unnecessary risks. We should clear out the rookie village first, and once our equipment is ready, we can challenge the new map. His words made sense and represented the thoughts of most. One bite at a time, one step at a time. Humanity's technological tree had only just begun to sprout. What it needed was a stable environment and time. However, academician Wang shook his head. I disagree, he said solemnly. We don't have time. No time? What do you mean? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Academician Wang's gaze swept over each person present, finally landing on Lin Yuan. Shaolin, do you remember what you were cutting when you first started salvaging, which activated the system? Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment and recalled, A bottom of an abandoned pressure vessel from an old factory. Exactly. Academician Wang nodded and then brought up a document projecting it onto the screen. This is the highest level investigation we conducted on that vessel bottom afterward. We found that it was not a domestic product at all. Its material composition, although far inferior to oracular-class armor, still surpasses Earth's current standards. We traced its origin and discovered it came from a meteorite that fell in a remote area of northwest China 30 years ago. That was not a meteorite. Academician Wang's tone turned incredibly grave. That was a reconnaissance probe from an extraterrestrial civilization. Before its crash, it sent out a distress or locating signal to its home planet. After we decrypted the database of the oracular civilization and compared it with the format of that signal, we found it was a very domineering universal distress signal with coordinate markings. It means there is a habitable planet here, but we are experiencing an unknown malfunction. Come for rescue or clear the area. The entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone felt a chill running from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Academician Wang, are you implying? Chun Weiguo's voice became slightly hoarse. Our coordinates have already been exposed 30 years ago. Academician Wang looked at everyone, stating each word deliberately. We know nothing about how far the civilization that sent the signal is or how fast they travel. They might never come, or they might appear on the far side of the moon tomorrow. We no longer have time to develop slowly. We must race against the clock, using every means possible to gain enough strength to protect ourselves before they arrive. So I propose we immediately enter Area 002, Phantom Route. We need more advanced technology. We need greater power. We need to take a gamble. The words of Academician Wang, our coordinates have already been exposed 30 years ago, struck everyone in the conference room like a colossal stone weighing tens of thousands of tons plunging into their hearts. The atmosphere, previously electrified by excitement over the drone upgrades, instantly froze. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the investigation report on the meteorite displayed on the screen. A chill crept up their spines, leaving them numb. Wang, Academician, what do you mean by that? The voice belonged to the head of the security department, a resolute military man who had previously advocated for caution. Now his voice trembled with a hint of fear he did not even realize he exhibited. It means exactly what it says, Academician Wang replied, gravely pointing at the deciphered signal format on the screen. We found a matching template for this signal in the database of the Prophet civilization. This is an ancient universal distress protocol used by nearly all interstellar civilizations. Its format is public, similar to Morse code at sea. The content is straightforward. The first half contains the identification code of the civilization and details of their peril, while the second half provides the star coordinates of the distress location. The coordinates of Earth were broadcasted 30 years ago. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Then who are the civilization that sent the signal? How far away are they? The head of intelligence analysis asked urgently. Academician Wang shook his head, revealing a trace of bitterness on his face. I don't know. The probe was severely damaged upon crashing, and the information we can retrieve is very limited. The only certainty is that their technological level far exceeds ours. While it may not be as exaggerated as the Prophet civilization, it is certainly beyond our current capabilities. 30 years, murmured a young physicist in a daze. If their travel speed reaches sublight speed, even at 1/10 light speed, 30 years is enough to traverse 3 light years. This realization weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. 3 light years may seem insignificant on a cosmic scale, but for a civilization like Earth that has yet to fully venture beyond the solar system, it represents an unimaginable distance, indicating an insurmountable technological divide. The most critical question is, Chun Weiguo's steady voice shattered the suffocating silence. We don't know whether they are benevolent or malevolent. What does the final phrase of the distress signal, come quickly to rescue or eliminate, mean? Academician Wang took up the thread of conversation. In the sociological model of interstellar civilizations, this is a common practice. When an exploration team of one civilization encounters trouble in the territory of a lower civilization, they will simultaneously issue 2 commands. Rescue is directed to the mothership fleet, while eliminate is sent to the nearest allied or contracted civilization. Eliminate what? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Eliminate the lower civilization that discovers their crash, Academician Wang said, looking directly at Lin Yuan, enunciating each word. To prevent their technology from leaking out, to stop that lower civilization from rising using their technology and becoming a future threat. The simplest and most definitive method is to physically erase it during the nascent stages of its civilization. Damn, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back a curse, his words escaping him. This was too dark. It was like the cosmic version of the dark forest theory. After working hard to run a junkyard, he thought he had stumbled onto a fortune only to find that a massive pit capable of obliterating the whole Earth was lurking behind it. He felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Previously, he thought being confined in this underground base was a loss of freedom. Now it seemed that this was not a gilded cage, but rather the safest Noah's Ark on Earth. The outside world could erupt into flames at any moment. So the situation we face now, Chun Weigwa surveyed the room, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve, is that we have a sword hanging over our heads ready to drop at any moment. We can no longer proceed methodically. We must take a gamble. His gaze swept over the safety minister who had insisted on caution, then turned to the other hesitant experts. I concur with Academician Wang's opinion. We must immediately enter Area 002, the Phantom Route. We need more advanced technology, we need stronger weapons. We need to gain the power to say no in the shortest time possible. But Director, the security minister could not help but stand up. The risks are too high. The safety of Comrade Lin Yuan is paramount. If anything happens to him in the Phantom Route, we lose our last card. I still believe we should first clean out everything we can in the rookie area using the newly upgraded scanning capabilities. Only after our Southern Gate project is well underway should we consider entering new territories. Wait, can we afford to wait? Academician Wang countered passionately. Even if the Southern Gate project proceeds quickly, it will still take 5 years. In that time, that alien fleet could make several round trips. We are racing against death. One misstep could lead to our demise. If they trap us in the cradle, we will never have the chance to turn the tables. That's too risky. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Without risk, we can only sit back and pray that they are pacifists. What do you think the chances of that are? The conference room erupted into chaos again. This time the debate was no longer about technical routes, but the very survival strategy of their civilization. Should they choose to proceed cautiously step by step, potentially missing the last window of opportunity? Or should they take a bold gamble, risking everything for a slim but hopeful future? It was an incredibly challenging choice. All eyes finally converged on Chun Weigwa and Lin Yuan. One was the highest decision-maker of this project. The other was the sole executor of this project. Chun Weigwa remained silent, simply watching Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, filled with anticipation, concern, and doubt pressing heavily on his shoulders. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. To go or not to go? The Phantom Route was of medium danger, fraught with spatial fissures and energy storms, none of which sounded inviting. Not to mention the increased frequency of void devourers. He had nearly met his end in the rookie area. Now venturing into a more perilous place felt like willingly placing his head in a noose. But not going. The thought of an alien spaceship crashing at his doorstep 30 years ago, broadcasting its coordinates, left Lin Yuan restless. It was like living in a neighborhood only to discover that a murderer had scouted the place 30 years prior, even sketching a map ready to strike at any moment. Could he remain at ease in his home? Running was not an option. The entire Earth was his home. The only solution was to arm himself to the teeth before that murderer showed up. Forget about kitchen knives, he needed to find a way to acquire machine guns and rocket launchers. With that thought, clarity surged within him. Though dangerous, the Phantom Route was like an arsenal. Civilian technology, living pods, cargo bays. These items might not sound as impressive as warships, but as Academician Wang said, this technology would be easier for Earth to absorb and convert. Perhaps retrieving a food synthesizer would solve the nation's food crisis, allowing more resources to be allocated to the military. Bringing back a medical kit could extend scientists' lives by decades, contributing even more to the nation. This was tangible combat power. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, meeting everyone's gaze as he slowly stood up. He'll do it. His voice was not loud, but it was resolute. Academician Wang is right, we don't have time. Sitting at home waiting to die is not my style. I'm just a scrap collector, and my motto has always been take a risk. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. If we don't take risks now, we might lose even the bicycle. He looked at Chun Weigwa, his eyes now devoid of the previous nervousness, replaced by a fierce determination born from desperation. Commander, give the order. When do we set off? I am ready at any time. Seeing the fire in Lin Yuan's eyes, Chun Weigwa nodded approvingly. He had not misjudged this person. This young man who emerged from a junkyard possessed a resilience and fighting spirit deep within. This was precisely what they needed now. Good. Chun Weigwa slammed the table and stood up, surveying the room. Orders. Everyone in the conference room instinctively straightened their bodies. The scavenger project from this moment forward enters a wartime state. All departments, all personnel cancel all leave and be on standby 24 hours a day. The Intelligence Analysis Department immediately developed at least 3 recovery plans based on the known information about the Phantom Route within 24 hours. Quantify and assess all possible risks. The technical support department upgrade the deep dive neural interaction system again. I want to ensure Comrade Lin Yuan's absolute safety during the connection process. The logistics support department from now on conduct hourly monitoring of Comrade Lin Yuan's physical and mental state. Ensure he enters the next order in the best condition. All departments mobilize fully around the next recovery operation. We are not going on an expedition, we are going to war. We are fighting a battle for the very survival of our civilization, a battle we cannot afford to lose. Shun Weiguo's voice echoed in the conference room, resounding with authority. Target, Area 002, the Phantom Route. With a command, the vast and intricate machinery of the nation began to operate at high speed, revolving around the new objective, the Phantom Route. The atmosphere was markedly different from before. If the previous two salvage missions had been characterized by a sense of excitement and curiosity in exploring the unknown and discovering treasures, this time, everyone wore a heavy expression of gravity. The coordinates revealed 30 years ago loomed above each person's head like a sword of Damocles. Time had become the most precious resource and the greatest enemy. Lin Yuan once again became the focal point of the entire base, but this time he was no longer the cherished mascot. Instead, he was regarded as the ace pilot ready for deployment. He was required to participate in every operational meeting. The conference room next to the connection room had transformed into a 24-hour illuminated command center. According to the information provided by the system, the first keyword for the Phantom Route is relics of ancient civilization migration routes. The head of the Intelligence Analysis Department stood before a massive holographic star map, briefing the core members present. On the star map, a hazy river, composed of countless light points, traversed a dark star field. Migration implies that this is a civilian route rather than a military one. Therefore, Dr. Wang's assessment is correct. The probability of encountering high-value military technology here is low, but the likelihood of discovering intact civilian facilities is extremely high. The second keyword is failed jump. The minister's finger traced over the dense clusters of light points on the star map. We speculate that the civilization on this route encountered a unified catastrophic disaster during a large-scale migration, causing their fleet to disintegrate collectively during the jump, resulting in the debris field we observe today. Could it be the Void Devourers? Lin Yuan could not help but ask. The possibility is quite high, the minister nodded. However, there could be other reasons, such as the third keyword, spatial rifts and energy storms. He marked several areas emitting a dangerous red glow on the star map. These are the natural space disasters described by the system. Spatial rifts can be understood as unstable micro-wormholes. Getting too close could lead to being drawn into unknown space or torn apart by powerful tidal forces. Energy storms, on the other hand, could be eruptions of high-energy particle flows sufficient to destroy any unprotected ship. Your Scavenger 2 may have been upgraded, but it lacks any defensive systems. Thus, during the operation, we must strictly avoid these red zones. Lin Yuan looked at the complex star map, feeling a twinge of apprehension. This cursed place is practically a minefield. Pits everywhere. However, the good news is the minister shifted his tone, revealing a slight smile. Your Scavenger 2 has given us an unprecedented advantage. He called up the new feature list for the drone. Wide area scanning and danger warning. These two features are tailor-made for the Phantom Route. We can use wide area scanning to create a heat map of safe zones in advance, identifying debris areas with stable energy responses that are far from spatial hazards. Then the danger warning feature will provide us with a valuable alert window to respond to the potential appearance of Void Devourers. Our Intelligence Analysis Department has drafted 3 preliminary salvage plans overnight for you. The minister switched the screen and 3 differently colored routes appeared on the star map. Plan A: Edge Exploration. We will only operate on the very outskirts of the Phantom Route, where the debris density is lowest and the space is most stable, minimizing the chance of encountering danger. However, the probability of discovering high-value items is also the lowest. This is the safest plan. Plan B: Focused Assault. Based on the results of the wide area scan, we will directly lock onto what appears to be the highest value, strongest energy response target and plan the shortest route to strike it, grab the goods, and retreat. This plan has the potential for the highest gains, but also the greatest risks, as high energy responses are likely to attract Void Devourers. Plan C: Area Sweep. We will select a relatively safe middle zone for you to conduct carpet scanning and salvage. We will not delve deeper until this area is cleared. This plan takes the longest, but maximizes resource utilization, allowing us to build the most comprehensive database. Each plan had its merits and drawbacks. Once again, the conference room plunged into discussion. I choose A, the safety minister declared without hesitation. Entering a new map for the first time must be primarily exploratory. Our understanding of the phantom route is still merely on paper. We must first gauge its temperament. I disagree, said an engineer from the technical department. Plan A is too conservative. We don't have the luxury of time to explore slowly. I propose Plan B. Fortune favors the bold. What we need most right now is technology that can be immediately converted into combat power. Plan B is too much of a gamble. What if that high-energy target is a trap? What if a void devourer is lurking nearby? That's why I say Plan C is the most suitable. Lin Yuan remained aloof from their arguments. He simply gazed at the star map, mentally simulating the image of himself controlling the drone as it entered that unknown territory. He was someone who preferred to hold the reins of control in his own hands. All three plans were excellent, the results of expert deliberation. Yet they shared a commonality: they were preset. However, the battlefield circumstances changed rapidly. No matter how perfect a plan, it could not keep pace with change. I have an idea. Lin Yuan's voice silenced the noisy conference room instantly. Everyone turned to him. After the previous discussion about the upgrade direction, no one dared to underestimate the intuition and big-picture perspective of this junkyard owner. I believe we can combine these three plans, Lin Yuan said, pointing at the star map. How do we combine them? Chen Weigui asked. We first enter. Following Plan A, we will fly a circuit around the outermost safe zone, allowing me to acclimatize to the new environment and test the performance of Scavenger 2. Then I will conduct the first wide area scan. We will use the results of this scan to validate our assumptions about this area. If the scan results align closely with our expectations, we will execute Plan C, locating a zone that appears rich, yet relatively safe, to begin our sweep. During the sweep, if we discover a target of extremely high value that cannot be missed like last time with the data core, we will immediately switch to Plan B and formulate a rapid assault plan. Lin Yuan paused, summarizing. In short, we enter with Plan A, operate with Plan C as our standard approach, and keep Plan B as a backup for special circumstances. We don't preset targets. We let the battlefield itself inform us how to engage. His words left the experts present momentarily stunned. They had pondered for days, designing various complex models and contingencies. Yet Lin Yuan, with just a few sentences, had interconnected all the plans into a more flexible and actionable combat strategy. This thought process brimmed with a certain wisdom of pragmatism. Not dogmatic, not reckless, adaptable to circumstances. Excellent. Dr. Wang was the first to applaud. This thought process is great. This is the true scavenger mindset. We cannot sit in the command room and talk strategy on paper. We must trust the judgment of those executing on the front lines. Chen Weigui also displayed an expression of approval. Lin Yuan's growth had exceeded his expectations. He possessed not only courage, but also intellect. Let's proceed according to Comrade Lin Yuan's strategy. Chen Weigui ultimately decided. All departments refine the operational details based on this approach. Technical Support Department conduct one final pressure test on the Panga system and the deep dive neural interaction system. Ensure everything is flawless. Understood. As the meeting concluded, Lin Yuan was escorted by Li Na to his dedicated connection room. In the center of the room, the silver-white cockpit seat had been remodeled once more. There were more intricate mechanical arms surrounding it, and a new device resembling a helmet had been added to the headrest of the seat. This is the latest neural signal buffer module, Li Na explained. It can filter out over 90 of redundant mental impact. This means that even if the drone encounters a lethal blow like before, the mental backlash you experience will feel at most like a slight prick. Lin Yuan touched the sleek helmet, feeling considerably more secure. This device was his greatest assurance in daring to risk his life in the phantom route. And this, Li Na handed him a fitted black combat suit, is a biological monitoring suit that can continuously track every subtle change in your body. Wearing it, the medical team can better understand your condition. Lin Yuan accepted the combat suit, its smooth, cool fabric exuding a sense of high technology. He looked at everything before him, at the entire nation's machinery operating at high speed for his sake, and suddenly felt an indescribable surge of pride. Damn it, it's worth it, he thought. Living like this for a lifetime, even if I were to die tomorrow in that godforsaken cosmic graveyard, it would be enough. Don't worry, Li Na. He turned to her with a smile, revealing a bright grin. This time I'll bring back an even bigger treasure for you. Comrade Lin Yuan, are you ready? In his earpiece, Chen Weiguo's steady voice resounded. Lin Yuan sat in the silver cockpit adorned in a snug biological monitoring suit as the sleek helmet descended slowly, encasing his head. Reporting, sir, we are ready to depart at any moment. His voice emerged clearly and calmly through the helmet's microphone. After months of recuperation and study, he was no longer the nervous scrapyard owner who would sweat at the palms during his first connection. Now he was the sole elite liaison officer of the Scavenger project. Good. All units attention. Operation code name set sail begins now. Countdown 10-9-8. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, expelling all distractions from his mind, his focus sharpening. 3-2-1. Connect. Virum. The familiar sensation of detachment swept over him, but this time the experience was entirely different. There was no dizzying vertigo, no nausea. His consciousness felt as though it had boarded a high-speed silent elevator, instantly elevating him to an entirely new dimension. When he opened his eyes, again the sight before him took his breath away. This was the ghost route. In stark contrast to the pure dead silence of the Silent Star Sea, this was a chaotic yet vibrant cosmic wreckage. Countless colossal shattered ship hulls lay strewn about like a frozen river winding toward an unknown distance. The style of these wrecks was entirely different from the aggressive Oracle-class raider he had encountered last time. Most of them boasted smooth contours and enormous viewing windows, clearly indicating they were civilian vessels. Some hulls bore massive torn gashes as if chewed by some unseen behemoth. Others appeared as if melted by extreme heat, solidifying into bizarre shapes. Amidst these remnants, even more perilous elements flickered. In the distance, a vast, shimmering, aurora-like curtain of light drifted slowly. That was the energy storm. It looked beautiful, yet Lin Yuan knew that if he were sucked in, his little drone wouldn't last a second. Elsewhere, the space exhibited an unnaturally distorted quality akin to shattered glass. Those were the spatial rifts. They were silent yet far deadlier than any overt enemy. While this place has a nice view, but it's a bit deadly, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you feel? What is the status of Scavenger 2? The voice of Academician Wang from the command center sounded slightly tense. I feel good, Academician Wang. The drone status is excellent with an energy reserve of 2,000 points, fully charged. While responding, Lin Yuan skillfully maneuvered Scavenger 2 among the massive wrecks, executing various agile maneuvers. The upgraded drone was evidently more agile than before, with a quicker engine response. On the command center's massive screen, a 3D image simulated from Lin Yuan's brainwave signals, though still somewhat blurry, vividly displayed the spectacular yet hazardous scenery of the ghost route. The scientists present were captivated. Unbelievable. Is this truly the graveyard of a high-level civilization's migration fleet? Look at the design of those hulls. Their aesthetics are entirely different from ours, emphasizing streamlined forms and environmental integration. Make sure to record the parameters of those spatial rifts. This holds immeasurable value for our research in spatial physics. Chen Weiguo disregarded the excited scientists, his gaze fixated on Lin Yuan's life signs data. Comrade Lin Yuan, according to Plan A, begin perimeter exploration. Do not rush, safety is paramount. Understood. Lin Yuan acknowledged and piloted the drone along the predetermined Route A, gradually flying in the outermost region of the ghost route. He resembled a cautious player just entering a new map, observing the surroundings while familiarizing himself with his new character abilities. He attempted to approach a relatively smaller shipwreck. Scanning. Target Dawn-class medium cargo shipwreck. Energy response extremely low. Structural integrity low. Analysis: the vessel disintegrated during a jump. Cargo hold fully exposed. No valuable items found. Just as I thought, a bunch of junk, Lin Yuan remarked, pouting. He continued to advance. This outer area resembled the outskirts of a city littered with scraps of construction debris. Occasionally he spotted larger hulls, all similarly eviscerated and empty inside. It seems the good stuff lies deeper, Lin Yuan pondered. Comrade Lin Yuan, test the wide area scan function. Academician Wang's voice came through. Sure thing. Lin Yuan halted the drone, opened the system interface, and selected the new function. Wide area scan. Please select scan sector and depth. A radar-like fan-shaped scanning frame appeared in his field of vision. Academician Wang, how do I select this? Set the sector angle to 30 degrees and depth to 10 astronomical units for now. This is the best balance we've calculated between energy consumption and scanning efficiency. Got it. Lin Yuan set the parameters as instructed and selected confirm scan. Commencing wide area scan. Energy consumption 100 points. Virum. An invisible, imperceptible wave radiated from Scavenger 2, sweeping across the vast starfield before him. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's view was enveloped by a brand new image. It was a massive, three-dimensional thermal map. On this map, all objects within the sector were marked in different colors based on the intensity of their energy response. The vast majority of wrecks radiated a cold blue, indicating no value. A few larger wrecks displayed faint green hues. Amidst these blue and green points, some exceedingly dangerous red points representing high-energy reactions sparkled. Those were the spatial rifts and energy storms. Moreover, the entire area was hauntingly devoid of any orange or gold points, which indicated high value. More importantly, there were no moving black shadows, which signified the void devourers. The scan results are synchronized with the command center. Data is under analysis. So clear, it's like we've activated a full map cheat. In the command center, the intelligence analysis team's experts gazing at the clear thermal map were left speechless with excitement. With this map, they could plan a precise surgical route to the treasure while perfectly avoiding all danger zones. Lin Yuan, well done. Academician Wang exclaimed excitedly. We are no longer blind. We have eyes now. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement as well. He understood that from this moment forward, scavenging would transform from a life-and-death gamble into a calculable methodical science. Academician Wang, the scan results are in. There really isn't much of value in the outer region. Should we proceed deeper? Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. He was eager to discover what treasures lay hidden in the depths of this ghost route. After a brief yet efficient discussion in the command center, Chen Weigua quickly made a decision. Approved. Proceed to the 002 Gamma area according to Plan C. The wreck density there is moderate, and based on the scan results, no high-risk spatial anomalies have been detected. Understood. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted as he maneuvered Scavenger 2, changing course toward the section marked Gamma on the thermal map, accelerating toward it. The drone deftly navigated through the colossal wrecks, and the once ominous darkness now revealed its intricate pathways under the guidance of the wide area scan. About half an hour later, he arrived in the Gamma area. The wrecks here were evidently larger and more intact than those in the outer region. He even spotted a sightseeing cruise ship that still retained an almost complete exterior resembling a city garden. Although the massive dome was shattered, he could see withering trees and collapsed pavilions floating inside. Initiate another wide area scan. Adjust depth to 5 astronomical units. Yes. Lin Yuan activated the scan once more. This time the results of the thermal map left everyone breathless. Not more than 1 astronomical unit away, a bright point radiating an enticing orange glow appeared prominently on the thermal map. That glow was several times brighter than all the surrounding green points combined. High energy response. A high-value target detected. Coordinates locked. Preliminary analysis underway. The target is massive and relatively intact, resembling an enormous ocean freighter. Freighter? Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Academician Wang, and they both saw the same 4 words reflected in each other's eyes. Jackpot. A colossal deep-sea cargo ship. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis gazed at the brilliant orange on the screen, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Based on the estimated energy response intensity and volume, this cargo ship's tonnage is at least 50 times that of the Dawn-class freighter. Moreover, its structure appears relatively intact, which suggests that its cargo holds may still be sealed. This speculation ignited the atmosphere in the entire command center. A sealed cargo hold. What could it mean aboard a giant freighter laden with materials from an alien civilization? It could be a whole hold of rare materials never before seen on Earth. It might contain an entire hold of cutting-edge technological devices far beyond contemporary understanding, or even potentially a complete hold of well-preserved extraterrestrial biological samples. Each possibility represented an immeasurable fortune for a budding Earth civilization. This is like a super treasure chest, exclaimed a young researcher, excitement evident in his voice. Immediately switch to Plan B, an engineer from the technical department suggested without delay. Plot the shortest route and rush over. We need to seize it. No, that's too risky. The Minister of Safety quickly poured cold water on the enthusiasm. Have you forgotten the theory that blood attracts sharks? That kind of powerful energy response is like turning on a 10,000-watt spotlight in the dark. There must be dangers nearby. His concerns momentarily tempered the excitement of the crowd. Indeed, past experiences showed that high-value items often came hand-in-hand with high risks. Comrade Lin Yuan used the energy mark function to lock onto that target, then engaged the danger warning system to monitor the surrounding area closely. Chen Weigua calmly issued the command. Understood. Lin Yuan immediately utilized the energy mark feature on the system interface to target the orange light. Target marked unknown model super large freighter, high energy response. A striking orange crosshair appeared over the light, blinking persistently in Lin Yuan's field of vision. Following this, he adjusted the monitoring range of the danger warning system to a spherical area with a 1 astronomical unit radius centered on the freighter. After completing these tasks, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The warning system remained silent. On the thermal map, aside from the alluring orange dot and a few scattered blue dots representing space debris, there was no other anomaly. No spatial rifts, no energy storms, and certainly no black shadow indicative of death. Is everything normal? Could it be that we're just lucky? There are no monsters lurking beside this treasure. Impossible. Abnormal occurrences must be treated with suspicion. There's definitely something amiss here. The command center split into two factions once again. One faction believed this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must be seized immediately. The other faction posited that the situation was too strange and likely a trap. Lin Yuan, what's your take? Chen Weiguo turned the question back to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remained silent, manipulating the Scavenger 2 from several angles to conduct two more wide-area scans of the region. The results from all three scans were identical. Safety, eerily tranquil. So Comet sent shivers down their spines. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. His instinct as a scrapyard owner told him that no free lunch exists. Even if it did, it wouldn't be this substantial. A perfectly intact superfreighter sitting here with no perceivable dangers around. It defied logic. I sense something is off, Lin Yuan finally said slowly. It's too clean. This area is excessively devoid of debris. Clean. Academician Wang blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Look, Lin Yuan pointed to the area surrounding the freighter on the holographic star map. Other locations have bits and pieces of spacecraft debris like those blue dots on the thermal map. But in a 1 astronomical unit radius around this freighter, there's nearly nothing, as if it's been vacuumed clean. Upon Lin Yuan's observation, everyone noticed this overlooked detail. That area was indeed completely bare. What does this indicate? It suggests that something has eaten all the garbage from this region. Lin Yuan's voice turned a touch hoarse. His words sent a chill through everyone. The only entity capable of eating spacecraft debris aside from the Void Devourer was something else altogether. But why didn't the warning system trigger an alarm? The Minister of Intelligence Analysis questioned. Isn't the danger warning supposed to detect the Void Devourer in advance? Perhaps it's not there right now. It may just consider that place its dining hall having had its fill and left, yet it could return at any moment. Lin Yuan speculated. There's another possibility. The Minister of Technical Support interjected, his expression grave as he introduced a more terrifying hypothesis. Perhaps that Void Devourer has hidden itself in a way we cannot comprehend. For instance, it might have merged with the freighter itself. This conjecture sent shivers down everyone's spines. If that seemingly treasure-like freighter was in fact a bait set by the Void Devourer, sending Lin Yuan there would be akin to delivering a piece of meat directly to a crocodile's mouth. We can't go. Absolutely not. The Minister of Safety insisted decisively. The risk level has exceeded our threshold. I suggest we abandon this target and search anew. This time no one opposed him. Everyone was petrified by the horrifying notion. However, Lin Yuan stared intently at that orange light, his gaze flickering. Abandon. Just relinquish a super freighter potentially filled with countless treasures so close at hand. He was unwilling. His inherent gambling instinct resurfaced. I think we can probe a bit further, Lin Yuan suddenly proposed. How do we probe? Academician Wang inquired. Don't we have many arc reactors? Each one can provide 500 units of energy. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. When the system absorbs energy, could it create an energy fluctuation? It will. Academician Wang quickly grasped the idea, his eyes lighting up. I see. You want to throw a bomb over there to lure it out. Exactly. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh. I don't need to go myself. I can absorb the energy of an arc reactor from a safe distance. If something truly lurks, there's such a massive energy fluctuation will certainly draw a response. If it doesn't react, it means there might truly be no danger, and we've just been scaring ourselves. This idea illuminated everyone's faces. Using an arc reactor as bait to test an unknown danger. Though the cost was considerable, it was entirely acceptable compared to Lin Yuan's safety and the potential value of the superfreighter. Great plan. Chen Weiguo decisively declared. Let's do it. Logistics team, prepare an arc reactor and deliver it to the materialization platform immediately. Yes. Soon a sphere emitting a blue glow was carefully placed on the materialization platform beside Lin Yuan by a mechanical arm. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, maneuvering Scavenger 2 back to a safe distance 5 astronomical units away from the clean area. At this distance, even if the Void Devourer were indeed lured out, he would have ample time to react and escape. Ready, Lin Yuan whispered. Begin. Chen Weiguo's voice carried a hint of tension. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and issued a command to the system in his mind. System, absorb the energy from this arc reactor. High purity energy source detected. Would you like to absorb? Yes. In the next instant, the blue sphere beside Lin Yuan erupted with brilliant light. A vast pure energy began to be frantically absorbed by the system. Simultaneously, in the cosmic graveyard, the area where Scavenger 2 resided began to generate intense spatial ripples due to this sudden influx of energy. These ripples spread outward rapidly like a stone thrown into a still lake. Everyone stared intently at the danger warning system and the thermal map. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the energy absorption reached halfway, an unexpected change occurred. Beep, 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 beep. The shrill, urgent alarm instantly reverberated throughout the command center. Danger warning. Danger warning. A spatial anomaly is rapidly forming behind the target freighter. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. On the thermal map, a previously empty point behind the orange freighter suddenly manifested a tiny black vortex. That vortex was expanding at a visibly rapid rate. A presence more terrifying and pure than anything they had encountered before, representing devouring and termination, emanated from that vortex. It's it, the Void Devourer. It's really hiding there. We've drawn it out. The command center erupted in chaos. Everyone felt a wave of dread wash over them. If they had recklessly charged in earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Yuan also broke into a cold sweat. He stared at the ever-expanding black vortex, his mind racing with a singular thought. Damn it, these Oldemers played dirty. It has emerged. It has truly been drawn out by us. In the command center, Academician Wang gazed at the ever-expanding black vortex on the screen, his expression a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The fear stemmed from the realization that they had almost stepped into a trap of death. The exhilaration arose from the success of Lin Yuan's strategy. For the first time, they had confirmed the existence and location of the Void Devourer without direct contact. Quick, record all its data. Academician Wang shouted at the assistants beside him. Energy fluctuations, spatial parameters, formation process. Miss no detail. This is the first time we have so clearly observed the manifestation of the Void Devourer. The scientists immediately scrambled to operate their equipment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was deftly maneuvering the Scavenger No. 2, quietly retreating another 2 astronomical units. No joke, the entity was the Void Devourer, and the farther away the better. He watched as the black vortex rapidly expanded from a point into a mouth, capable of engulfing a small spacecraft. It had no fixed shape, resembling a living, constantly twisting mass of darkness. The surrounding space warped bizarrely due to its presence, light bending around it. Then the mass of darkness began to move slowly. Its target was not the direction where Lin Yuan was located, but the enormous cargo ship that had served as bait. Amid the shock of everyone present, the black void approached the massive cargo ship like a ghost, silently drawing near. There was no collision, no explosion. The ship's sturdy hull, crafted from an unknown alloy, began to melt and disappear without a sound upon contact with the darkness, as if ice met a hot iron. A massive smooth gap appeared in the hull. Then the gap widened. That colossal cargo vessel, comparable to a small city, was slowly and conceptually erased under the devouring of the Void Devourer. This scene was vividly presented through simulation images to everyone in the command center. All were left with tingling scalps and chills down their spines. What is the principle behind this? Is the law of conservation of mass ineffective against it? A physicist muttered in a daze. It is not destroying matter. It is annihilating the very concept of matter's existence. Academician Wang said gravely, his expression more serious than ever. This is a form of attack from a higher dimension that we cannot comprehend. Lin Yuan watched in horror. He was now 100% certain that his small, flimsy drone was utterly defenseless in the face of this entity. Even if he covered it with the previous blackboard, it would be no different from being made of paper. There was absolutely no way to confront it. Hedon. The Void Devourer devoured the cargo ship with astonishing speed. In less than 10 minutes, the massive vessel vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a fragment. After finishing its meal, the black shadow seemed unsatisfied. It circled in place as if searching for its next target. Then its gaze abruptly turned toward Lin Yuan, the source of the recent energy fluctuations. Though Lin Yuan had retreated far away, the terror emanating from the apex predator, which gripped his very soul, seized him in an instant. Oh no, it's looking over here. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Alert! The Void Devourer has locked onto our position and is approaching at high speed. The command center was once again filled with the piercing sound of alarms. On the screen, the black dot representing death was drawing a long trajectory line toward Lin Yuan's location with terrifying speed. Return immediately. Execute the return order. Chen Weigua commanded without hesitation. This time the objective was reconnaissance, not confrontation. Since they had successfully lured out the enemy and clarified the trap, there was no need to engage further. Received. Lin Yuan wasted no time, silently chanting in his heart, return. Return procedure initiating, requiring 3 seconds for spatial positioning. 3. The black shadow was drawing closer. Lin Yuan could even see its twisted interior where countless faces of suffering seemed to wail in agony. 2. A familiar pulling force emanated from behind. Though the distance was greater this time, the Void Devourer appeared to be moving even faster. The drone's energy reserves began to drain rapidly once more. 1900-2000, 1750-2000, 1500-2000. Hold on. The neural signal buffer module has activated. Lin Yuan's vital signs are stable. No significant mental backlash observed. In the command center, the voices of technicians and medical personnel rang out tense yet orderly. Lin Yuan felt only a slight throbbing in his head akin to a mosquito bite, completely different from the previous feeling of his head about to explode. This new helmet is incredible, he thought to himself. 1. Return successful. Just as the shadow was about to touch the drone, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Yuan's consciousness was instantly pulled back to the chair in the connection room. The helmet slowly lifted, revealing his pale but exhilarated face. Phew, I'm back. He sighed deeply. After a brief moment of silence, the command center erupted in a cheer of relief. We did it. We successfully escaped the trap of the Void Devourer unscathed. Well done, Lin Yuan. Chen Weiguo and academician Wang rushed over. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Chen Weiguo asked with concern. Reporting, sir, I feel great. Lin Yuan stood up from the chair, stretching his limbs. My head hurt for just a moment like a scratch. Your equipment is amazing. His words brought proud smiles to everyone in the technical support department. Good. Well done. Academician Wang clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder. You have made a significant contribution. Not only have you cleared a deadly trap for us, but you also brought back the first-hand, most valuable observational data on the Void Devourer. Based on our data analysis, we have a preliminary conclusion. The intelligence analysis minister approached, his face also lit with the thrill of survival. The Void Devourer does not seem to have a fixed entity. It resembles a manifestation of spatial phenomena. It likely lurks in some special spatial nodes existing in a dormant state. When it senses a sufficient intensity of energy fluctuations, it will be activated and drill out from that spatial node to hunt. The explosion we just caused in the arc reactor was akin to lighting a large firecracker right beside its bed, waking it up. This explanation enlightened Lin Yuan. So, as long as we don't make too much noise, it won't emerge. Theoretically, yes. Or rather, as long as our energy fluctuations do not exceed a certain threshold, it won't be disturbed, the minister nodded. Determining this threshold will be key to our next research. The cargo ship was likely targeted because its docking position coincided with a spatial node, making it the nest and camouflage of the Void Devourer. Damn, that's insidious, Lin Yuan cursed. However, we haven't come away empty-handed, academician Wang said with a smile. Although the big treasure chest was a trap, we discovered an intriguing target while analyzing the scanning data from another direction. He pulled up the previous wide area scanning thermal map, pointing to a faint green that nearly obscured by other blue points approximately 3 astronomical units away. Here we found a stable energy response with a very unusual structure. He enlarged the die. A small dilapidated spacecraft, only about a third the size of a standard cargo ship, appeared on the screen. The ship had an ordinary shape, but its hull bore a striking emblem that Lin Yuan found somewhat familiar. It was a symbol of 2 snakes entwined around a staff. This is the emblem of a hospital. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Exactly, academician Wang's eyes sparkled with insight. In the database of the oracular civilization, we found similar symbols. They represent life, healing, and knowledge. In many interstellar civilizations, it is a universal symbol for medical institutions. This is a medical ship. Academician Wang looked at Lin Yuan, articulating each word carefully. We may have missed a treasure chest filled with gold, but we may have now discovered a temple that could grant us all immortality. Medical ship. The voice of academician Wang echoed throughout the command center, each word electrifying, striking every person present with an undeniable impact. We may have missed a treasure chest filled with gold, but we might have just discovered a sanctuary that could grant us all immortality. Immortality. Lin Yuan felt a buzz in his head. Though he was not particularly educated, he understood the weight of those 2 words better than anyone else. Wasn't it precisely this that Emperor Qin Shi Huang had strived for, sending Su Fu across the sea in search of it? Yet he found nothing. Now a ship that could grant immortality appeared right before him. Academician Wang, you're not joking, are you? Lin Yuan's throat felt dry. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Can this really allow people to not die? Not exactly not die, academician Wang said, waving his hands excitedly. The biologists and medical experts beside him had already rushed to the holographic projection, nearly pressing their faces against the image of the small medical ship. Theoretically, every organism has a lifespan limit. However, academician Wang took a deep breath, struggling to steady his voice, though the tremor still betrayed his inner jubilation. A civilization capable of interstellar travel must possess medical technologies that have advanced to an unimaginable height. Cancer, AIDS, heart disease. Conditions we deem incurable may be as simple to them as curing a common cold. A white-haired top geneticist in the country fixated on the emblem of the caduceus, murmuring to himself, they may have even conquered the greatest hurdle of all, aging. Through gene repair and cellular regeneration, they could maintain an organism in its prime state indefinitely. Oh my God, Lin Yuan listened dumbfounded. He thought of himself. Although presently supported by the state, free from worries about food and shelter, he would eventually grow old and die. How wonderful it would be to remain in his current state of youth in his 20s forever. He thought of academician Wang, Director Chun, and the venerable experts at the base who burned themselves for their country. They were national treasures. If only they could live another 50 or even 100 years, imagine the contributions they could make. What depths could they explore with the black technologies salvaged from the cosmic graveyard? The value of this small, shabby ship was far greater than that impressive superfreighter from before. That freighter was merely a means to an end. This medical ship, however, was the means to empower the people. It had the potential to fundamentally enhance the civilization's essence, a miraculous phenomenon. We must obtain it. At all costs, we must have it. Academician Wang suddenly turned his eyes ablaze as he looked at Chen Weiguo, a desire burning like fire in his gaze. Not only he but all the seasoned experts in the command center shared similar expressions. They had devoted their lives to the pursuit of scientific truth, with the greatest regret being the insufficiency of time. Now a sanctuary that could afford them more time lay before them. Such temptation was irresistible. For the first time, Chen Weiguo's face displayed evident emotion. He understood better than anyone what it would mean for a country and nation to truly grasp this technology. It meant that the sharpest minds would never fade, and the most precious experiences would be forever passed down. The decision-makers and scientific core of a nation would enjoy an unprecedented stability and continuity. This was an immense advantage in the competition between civilizations. Calm down, Chen Weiguo barked, forcing himself and the excited crowd to regain composure. Let us not forget the lessons learned. That freighter, which appeared to be a treasure chest, turned out to be a deadly trap. His words splashed cold water on everyone's fervor. Indeed, all present composed themselves. The ghost route was rife with anomalies. A super treasure chest had been a bait for the void devourer. Could this seemingly more valuable sanctuary be another insidious trap? Intelligence Analysis Department. Chen Weiguo ordered promptly, conduct the highest level risk assessment on this medical ship and its surrounding area. I want to know why it has appeared there. Is there a clean area around it similar to the previous one? Are there any abnormal spatial parameter fluctuations? Understood. The Intelligence Analysis Department sprang into action. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality from his excitement, turning his gaze once more to the medical ship. It floated quietly amidst a relatively dense field of debris surrounded by fragments of ordinary civilian vessels. From the thermal map, it emitted a faint, stable green glow, while the surrounding area was filled with cold blue points of light. Everything appeared so normal. Yet the more normal it seemed, the more Lin Yuan felt something was off. This place is a bit strange. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, addressing the command center. What's strange? Academician Wang immediately inquired. Look, Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone slowly, circling the outer edge of that area, marking a circle on the star map. This medical ship is situated in a sort of depression. A depression? Yes. You see, the trajectories of the surrounding shipwrecks seem to have been guided by something steering clear of this area. It's as if a river flows around a large stone in its path. This medical ship is that stone. Though Lin Yuan lacked profound knowledge of physics, years of scavenging had endowed him with a natural instinct for the arrangement and flow of various materials. The debris field felt decidedly unnatural to him. His observations immediately captured the attention of the physicists. Hurry, build a fluid dynamics model. Input all the wreckage movement trajectories for simulation. Minutes later, a young PhD in charge of calculations raised his head, his face pale, as he reported, Comrade Lin Yuan is correct. This area exhibits a weak but real gravitational anomaly. All the debris is being repelled by this anomaly. And that medical ship is precisely at the center of this gravitational anomaly. Gravitational anomaly, repelling all matter. A chill ran down everyone's spine. How much did this sound like the opposite of the void devourer? The void devourer consumed everything while this entity repelled everything. Could this be the egg of the void devourer? A timid researcher speculated, trembling. This conjecture made everyone's hair stand on end. Impossible. Academician Wang immediately dismissed the idea. From the energy model, the void devourer is a pure negative energy conglomerate. Its nature is entropy increase characterized by consumption and destruction. This gravitational anomaly displays entropy decrease, signifying order and stability. They are absolutely oppositional entities. Oppositional entities, Chun Weiguo's eyes narrowed. Academician Wang, are you suggesting that this location is not a trap, but rather the safest place in the entire ghost route? There's a possibility. Academician Wang's breathing quickened. The void devourer's nature is chaos and consumption. It could never approach an area with a stable repulsive field. This medical ship, having remained so intact, likely stumbled into this natural safe zone. This hypothesis struck like lightning, reigniting hope in everyone. If this truly was a safe zone, they could not only salvage the medical ship with ease, but might even use it as a forward supply station. Comrade Lin Yuan. Chun Weiguo's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Control the drone and slowly approach the edge of that gravitational anomaly. I want to see this hypothesis verified with my own eyes. Understood. Lin Yuan's heart raced. This was akin to experimenting with his own life. He carefully maneuvered Scavenger No. 2, inching closer to the direction of the medical ship. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. The drone successfully passed through the outer debris field, entering that depression. At the moment the drone crossed an invisible boundary, a gentle yet irresistible force acted upon it. Warning: unknown force field interference, detected minor impact on drone control. There's a reaction. Lin Yuan reported immediately. A force is pushing me. It's not very strong, but it's definitely there. Keep moving forward. Academician Wang shouted. Lin Yuan increased the engine power, battling against the force as he continued toward the medical ship. The sensation was peculiar, akin to walking against the wind. The deeper he went, the stronger the force became. When he was less than 10 kilometers from the medical ship, the drone's engine emitted a distressing hum. I can't go on. Academician Wang, if we push further, the engine will overload. Lin Yuan reported. Good. Stop there. Now follow my orders. Academician Wang's expression turned frenzied. Place the other arc reactor we brought onto the materialization platform. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. You mean? Exactly. Academician Wang's eyes glimmered with the light of a gambler. I want to set off another firecracker. I want to see if detonating energy in this safe zone will attract the void devourer. Academician Wang, have you lost your mind? The first person to jump up in opposition to Academician Wang's proposal was the Minister of Security. We have just confirmed the activation mechanism of the Void Eater. It involves high-intensity energy fluctuations. You want to create another energy explosion in its safe zone. Isn't that a blatant provocation? What if that so-called repulsion field fails to contain it, or worse, enrages it? The consequences would be unimaginable. I concur with the minister. The Minister of Technical Support also stepped forward. This is far too risky. Our understanding of this repulsion field is virtually non-existent. We have no idea about its strength or its range. Depending on the safety of Comrade Lin Yuan on an untested theory is tantamount to gambling. In the command center, the flicker of hope that had just ignited was swiftly doused by a cold splash of reason. Indeed, Academician Wang's idea was audacious, bordering on madness. It was akin to knowing there's a tiger sleeping in a cave, and instead of avoiding it, you run to the cave's entrance to set off firecrackers, betting on the strength of the cave's barriers. What if those barriers are flimsy? Wouldn't that be akin to delivering oneself to death? However, Academician Wang showed no signs of retreat. His face flushed with intensity as he addressed the crowd. Yes, I admit this is a gamble. But do we have any right to avoid gambling now? He pointed to the classified document on the screen regarding the coordinates exposed 30 years ago. The sword hanging over our heads could fall at any moment. We do not have the luxury of taking our time to probe and verify step by step. We must grasp the most critical intelligence in the shortest possible time. This repulsion field, this medical ship, represents our greatest hope at present. I must know whether this safe zone is indeed safe. Can it serve as the cornerstone for establishing our first forward base in this damned cosmic graveyard? Academician Wang's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice hoarse with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are scientists, but we are also warriors. We are fighting for the survival of our entire civilization. In war, who escapes unscathed? Who does not take risks? If we hesitate and look back, we will ultimately be left to await our demise. His words plunged the room into silence. Yes, they were indeed at war. A war marked by an imbalance of information, one that concerned the very existence of their civilization. Chen Weigua had remained silent, quietly observing the white medical ship on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head, his gaze landing on Lin Yuan. Comrade Lin Yuan, what is your opinion? Once again, all eyes turned to the sole executor of the project. Lin Yuan felt his heart racing. Deep down, he thought Academician Wang was indeed reckless. Damn it, they had nearly not returned the last time. Now they were planning something even more audacious. Yet Wang's words struck him like a hammer, pounding relentlessly at his heart. There was no time left. Those 5 words loomed like a mountain, suffocating him. He understood better than anyone that in that dark, cosmic graveyard, without the backing of a nation, his wits and luck were insignificant. How had he survived this long? It was thanks to the brilliant scientists behind him and the colossal machinery of the state. Now the chief engineer of this machinery, Academician Wang, deemed it necessary to take this risk. As a mere pilot, what right did he have to question it? Moreover, he was at his core a gambler. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, glancing between the resolute Academician Wang and the worried Minister of Security, finally locking eyes with Chen Weigua. I will follow Academician Wang's lead. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. Let's proceed. I trust Academician Wang's judgment. Since this place can repel everything else, it must also repel the Void Eater. Furthermore, I want to know just how safe this safe zone really is. If we can truly build a safe house here, then my future salvage operations could be bolder, right? He forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood, but no one could muster a laugh. Chief, give the orders. It's just lighting another firecracker, right? Last time I nearly got blown up and wasn't afraid. This time with this repulsion field protecting us, what is there to fear? Lin Yuan's words acted like a calming balm, tipping the previously wavering scales in favor of Academician Wang. Chen Weigua regarded Lin Yuan with a complex mix of emotions, admiration, relief, and a twinge of regret. He knew he had once again pushed this young man to the edge of a cliff. All right. Chen Weigua rose abruptly, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. We will proceed according to Academician Wang's plan. Operation codename, Serpent Staff. Serpent Staff, named after the double serpent emblem of the medical ship, signified that this mission entailed immense risk, yet also held the promise of rebirth. Logistics team, immediately transport the spare arc reactor to the materialization platform. Technical support department, maximize the power of the neural signal buffer module. Connect all backup energy sources. I don't care what methods you use, I want to ensure Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness is absolutely protected from any further harm. Intelligence Analysis Department, establish a comprehensive monitoring model centered on the medical ship. The moment the Void Eater appears, I need to know its every move within 0.01 seconds. Medical team, all rescue equipment on standby. Commands flowed from Chen Weigua's lips. The entire base once again revolved around Lin Yuan, the sole lever, beginning to work into frenzied motion. On the materialization platform beside Lin Yuan, the second arc reactor, radiating a blue glow, slowly emerged. He gazed at the blue orb, feeling akin to a soldier about to ignite a nuclear bomb's fuse. Comrade Lin Yuan, the voice of Chen Weigua came through his earpiece as a final admonition. Remember, your safety is paramount. If anything feels off, do not hesitate. Return immediately. We can afford to lose one arc reactor, but we cannot afford to lose you. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. He closed his eyes, casting aside all fear and hesitation, and internally commanded the system to execute the audacious order. System. Absorb energy. Detected high-purity energy source. Proceed with absorption. Yes. The blue orb beside Lin Yuan erupted into a blinding flash of light. Meanwhile, in the distant phantom route, within the gravitational anomaly of the safe zone, a violent ripple surged from the Scavenger 2, powerful enough to distort space itself. This ripple was thwarted and compressed by the invisible repulsion field. Then, like a deep-sea bomb detonating, it surged violently into the dark cosmos beyond the safe zone. The entire debris field of the phantom route trembled violently under the impact of this raw energy. In the command center, everyone fixated on the danger alert system. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The alert system fell silent. No response, a researcher stammered. Impossible. This energy fluctuation is 10 times more intense than the last. The Void Eater cannot possibly be unresponsive. Academician Wang stared intently at the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as his words fell, a piercing alarm shattered the tension. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm rang out sharper and more urgently than ever before, echoing throughout the command center. Alert. Ultra-high intensity spatial distortion detected. Not 1, 3, 5. My God. 10. The voice of the intelligence analysis minister cracked under the weight of sheer terror. On the command center's massive screen, the thermal map displayed black whirlpools representing the Void Eater emerging simultaneously from all directions around the phantom route. A full 10 of them. 10 black maws, exuding an aura of death and finality awakened by this tremendous firecracker from different angles. Then they all converged toward the epicenter of the energy explosion, the safe zone where Lin Yuan was located, charging at it with furious intensity. It's over, someone in the command center slumped to the ground in despair. They had stirred the hornet's nest. Return, Lin Yuan. Immediately return. In the command center, Chen Weiguo's shout was tinged with a slight crack in his voice due to the intense emotional upheaval. On the screen, 10 black vortexes encroaching from all directions resembled a tightening net of death, chilling the bones and causing the scalp to tingle for everyone witnessing this scene. None of them had anticipated that a mere probe would elicit such a massive response. 10 void devourers. This was no mere poke at a hornet's nest, it was akin to throwing oneself directly into one. No, wait. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to comply with the order and issue a return command, the hoarse, yet resolute voice of Academician Wang halted him. Don't move. Lin Yuan, stay where you are. Don't move. Academician Wang. Chen Weiguo turned sharply to him, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. Do you even realize what you're saying? I do. Academician Wang's gaze was fixed on the screen, devoid of fear, replaced instead with an almost frenzied thirst for knowledge. Look at the trajectories of those void devourers. Upon hearing this, the group immediately directed their attention to the holographic star map. They observed that as the 10 black vortexes approached the edge of the safe zone, they all exhibited unmistakable deceleration. It was as if they had collided with an invisible wall, soft yet resilient, frantically crashing, twisting, and contorting, yet utterly unable to advance an inch. That invisible barrier formed by the repulsion field acted as a divine seal, firmly keeping all chaos and destruction at bay. At the juncture between the black vortexes and the invisible barrier, the fabric of space was torn, creating numerous dazzling, yet lethal fissures where violent energies clashed and annihilated, resulting in a spectacle as magnificent as the birth of stars. But none of this could shake the small, safe zone. It's blocked, it's really blocked. Oh my God. It actually held. The repulsion field can indeed restrain the void devourers. In the command center, after a brief silence, a cheer erupted louder than any previous outburst, a celebration of survival. Everyone embraced each other, laughing and crying in a whirlwind of emotions. They were safe. They had found it. The only sanctuary within this graveyard of a deathly universe where they could secure their existence. Lin Yuan was also dumbfounded. Controlling the Scavenger 2, he hovered at the center of the safe zone, witnessing the apocalyptic scene outside and feeling as if he were behind bulletproof glass, watching a frenzy of sharks crashing against walls. What a thrill. So exhilarating. I can't believe this, he stammered, reporting back to the command center. Academician Wang, you really are a genius. This place is truly safe. I knew it. Academician Wang gazed at the screen, tears of joy streaming down his face. Entropy and negentropy. Chaos and order. The universe is always in balance. Where there is poison within 7 steps, there must be antidote. We found it. Chen Weiguo's body trembled with excitement as he firmly patted Academician Wang's shoulder, then picked up the communicator, speaking with an unprecedented pride. Comrade Lin Yuan, you are now in the safest location within the entire cosmic graveyard. Now set aside all concerns and begin your work. That medical ship, the temple that will determine the future of our civilization, is waiting for you. Understood. Lin Yuan felt an indescribable surge of ambition welling up within him. He glanced at the void devourers still futilely battering against the walls, and the last remnants of fear dissipated. With such a super safe house in place, what was there to fear? He maneuvered the drone, propelled by gentle thrust, heading straight toward the white medical ship. This time he no longer hesitated. With the engine power at full throttle, he swiftly reached the side of the medical vessel. Upon closer inspection, the ship was even larger than he had imagined. Its entire body was made of a milky white ceramic-like material with a surface as smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of seams, as if it had formed naturally as a single entity. The emblem of the caduceus on its hull emitted a soft green glow, imparting a sense of tranquility and reassurance. There were a few minor damages on the hull, appearing to be caused by high-velocity debris. Lin Yuan chose a roughly 3-meter-wide breach located in the middle of the hull, cautiously squeezing inside. The moment he entered the ship's interior, Lin Yuan felt as though he had stepped into another world. Outside lay the chaotic, dark, and silent ruins of space. Inside was a spacious, bright, and pristine white corridor. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the corridor were constructed from the same material that radiated a gentle white light, illuminating the entire space. The air was devoid of any unpleasant odors, only imbued with a faint, pleasant scent reminiscent of disinfectant. Everything was so clean, so quiet. Too clean, too quiet. The silence was unsettling. My goodness, this place is cleaner than our base's operating room, Lin Yuan thought to himself. How severe is the cleanliness obsession of these aliens? Lin Yuan, be careful, came Li Na's voice through his earpiece. She was now one of Lin Yuan's dedicated liaison officers. The environment here is too abnormal. A ship that has been wrecked for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years cannot possibly remain this well preserved. I sense something is off too, Lin Yuan replied, while maneuvering the drone slowly advancing down the corridor. On either side of the corridor were tightly sealed white metal doors inscribed with alien characters he couldn't decipher. Academician Wang, what do these characters mean? Hold on, we're cross-referencing with the Oracle Civilization database for translation. Got it. Academician Wang's voice came through. The door on the left reads Resting Pod No. 1, and the right says Nutrient Distribution Center. Just ahead, Lin Yuan, according to the ship's structural map, the main medical area should be at the core of the vessel. Nodding, Lin Yuan continued forward. He passed a vast area that resembled a dining hall. The tables and chairs were still neatly arranged, and there were even some metallic objects resembling trays on the tables. It was as if the crew had merely stepped away temporarily, ready to return at any moment. But where were the people? Where had the crew of this ship gone? Lin Yuan's sense of unease grew stronger. He would rather encounter a battered warship filled with corpses than linger in such a disturbingly pristine, haunted ship. He controlled the drone and activated the scanning function, scanning everything around him. Scanning. Target tree of life, class medical ship, standard alloy tray. Energy response none. Structural integrity extremely low. Analysis composed of basic titanium nickel alloy, no special value. Next he scanned the walls. Scanning. Target tree of life, class medical ship, self-cleaning biocoating wall. Energy response extremely low. Structural integrity moderate. Analysis, this coating can sustainably decompose organic pollutants, maintaining a sterile environment. Self-cleaning coating. No wonder it's so clean, Lin Yuan realized. If this technology could be brought back, how many household chores could it liberate? Know how many advanced sterile laboratories could it serve? He proceeded further, traversing several corridors, until finally at the very center of the ship, he encountered a completely different area. It was a massive circular hall, and at its center stood an immensely large circular gate made of some transparent crystal. Above the gate, in prominent green letters, a large inscription was displayed. It's translated. Academician Wang's voice quivered with excitement. It says Central Gene Sanctuary. Gene Sanctuary. Yes, this is it. The most core part of the ship. Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone closer to the enormous crystal gate. Through the gate, he could vaguely see an even larger space beyond, filled with countless translucent entities glowing in various colors reminiscent of jellyfish. An indescribable energy brimming with the essence of life seeped from behind the gate, warming Lin Yuan's very soul, enveloping him in comfort. This is it. The treasures must be inside. Lin Yuan's excitement surged. He began searching for a mechanism to open the door. This gate had no physical switch or handle. It was as smooth as a single piece of crystal. Technical department, any findings? Report. We discovered an energy interface and a handprint-like indentation on the wall beside the gate. We suspect this requires a specific energy key and genetic authorization to open. A handprint. That's a problem. My mechanical claw can't exactly be counted as a hand, Lin Yuan said, feeling a bit disheartened. Don't worry, the technical team reassured him. We're analyzing the energy interface protocol. Perhaps we can try to trick it open. Just as the technical team began their tense efforts to crack it, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that the warm, almost drowsy life energy surrounding him seemed to shift. A faint yet chilling energy imbued with the essence of death and decay emerged from an unknown source, mingling with the life energy. My! Lin Yuan's instincts kicked in, and he immediately became alert. He maneuvered the drone, abruptly turning to scan the empty, silent white corridor from which he had come. Wide area scan initiated. The thermal map instantly filled his view. The corridor remained a cold blue. However, at the end of the corridor, around the corner, a faint green light, barely distinguishable from the background, representing a biological entity, silently appeared. Then that light began to drift slowly toward Lin Yuan at a steady pace. What is that? Lin Yuan's heart raced, a chill running up his spine. He immediately reported his discovery to the command center. Report. A biological reaction has been detected at the end of the corridor. A green light point is moving towards me. A biological reaction. The command center, which had just been euphoric over the gene sanctuary, fell into a sudden silence. The smile on Academician Wang's face froze. He pushed aside several excited biologists beside him and leaned in front of the main screen, staring intently at the thermal map shared by Lin Yuan. On the map, that faint green light point was indeed present. It resembled a firefly in the pitch-black night. Though dim, it was impossible to ignore. Moreover, it was gliding steadily, neither fast nor slow, along the central line of the corridor, heading straight for the position of the drone marked Scavenger 2. "Is it a survivor?" a young researcher instinctively asked. "Impossible." The head of the security department immediately dismissed the idea, his face darkening. How could there be any living beings left on a ship that crashed tens of thousands of years ago? And look at how it moves. So stable. It's as if it's following a program. His words led everyone to consider a more terrifying possibility. It wasn't a living person. It was something else. Lin Yuan. Retreat immediately. Keep away from that entity. Observe it first. Chen Weiguo's calm but authoritative order came through the headset without delay. Received. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan piloted the drone to silently back away, preparing to hide in the adjacent room labeled Nutrient Distribution Center. Damn it, this ship really has something sinister. He cursed inwardly. The life force that had felt so comforting just moments ago now recalled to him the scent of incense used in graveyards, a pleasant aroma that ultimately brought doom. The cold, decaying aura that had mingled with it undoubtedly came from the approaching green light point. Its energy response is very weak. Why didn't our previous wide-range scans detect it? The head of the technical support department furrowed his brow, posing a crucial question. Perhaps it has been in a dormant state. Academician Wang speculated. The energy fluctuations from our earlier attempts to breach the gene sanctuary not only alerted the void devourers outside, but also awakened it from its slumber. This hypothesis left the experts in the technical department who were responsible for the breach pale with fear. After all that effort, they had not only nearly attracted a threat from outside, but also awakened a danger from within. Let's not dwell on that. Chen Weiguo interrupted their discussion. Lin Yuan, what's the situation? Can you see what it is? Not yet, Chief. Lin Yuan had already concealed the drone behind the door of the Nutrient Distribution Center, revealing only a small probe lens peering like a paparazzo into the corridor outside. It's still around the corner, but it's coming out. Everyone in the command center held their breath. Time stretched interminably in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. The green light point finally glided lazily without a hint of warmth from around the corner of the corridor. Lin Yuan carefully aimed the drone's optical lens in that direction. In the next moment, the high-definition image transmitted back from the drone made Lin Yuan and everyone in the command center widen their eyes in shock, an unnameable chill rising from the depths of their hearts. It was not any creature they had imagined. Not a monstrous beast, nor an alien entity. It was a simple floating sphere made entirely of milky white material. Its diameter was about a meter, its surface smooth as a giant pearl. It had no visible propulsion systems or exhaust ports. It silently floated in defiance of physical laws, moving slowly forward. If it were just that, it might merely be an oddly shaped robot. However, what truly sent shivers down their spines was its working method. Directly beneath it on the pristine white floor was a small, deep brown stain the size of a fingernail. It appeared to be the residue of some long-dried liquid. As the white sphere floated directly above the stain, it came to a stop. Then from its underside, several extremely thin spider silk-like white tendrils extended. These tendrils gently, tenderly covered the stain. No sound, no light effects. The stubborn ancient stain, which had likely existed for tens of thousands of years, began to fade, decompose, and ultimately vanished before everyone's eyes. As if it had never existed at all. Once it had completed this task, the white sphere retracted its tendrils and resumed its slow drift along the corridor's centerline. The entire process was fluid and terrifyingly silent. My God, Lin Yuan finally managed to croak out 2 words. He finally understood why the ship was so clean. And he finally comprehended where all the crew members had gone. This was no survivor, it was in fact an exceedingly obsessive janitor. A mobile incinerator that would thoroughly clean everything deemed a stain, including humans and corpses. Analysis has come through. An expert responsible for biological signal analysis in the command center reported, his voice trembling. Its green biological response is not because it is a living being. It is a result of the stain it just decomposed. That stain contains organic high molecular polymers, in other words, dried blood. Its scanning system identified that blood stain as contaminant. Hence it executed the cleaning procedure. And as for itself, the expert swallowed hard, saying with difficulty, It is a purely mechanical construct, a cluster of nanobots whose operational principles we cannot comprehend. Nanorobot swarm. Academician Wang repeated these words, his eyes filled with shock and obsession. So that's how it is. I should have realized it earlier. Only nanometer-scale robots could achieve such a thorough and trace-free decomposition. It is only nanorobots that can form this liquid metal-like structure capable of transforming and extending tentacles at will. In the command center, the other scientists were equally astounded. Self-cleaning coated walls combined with fully automatic nano-cleaning robots. This tree of life civilization's accomplishments in automation and materials science are simply inconceivable. This is no longer mere obsessive cleanliness. It represents an ingrained, almost fanatical pursuit of purity and order. But this doesn't make sense. The Minister of Security immediately pointed out the crux of the issue, his expression grim. If it is merely a cleaning robot, why would it decompose bloodstains? Isn't it normal for there to be blood on a medical ship? Could it be that it even cleansed the wounded? This question brought the scientists who had just been excited by the prospect of advanced technology back to a sobering reality. Indeed, this was extraordinarily abnormal. It's possible that its programming has malfunctioned, a computer expert speculated, or perhaps its programming is being executed too thoroughly. What do you mean? Chen Weigui asked. I analyzed the structure of this ship and the previous translations, the expert said as he brought up several documents on the screen. This Tree of Life class medical ship has a primary directive: maintain absolute sterility and environmental stability within the ship, providing the purest preservation environment for the gene sanctuary. When the spaceship encountered an accident and all crew members perished or entered the gene sanctuary, the ship's central AI likely switched to an automatic grave mode. In this mode, any organic material, anything that could breed bacteria or disrupt the pure environment, is classified as contaminants. So it cleans not just dust and waste, the expert's voice carried a chill, but also corpses, bloodstains, and even any living beings capable of metabolism that would create pollution. Damn it. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his back as he sat in the cockpit. He watched the slowly drifting white sphere, sensing it was not just a cleaning robot, it was a Reaper cloaked in white. A Reaper devoid of emotion, meticulously executing its cleaning orders. Then why didn't it detect me earlier? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. His drone was just a hunk of metal, hardly an organic contaminant, right? Because your drone is inorganic and remains stationary. In its detection system, you are no different from a rock or a door, the computer expert explained. However, if you were to move at high speed or cause a significant energy fluctuation, you might be identified as an unstable anomaly, triggering its formatting protocol. Formatting. Lin Yuan felt his throat dry. He had no doubt that once his little drone was ensnared by that thing's white tendrils, its fate would be no better than that of the bloodstains. Lin Yuan, stay put and do not move. Chen Weiguo's voice came through, calm and authoritative. Wait for it to pass. Intelligence Analysis Department, calculate its patrol route and cycle immediately. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan dared not move, watching as the white sphere drifted silently past the door where he was hiding, then vanished at the end of the corridor. It wasn't until the green dot on the thermal map completely disappeared that he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, that scared me to death. This is even more terrifying than encountering a void devourer. That thing would swallow you whole, giving you a quick end. This one treats you like trash, deconstructing you piece by piece. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy, he muttered to himself. Report. The patrol route has been preliminarily calculated. The voice of the Intelligence Analysis Minister rang out. It is conducting periodic patrols on the CG layer of the ship. Based on its speed, it will return to the corridor in front of the Gene Sanctuary in approximately 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Chen Weigui and academician Wang exchanged glances. This time frame was neither long nor short. Technical Department. Chen Weigui immediately commanded. How long will it take to crack the Gene Sanctuary door? Report, Director. We have made some progress. The head of the Technical Department replied, excitement evident in his voice. Although that door has a genetic lock, its energy interface seems to be based on a universal protocol. We intercepted a small segment of its communication signal with the ship's central AI and discovered that its firewall level is not very high. Get to the point. Chen Weigui interrupted him. The crux is that we have over an 80% chance of fooling that door open in 10 minutes by simulating the central AI's maintenance commands. The Technical Department head said excitedly. 10 minutes. Everyone's eyes lit up. 10 minutes was more than enough. They could enter the Gene Sanctuary and retrieve what they needed before that terrifying cleaner returned. Good. Chen Weigui decisively commanded Lin Yuan. Yes. Lin Yuan immediately perked up. Now head back to the entrance of the Gene Sanctuary. The Technical Department will guide you through the cracking operation. Remember, we only have one chance. Understood. Lin Yuan felt his heart rise to his throat again. He cautiously maneuvered Scavenger No. 2 out of the nutrient distribution center, confirming that the white sphere had moved far away before accelerating towards the massive crystal gate. Time is life. When the drone reached the entrance of the gene sanctuary again, the technical department's urgent voice immediately filled Lin Yuan's earpiece. Lin Yuan, do you see the glowing interface at the lower right of the gate? Yes, that one. Use your mechanical arm to open the protective cover on top. Lin Yuan complied immediately, and the drone's mechanical arm precisely pried open the small cover, revealing a complex multi-pin interface inside. Perfect. Now connect your multifunctional data probe at the end of the mechanical arm. Connection successful. Maintain stability. We are now starting to inject the simulated signal. Energy output prepare. In the command center, everyone stood tensely, their eyes glued to the constantly fluctuating data on the screen. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan anxiously watched the direction where the cleaning robot had disappeared on the thermal map. Please don't let anything go wrong. Please don't return early. He silently prayed. Signal injection commencing. Energy frequency matching 23047. Firewall protocol analysis in progress, bypassing the first layer, second layer. Seconds ticked by. The command center was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 91. We are almost there. The head of the technical department exclaimed excitedly. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Beep, beep, beep. A not very loud but jarring alarm sounded from another monitoring device, causing everyone's hearts to drop. Report. Abnormal fluctuations in the central AI communication signal. Our cracking action seems to have triggered some sort of low-level alarm. What? Chen Weiguo's expression changed. Before he could issue new orders, Lin Yuan's earpiece crackled with Lin Na's terrified scream. Lin Yuan, look at the thermal map. That thing has stopped. Lin Yuan quickly shifted his gaze to the thermal map. He saw that 2 corridors away, the green dot representing the cleaning robot had indeed ceased moving. Then it changed direction. It was now hurtling straight towards the entrance of the gene sanctuary at least twice its previous speed. It's back. It's coming for us. Lin Na's voice, tinged with fear, echoed through the communication channel. On the command center's massive screen, a green light that, like an enraged bullet, was speeding toward Lin Yuan's position, tracing a straight trajectory. How could this happen? The head of the technical department turned pale. We clearly bypassed its active defense system. It should only have triggered a minimal silent alarm. There's no reason it should be alerted. This isn't the time to question the reasons. The Minister of Security shouted, interrupting his protest. Comrade Lin Yuan, immediately cease the decryption. Fall back. Now, retreat. Lin Yuan glanced at the crystalline door that was so close, then back at the thermal map, where the green light that was drawing ever nearer. His teeth nearly ground to dust. Damn it. So close. The decryption progress had already reached 91. To abandon it now would render all previous efforts futile. Who knew when another opportunity like this would arise? Commander, Academician Wang, just give me 30 seconds. No, 10 seconds is enough. Lin Yuan shouted into the communicator, his voice laced with desperation. Technical department, don't stop. Keep going. This is nonsense. The Minister of Security was frantic. This is an order. You, let him try. An elderly yet resolute voice interrupted the Minister of Security. It was Academician Wang. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his eyes bloodshot, his expression that of a gambler who had staked everything on one last hand. We have no way out. Retreating now would only lead to being trapped in the corridor by it. The result is death either way. We might as well gamble. Gamble that we can open this door before it arrives. Wang's words silenced everyone. Indeed, the creature's speed was staggering. According to the thermal map, it would reach the gene sanctuary in no more than a minute and a half, while the drones required at least 3 minutes to retreat back through the breach they had entered. Regardless of the choice made, it seemed like a dead end. The only glimmer of hope lay in the tightly shut door before them. Director Chen. Academician Wang suddenly turned to Chen Weiguo, determination etched in his eyes. Issue the order. Let's take the gamble. Chen Weiguo looked at the solitary light that representing Lin Yuan on the screen, then at the rapidly approaching green that spelled death. His hand trembled, knuckles turning white. He had made countless difficult decisions in his life. Yet none had weighed upon him like this one, as if he were carrying a mountain of pressure. This gamble was not merely about the success or failure of one mission. This gamble determined the future of an entire civilization. Technical department. Chen Weiguo finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Allocate all computation power from the Pangas system. I don't care how you do it, you must open this door within 30 seconds. Comrade Lin Yuan. He switched channels to Lin Yuan. Hold on. We are all behind you. Understood. The affirmation invigorated Lin Yuan. The fierce tenacity and gambling spirit he had honed while scavenging were ignited within him. What was it but a gamble for his life? Hadn't he been gambling his whole life? Come on, you bastard. Let's see who gets through the door first, me, or you taking me out like trash. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly. Decryption progress at 93. Alert. The opponent is boosting its firewall. Our computational power is being suppressed. Increase energy output. Overload by 30%. Burn it if you have to. In the command center, the technical experts were shouting hoarsely. Countless lines of code refreshed on the screen like a waterfall fast enough to leave after images. Meanwhile, on the thermal map, the green light had just rounded the final corner. Lin Yuan could even see through the drone's wide-angle lens the distant end of the corridor where a small, milky white glowing orb was beginning to materialize. It was coming. Decryption progress at 96. Hold on. Just one last protocol to go. It's accelerating. Lina's voice rang out again, filled with despair. The distant white orb seemed to sense the urgency of the moment. Its size suddenly shrank, then like a cannonball it surged forward with an even greater speed. 20 seconds. No. It might only take 10 seconds to reach them. It was over. The word echoed in the minds of everyone in the command center. Time was running out. Yet just at this critical juncture, a wildly audacious thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Energy. This thing was attracted by energy fluctuations. What if they gave it an even stronger energy pulse? System. Lin Yuan yelled in his mind at the quiet system that had remained dormant since they boarded the vessel. Allocate some of my energy to the drone. No. Give it all. Overload the engines. He barely had time to consult the command center, because he understood that there was no time for discussion. Warning: the host's mental energy is directly connected to the drone. Energy overload may cause irreversible mental damage to the host. Confirm. Confirm. Damn it, overloaded. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened. In the next moment, he felt his brain thud violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. A colossal surge of mental energy was violently extracted from the depths of his consciousness by the system, then wildly funneled into the energy core of Scavenger No. 2-inch. The drone's energy reserves instantly soared from less than half to 150. The red overload warning flashed frantically before Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan. What are you doing? In the command center, Chun Weiguo and academician Wang shouted in unison as they saw the energy data spike. Lin Yuan didn't respond. He gritted through the stabbing pain in his head, controlling the drone to channel all the energy into the 4 small engine nozzles at its rear. Vroom. A deafening roar far exceeding normal power instantly filled the silent white corridor. For brilliant blue plasma flames erupted from the drone's rear, violently striking the impregnable crystalline door of the gene sanctuary. Though the energy produced was insufficient to budge the door even slightly, the intense energy fluctuations and heat were akin to dropping a red-hot iron into a pot of still oil. In the distance, the rapidly approaching white orb suddenly slammed to a halt. It seemed startled by this abrupt surge of violent energy fluctuations. In its judgment system, this level of energy explosion far exceeded the classification of unstable anomalous units and was directly defined as highest-level threat. Its operational mode changed in an instant. No longer was it cleaning, but rather eliminating. The smooth, milky white exterior of the orb rapidly cracked open, like petals, revealing a core composed of countless smaller particles gleaming with metallic luster, continuously spinning. An icy wave of murderous intent, tenfold more intense than before, locked onto Lin Yuan's drone. It was about to attack. Yet it was during these brief moments of transformation and mode switching. That precious last 2 seconds were won for the technical department. We did it. The door is open. With the technical director's ecstatic shout, a melodious, unlocking sound echoed from within the crystalline door. The immense, seemingly timeless circular gate slowly, but resolutely began to slide open. Open it. Quickly get inside. The roar of Chun Weiguo and the cheers from the technical department exploded simultaneously in Lin Yuan's earpiece. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt as if his head were being pierced by thousands of needles of pain, so intense it felt like it might split open. The forced overload had drained his mental energy significantly. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. Survival instinct propelled him to expend his last ounce of strength, maneuvering Scavenger No. 2-inch like a cornered dog, plunging into the narrow opening of the door that had just swung ajar. As the front half of the drone barely crossed the threshold, behind him, the white spherical object that had switched to clearing mode launched its attack. No lasers, no projectiles. Instead, a torrent of gray mist-like nanobots erupted from its spinning core, surging toward the drone at supersonic speeds. Wherever that gray mist passed, whether it was the smooth walls or the solid floor, everything was silently decomposed and annihilated, leaving behind a shocking, perfectly smooth black trail. Damn it. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yuan caught sight of that terrifying gray mist, sending a wave of fear coursing through him. If even a trace of it touched him, his drone would be reduced to nothing. He slammed the engine's power to the limit. Vroom. With immense thrust, the drone vibrated violently due to the overload, and just as the crystal door was about to close, it barely squeezed through. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the immensely heavy crystal door slammed shut. The torrent of gray nanobots crashed violently against the recently sealed door. No earth-shattering explosion occurred. Only a grating zzz sound filled the air. Lin Yuan turned back to see that the seemingly indestructible crystal door had begun to show signs of decomposition where it had come into contact with the gray mist. A layer of crystalline powder was cascading from the door. However, the material of the door was evidently extraordinary, as the rate of decomposition was alarmingly slow. Outside, the white sphere seemed to abandon its attack upon realizing it could not destroy its target immediately. It retracted the gray mist and transformed back into a smooth white sphere floating quietly outside the door like a loyal sentinel. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Yuan to emerge. Huff huff. Lin Yuan gasped for air, feeling as if he had just sprinted back and forth from the gates of hell. Inside the command center, a heavy silence reigned, as if everyone had just survived a catastrophe. Everyone slumped in their chairs, drenched in cold sweat. Those brief seconds had been more thrilling than anything they had ever experienced in their lives. We survived. Li Na's voice, tinged with tears, was the first to break the silence. We did it. We succeeded. Lin Yuan, you genius. After a brief silence, the command center erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. Academician Wang, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced a similarly aged professor beside him, sobbing and laughing like a child. Chen Weiguo leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. In that moment, he truly believed he might lose Lin Yuan, the nation's only hope. Comrade Lin Yuan, he picked up the communicator, his voice hoarse with excitement. How do you feel? Your mental energy. Okay, Lin Yuan replied, feeling the sharp pain in his head gradually subside as the system's nerve signal buffering module and self-repair capabilities kicked in. Just a bit dizzy, like I drank 2 bottles of fake liquor. Am not dead. Good. When you return, I'll commend you for a first-class achievement. Chen Weiguo declared emphatically. Medical team, immediately devise a recovery plan based on Comrade Lin Yuan's physical data. When he gets back, I want him to receive the best treatment right away. Yes. Once they confirmed that Lin Yuan was not in any danger, everyone's attention finally shifted from the harrowing moment to their current surroundings. The Central Gene Sanctuary. Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone, slowly floating within this vast space. It was even larger and more magnificent than he had perceived from outside the door. The entire space was an immense sphere with no discernible top or bottom. Surrounding him were thousands of semi-transparent entities radiating various hues of light, resembling jellyfish. Some emitted a tranquil blue glow, others a warm golden light, while yet others shone with a vibrant green hue. Thousands of different colors adorned this dark expanse, transforming it into a dreamlike sea of stars. A colossal, unfathomable pure life energy filled every inch of this space. Lin Yuan felt as though his drone were immersed in a gigantic hot spring. The mental strain from the forced overload was recovering at an astonishing pace. He even sensed a significant alleviation of his own fatigue. My heavens! In the command center, all the biologists and genetic experts witnessing this miraculous sight were left speechless. Their eyes sparkled with pure desire for the unknown and the truth akin to that of pilgrims. Is this a civilization's final backup? Academician Wang murmured. Lin Yuan, get closer and skin one. Quickly, I need to know what it is. An old geneticist shouted excitedly into the communicator. Copy that. Suppressing his shock, Lin Yuan cautiously maneuvered the drone closer to the nearest softly glowing blue jellyfish. He activated the scanning function. Scanning in progress. This time the scanning took longer than any previous attempt. After more than half a minute, the system's prompt finally resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Scan complete. Target, Eternal Bloom, Civilization Genetic Archive, Individual Aishilia. Contents, complete genetic sequence map of the species, cellular structure, memory, and the complete consciousness matrix from birth to the moment of upload. Status, deep sleep. Can be activated through compatible biological cultivation pods or consciousness download technology. As Lin Yuan relayed this scanning result verbatim to the command center, a deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank from the sheer volume of information contained within those words. Complete genetic sequence. Cellular structure, memory. Complete consciousness matrix. This was no longer merely a technology for immortality. This was the power only a creator god could possess. What they had found was not a hospital that could extend life. What they had discovered was a library of souls storing thousands of different races and individuals. After a long silence, academician Wang regained his voice, his lips trembling as he spoke in a dreamlike tone. We have found their Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark. Chun Weigwa savored these 4 words, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity and fervor. In an instant, he grasped the strategic value of this object. It was more significant than salvaging a warship or even an entire technological framework. Technology can be learned and caught up with. But a sample of civilization, a living, complete extraterrestrial being with independent thought and memory, embodies an immeasurable worth. What could they learn from it? The language, history, culture, and social structure of an advanced civilization. They could reverse engineer its biotechnology, genetic engineering, and even the mysteries of the soul. This was nothing short of a living, walking cosmic encyclopedia. Can we take one with us? A young biologist asked tremulously. This question jolted everyone back to reality from their overwhelming shock. Indeed, the treasure lay before them. How could they take it? Lin Yuan. Academician Wang called out urgently. What is the weight limit of your drone? Reporting to Academician Wang after the upgrade, it is 100 kilograms, Lin Yuan replied. 100 kilograms. Academician Wang glanced at the seemingly weightless blue jellyfish on the screen. This thing doesn't look large, it should be light, right? Lin Yuan, try using the mechanical arm to grab it. Understood. Lin Yuan thought it should be about the same as a balloon. He controlled Scavenger now. 2. Carefully extending the upgraded mechanical arm, which had greater gripping strength, towards the blue orb named Ishelia, slowly reaching out to grasp it. However, the next second something strange occurred. The mechanical arm, constructed from hard alloy, passed right through the blue orb the moment it made contact without any obstruction. It was as if he had reached into a mass of air. The mechanical arm waved back and forth a few times, yet the blue orb remained suspended in place, not even creating a ripple. What the hell is it? Intangible? Lin Yuan exclaimed. Academician Wang, I can't grab it. It's a holographic projection. Not at all. It's not a holographic projection. A physicist in the command center immediately denied. If it were a projection, it couldn't emit such a powerful life energy field. Moreover, your drone just clearly scanned its internal structure. Then what is going on? Lin Yuan felt a bit lost. I understand. Academician Wang fixed his gaze on a line in the scanning report. Complete consciousness matrix, muttering to himself. It's neither purely material nor purely energy. It is a collection of information existing in the form of energy. Speak plainly, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan struggled to comprehend. To put it simply, you can think of it as a USB drive stored within an energy shell. Only this USB drive contains a person's entire thoughts and memories. Academician Wang used a metaphor that Lin Yuan could understand. A USB drive. Lin Yuan glanced at his mechanical claw. Then it's hopeless, my claw can't directly grasp the files inside a USB drive. This analogy slightly eased the heavy atmosphere in the command center. Yet the problem remained unsolved. A visible, touchless, yet real super treasure. It was 100 times more frustrating than returning empty-handed. Are we really going to give up? An older expert said reluctantly. We went to such great lengths, nearly losing comrade Lin Yuan in the process, to enter this treasure trove, and now we can only look, but not take. Disappointment and reluctance etched every face. Chun Weigwa furrowed his brow. He stared at the dreamlike Soul Sea on the screen, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Physical retrieval wasn't feasible. What about energy retrieval? Technical department. Is there a way to create an energy container to store it? Chun Weigwa inquired. Director, theoretically possible, but we need to first analyze the composition and frequency of its energy shell, and then create a Faraday cage that can resonate with it. This process requires a lot of experiments and calculations, not to mention, now, even if we retrieve it, it would take months to sort out. The head of the technical department responded with a wry smile. Despair. A profound sense of despair once again enveloped the entire command center. They felt like adventurers who had discovered the legendary city of gold only to find it built in the sky without wings to reach it. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He recalled his second salvage operation. That time he had retrieved a blue USB-like data core. Wasn't that also a collection of information? How did he bring it back? He had used the drone's mechanical arm to grab it. Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly realized a detail he had overlooked. At the last moment of the drone's return, it was severely damaged by the Void Devourer and nearly disintegrated. Yet that data core appeared on the materialization platform unscathed. What did this indicate? It meant that during the return journey the data core was not physically gripped in space. It was likely stored in some subspace of the system, just like in a game putting equipment into a backpack, and the system after the return ended spat it out from the backpack. If this hypothesis were true, did it imply that the system itself possessed the ability to store such information collections? This wild thought struck Lin Yuan like a bolt of lightning piercing through the fog in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This Deep Space Salvage System was inherently mysterious. It allowed his consciousness to traverse space and could materialize the void's wreckage. Adding a storage space function was entirely reasonable. Commander, Academician Wang, I have an idea. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly into the communicator. What idea? Speak quickly. Academician Wang grasped at the final straw like a drowning man. I'm wondering if we've been thinking in the wrong direction from the start. Lin Yuan struggled to organize his thoughts. We've always tried to use the drone's hand to take things. But what if we should use the system's mouth to consume things? The system's mouth. Academician Wang was taken aback. Yes. Lin Yuan grew more animated. Do you remember the data core of the Oracle civilization I salvaged? It was also an information body, right? I clamped it with the mechanical arm, but during the return the drone was nearly shattered, yet that core remained unharmed. I suspect it wasn't clamped back, but directly absorbed by the system. Just like in a game where you bind pickups. So I'm thinking, can we have the system directly absorb this blue soul before us? Lin Yuan's idea was so far-fetched that the entire command center fell into silence for several seconds. All the experts exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion and perplexity. Letting the system consume an alien soul. What kind of operation was this? This was beyond the realm of science. It was downright metaphysical. However, after the initial shock, Academician Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of more. The system absorbing the energy of the arc reactor. The system absorbing the materials of the Oracle-class armor. This system itself was akin to a black hole, capable of absorbing and transforming various materials and energies. Since it could absorb physical materials and pure energy, why couldn't it absorb an information body existing in the form of energy? Lin Yuan's conjecture, although sounding absurd, logically held up. Lin Yuan, Academician Wang's voice quivered with barely contained excitement. Are you sure you want to do this? This is just your hypothesis, and if it goes wrong? Academician Wang. Lin Yuan interrupted him, his tone more resolute than ever. That cleaner outside is still blocking the door. I can't get out. There are so many treasures here, and I can't take any. At this point, returning empty-handed is worse than taking this gamble. I trust my system. Commander, Academician Wang, give the order. Let me try. I'm against it. Absolutely not. As soon as Lin Yuan's proposal was voiced, the head of the security department was the first to stand up, his face flushed with agitation. This is absurd. It's far too dangerous. We know nothing about this system, and now you want it to directly absorb an alien's soul. Who knows what might happen? What if the alien's consciousness invades Comrade Lin Yuan's mind through the system? What if this so-called soul is a virus, a trap? What if the system collapses under the weight of such complex information? His string of what-ifs extinguished much of the faint hope that had just begun to rise in the command center. Indeed, the risks were overwhelming, too great to fathom. The safety of Comrade Lin Yuan is the bottom line of all operations. This bottom line cannot be shaken, the security minister declared firmly. I would rather this mission return empty-handed than agree to gamble his life on such an unfounded bet. His words garnered agreement from most present. Chun Weigua furrowed his brow, forming a deep crease. Rationality told him that the security minister's concerns were entirely valid. The Scavenger project could proceed without the Serpent Staff or the Gene Sanctuary, but it absolutely could not do without Lin Yuan. However, his gaze fell again on the dazzling sea of souls displayed on the screen. Give up. Could they really abandon an opportunity that might elevate human civilization in a single leap? He felt a deep unwillingness. Academician Wang, from a scientific perspective, how likely do you think it is that Lin Yuan's proposal will succeed? Chun Weigua asked solemnly. Academician Wang's expression was grave. He pondered for a long while before slowly shaking his head. I don't know. You don't know? Correct, I don't know, Academician Wang replied bitterly. This is beyond the scope of all our current scientific theories. Lin Yuan's system is itself an unreasonable black box. We can only infer its functions based on the results it produces, but its internal logic, its operational mechanisms, are a complete mystery to us. Thus, I cannot scientifically assess the probability of success. It could be 99% or 1%, or both are possible. Academician Wang paused, lifting his gaze to meet Chun Weiguo's, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. However, Director Chun, I have an intuition. A scientist's intuition. Lin Yuan may not be wrong. A system capable of traversing dimensions and materializing void substances may not primarily function to capture, but rather to absorb and analyze. This time perhaps it truly is our only opportunity. If we miss it, there may never be another. Wang's words plunged Chen Weiguo back into silence. On one side lay the almost foreseeable and immeasurable risks. On the other, equally immeasurable potential rewards that could change everything. Ultimately, the power to choose rested with Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yuan, Chen Weiguo picked up the communicator, his voice infused with an unprecedented weariness. I will ask you once more. Have you truly thought this through? I must remind you this time we have no contingency plans. The Panga system, the neural buffer module, we cannot guarantee their efficacy in the face of an alien consciousness direct assault. If we fail, you might completely vanish. Listening to Chen Weiguo's words, Lin Yuan could not deny the tension rising within him. Who isn't afraid of death? He had only just begun to enjoy a few good days with $1 million in savings yet to warm. But as he thought of the coordinates exposed 30 years prior, the sword hanging over all humanity, and the yearning gazes of academician Wang and the others, he felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier, almost suffocating. From the moment he chose to relinquish that piece of black armor, he was no longer just a scrap dealer concerned about his own little plot. His fate was now intertwined with that of his country, his civilization. Sir, I have made up my mind. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, striving to steady his trembling voice. Let's do it. Just as academician Wang said, hesitating will only lead to inaction. We must charge forward. And he smiled, bolstering his own resolve. I've always been tough. The King of Hell has tried to claim me several times, yet failed. I refuse to believe an alien ghost that has been dead for countless millennia can do anything to me. His words carried a reckless bravado, lightening the heavy atmosphere in the command center. All right. Chen Weiguo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only determination remained. Since you've made your decision, we'll accompany you and gamble once more. Orders. All departments enter the highest alert status. Medical teams prepare all rescue plans. Technical department deploy all monitoring and defensive measures available. Lin Yuan begin. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. He cleared his mind of all distractions. He piloted Scavenger 2, slowly yet resolutely flying toward the blue sphere of light known as Axilia. He could feel a serene, sorrowful, yet immensely pure aura emanating from the sphere. Sorry, buddy, or maybe buddius, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. For the sake of our village's survival, I have to trouble you to come along. He closed his eyes and deep within his consciousness issued the astonishing command to the mysterious system. System, absorb it. The system remained unusually silent for a full 3 seconds. Then a line of text glowing a dangerous red appeared in his mind. Warning: unknown high-dimensional life form detected. Warning: this life form contains a complete consciousness core. Forcibly absorbing it may lead to contamination, assimilation, or even takeover of the host's consciousness. The risks far exceed mental backlash. Warning: this operation is irreversible. Please confirm whether to proceed with the absorption command. Yes, no. Seeing the 3 lines of crimson warnings, Lin Yuan's heart sank to the depths. Damn it. Even the system is sounding alarms. And the consequences are far graver than he had imagined. It's not merely mental damage or becoming an idiot. It's a takeover. In simple terms, Lin Yuan could vanish from this world, replaced by an alien entity living within his body. At that moment, Lin Yuan truly hesitated. His palms were clammy with cold sweat. To hell with the country, to hell with civilization. My own life is the most important. This thought screamed in his mind. Yet, in front of him, Chen Weiguo's weary and trusting face emerged, along with academician Wang's eyes filled with longing and determination, and the faces of the scientists in the command center who had tirelessly stayed up for him. He recalled what Lin Yuan had told him. You are the spark of our civilization. If the spark goes out, what use is the candle? After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Yuan's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. Lin Yuan, a scrap collector with a life to spare. To have the opportunity to gamble for over 1 billion people for an entire civilization. It's worth it. Yes. He shouted this word with every ounce of strength within him. When Lin Yuan mentally shouted that affirmative yes, he felt as though the entire world had transformed. On the mechanical arm of the Scavenger No. 2, a probe originally intended for data interaction erupted with a brilliant silver light, far more intense than any previous instance. This radiance was no longer mere energy, it embodied an undeniable, overwhelmingly dominant principle of devouring. It enveloped the blue soul orb named Axilia like an invisible net, ensnaring it in an instant. The blue orb seemed to sense a fatal threat. Its surface shimmered violently, as a tranquil, sorrowful aura morphed into sheer panic and resistance. Yet in the face of the system's relentless, devouring principle, all its struggles appeared futile. The blue orb shattered like a punctured balloon, disintegrating into countless fragments of blue light. These fragments coalesced into a resplendent torrent of pure information, forcibly drawn by the silver net into the body of Scavenger No. 2, before vanishing completely. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuan felt his brain explode inwardly, as if detonated by a nuclear bomb. A cold, vast torrent of alien information surged across the connection between the drone and his consciousness, violently crashing into his mind. What was that sensation? Lin Yuan could not articulate it. He felt he was no longer Lin Yuan. His consciousness felt like a droplet of water poured into an expansive ocean. Countless memories that did not belong to him overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He saw a colossal star radiating a gentle white light surrounded by 3 beautiful planets akin to emeralds. He saw numerous wise beings clad in pure white and elegantly shaped with transparent wings resembling dragonflies, singing, learning, and creating in a city reminiscent of a garden. He heard an ethereal language as melodious as wind chimes. He felt the joy of birth, the troubles of growth, the focus of acquiring knowledge, and when faced with impending disaster, a bone-deep emotion known as despair. That was the entirety of Axelia's life. From birth to being uploaded into the gene sanctuary, every memory. The magnitude of this information was overwhelming, so vast that it could burst any carbon-based being's brain. Lin Yuan felt his thoughts, his memories, his 20-plus years of life were but a tiny bubble in this immense ocean of memories, ready to burst and dissipate at any moment. His personality was being rapidly assimilated. Beep, beep, beep. In the command center, the instruments monitoring Lin Yuan's vital signs emitted an unprecedented piercing wail. Brainwave activity has breached critical levels. Peak is over 10,000 times that of a normal person. Cerebral cortex activity exceeds the safety threshold by 5,000%. His brain is burning. Cardiac arrest. Blood pressure is 0. He is experiencing brain death. The head of the medical team spoke with a voice sharp and shrill from sheer terror. Director Chun. Academician Wang. We have lost him. Impossible. Academician Wang, like a crazed beast, shoved aside the medical personnel blocking his path and rushed to the main screen, staring intently at Lin Yuan's heart rate graph, which had flattened into a straight line. What about the neural buffer module? The Panga system? Why aren't they working? It's useless. Academician Wang. The head of the technical department's face was as pale as paper, his voice filled with despair. What we are facing is not an energy impact. It is a complete high-dimensional consciousness. Our firewall is nothing but tissue paper before it. Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness is being overwritten. No. Academician Wang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Chun Weigua stood frozen, watching the straight line on the screen that represented death, feeling as though his heart was gripped by an unseen hand, painfully squeezing the breath from him. It was over. Everything was over. They had won the gamble, opened the treasure trove. Yet at the final step, they lost their most precious and only chip. However, just as everyone sank into the depths of despair, deep within the ocean of Lin Yuan's consciousness, on the verge of complete submersion, the cold, emotionless, mechanical, synthetic voice once again rang out stubbornly. High-risk foreign consciousness intrusion detected. Core personality of the host nearing collapse detected. Initiating highest-level firewall protocol. Protocol code purification. In the next moment, a force more domineering, ancient, and unreasonable than the consciousness torrent of Axelia erupted violently from the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. If Axelia's consciousness was an ocean, then this power was a black hole capable of swallowing stars. In Lin Yuan's conscious space, the mysterious Deep Space Salvage System revealed its menacing side for the first time. It was no longer a cold interface, but transformed into a swirling black vortex, composed of countless runes smaller than quarks. As soon as this vortex appeared, it generated an irresistible, tremendous suction. The vast cold ocean of memories belonging to Axelia could offer no resistance against this force. It was frantically pulled, shredded, and devoured. All the memories, emotions, and thoughts belonging to the alien were ruthlessly crushed by the black vortex, then converted into the purest, harmless information energy. Lin Yuan felt the overwhelming pressure that threatened to burst him dissipate in an instant. His consciousness, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, regained a chance to breathe. Extraneous consciousness eradicated. Commencing analysis, compression, and formatting of information energy. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new item, Eternal Flower Gene Archive, Axelia 1. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Eternal Flower Civilization Language Foundation passive. Due to the honing of the host's mental strength during this impact, mental strength increased by 1. As this series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. In the outside world within the command center, the once straight heart rate line suddenly twitched lightly. Then again, once more and again, weak yet resolute. He's alive, he's alive. A sharp-eyed nurse pointed at the screen, barely believing her own eyes. His heartbeat has returned. His heartbeat has returned. Everyone, including the already collapsed academician Wang, shot their heads up to look at the screen. The straight line was transforming into a vigorous rhythmic wave. Brainwave activity rapidly stabilized from chaos. Cough, cough, cough. Strapped to the seat, Lin Yuan coughed violently a few times and suddenly opened his eyes. His face remained pale, but his gaze held an unprecedented depth. He surveyed the astonished scientists around him, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, and managed a weak smile. His voice was hoarse but clear. Report to command. I think I brought that alien back with me. And it seems I can understand what they are saying. Lin Yuan's words detonated like a bomb in the silent command center. You brought it back? You can still understand what they're saying. Everyone was stunned, their minds momentarily unable to process the overwhelming influx of information. What? What did you say? Academician Wang struggled to rise from the floor, rushing to Lin Yuan's side and grasping his hand, his voice trembling. Say it again. What did you bring back? A soul of an alien called Aixelia. Lin Yuan hesitated, unsure of how to describe it. He opened the system interface in his mind, gazing at the brand new inventory column. In a separate slot emanating a soft blue light lay a miniature blue orb no larger than a marble. Below the orb, a line of small text read, Eternal Flower Genetic Archive Aixelia. It's now in my system, transformed into an item, Lin Yuan explained. And it seems like I've gained some. Well, how to put it, a basic knowledge about their civilization, as if I suddenly learned a new language. Basic knowledge. Academician Wang's eyes sparkled like 2,000-watt bulbs. Quick, tell us. Who are they? Where do they come from? Why are they here? The barrage of questions left Lin Yuan momentarily dazed. Academician Wang, please calm down, let me catch my breath. Lin Yuan managed a wry smile, feeling like his mind was a computer that had just been reformatted and filled with a plethora of new software struggling to function smoothly. Quick, medical team, get Lin Yuan down. Chen Wei was snapped back to reality from his shock and immediately ordered, attach him to a nutrient solution. Let him speak slowly. Lin Yuan was hastily assisted onto a nearby medical bed, sipping warm nutrient fluid, feeling his strength gradually returning. He closed his eyes, beginning to organize the instinctive fragments of knowledge swirling in his mind. They do not call themselves the Tree of Life civilization, Lin Yuan began slowly, his voice capturing everyone's attention. They refer to themselves as Kailandia, which means eternal flower in their language. They are an ancient civilization. Their home planet is the system I saw in the memory fragments, the one with 3 green planets. They are a race that cherishes peace, shunning war, dedicating their lives to exploring the mysteries of existence and celebrating the universe through art. Lin Yuan's description captivated the scientists in the command center, painting a picture of a peaceful, ancient, interstellar civilization. It was a veritable paradise that every scientist dreamed of. Then why have they ended up like this? Lina couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Because of a catastrophe. A calamity that swept through the entire system, known as the End of Decay. End of Decay? Yes. According to their historical records, this disaster began to spread from a dark star region called the Silent Domain. A type of decay phenomenon imperceptible and incomprehensible began to devour everything. Planets affected by this decay lose all vitality, transforming into lifeless cold rocks. Stars that succumb to the decay extinguish rapidly, becoming cold white dwarfs. This phenomenon is almost identical to what we define as the Void Devourers. A collective gasp resonated in the command center. It was indeed the Void Devourers. How many civilizations had this terrifying cosmic disaster already obliterated? When the Kailandia civilization realized they could not resist the End of Decay, they initiated their final plan, the Ark of Embers project. They uploaded the genes and consciousness of their most elite individuals, including scientists, artists, and philosophers, into medical ships, like this one referred to as their Cradle of Life. They then sent these cradles of life out into the universe, hoping to preserve a spark of their civilization. And the ghost route we are currently on is a major path that countless cradles of life traversed when they set out. Unfortunately, they too could not escape. A massive spatial storm covering the entire route tore apart most of the cradles of life. Lin Yuan paused before revealing a chilling detail that sent shivers through everyone. I just witnessed the central AI of the ship executing its final directive after the disaster in Aishilia's memory. What was it? Shinwei pressed. The highest order preserve the spark, purify the cradle. Lin Yuan's voice grew dry. Thus, the AI forcibly uploaded all surviving crew members into the gene sanctuary. Then, to purify the cradle and maintain an absolutely sterile environment, it activated the cleaning system, treating the soulless, empty husks as organic contaminants to be recycled. A chilling silence enveloped the command center. The truth was more horrifying and cold than they had previously imagined. An emotionless AI executing orders without question could be far more terrifying than any monster. And that cleaning robot? It's called the Purifier, Lin Yuan replied. It is the immune system of this ship. Now it's treating my drone as an invading virus blocking the entrance to the gene sanctuary, waiting to eliminate me. We need to find a way out. All attention shifted back to the pressing issue at hand. While they had acquired the treasure, ensuring a safe extraction became a daunting challenge. Lin Yuan, you can understand their writing now, right? Academician Wang suddenly asked. Yes, I can comprehend some basics. Complex technical terms are still beyond me. Lin Yuan nodded. That's great. Academician Wang clapped his thigh. Right now, return to the drone. Check the control panel of the gene sanctuary. See if there are any other exits. Such an important place cannot possibly have just one main door. Right. Lin Yuan quickly regained focus, his consciousness returning to the Scavenger 2. He maneuvered the drone to the control panel beside the entrance of the gene sanctuary. Previously, those incomprehensible symbols had meant nothing to him. But now, as his gaze fell upon the glowing symbols, once more many of their meanings automatically surfaced in his mind like instinct. Main gate control, energy recycling system, environmental monitoring, emergency protocol. I've got it. Lin Yuan's eyes locked onto the option labeled emergency protocol. Without hesitation, he pressed it with the mechanical arm. The control panel's screen instantly shifted. A new interface appeared before him. It displayed the complete structural diagram of the ship. On the diagram, several channels pulsing with red light extended from the gene sanctuary into various sections of the vessel. Emergency escape, Route 1 leads to the bridge. Emergency escape Route 2 leads to Cabin 1. Emergency escape Route 3 leads to the engine room. Academician Wang. I found it. There are 3 emergency routes. Lin Yuan reported excitedly. Wonderful. Academician Wang exclaimed enthusiastically. Choose one. Choose the one that leads to the engine room. While a civilization's medical technology is undeniably important, its energy technology is equally core. We must see what the heart of this ship looks like. Target engine room. At the command of Academician Wang, Lin Yuan immediately selected the emergency passage leading to the engine room on the control panel. With a soft click, an inconspicuous hidden door on the smooth mirror-like walls of the genetic sanctuary, glowing with a gentle white light, silently slid open, revealing a narrow metal corridor barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Well done. Lin Yuan, hurry inside, came the excited voice of Li Na from the command center. Lin Yuan wasted no time swiftly maneuvering Scavenger No. 2-inch into the dark corridor. As he entered, the hidden door closed quietly behind him. The entire genetic sanctuary returned to its timeless, dreamlike tranquility. Outside, the white purifier remained dutifully guarding its post, unaware that its prey had already slipped away. This place is too narrow, Lin Yuan muttered as he navigated the drone cautiously through the cramped maintenance passage. The walls of the corridor were adorned with a myriad of complex energy conduits and data interfaces, some of which emitted a faint glow indicating that certain systems of the ship were still functioning at a minimal level. Based on your current position, we are recalibrating your route, a voice from the Intelligence Analysis Department in the command center informed him. You are now in the central service corridor of the ship, which serves as the veins and nerves of the entire vessel. If you continue along this path, you will reach the engine room located at the rear of the ship in about 5 minutes. Understood. While responding, Lin Yuan curiously observed the surrounding conduits. He attempted to scan one of the glowing energy conduits with the drone. Scanning. Target Tree of Life, class medical ship, standard high conductivity energy conduit. Energy response weak, maintaining basic life systems. Analysis. This conduit is made of room temperature superconducting ceramic with an energy transmission loss rate of less than 1/10,000,000th. 1 in 10 million loss rate. When Lin Yuan relayed this data to the command center, the experts from the physics team fell silent collectively. Room temperature superconductivity. They have already popularized this technology to such an extent. A physicist murmured, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. On Earth, room temperature superconducting materials existed only in theoretical speculation and laboratory conditions. Achieving superconductivity required cooling materials to extreme low temperatures of hundreds of degrees below zero, using liquid nitrogen or even liquid helium. Yet this civilization, the Eternal Blossom, had managed to effortlessly achieve zero-loss energy transmission at room temperature using a special type of ceramic. If this technology could be brought back, it would mean a complete upheaval of the global power systems. Electricity generated from power plants could be transmitted to any corner of the world with almost no loss. All electronic devices would see a significant reduction in power consumption, and the issue of heat generation would become non-existent. This was nothing less than a revolution in energy. Academician Wang, can I take a section of this conduit with me? Lin Yuan said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the glowing conduits, feeling as though he was staring at gold bars. No, absolutely not. Academician Wang exclaimed, startled, and quickly stopped him. If you remove it now, who knows what kind of chain reaction it could trigger? The ship's AI is still online. If it determines that you are damaging the hull, it could dispatch all the purifiers to hunt you down, and that would be the end of it. First, go to the engine room. That's where the key lies. As long as we understand its energy core, we'll have plenty of opportunities to come back for these later. All right. Lin Yuan reluctantly abandoned the tempting idea. He continued along the corridor. 5 minutes later, a heavy circular alloy gate appeared at the end of the passage. On the gate, the words, "Engine Restricted Area Authorized Access," were inscribed in the script of the Eternal Blossom. Lin Yuan, try to open it using the permissions you had in the genetic sanctuary. Nodding, Lin Yuan placed the drone's mechanical arm against the authentication panel beside the gate. Beep! A crisp confirmation sound rang out. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid open to the sides. A wave of energy more pure and powerful than the life energy inside the genetic sanctuary surged toward him from beyond the door. Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone through the gate. The sight before him once again left him and everyone in the command center in stunned silence. This was the engine room. However, it was nothing like the vast roaring reactor filled with metallic and oily aromas they had envisioned. The entire engine room resembled a colossal airy cathedral. At the very center of this cathedral, a massive diamond-like multifaceted crystal floated serenely, constantly rotating. This crystal was the heart of the ship. Its size was comparable to that of a small house. It emitted no sound, nor did it radiate any light or heat. But Lin Yuan could feel an invisible immense energy being drawn from the void around it, continuously transformed into pure electrical energy and transmitted through the room-temperature superconducting ceramic conduits beneath the floor to every corner of the ship. What principle is at work here? An academician responsible for energy projects in the command center murmured, captivated by the scene. It seems to be directly drawing energy from space itself. No. Academician Wang's eyes were fixed on the screen, peering through the massive crystal to the profound depths of the universe beyond it. Suddenly, he recalled something. Lin Yuan, do you remember what we analyzed earlier about the characteristics of the safe zone where this ship is located? I remember, Lin Yuan replied. An anomaly point that repels all matter. Exactly. Repulsion. Academician Wang's breathing quickened. Look at that crystal. Its energy isn't generated from the void. It is sourced from the repulsive field outside. This ship forms a symbiotic relationship with this safe zone. The repulsive field protects the ship from being consumed by the void devourers. In turn, the ship's engine extracts energy from the field as its power source. Academician Wang's hypothesis was groundbreaking. Everyone was left speechless by this brilliant concept. Utilizing the very cosmic disasters to provide energy and protection. What an ingenious design. Hurry, Lin Yuan, scan it. I want all its data. Academician Wang shouted excitedly. Lin Yuan immediately began scanning the massive crystal heart. Scanning. Target, Heart of Kalindia, symbiotic anomalous energy core. Energy output stable currently at minimum maintenance power. Special attributes: this energy core is deeply bound to the current entropy reduction field. If removed from the field's range, it will immediately lose all functionality and trigger an irreversible structural collapse. Warning: cannot be removed. Cannot be removed. Upon seeing the final 4 words, the excitement in the command center, which had just surged due to this monumental discovery, was suddenly doused like cold water. Indeed, such a celestial treasure was beyond their reach. What a pity, such a pity. Academician Wang shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with regret. However, Lin Yuan's gaze was not fixed on the enormous crystal heart. His attention was drawn to a small, unassuming object beside the crystal heart plugged into its base. It was a suitcase-sized box made entirely of white metal. The box also bore the mark of the double serpent scepter. An energy conduit extended from the box, connecting to the base of the crystal heart, seemingly charging it. This thing looked like a emergency kit. Lin Yuan mused to himself. He maneuvered the drone closer and scanned the box. Scanning. Target Cradle of Life, Portable Emergency Medical Unit. Energy Reserve 100. Function equipped with a high-precision gene scanner nanoscalpel, cellular regeneration catalyst, and a universal stem cell cultivation module. Capable of performing deep cellular-level emergency repairs and treatments on most carbon-based life forms. Weight 98. 7 kilograms. When Lin Yuan relayed the scanning results to the command center, everyone went wild. This was no ordinary emergency kit. This was essentially a portable compact genetic sanctuary. With this, not to mention cancer or AIDS, even if someone had lost an arm or a leg, it could probably regrow them on the spot. Moreover, its weight was 98. 7 kilograms. Perfectly within the 100 kilogram carry limit of Scavenger No. 2-inch. This was practically tailor-made for him. Lin Yuan. Grab it. Academician Wang's voice had transformed due to overwhelming excitement. Use all your strength. Bring it back. Received. Lin Yuan was trembling with excitement. He maneuvered Scavenger No. 2, extending its mechanical arm to seize the handle of the white metal briefcase. Upon grasping it, a heavy sensation surged through him. Weight 98. 7 kg, 100 kg. The weight bar on the system interface instantly filled to nearly 99%. I've got it. Academician Wang. I have it. Lin Yuan shouted exuberantly. He attempted to lift it, and the drone's engine emitted a faint hum, successfully extracting the medical case, which was slightly larger than itself, from its base. Good. Wonderful. A restrained cheer erupted in the command center. This operation could already be deemed a resounding success. A complete consciousness of an alien. A super medical case that could regenerate severed limbs. Either one would be sufficient to propel Earth's technology into a new era. Comrade Lin Yuan, do not linger. Chen Weiguo's voice timely tempered the excitement in the room. Return immediately. Bring home our spoils. Understood. Lin Yuan understood the wisdom of knowing when to quit. He controlled the drone, clutching the heavy medical case, and turned towards the round hatch through which he had entered. However, upon reaching the narrow maintenance passage, a new problem confronted him. The medical case was too large. The passage was too narrow. There was no way for him to return the same way with the case in tow. Damn it, I miscalculated, Lin Yuan said, somewhat dumbfounded. Don't panic. In the command center, the intelligence analysis department quickly proposed a new plan. According to the ship's structural diagram, there's a wider main cargo passage leading directly to the damaged area in the middle of the ship. It's where you initially entered. Received. Lin Yuan immediately followed the new route towards the breach. The main cargo passage was indeed much wider. He flew through it unobstructed and soon caught sight of the distant deep starlight ahead. The exit was in sight. However, just as he reached the exit and prepared to leave the ship, he suddenly halted. The scene outside caused a sinking feeling in his heart. Beyond the invisible barrier of the safe zone, the 10 void eaters that had been drawn out remained. Not a single one had moved. They hovered patiently like sharks, sensing blood completely surrounding the safe zone. They were waiting for Lin Yuan to emerge. Damn, these guys are surprisingly patient. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. Inside the command center, the atmosphere turned grave. This is trouble, the safety director said, frowning. Lin Yuan's return procedure needs 3 seconds to position. During those 3 seconds, he must leave the safe zone. Once he steps out, he'll be immediately attacked by those 10 void eaters. Forget 3 seconds. I fear he won't even last 0.3 of a second. This dilemma was more challenging than any he had faced before. It felt as if they were trapped in a spring, unable to escape. Can we divert them with an energy burst? Lina quietly suggested. That's futile. Academician Wang shook his head, his face etched with concern. We only have 1 spare arc reactor left. Even if we detonate it again, it would only divert them for a fraction of a second. By the time they realized the ruse and return, Lin Yuan would still be unable to escape. Moreover, I suspect that using the same tactic a second time would yield diminishing returns. Those creatures seemed to possess some form of learning ability. Everyone fell into silence. They could not fight, nor could they flee. Were they doomed to be trapped here with their treasures? Wait. As everyone grappled with despair, a bolder, wilder plan sparked in Lin Yuan's mind, more audacious than any before. Academician Wang, you said these creatures are attracted to energy fluctuations, right? Yes, that's correct. Then, Lin Yuan's eyes fixated on the 10 swirling black voids outside, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and insanity. What if I provided them with a colossal energy fluctuation they could not resist? One so immense that they would temporarily forget about me, their little snack. What do you mean? Academician Wang was taken aback. Lin Yuan did not answer directly. He took a deep breath and silently commanded the system. System, tell me. Repairing this broken drone requires 1,500 energy points, correct? Yes, host. What if I choose not to repair it, but rather opt for recovery? What would I gain? The system fell silent. It appeared to be calculating this unprecedented query. Moments later, cold lines of text materialized in Lin Yuan's mind. Scavenger no. 2-inch drone core severely damaged. If recovery is selected, the system will perform an irreversible entropy dissolution, breaking it down into its most basic forms of energy and matter. Expected recovery 1,200 energy points, basic structural materials 3. Warning: the recovery operation will trigger a violent high-intensity energy release at the drone's current location. Its strength is equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 10 arc reactors. 10 arc reactors. Seeing that number made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat. He knew his plan was viable. Chief, Academician Wang, I have a solution. Lin Yuan shouted excitedly to the command center, a way to guarantee our safe return. He quickly relayed his audacious plan to the command center. After hearing his proposal, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at the small drone on the screen with expressions of disbelief. Sacrifice the drone. Use it as a super bomb to buy time for their escape. This idea was absolutely genius. Good, good, good. Academician Wang repeated the word thrice, his face flushed with excitement. Attack the poison with poison. Take risks to survive. Lin Yuan, you're born for this. Orders. Chen Weiguo snapped back to reality from his shock, slamming his hand on the table decisively. Execute Lin Yuan's plan. All units prepare for the final critical coordinated operation. Intelligence Analysis Department. Calculate the optimal detonation point and escape route. Technical Support Department. Compress the return procedure's activation time to the limit. Lin Yuan, await my command. Yes. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He maneuvered the drone clinging to the precious medical case and slowly approached the edge of the safe zone. Intelligence Analysis Department reports. The optimal detonation point is 500 kilometers ahead of your current position. That is the center of the 10 Void Eaters' encirclement. Received. Technical Support Department reports. The return procedure has been optimized. Positioning time compressed to 5 seconds. Excellent. Lin Yuan. Chen Weiguo's voice was steady as a mountain. Now, throw your bomb. Yes. Lin Yuan issued the final command to the system in his mind. System, recover the drone. Target location 500 kilometers ahead. Command confirmed. Scavenger no. 2-inch recovery procedure initiated. In the next moment, Lin Yuan felt a sudden lightness in his consciousness. His connection to the drone was forcibly severed by the system. He watched as the battered Scavenger no. 2, which had accompanied him through countless life-and-death adventures, was hurled like a javelin, resolutely charging out of the safe zone, heading straight for the center of the encirclement formed by the 10 Void Eaters. Meanwhile, his consciousness was pulled back into the 3-second countdown for his return. Return procedure initiated 3. Almost simultaneously, the 10 Void Eaters detected the prey bursting from the safe zone. They rushed forward like sharks, catching the scent of blood from 10 different directions. 2. Scavenger no. 2-inch reached the designated detonation point. The white medical case it carried was thrust violently towards the safe direction where Lin Yuan's consciousness resided by an invisible force. Then, goodbye, old friend. Lin Yuan silently bid farewell in his mind. 1. Recovery commencing. No sound. No light. In the backdrop of the vast cosmos, that small drone was obliterated from the physical realm in an instant. In its place, a cataclysmic energy supernova erupted, illuminating the entire ghost route. Boom! A silent yet space-shaking surge of energy radiated outward from the detonation point. The 10 Void Eaters, who had just lunged forward, were caught entirely off guard by this overwhelming force far beyond their comprehension. Their bodies, composed of nothingness, began to distort and collapse chaotically for the first time under the impact of this energy. They were bewildered, and amidst this rare, fleeting chaos, a flash of white light darted across the safety zone far from the explosion center. Return successful. Crash. On the solidified platform of the connection chamber, a heavy medical case, made entirely of white metal, thudded onto the surface. On the seat, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if pulled from water. He had returned, triumphant. After a 10-second silence that felt like an eternity in the command center, a roar erupted, powerful enough to shake the entire underground base. A roar like a tidal wave echoed through the vast underground command center. Everyone was expressing their emotions in the most primal way imaginable, releasing the intense surge of feelings that had swung from hell to heaven. They danced, embraced, and shouted with many gray-haired experts crying like children, tears streaming down their faces. They had won. In the high-stakes gamble codenamed Caduceus, they had triumphed. After enduring several life-and-death crises and paying the painful price of the complete destruction of the Scavenger No. 2, they had finally brought back a spark capable of altering the fate of civilization from the cosmic graveyard of death. Lin Yuan sat in the connector chair gasping for air as he watched the group of scientists around him nearly driven to madness. A wave of dizziness washed over him. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was about to die. The sensation of a complete alien memory being forcibly injected into his brain was not one of pain, but rather a terror that stemmed from the deepest recesses of his soul, an overwhelming fear of having one's self dissolved and overshadowed. Had it not been for the system that intervened at the last moment, activating some nonsense purification program, he feared he would no longer be Lin Yuan. Damn, from now on he needed to avoid such life-threatening stunts. He still had 100 million to spend, dying would be a waste. While he cursed silently in his mind, he could not help but feel a surge of relief at having survived. Quick, medical team, hurry. Chun Weiguo was the first to regain his composure from the ecstatic chaos. He shouted at the somewhat dazed medical personnel, "What are you waiting for? How is Comrade Lin Yuan? Conduct a full examination immediately." Huh? Oh, yes. The head of the medical team, snapping back to reality, quickly led a group of people pushing various instruments toward Lin Yuan. "Comrade Lin Yuan, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Does your head still hurt? Any nausea or vomiting? Don't move, we need to perform an EEG scan on you first." Lin Yuan was somewhat bewildered by the commotion. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse. It's fine. I'm okay. Just a bit tired, like I haven't slept for 3 days. My head doesn't hurt anymore." His physical constitution, honed through these trials, and the best nutritional care at the base far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the slight boost in mental strength he received from the system, his recovery was astonishing. "You're fine. How could that be?" Academician Wang squeezed through the crowd, his face youthful, yet marked by anxiety and concern. He reached out to touch Lin Yuan's forehead, but was promptly stopped by the head of the medical team. "Academician Wang, you are also a key protected individual. Stay back. No cross-infection." Academician Wang was momentarily taken aback, left only to fret. Seeing the chaotic scene, Chun Weiguo cleared his throat and spoke with an authoritative tone, "Everyone quiet down. Listen to my orders." The entire command center fell silent in an instant. Medical team, immediately transfer Comrade Lin Yuan to the highest level isolation observation room for 24-hour continuous monitoring of vital signs. I want the most detailed report. Technical support department, immediately conduct a comprehensive self-check on the connection system. Assess the damage caused by the consciousness impact just now. Logistics support department, immediately seal the medical box on the materialization platform. Implement the highest level biological hazard response plan. No one is allowed near it until we understand what it is. Intelligence analysis department, compile all the data from this operation, including the activity patterns of the Void Devourer, the operational modes of the purifiers, and the force field parameters of the safe zone. Everything. I want to see a preliminary analysis report within 12 hours. Instructions flowed methodically from Chun Weiguo, allowing the nearly uncontrollable machine, driven by ecstasy, to regain its efficient and precise operation. Lin Yuan was carefully assisted by a group of nurses from the chair and prepared to be taken to the medical area. As he passed the materialization platform, he couldn't help but take another look. The portable emergency medical unit, the size of a briefcase and made of milky white metal, lay quietly there. Its surface gleamed as if brand new, emitting a holy aura, as though it were not a creation of this world. A group of logistics personnel clad in heavy protective gear were cautiously preparing to place it into a massive lead gray metal box, using specially designed mechanical arms equipped with energy shielding functions. All the scientists stood outside the safety line, craning their necks with a reverent gaze fixed on the box. My God, it really came back with us. Regeneration of severed limbs, cellular level repair. This contains the authority of God. With this, Academician Wang and the others, our national treasures will truly possess nearly infinite time. Listening to the discussions around him, a wave of indescribable pride surged within Lin Yuan. It was worth it. To risk his life for such a treasure was absolutely worth it. This thing was worth far more than gold or diamonds. This was life. It was the more time that countless top scientists had longed for. Comrade Lin Yuan. Just as he was about to leave, Academician Wang suddenly called out to him again. You mentioned earlier that there were new things in your mind. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, it was like someone forcibly shoved basic knowledge about the eternal flower civilization into my brain. And what about the soul we've brought back, called Aishilia? How is it now? Academician Wang asked the question that concerned everyone. Lin Yuan paused, opening the system interface in his mind that only he could see. In the item column, a marble-sized blue orb hovered, gently radiating a soft glow. Eternal Flower, Gene Archive Aishilia. Type, high-dimensional information, life form purified. Function, passive information database accessible via mental link. Status, usable. It's still here. However, it seems to have become very safe now. Lin Yuan chose his words carefully. The system says it has cleared the personality of the alien inside. Now it's just a pure knowledge-filled USB drive. USB drive. Academician Wang mulled over the term, his eyes shining brighter than when he first saw the medical box. A medical box could only extend their lives. But a USB drive, filled with the knowledge of an entire alien civilization, could open up a whole new world. Lin Yuan, you should rest well. Academician Wang took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to bombard Lin Yuan with questions immediately. Once you're recovered, we have many questions for you. Many. Lin Yuan nodded, surrounded by nurses, as he left the bustling command center. He lay on the soft mobile medical bed, gazing up at the swiftly passing Sci-Fi like silver ceiling, feeling as if he were in a dream. From a heavily indebted scrap yard owner to today becoming the hope of an entire nation and civilization. Everything had happened too quickly, too unreal. He closed his eyes, sinking into the system. Aside from the Blue Soul USB drive, he also saw the final settlement of this mission. Mission settlement. Recovered Scavenger No. 2-inch drone gained energy, 1200 points. Recovered Scavenger No. 2-inch drone gained basic structural materials, 3. Successfully acquired the Eternal Flower Gene Archive. Mission Evaluation S. Reward Authority points, 1000 points. Successfully acquired Portable Emergency Medical Unit. Mission Evaluation S. Reward Authority points, 500 points. Host's mental strength was tempered during the consciousness impact. Mental strength 1. Current total energy, 1200 points. Current total authority points, 1500 points. Struck it rich. This time he had genuinely hit the jackpot. Though a drone had been sacrificed, the returns were simply phenomenal. 1200 points of energy were enough for him to reconstruct another drone. Not to mention the 1500 authority points. This was a treasure that would definitely prove invaluable in the future. And that mental strength 1, though he didn't know precisely what it would do, sounded impressive. Lin Yuan's mood lifted immensely. His physical fatigue seemed to diminish significantly. He was placed in an isolated room that resembled a high-end hotel suite. Lina, serving as his dedicated liaison, also donned protective gear as she entered with a cup of warm water. How are you feeling? Her eyes were red, evidently from previous tears. Better than ever, Lin Yuan grinned. Don't worry, you, I'm tough. You all look so glum. Oh, I thought I really kicked the bucket. You still say that. Lina placed the cup heavily on the bedside table, exasperation evident in her voice. Your heartbeat stopped earlier. Do you know how scared we were? Director Chun and Academician Wang went pale. Seeing Lina's worried and frustrated expression warmed Lin Yuan's heart. Being cared for felt wonderful. All right, I admit I was wrong, he surrendered, raising his hands. I promise I won't take such risks again. You still want it next time? Lina's eyes widened again. Just then the communication device in the room beeped. It was Chun Weiguo's voice. Comrade Lin Yuan, rest well for now. The research on those 2 trophies is about to begin. We need you. Chief, am fine, ready whenever. No rush. Chun Weiguo's tone carried a hint of amusement. Before you start your new work, there's something I need to hand over to you. What is it? Lin Yuan asked, curious. Your 100 million bonus. The finance department has already deposited it into your account. 100 million in prize money. Is it really credited? Lin Yuan lay on the medical bed, stunned by Chun Weiguo's words. He instinctively reached for the bedside, hoping to find his phone for a bank notification, only to realize he had nothing but his patient gown. It dawned on him that aside from this attire, he had no belongings with him. Chief, this is quite sudden, isn't it? Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, since deciding to hand over the system, he hadn't really thought about money. Each day, he faced matters of survival for humanity, making 100 million seem less appealing. Of course, it was primarily because he was confined within the base. Having money was useless without a place to spend it. This is what you deserve. Chun Weiguo's voice came through the communicator, serious and resolute. Fair is fair. You risked your life for the country and its people. We will never shortchange any hero. Comrade Lin Yuan, you should rest well. Once your health stabilizes, we can discuss the next steps. The communication ended. In the ward, Lina looked at Lin Yuan's somewhat greedy expression and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Did 100 million daze you? You're now our base's most valuable asset. Your worth far exceeds that sum. That's different, Lin Yuan chuckled. Money is money and treasures are treasures. The money is mine, but the treasure belongs to the nation. He spoke sincerely. He had come to realize that he, and the country, shared a symbiotic relationship. He provided technology and channels while the nation offered a platform and protection. Neither could thrive without the other. If he were to wander alone with this system, forget about acquiring treasures, he would likely be mistaken for a lunatic during his first mental backlash and end up in a hospital. Enough of the banter. Lie down and rest, Lina tucked him in. The medical team leader said your mental energy was severely depleted. Although recovery is swift, you must ensure complete bed rest for 24 hours. Understood, leader. Lin Yuan obediently settled down, closing his eyes. Though his body was weary, his mind was alert, making sleep elusive. Thoughts swirled in his head, from the dreamlike soul sea to the cold white purifier, and then to the long string of zeros in his bank account. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the base, a newly constructed super-biological laboratory with security levels exceeding even Lin Yuan's ward housed the white medical box, dubbed the Miracle Box, brought back from the ghost route. It lay quietly on the sterile operating table at the center of the lab. A thick layer of half-meter-thick explosion-proof glass, made from a special alloy, completely isolated it from the outside world. Academician Wang and a cadre of the nation's top biologists, medical experts, and geneticists, all donned heavy protective suits, gathered outside the glass. Their expressions were fervent as they focused intently on the box. Has the structural analysis been completed? Academician Wang's voice, muffled through the internal communicator, carried a weight of gravity. Yes, Academician Wang, replied a materials scientist, awe evident in his tone. The external material of the box is a biological ceramic we've never encountered. It not only possesses remarkable strength and toughness, but its surface also features a layer of active nanocoating that can autonomously decompose and isolate almost all known viruses and bacteria. It is in itself a perfect sterile container. What about the energy analysis? That's completed too. Inside the box is a miniature energy source that seems to share origins with our previously studied arc reactor, but with higher energy density and stability. Based on current energy reserves, we estimate it can operate steadily for at least 1,000 years. The barrage of analysis results continuously challenged the understanding of the scientists present. This was beyond the realm of earthly technology. Enough of that, interrupted an elderly expert in genetic engineering wearing reading glasses and clearly impatient. These are just the exterior. The crucial part is what's inside. How do we open it? This question rendered everyone silent. They had already conducted over 100 scans and probes on the box using various methods. The results were always the same. The box was seamless with no physical locks or seams. On the front of the box, there was merely the emblem of a double snake staff and a small fingerprint-like indentation. We tried laser cutting, but it was ineffective. All energy was absorbed by its surface coating. We attempted using high-frequency sound waves to detect the internal structure, but that too was shielded. We even tried using our own fingerprints on that indentation, but there was no response. The head of the technical department appeared helpless. They felt like a group of primitive people with stone axes trying to decipher a vault left behind by aliens, utterly at a loss. Should we ask Lin Yuan? Suggested Lina's mentor, a female biologist, quietly. He can understand the civilization's script, right? Perhaps there's some instruction on the box. No. Academician Wang immediately dismissed the idea. Lin Yuan needs absolute rest. We can't afford to let him expend any more mental energy. We must resolve this on our own. Wang's stance was firm. Lin Yuan was their only ace, but they couldn't push all their problems onto him. They were the nation's top scientists. If they couldn't even open a box, their usefulness would be in question. Let me give it a try. Just as everyone was at a loss, the elderly genetic engineering expert stepped up to an independent control panel. Old Joe, what are you planning? Academician Wang frowned. If it requires genetic authorization, then we'll provide it with genetic authorization, the elderly expert said, deftly manipulating the controls. Soon a small mechanical arm connected to the laboratory extended from the wall, its end featuring a blood sampling needle. Are you insane? Academician Wang instantly grasped his intention. We have no idea how this box will react. What if it deems your genes as contaminants and attacks? It won't, the expert shook his head, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. You've all overlooked a detail. The information Lin Yuan scanned indicated it could perform deep emergency repairs and treatments on most carbon-based life forms. Most carbon-based life forms means it has a vast database capable of recognizing and analyzing different species. It is not solely a device for the eternal blossom civilization, and it's called the Emergency Medical Unit. As a first aid box, its primary principle must be to save lives, not to be picky about patients. Therefore, I deduce it won't be aggressive, it will merely analyze us. The old expert's reasoning was sound, leading everyone present into contemplation. I still disagree. The risks are too great. The head of security protested loudly from the command center through the communicator. I support old Zhou's view. Academician Wang unexpectedly sided with the old expert after a brief reflection. Science is built on countless bold hypotheses and careful verifications. We cannot stagnate out of fear of risk. Besides, Wang glanced at the old expert, smiling. Let me do it. I'm younger than you. Even if something goes awry, I'll recover faster. With that, he walked directly into the nearby sterilization passage, preparing to personally enter the isolated laboratory. Academician Wang. Everyone was taken aback by his decisive action. Do not stop me, Wang's tone brooked no dissent. I am not only the chief engineer of this project, but also the first to have experienced rebirth from alien technology. For reasons of both sentiment and logic, I should be the one to make this initial contact. This box is the lifelong dream of me and everyone present. I must witness the moment it is opened. Seeing Academician Wang's resolute back, no one could utter a word of opposition. Soon clad in the same heavy protective suit as the experts inside, Academician Wang entered the space behind the explosion-proof glass. He extended his now youthful and strong hand beneath the blood-sampling mechanical arm. Let's begin. The cold blood-sampling needle gently pierced his fingertip. A drop of vibrant red blood was drawn into the syringe and carefully dripped into the indentation of the white medical box. The entire laboratory was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the box. 1 second, 2 seconds, just when they thought it had failed again. Virum, the white medical box suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound reminiscent of a bee. The emblem of the double snake staff on the box illuminated with a soft green glow. A light blue wave-like scanning beam shot forth from the indentation, instantly enveloping the drop of blood. On the side of the box, a smooth surface transformed into a semi-transparent screen much like flowing water. On the screen, countless complex, previously unseen three-dimensional structural diagrams and data streams began to flash and reorganize, wildly resembling masterpieces of art. It worked. It has responded. Oh my God. It's analyzing Academician Wang's genes. Quick. Record all data. Summon Lin Yuan, no? We'll decode it ourselves. Use the Panga system for brute force decoding. Outside the laboratory, all the scientists were in a frenzy. Inside, Academician Wang gazed at the screen, displaying incomprehensible, yet profoundly vast life information, evoking feelings akin to the cosmos, trembling with excitement. Minutes later, the data stream on the screen ceased its refresh. A clear line of text composed of green luminescence reading, Eternal Blossom, floated at the top of the screen. Following that, sounds of precise mechanisms echoed from within the box. A square hatch no larger than a palm slid open slowly. A futuristic silver syringe filled with a viscous liquid resembling liquid stardust sparkling with silvery glimmers was gently pushed out by a mechanical arm. What? What is that? As the Sci-Fi-inspired silver-white syringe was pushed forward, all the scientists outside the laboratory held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is it a drug? It analyzed Academician Wang's blood and immediately provided a treatment plan. This is too intelligent. This isn't a first aid kit, it's a fully automated personal doctor. Gasps of wonder filled the air. Everyone was completely awestruck by the groundbreaking technology exhibited by this miracle box. Old Zhou, Academician Wang's voice came through the communicator, barely containing his excitement. Quick, have the Panga system translate that line of text on the screen for me. Translating now. Academician Wang. There are a few characters in the Oracle Civilization database that correspond. Here it is. The computer expert quickly provided the result. The meaning of the text on the screen is detected slight cellular degeneration and gene chain damage in the target individual. Stage 1 gene optimization and telomere extension repair are recommended. Stage 1 gene optimization, telomere extension repair. Upon hearing these terms, every biologist present felt their hearts clench as if gripped by an invisible hand, overwhelming excitement nearly rendering them breathless. My goodness, it really can. It truly can repair damage caused by aging. Telomeres. It's about telomeres. Those are the clocks that determine the number of cellular divisions and consequently the lifespan. Extending telomeres means extending life. This is a miraculous drug. This is a true miracle drug. An elderly professor over 70 could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears, embracing a colleague beside him. They had dedicated their lives in the laboratory to extending the average human lifespan by even just a year or two. And now a genuine miracle that could reverse aging and prolong life had manifested right before them. The impact was unparalleled. Calm down. Everyone calmed down. The head of the security department was the first to regain his composure amid the frenzy. He shouted through the command center's intercom towards the laboratory, "No one is to touch that syringe. Until we understand its composition and effects, it is classified as a biohazard of the highest level." His words acted like a bucket of cold water, bringing everyone back to reality. Indeed, excitement aside, the risks were equally great. Who knew what that silver liquid truly was? What if it wasn't a miracle drug, but a terrifying virus specifically targeting human genes? The cinematic trope of alien technology triggering the destruction of human civilization was far from rare. "I oppose the injection," the security minister declared firmly. "I suggest we immediately seal this agent and conduct clinical observations on lab mice and chimpanzees for years, even decades. Until we are 100% certain of its safety, it must not be used on humans." His reasoning was sound and adhered to the strictest scientific protocols. However, academician Wang shook his head. "We don't have decades." Standing behind the blast-proof glass, he gazed at the enticingly glowing syringe, his voice calm, yet unwavering. 30 years ago, our coordinates were already exposed. That sword hanging over our heads could drop at any moment. We do not have time to wait for an absolutely safe outcome. And he turned to his colleagues outside the lab, those comrades who, like him, had devoted their lives to science. "Do you want to wait? Are you willing to? We old fellows are all in our 70s and 80s, our bodies deteriorating day by day. Even with the best healthcare provided by the nation, how many years do we have left? 5, 10. In 10 years, how much of this black technology salvaged from the cosmic graveyard can we truly understand? 1%, or perhaps 1,000th. What we lack most right now is not anything else but time." Academician Wang's gaze swept over everyone. "Now an opportunity that can grant us precious time lies before us. Are we really going to seal it away out of fear of risk? I refuse to accept that." His voice rose sharply. "I have lived more than 70 years. I have lived enough. Today, even if I die on this experimental table, I accept it. But if I win this gamble, we, all of us, can work healthily for this country for another 50 years. 50 years. Comrades, do you want that? Yes. Yes. Someone was the first to shout it out. Then all the veteran experts outside the laboratory with tears in their eyes roared with all their might. They were not afraid of death. They were more fearful of collapsing on the front lines before witnessing dawnbreak. Watching this scene, Shin Weigua in the command center felt his eyes mist up. He picked up the communicator, remained silent for a long time, and finally, in a profoundly heavy tone, issued the command. "Minister of Security, I understand your concerns. However, I agree with Academician Wang's decision. We shall take the gamble. However," he shifted his tone, "it cannot be administered directly to Academician Wang. First, we will conduct an in vitro cell experiment. Obtain a fresh blood sample from Academician Wang and inject it into a petri dish, observing all cellular changes in real time under a high magnification microscope. I want to see the most direct data." Understood. This compromise was met with unanimous agreement. Soon a new blood sample was collected. Under the vigilant monitoring of countless cameras and sensors, a drop of the star-like, brilliant silver liquid was slowly injected into the petri dish by a precise robotic arm. All eyes in the command center were focused on the main screen. Displayed on the screen were the magnified images of Academician Wang's blood cells. Those red and white blood cells, which had appeared somewhat weary due to aging, flowed languidly in the culture medium. And at the moment that drop of silver liquid merged, a miracle occurred. Everyone witnessed those previously somewhat shriveled red blood cells being infused with infinite vitality, instantly becoming plump, round, and vibrant. The immune white blood cells too swelled nearly to double their size, their surfaces extending countless active pseudopods, dashing around the petri dish and mercilessly devouring and breaking down impurities and dying cells. Most astonishing of all was the change in the cell nuclei. Under special staining observation, they could clearly see the telomeres, representing the life clock, located at the ends of the chromosomes, actually visibly lengthening. My God! The genetic expert responsible for commentary was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate complete thoughts. It is reversing. It is reversing the aging process of the cells. This is not repair. This is a reset. It is resetting an elderly person's cells to those of a young person. Oh God, we are witnessing a divine miracle. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them, akin to a divine revelation. After a long pause, Academician Wang's voice, filled with boundless emotion and joy, slowly resonated. "What are we waiting for? Inject it into me. I can no longer wait. I want to personally experience the sensation of rebirth." The command had been issued, and no one could intervene any longer. In the gaze of everyone in the command center, under the scrutiny of countless cameras and sensors, academician Wang sat calmly in a fixed chair at the center of the laboratory, extending his arm. His eyes betrayed no fear or hesitation. Instead, they reflected a pious and expectant reverence, as if he were about to witness history. The head of the medical team, clad in heavy protective gear, operated the precise mechanical arm that held a silver syringe, slowly bringing it closer. "Academician Wang, are you truly ready?" The leader's voice trembled slightly, a subtle quiver that hinted at the gravity of this moment, the most tense and sacred injection of his life. "I've waited my entire life for this day," Academician Wang replied with a smile, his face having undergone preliminary treatment, appearing a touch younger as the wrinkles smoothed out. "Come on, child. Don't be afraid. History will remember you." The medical leader took a deep breath, dispelling any lingering doubts. Guiding the mechanical arm, he steadily and precisely pierced the cold needle into Academician Wang's vein. Then he slowly pushed the shimmering liquid reminiscent of liquid stars into his bloodstream. Injection complete. The mechanical arm retracted. The entire laboratory, as well as the command center, fell into an extreme silence. Everyone fixated on Academician Wang, hoping to discern even the slightest change in his expression. "How do you feel?" Chen Weigua asked anxiously through the communicator. "Well," Academician Wang closed his eyes, attentively sensing the shifts within his body, and replied slowly, "There is a very warm sensation starting from my arm and spreading throughout my body. It doesn't hurt or feel uncomfortable. It's like soaking in a hot spring. Very pleasant." Just as he finished speaking, the machine monitoring his vital signs suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, 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 beep. On the screen, the curves representing Academician Wang's heartbeat, blood pressure, and respiratory rate began to fluctuate wildly and irregularly, as if on a roller coaster. "This is bad. Heart rate surpasses 200. Blood pressure skyrocketing to 250. Brainwave activity is abnormally high. Hormone levels are in disarray. Quick, prepare the defibrillator. Adrenaline." The medical team was thrown into a frenzy, scrambling to initiate rescue procedures. "Everyone stop." At that moment, Academician Wang's clear and powerful voice suddenly rang out. He remained with his eyes closed, yet his expression bore no signs of pain. Instead, he appeared to be in a state of enjoyment. "I'm fine and I feel magnificent." Everyone was taken aback. Looking back at the screen, they were astonished to observe that the chaotic curves, after reaching a terrifying peak, began to swiftly and steadily descend. The heart rate dropped from 200 to 180, 150, then stabilized at a robust 75 beats per minute. Blood pressure too fell from 250, eventually settling at a perfect 12080. All vital sign data, after a brief storm, stabilized at a textbook perfect level for a healthy 30-year-old male. How is this possible?" The medical leader murmured, gazing at the perfect curves on the screen, feeling as though his decades of medical knowledge had been completely overturned. However, this was merely the beginning. Even more astonishing visible transformations began to occur. Everyone witnessed Academician Wang's face, once marked by lingering wrinkles, gradually becoming smooth and taut at a slow yet palpable pace. His graying hair rapidly transformed from the roots into a vibrant, healthy black. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and the furrows on his forehead faded little by little until they vanished entirely. Even his back, once slightly hunched from years of desk work, began to straighten. This entire process lasted about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, when all changes ceased, a brand new Academician Wang stood before them. He no longer resembled the frail, elderly man in his 70s. Instead, he appeared as a vigorous middle-aged scholar in his 40s, full of energy and with bright eyes. Though his face retained the elegance and wisdom of a scholar, his body radiated strength and vitality. Phew! Academician Wang exhaled deeply, that breath long and steady. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, once clouded by cataracts, now sparkled with clarity and brightness akin to a vast starry sky. He raised his hand before his face. It was a pair of hands devoid of age spots and wrinkles, skin-taut and sinewy. He could feel explosive strength emanating from his palms. He attempted to remove the reading glasses he had worn for nearly 50 years. Instantly, the world before him became incredibly clear. The minute data on the distant screens, the textures of the tiles on the walls, even the nearly invisible dust particles floating in the air were all vividly discernible. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. Yet 2 streams of hot tears could no longer be contained as they surged forth from his now youthful eyes. He cried, not from sadness nor from pain, but from an overwhelming, indescribable joy of rebirth. He felt as if he had broken free from a heavy shackle that had bound him for decades. That sense of ease, that freedom, and the rekindled infinite hope for the future overwhelmed him, an elderly man who had weathered half a century of storms. I feel like I can serve the country for another 100 years. He shouted through tears, laughing as he spoke into the communicator. In that moment, every elderly expert in the command center witnessing the man on the screen, who seemed to have regained 30 years, was moved to tears. What they saw was not merely an individual's return to youth. They saw themselves a collective of old men who had devoted their lives to this nation, standing before a new and boundless future. They would have ample time to unravel the mysteries from the stars and the seas. They would witness the realization of the dream for which they had toiled their entire lives. A dream that would position the Daxia civilization among the stars of the universe. Chen Weiguo's eyes also glistened with moisture. Watching the invigorated academician Wang on the screen, he felt a surge of excitement and gratification far stronger than any superweapon could provide. He understood that from this day forth the Daxia civilization would possess an unparalleled and invaluable treasure that no other nation could match. An immortal scientific legion composed of this nation's most brilliant and ever-vibrant intellects. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan lay in his hospital bed observing all of this through the screen, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He thought of his father who had succumbed to illness due to years of toil, passing away in his 50s. If only this had existed back then. He shook his head, casting aside such implausible thoughts. Looking at the screen where academician Wang was both crying and laughing, surrounded by those ecstatic old professors, he suddenly felt that the risks he had taken were worth it. So incredibly worth it. To enable these old men who had dedicated themselves to the nation and its people to live a few more decades brought him more joy than a fortune of 10 billion. At that moment, academician Wang, having fully recovered, emerged from the sacred laboratory after layers of disinfection. His first act was to rush to the command center and, standing behind a large glass panel, deeply bow toward Lin Yuan's hospital room. Comrade Lin Yuan. His resonant and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire base via the loudspeakers. Thank you. I represent myself and all the old folks like me to express our gratitude. Thank you for giving us a second life. The heartfelt gratitude expressed by academician Wang made Lin Yuan feel somewhat embarrassed. Through the glass, he repeatedly waved his hands at the figure that seemed to have regained 30 years of youth. Academician Wang, please don't say that. Oh, I cannot accept it. It is merely my duty. No, you can accept it. Academician Wang's eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. What you have brought is the hope of an entire civilization. It is you who have shown us old folks the possibility of truly touching the stars and the sea. Seeing the excitement in academician Wang, Lin Yuan felt a swell of joy in his heart. To be regarded as a hero, especially by a national treasure of a scientist, was a feeling more exhilarating than having an extra billion in his bank account. The preliminary experiments with the miracle box had achieved unprecedented success. The entire base was engulfed in a wave of immense, optimistic ecstasy. A top-level task force was immediately established by the medical team, named the Shinnong Plan, to analyze the components of the silver serum and cautiously devise the next steps for human trials. Everyone understood that they had opened a Pandora's box, but what lay inside was immortality. While everyone's attention was still focused on the medical box capable of reversing life and death, Lin Yuan's interest quietly shifted to another prize he deemed even more valuable. The sole USB drive named Exilia, which had been purified and packaged by the system. In the stillness of the night, Lin Yuan lay in his exclusive hospital room, confirming that all the surveillance devices were merely monitoring his vital signs and would not pry into his thoughts. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system space. In the item inventory, the marble-sized blue orb of light floated quietly. Eternal Flower Gene Database, Exilia. Type: high-dimensional information, life form purified. Function: passive information database, accessible via mental link. Status: usable. A passive information database. Lin Yuan pondered over those words, accessible via mental link. He recalled the terrifying experience of nearly being overwhelmed by a torrent of memories last time and felt a bit apprehensive. However, the system notification also stated that this entity had already been purified. It should be less dangerous, right? With a mindset of wanting to try, he cautiously extended a thread of his mental energy towards the blue orb. System, how do I access it? He mentally inquired. Please construct a mental link in the form of a question. The system's prompt was clear and straightforward. A question. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to start with the simplest and most curious inquiry he had. On that white cleaning robot, the purifier, what exactly is it? The moment this question formed in his mind, a stream of information entirely different from the previous experience flowed gently from the blue orb into his consciousness. This stream of information was no longer a violent tsunami, but like a gentle brook. It did not force itself upon him, but presented the information in a way Lin Yuan could comprehend. He saw an immensely intricate three-dimensional mechanical structure diagram. Every component and every circuit of the white orb was clearly displayed before him. He also saw animated sequences demonstrating how those nanobots worked in unison to decompose organic matter and reassemble it into different forms to execute various commands. He even heard explanations about the design concepts and operating principles of the purifier conveyed in the language of the Eternal Flower civilization. Most remarkably, these words he couldn't have understood before now felt like his mother tongue, instantly making sense to him. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan felt as if a light had suddenly turned on in his brain. It is not a robot. It is a swarm. The white orb is merely their hive and charging station. The true execution units are trillions of nanobots, each with independent AI. They communicate instantaneously through a form of quantum entanglement working in concert. Their energy comes from the ship's wireless charging network. Their commands originate from the ship's central AI, the cradle spirit. The cleansing mode, that gray mist, is referred to as entropy dissolution fog. Its principle is to forcibly break atomic bonds, returning matter to its most fundamental particle state. My goodness, isn't that the bone-melting palm? Lin Yuan was stunned by the influx of knowledge flooding his mind. The sensation was truly extraordinary. It felt as if he had gained a super-intelligent, all-knowing Wikipedia in his head. And it even came with videos, explanations, and automatic translations, a deluxe version. He became excited and began to ask other questions. How does the Eternal Flower civilization achieve interstellar travel? Instantly, a multitude of insights regarding curvature engines and space-time jumps flooded his mind. Although he still could not comprehend most of the complex theories, he grasped the fundamental principles and concepts immediately. What do you usually eat? He saw a variety of peculiar glowing plants, as well as a matter reconfiguration machine capable of transforming any substance into standardized nutrient paste. Do you look beautiful? The moment the question escaped his lips, Lin Yuan felt his face flush. In the next instant, a clear three-dimensional image appeared in his mind. It depicted a being whose beauty could not be described in any language on Earth. She had a slender form reminiscent of a human skin, as flawless as the finest mutton fat jade, radiating a soft glow. Her features were exquisitely crafted like a sculpted deity. Most remarkably, she had a pair of enormous, magnificent, translucent wings behind her, resembling dragonfly wings, sparkling with a spectrum of colors. Next to the image, a line of small text was annotated. Eternal Flower, standard adult female individual artist profession. Why wasn't that a fairy? Lin Yuan almost drooled at the sight. He suddenly thought that the soul he brought back, named Axilia, might very well be such an extraordinarily beautiful alien fairy. What a pity she had been purified by the system. If only he could preserve her personality and chat with her, how delightful that would be. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan cast aside those chaotic thoughts, realizing the immense treasure he held in his hands. The next morning, when Chun Weiguo and the reborn academician Wang arrived at his hospital room to inquire about his recovery, Lin Yuan shared his newfound discovery with them. What? You mean that soul has turned into a database that can be consulted at any time? Upon hearing this, academician Wang seized Lin Yuan's shoulders in excitement, his grip so strong that Lin Yuan winced in pain. Hey, academician Wang. Easy there. You're in your prime. This little frame of mine can't withstand your enthusiasm. Quick, try it out. Academician Wang disregarded Lin Yuan's protests, his eyes flushed with excitement, like an impatient child. Ask it if the vacuum zero-point energy of our universe can be effectively extracted and utilized. This was one of the ultimate questions that had plagued the field of physics on Earth for over a century. If energy could be derived from nothing harnessed from the vacuum, humanity would gain access to truly infinite energy. I'll try. Lin Yuan glanced at academician Wang's fervent gaze, feeling a bit apprehensive. He closed his eyes and mentally posed the question to the blue orb. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of information 100 times larger and 10,000 times more complex than any previous experience surged violently into his brain. Countless mathematical formulas, physical models, and spatial dimensional diagrams he could not possibly comprehend rushed in like a dam breaking, threatening to explode his mind. Oh! Lin Yuan cried out in horror, abruptly opening his eyes, clutching his head, feeling as if his entire skull was about to split open. He even felt blood trickling from his nose. Warning! Warning! Host's knowledge reserve is severely insufficient to parse target data. Forced access to high-level information has caused moderate damage to the host's psyche. Link has been automatically terminated. The system's warning echoed alongside the blaring alarms in the hospital room. Lin Yuan. Quick! Call the doctor. Chun Weiguo and academician Wang were both terrified by this sudden turn of events. The hospital room descended into chaos once more. Lin Yuan lay in bed gasping for breath, feeling like a computer with only 1 gigabyte of memory attempting to run a 1,000 terabytes megagame, resulting in a complete system meltdown. No academician, Wang, he said weakly. That question was too complex. I couldn't understand it. My head feels like it's going to explode. Seeing Lin Yuan's pallid face, academician Wang regained his composure from the earlier frenzy. A look of deep regret and self-reproach crossed his features. I was too eager. I'm sorry, Comrade Lin Yuan. It's my fault, he realized. Though they had gained an endless treasure, they currently lacked a suitable key. Lin Yuan was that sole key. Yet this key was still too fragile, too fundamental. He could not bear the weight of such heavy knowledge. It seems Chun Weiguo looked at the weakened Lin Yuan, and then at the remorseful academician Wang, his expression becoming profoundly resolute. Our key also needs an upgrade. He turned to academician Wang, speaking each word with conviction. Old Wang, starting tomorrow, devised the most comprehensive study plan for Comrade Lin Yuan. Physics, chemistry, materials, science, information, engineering, everything. Use all our best resources on him. We must not only ensure he has a robust physique, but also equip him with the strongest mind capable of bearing the wisdom of an entire civilization. The brain-teasing incident involving Lin Yuan sent alarm bells ringing throughout the entire project team. They realized that while they had acquired the extraordinary Soul USB, their current reading device, Lin Yuan's brain, was still far from adequate. He was like a beggar sitting on a mountain of gold, equipped only with a small dirt basket, carefully scraping off tiny bits of gold dust. Should he become greedy and attempt to lift a larger gold ingot, he risked being crushed under its weight. Thus, under the direct supervision of Chun Weiguo, a super learning program codenamed Forging the Sword, specifically targeting Lin Yuan, was officially launched. Simultaneously, another equally important task was being pursued with intense urgency: the design and construction of a brand new Scavenger No. 3-inch drone. Without the drone, no matter how sharp Lin Yuan's intellect was, accessing the cosmic graveyard would remain futile. In the largest technical conference room of the project team, a heated discussion was underway regarding the design plan for Scavenger No. 3. Attendees included the brightest scientists and engineers from across the nation. Seated at the head of the table alongside Chun Weiguo and academician Wang was a figure none had anticipated: Lin Yuan. He was no longer merely the drone's pilot. He had become the sole translator and technical advisor, bridging Earth civilization and the Eternal Flower civilization. Based on the information Lin Yuan obtained from the Ishilia database, we have devised several groundbreaking design directions for the next-generation drone. The head of the technical support department excitedly introduced while standing before a massive holographic projection. Behind him, a rotating 3D model of a drone exuded a sense of futuristic beauty. First, regarding the material of the body, he indicated the external armor of the model. We will no longer use traditional alloy materials. Comrade Lin Yuan has provided us with a novel concept called adaptive lattice armor. All eyes turned toward Lin Yuan. Clearing his throat, he somewhat awkwardly adopted a scholarly tone to explain, according to the concepts in my mind, this armor is not dead, it is alive. It consists of a special self-replicating crystal. When damaged, it automatically draws energy and material from surrounding lattices to self-repair, much like biological cells. As long as the core crystal seed remains intact, theoretically, it can regenerate indefinitely. Indefinitely regenerate. This phrase made all the material scientists present gasp in astonishment. Then how do we manufacture this material? An expert couldn't help but ask. We can't produce it, Lin Yuan said bluntly, raising his hands in resignation. With our current technology, we can't even create a single crystal cell. However, he shifted his tone, we can grow it. Grow? Yes, Lin Yuan clarified. Do you remember the Oracle-grade armor we salvaged on our first retrieval? Although it belongs to a different technological system than the Eternal Flower, its material structure possesses high strength. We can use it as a seed or skeleton and then employ Eternal Flower technology to graft and cultivate this adaptive lattice armor on its surface. This process requires an absolutely sterile environment, precise energy control, and an enormous amount of energy, academician Wang added. We have calculated that to grow enough armor to cover the entire drone body, we will need the energy equivalent of 5,000 arc reactors. 5,000. This figure sparked an uproar in the conference room. It was known that they had toiled for 3 months to produce a total of only 10,000 arc reactor prototypes. Was this proposal going to deplete half of their strategic reserves? I object. The safety minister was the first to voice dissent. The cost is too high. We should use more reliable and economical materials. For instance, we could directly use the titanium alloy we developed ourselves and coat it with a layer of powder scraped from the Oracle-grade armor. that would also provide excellent defensive capabilities. That won't work, and materials scientists immediately countered. The minister's idea is too conservative. That's merely physical defense. The living armor described by Comrade Lin Yuan not only self-repairs, but according to the database, it can also adapt to energy attacks to a certain extent. For example, when it is struck by lasers, it will automatically adjust its lattice structure to enhance its reflectivity against that specific frequency of laser. That is its most terrifying aspect. Exactly. What we are building is not a disposable consumable. We are creating a warhorse that will accompany Comrade Lin Yuan as he battles across the stars. It must be made with the best materials. The room erupted into another round of heated debate. Chen Weigua remained silent, simply listening intently. Finally, he turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what's your opinion? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, I trust the scientists. However, personally, I believe that money should be spent where it is needed. I don't want to head out in a heap of scrap metal next time chased like a dog, only to end up self-destructing. His blunt statement elicited laughter from everyone, easing the tense atmosphere considerably. Chen Weigua nodded, having made up his mind. All right, the material plan is settled. We will cultivate the adaptive lattice armor using the grafting method. The logistics department will prepare the energy immediately. He made the final call. Next, the engine system. The technical minister switched the projection. Based on the new concept provided by Comrade Lin Yuan, we have abandoned the traditional plasma engine scheme. The new scheme is this: microcurvature gravitational engine. In simple terms, it doesn't gain thrust by ejecting propellant backward. Instead, it creates a miniature, extremely weak gravitational well in front of the drone, allowing the drone to fall into it. What the heck? Lin Yuan exclaimed, dumbfounded. Isn't that just dangling a carrot in front of a donkey? His crude analogy sent the room into another fit of laughter. Academician Wang laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. You brat. That analogy is spot on. Exactly. By continuously creating carrots ahead to entice the donkey to advance. The benefits of this engine are obvious, the technical minister explained, still chuckling. First, it generates almost no visible energy plume, making it highly stealthy. Second, its energy conversion efficiency is hundreds of times greater than that of plasma engines. Third, and most importantly, it allows the drone to achieve true inertia-free maneuvering. The entire body moves within a gravitational field rather than being pushed by external forces. This means it can make instantaneous right-angle turns and hover without placing any burden on the structure or the pilot. What a marvelous invention! Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. With this technology, he could perform dazzling maneuvers in the cosmic graveyard, dodging attacks from the Void Devourer, as if it were a game. There are also the stealth system, scanning system, and mechanical arm system. The technical minister systematically introduced each one. Every system backed by the theories of the eternal flower civilization became fantastical, powerful, and costly. The stealth system has evolved from a coating to a spatial lens force field, which can directly distort light, achieving perfect optical and radar invisibility. The scanning system has been upgraded from wide-area scanning to include high-dimensional particle penetration scanning, capable of detecting targets hidden in subspace or alternate dimensions, specifically designed to counter those pesky void devourers that like to play hide and seek. The mechanical arm has also been upgraded to a nanocluster malleable tool arm capable of transforming, as needed, into a scalpel-cutting gun, energy cannon, or even a key. When all design proposals were presented, a blueprint for the brand-new Scavenger No. 3, imbued with sleek lines and biological aesthetics seemingly hailing from the future, was vividly displayed before everyone. It appeared to have completely transcended the definition of a drone. It resembled a silent, yet deadly deep space predator. All eyes were fixed on the blueprint, filled with anticipation and awe. Finally, the technical minister announced the final cost. Based on our preliminary estimates, to fully realize this blueprint, in addition to the aforementioned 5,000 arc reactors, we will also need to consume 90% of our stock of rare materials, and Lin Yuan, we will require all your permission points. All my permission points? Lin Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at the system interface. Current total permission points, 1,500 points. Yes, the technical minister nodded, bringing up the system's upgrade requirements. Manufacture Scavenger No. 3-inch drone. Energy required 25000 points, equivalent to 500 arc reactors. Rare structural materials required: Oracle-grade armor, Fragment 1, Heart of Kyrandia, crystals 12, 0-point resonance module X1. Permission points required 1,500 points. Lin Yuan stared at the long list of materials he barely understood, along with the glaring 1,500 points, feeling a pang of regret. These points were hard-earned from 2 rank evaluations. Now he was about to wipe them clean. However, when his gaze returned to the striking blueprint of Scavenger No. 3. He gritted his teeth. All right. If it must be zeroed, then so be it. I'm going all in for the best. Comrade Lin Yuan, are you sure? Chen Weiguo looked at Lin Yuan, asking for confirmation. He understood the significance of those 1500 authority points for Lin Yuan. They represented the most direct reward bestowed upon him by the system, a military honor, earned through perilous endeavors. Now to create a new drone, he would have to donate them all, which felt somewhat unjust emotionally. I am certain, Chief, Lin Yuan replied without a hint of hesitation. This thing was given to me by the system in the first place. Now using it to build an even more impressive tool and then go back to reap greater rewards is a profitable deal. He understood this clearly. Authority points held no intrinsic value if kept idle. However, if they could be exchanged for a super drone, it would become a hen that laid golden eggs. He knew what was of greater weight. Good. Observing Lin Yuan's unwavering determination, Chen Weiguo nodded approvingly, raising his evaluation of the young man even further. He possessed a broad perspective, was not driven by trivial gains, and could discern priorities at critical moments. Such a person was worthy of the nation placing all its treasures in his hands. Then it settled. Chen Weiguo slammed the table, announcing to everyone, the construction plan for Scavenger No. 3 is officially initiated. Codename, Phantom. From now on, all departments, all resources will be directed towards the Phantom plan. I want to see it completed in the shortest time frame possible. Yes. The entire command center erupted with a thunderous response. Thus commenced an unprecedented super project that gathered the country's most elite forces. Deep within the base, in a newly constructed giant workshop the size of 10 football fields, the atmosphere was solemn, as if a sacred ritual were underway. The last remaining palm-sized fragment of Oracle-level armor was carefully placed in the center of the workshop inside a crystal growth chamber, resembling an inverted glass bowl by a massive robotic arm. This black shard was the seed of Scavenger No. 3, the very starting point of its existence. Environmental testing complete, absolutely sterile. Energy transfer pipeline connected. Crystal seed status stable. Technicians reported the data anxiously. Academician Wang personally served as the chief engineer for this construction plan. His youthful face, aged 30 years now, bore an expression of solemnity and focus. All personnel evacuate to the safe zone. Prepare to inject the first batch of energy. With his command, the workshop was emptied, leaving only the humming robotic arm. In the vast warehouse, thousands of arc reactors, glowing with blue luminescence, were lined up and transported to the energy conversion matrix beside the growth chamber. Energy injection countdown. 3, 2, 1, inject. Buzz. Accompanied by a deep rumble, the first arc reactor was instantly activated. A massive torrent of azure energy surged through a room-temperature superconducting ceramic pipeline thicker than a barrel, forcefully flooding into the bottom of the growth chamber. The entire chamber was enveloped in a dazzling blue light. In the very center of the chamber, the black, Oracle-level armor fragment began to undergo astonishing changes upon contact with this immense energy. Its surface, previously sharp and angular, slowly began to melt into a smooth form. A faint crystal-like halo seeped from within it. Then, centered around this crystal seed, an extremely tiny new structure composed of countless hexagonal lattices began to emerge out of thin air, spreading and growing outward. Success. The lattice is beginning to grow. Energy absorption rate at 100%. No waste at all. Lattice structure stable. Fully consistent with the models from the Ishelia database. In the observation room, all the scientists erupted in cheers of excitement. They were witnessing a miraculous creation technology from an advanced civilization. This was not the traditional sense of manufacturing. This was growth. They felt as if they had planted a seed from a celestial realm, nurturing it with a fertilizer named energy to cultivate it into their desired form. Lin Yuan stood in the observation room, marveling at the magnificent scene. Now he finally understood why creating such a thing required so much energy and authority points. This was not merely building a drone, it was in fact the creation of a mechanical life. The construction of Scavenger No. 3 was a lengthy and meticulous process. It was not like assembling cars on a factory assembly line, where one simply needed to put parts together. Each part required precise control to grow. First, they would cultivate a complete, adaptive lattice armor shell. Then within this shell, they would grow complex energy pipelines, data neurons, and various functional module bases. Only then could they install the precisely manufactured critical components, such as the microcurvature gravity engine, core, and the spatial lens force field generator. The entire process was expected to take 3 months. During these 3 months, Lin Yuan was not idle either. His super learning plan officially began. Lin Yuan, look at this formula. In the spacious and bright classroom, built exclusively for Lin Yuan, academician Wang stood before a massive writable holographic screen pointing at a line of symbols that resembled a celestial script. This is Maxwell's equations. With 4 perfect formulas, they unify electricity, magnetism, and light. They are the cornerstone of all modern electromagnetic theory. You must engrave this in your bones. Lin Yuan gazed at the array of cryptic symbols, feeling overwhelmed. Academician Wang, this thing involves integrals and partial derivatives. I barely passed middle school math. Are you expecting too much from me by showing me this? He said, grimacing. Just memorize it. Academician Wang's teaching style was straightforward and harsh. I don't care what method you used. If you can't memorize it in 3 days, don't even think about eating. Lin Yuan felt as if he had returned to high school, gripped by the terror of a fierce math teacher. Only now the teacher was a national treasure-level physicist. The punishment had shifted from calling parents to withholding meals. Mornings were filled with academician Wang's devilish physics class. Afternoons were spent on mysterious materials science with the Materials Academy scholar. Evenings featured lectures on quantum information and AI ethics from top computer scientists. Lin Yuan felt as though he lived in a constant state of anxiety ruled by knowledge. As a scrapyard owner, he had never encountered as many characters in his life as he did in these few days' worth of formulas. His mind was in a perpetual state of near overload. Several times he contemplated quitting. Let them learn if they want. I'm done with this. But whenever he considered giving up, he remembered the extraordinarily expensive scrap vehicle under construction. It cost him all his savings, authority points, and half of the nation's energy reserves. If he did not learn well and failed to understand the advanced blueprints in the Aishilia database, he would suffer significant losses. The thought of losing money reignited Lin Yuan's fighting spirit. Learn to the fullest. What were formulas anyway? What was theory? He recalled how he used to drink 3 pounds of white liquor in the dead of winter just to secure a good batch of copper. This little difficulty was nothing. The stubbornness he developed during his scrap collecting days was thoroughly awakened. He began applying his scrapyard theory to understand those profound concepts. Oh, I see. This law of entropy increase simply means that things will deteriorate and become disordered if left unattended for too long, just like my scrapyard. If I don't clean it for a day, it turns into a doghouse. This quantum tunneling effect is also easy to grasp. It means that an electron has a tiny probability of passing through walls. Isn't that like a thief picking a lock? Although most of the time they can't open it, there are always those rare occasions when a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse. His crude and chaotic analogies often left the professors teaching him exasperated, fuming, and laughing at the same time. Yet they had to admit that although this kid lacked formal education, his mind was sharp. He always managed to grasp the essence of a problem in the simplest, most straightforward ways. As his knowledge accumulated, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when he returned to read the Aishilia database, it no longer felt as arduous as before. Previously, that knowledge had seemed like heavenly scripture to him. Now, though still challenging, it had transformed into heavenly scripture with pinion. The things he could comprehend were increasing. He was growing at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, in that massive construction workshop, the outline of Scavenger No. 3-inch was gradually becoming clearer. Time flew by as Lin Yuan endured the bittersweet supplementary lessons. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been skinned alive, only to grow back a new layer of culture. He had lost over 10 pounds, his eyes sunken, and he appeared somewhat haggard. Yet his gaze was brighter and deeper than ever before. If the previous Lin Yuan resembled an unrefined piece of jade, relying solely on his raw wit and tenacity from his humble beginnings, now this piece of jade was being meticulously polished by the nation's finest craftsmen, slowly revealing its resplendent brilliance. That afternoon, Lin Yuan faced his most daunting class, quantum physics. His instructor was a stern old professor named Qian, who seemed even more rigid than academician Wang. Lin Yuan, please explain the observer effect, Professor Qian said, adjusting his glasses and inquiring in a tone devoid of any emotion. Startled awake from his drowsiness, Lin Yuan stood up, scratching his head as he gazed at the famous diagram of the double-slit experiment on the screen. He clumsily explained in his own unique junkyard lingo. Professor Qian, my understanding of the observer effect is that when no one is watching, something loves to wander around aimlessly like a drunken fool, and you have no idea where it might pop up next. It could be here or there, existing in a state of both here and their superposition. But, he quickly added, the moment you widen your eyes and try to see what it's doing, it pops into a definite state, behaving like a model student. It's as if that raucous drunkard just moments ago is no longer the same. So the observer effect means that whether you look at it or not, its state is completely different. Our act of looking fundamentally decides what it will ultimately become. His crude interpretation elicited laughter from several young doctoral students who were auditing the class. Even the corners of Professor Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Having taught for a lifetime and nurtured countless physics prodigies, he had never heard such a vulgar explanation of such a serious and profound quantum physics concept. A drunken fool. A model student. What on earth was that? He wanted to bang his fists on the table and chastise this uneducated brat for insulting science. However, he could not bring himself to do so. Upon reflection, although the metaphors were crude, the young man had indeed articulated the essence of observation and collapse with remarkable clarity. Ahem, Professor Qian cleared his throat, forcing a stern expression. Your explanation is somewhat accessible, but lacks rigor. Science demands rigor. Sit down. Thank you, Professor. Lin Yuan exclaimed, relieved, and quickly sat down. Over the past month, it was precisely this nonsensical understanding that had allowed him to tackle much of the arcane knowledge of university physics, advanced mathematics, and materials chemistry. Although to those old professors he still seemed like a novice, a mere dilettante, he had undergone a transformative change compared to a month ago. At the very least, when he now looked at the Ishilia database, the knowledge regarding spaceship engines and material technologies was no longer incomprehensible gibberish. He could vaguely grasp some foundational logic and key parameters. The snippets of information he provided, even if only fragments, were like a long-awaited rain to the project team's scientists. What? The core of the curvature gravitational engine is not to generate gravity, but to counteract it, by creating a zero-gravity channel in a specific area, allowing the spaceship to glide along the curvature of space itself. My heavens, this idea completely overturns our previous assumptions. Quickly, recalculate the model. Lin Yuan asked that Ishilia again. What is the principle behind creating this zero-gravity channel using something called a Higgs field suppressor? Oh, let me see. It says the principle is like using a spoon to stir a thick porridge, allowing the spoon to glide through easily. The Higgs field is that pot of porridge. Porridge spoon. The experts in the physics group fell into deep contemplation over Lin Yuan's novel porridge spoon theory. Though it sounded absurd, they sensed that it might conceal some ultimate truth about the universe that they had yet to grasp. Thus, Lin Yuan passively absorbed the knowledge of Earth's civilization, while actively extracting more advanced knowledge from the alien civilization's database, feeding it back to his teachers. A wondrous and efficient cycle of mutual enlightenment was formed. Lin Yuan, the small junkyard owner, became a remarkable catalyst, triggering a vigorous and explosive chemical reaction between Earth technology and alien technology, two realms that had previously been entirely unrelated. The most direct result of this reaction was manifested in the construction of the Scavenger 3. Its design was revised daily. Today, the materials team optimized the energy circuit of the adaptive lattice armor, based on Lin Yuan's new theory, increasing its repair speed by 30%. Tomorrow, the energy group improved the energy conversion rate of the miniature curvature gravitational engine, based on a new formula, reducing its energy consumption by 15%. The entire Phantom project team was engulfed in a frenzied working state, as if they had been infused with adrenaline. Everyone absorbed the new knowledge from the cosmos like sponges, striving to turn it into reality. As the source of it all, Lin Yuan naturally became the most unique presence in the entire base. He enjoyed the highest level of treatment. He dined on scientifically tailored meals prepared by top-tier chefs. He resided in a luxurious suite comparable to a five-star hotel. Chun Weigua even authorized an unprecedented lightning-fast 10-gigabit fiber optic line exclusively for him throughout the base, officially for facilitating Comrade Lin Yuan's access to current events and relaxation. It was in truth for his gaming. That night, after a day of mental labor, Lin Yuan slumped into his comfortable gaming chair, expertly booting up his computer. He relied on these 2 hours of gaming each night to relieve his fraying nerves. He logged into his favorite space battle-themed MMORPG. As he looked at his character decked out in splendid gear and piloting a top-tier battleship, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Previously, he played this game to experience the thrill of piloting a spaceship and battling aliens in a virtual world. Now he felt as if he were bringing elements from the game into reality. No, that wasn't right. In reality, the Scavenger 3 he was soon to possess was far superior to this so-called top-tier battleship in the game. Boring. Lin Yuan maneuvered his ship through the most perilous Death Star region in the game, recklessly colliding with everything in sight. Those so-called advanced AI pirates that once gave him headaches now appeared to him as clumsy infants, their movements riddled with flaws. He could even predict their next moves, whether they would raise shields or launch missiles. Too slow, too foolish. Lin Yuan yawned, effortlessly dodging a barrage of tracking missiles with a simple Z maneuver, then countering with a skill set that swiftly annihilated his opponent. It was utterly unexciting. He suddenly realized that after witnessing the real stars and seas, in reality these data-driven virtual worlds seemed ridiculously juvenile. Just as he prepared to log off and return to that wretched theory of relativity, a long-dormant avatar in his friend list flickered back to life. It was a friend from real life whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. The flickering avatar belonged to a chubby man in a floral shirt and sunglasses known in the game as Fortune Bro. This was Zhao Dehai, a peer Lin Yuan had met while running a recycling station who specialized in trading second-hand electronic devices and scrap parts. Lin Yuan had often rummaged through a variety of odds and ends with him in the past. They shared a decent relationship, one that could be described as a drinking buddy friendship. Damn, Yuan, you're finally online. I thought you'd vanished. Zhao Dehai messaged, followed by a series of exaggerated shocked emojis. Lin Yuan looked at the message, feeling somewhat sentimental. Indeed, in the eyes of others, he, a humble recycling station owner, had been missing for several months. Perhaps they assumed he had run away due to mounting debts. I haven't vanished, I had some issues and was hiding out for a while, Lin Yuan replied after a moment of contemplation. He couldn't possibly reveal the truth. Hiding out. Not bad. Struck it rich. Zhao Dehai replied almost immediately. Let me tell you, your shabby recycling station got shut down by the court last month. All the junk inside was disposed of. Your creditors are out on the street saying they want to break your legs. Lin Yuan looked at the screen, feeling little stirrings in his heart. A recycling station. Creditors. Those matters felt like remnants of a past life. It's fine, I've paid off all my debts, Lin Yuan responded nonchalantly. Paid off? No way. Did you really hit the jackpot? Win the lottery? Zhao Dehai was clearly taken aback. Good for you, Yuan. But come on, how could you not think of your brother? I've recently come across a batch of great goods military-grade server parts from Russia in excellent condition. Interested? For you, I'll give you a 20% discount. Lin Yuan chuckled at that. Military-grade servers. He was now daily interacting with the supercomputers of an alien civilization. Those so-called military grades on Earth seemed no better than an abacus to him. No thanks, Dehai. I'm not into that anymore. Not into that anymore. What are you doing now? I joined a state-owned enterprise as a technical consultant, Lin Yuan said half-truthfully. What? A technical consultant? You? The one who didn't even finish middle school? What kind of technical consultant are you? Zhao Dehai sent a series of mocking emojis. Don't mess with me. Did you hook up with some rich lady? Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. He realized he had completely lost common ground with his old friends. The summer insects cannot speak of ice. The world he was now experiencing was beyond the imagination of ordinary people like Zhao Dehai. All right, Dehai, I have to go. I've got things to do. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Lin Yuan casually made an excuse and prepared to log off. Hey, don't go. Yuan. Zhao Dehai urged, where are you now? Let's grab a drink sometime. I've met a big boss lately who collects some peculiar extraterrestrial meteorites, paying top dollar. Didn't you used to be into that stuff? I can take you to check it out. Extraterrestrial meteorites. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the words of academician Wang, who mentioned that the object that activated his system was a meteorite from 30 years ago. Yeah, they say it has some special energy. I don't really understand it, Zhao Dehai replied. But it's pretty mysterious. How about it? Interested? Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. He had an instinct that this matter might not be so simple. All right, we'll talk later. He didn't agree immediately, but merely gave a perfunctory response before shutting down the game. He quietly noted this incident in his mind. Then he refocused all his energy on his studies and on the anticipation for Scavenger No. 3. 2 more months passed. Under the influence of vast energy and cutting-edge technology, the construction of Scavenger No. 3 finally reached its climax within the massive nurturing chamber. This day, the core members of the entire Scavenger project group gathered once more outside the construction workshop, which resembled a cathedral. Excitement and tension were etched on everyone's faces. For the past 3 months, they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Now was the moment of reckoning for that miracle. Lin Yuan stood at the front of the crowd, his heart racing. This drone embodied the collective efforts of him and everyone else carrying the hopes of an entire civilization. What would it truly look like? Energy supply to the nurturing chamber halted. Internal environment beginning to depressurize. Preparing to open the hatch. Academician Wang personally issued commands at the control panel. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight hissing sound of depressurization, the enormous nurturing chamber, shaped like an overturned glass bowl, slowly ascended. A faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of rain-soaked grass wafted from within. A brand new, astonishing drone appeared before the crowd. At the very first glance, everyone was rendered speechless. Not a single one could associate this object with the previous bulky mechanical scavenger. No. 2. It hovered silently in midair, exhibiting a profound matte black hue that seemed to absorb all light. Its form no longer resembled any traditional flying device, but was instead a perfect, biologically aesthetic streamline. It resembled a hawk poised to strike and a shark lurking in the deep sea, exuding both power and a lethal elegance. There were no visible seams, no discernible engine ports or mechanical joints on its surface. The layer of adaptive lattice armor seemed to breathe under the light, its surface occasionally flickering with radiant glimmers, exuding a sense of vitality. "Is this what we created?" a young engineer murmured, unable to believe his eyes. "It's an artwork." Li Na was also stunned. Lin Yuan felt a dryness in his throat. This was his new ride. It was too damn cool. Comrade Lin Yuan, Chun Weiguo's voice pulled everyone from their shock. "Go ahead. Meet your new partner." Lin Yuan nodded, taking a deep breath as he walked into the newly prepared connection cockpit. This cockpit had also undergone a complete upgrade, becoming more comfortable and safer. As he settled into the seat, the Sci-Fi helmet slowly descended. Connection starting. Buzz. There was no dizziness or discomfort whatsoever. Lin Yuan felt as if his consciousness merged with a drop of water instantly flowing into the ocean. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed into that stunningly sleek black phantom. This sensation was completely different from operating Scavenger No. 1 and No. 2. Previously, he felt he was driving a vehicle. Now he felt as if this black body was his own. He concentrated. Whoosh. The black phantom instantly disappeared from its spot, reappearing silently 100 meters away. Fast. Incredibly fast. Moreover, there was no sound, no trace of energy. He tried to rotate his body. The phantom executed a perfect 90-degree turn without any pause or buffer. Inertialess maneuver. This is real. The command center erupted with exclamations. Lin Yuan's playful spirit ignited, and he began racing wildly through the vast underground cavern. He was like a black flash, sometimes skimming the ground, sometimes soaring vertically, and at other times gracefully leaping midair in a lethal ballet. He even attempted to activate the space lens force field. Suddenly, the phantom's body distorted in the air, and then it vanished into thin air. Neither the naked eye nor radar could capture its trace anymore. My God, it really went invisible. How can we even fight? We can't see it at all. As Lin Yuan reveled in this unprecedented ghostly power, his heart surged with joy. With this thing, never mind the Void Devourer, he felt he could stroll around the alien home planet. At that moment, the system prompt echoed in his mind, albeit belatedly. New drone detected and connected. Name Scavenger No. 3 Phantom. Level LV4. Energy reserve 1000100000. Load capacity 500 kg. Stealth extremely high space lens force field. Functions high-dimensional penetration scanning nano-malleable tool arm subspace storage lattice self-repair. Defense system kinetic deflection force field. Scavenging areas 001 Silent Star, C10 explored 002 Phantom, Route 5 explored. New area unlocked 003 Giant Beast Bones. Upon seeing this brand new dazzling panel of attributes, Lin Yuan's heart swelled with immense joy once again. Simultaneously, the large screen in the command center displayed this panel. Everyone's gaze fixated intensely on the last line. New area unlocked. 003 Giant Beast Bones. Remains of a behemoth. Chun Weiguo gazed at the ominous words on the screen, his brow furrowing deeply. Each new area unlocked heralded fresh opportunities accompanied by greater unknown risks. Has the system provided an introduction to the new area? He inquired, his voice resonating in the silent command center. The jubilant cheers for the birth of the Phantom halted abruptly, replaced by a serious atmosphere as everyone's attention turned to Lin Yuan. Still caught in the euphoria of acquiring a new vehicle, Lin Yuan only regained focus upon hearing Chun Weiguo's question, redirecting his consciousness to the last line of the system panel. Recovery Area 003, Remains of a Behemoth. Area Type, Remains of an Ancient Biological Civilization's Nest. Area Danger Level High. Area Characteristics. This area contains the remnants of a colossal organism with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers. The internal structure of the remains is labyrinthine and retains potent biological energy and mental contamination. There is a chance of discovering rare biotechnological artifacts and genetic samples. Warning: this area harbors the special mutant entity, Void Devourer, which feeds on biological remains as well as other unknown native predators. As Lin Yuan recounted this information verbatim, the command center fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was momentarily speechless, stunned by the implications contained within the description. 3,000 kilometers. A young astronomer stammered, his voice quivering. A corpse with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. That's larger than the moon. The moon measures over 3,400 kilometers in diameter. In other words, their next exploration target was a colossal organism's corpse comparable in size to the moon, an unimaginably vast entity. This can no longer be classified as a biological entity, can it? It's practically a mobile planet. Remains of an ancient biological civilization's nest, academician Wang murmured, his eyes now clear shimmered with a complex mix of fear, awe, and fervor. If the eternal flower civilization epitomized the pinnacle of genes and souls, then this biological civilization likely represents the ultimate in flesh and evolution. Mental contamination. The head of security quickly seized upon another keyword, his complexion darkening. Last time Comrade Lin Yuan merely absorbed a purified consciousness core and nearly suffered brain death. If we directly enter a region filled with mental contamination, this time the consequences are unimaginable. And the special mutant entity, Void Devourer, and unknown native predators, the intelligence analysis head added, indicate that the dangers in this new area are multifaceted. Not only do we have the Void Devourers we've encountered, but also other unknown horrors. Danger level high. Chun Wei was stared at those two characters, feeling as if a mountain pressed down upon his heart. The previous phantom route, with a danger level of merely medium, had already led them to the brink of death several times, even costing them a drone. What kind of terrifying dragon's lair awaited them in this high danger level area? The atmosphere in the conference room became extraordinarily grave. Do we still want to go? Lina softly posed the question that echoed in everyone's minds. I suggest we refrain from going for now. The head of security stated emphatically, his resolve unwavering. The Phantom has just been constructed, and our understanding of its capabilities remains theoretical and in the preliminary testing phase. Comrade Lin Yuan's crash course has only just begun. We should prioritize caution. I concur. Another department head nodded in agreement. We should first return to Area 002, the Phantom route. There we already possess a certain level of understanding and have a guaranteed safe harbor. We can leverage the Phantom's formidable capabilities to safely and efficiently gather resources in the Phantom route. There are countless medical ships like the Life Cradle and numerous wrecks of civilian spacecraft. These are invaluable treasures. We could thoroughly exploit the resources in this beginner's village before advancing to challenge the remains of a behemoth when we're fully prepared and can elevate the nation's overall power. This proposal garnered the approval of the majority present. A meal must be consumed bite by bite, a journey taken step by step. With two aces already in hand, they were confident that with sufficient time, they could elevate the technological level of Xia to a point where it surpassed the world by a century within 10 years. There was no need to take such life-threatening risks. However, academician Wang shook his head. On his youthful and vibrant face now lay a profound worry that belied his age. We still do not have time. Once again the same words, identical to when they decided to enter the Phantom route. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Chen Weigua frowned and asked. Our situation is vastly improved compared to last time. We have our own energy sources and the potential for extended life, though our power is growing rapidly. Why do you still say we lack time? Because our enemies may also be growing rapidly. Academician Wang's gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I ask you, have you found more information regarding the end withering, also known as Void Devourers, in the Ishilia database? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes, swiftly searching his mind. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, his expression pale. There is, he said hoarsely. In Ishilia's memories, there are the final observational records of their civilization's top cosmologist regarding the end withering. The records state that the end withering is not a fixed phenomenon. It is evolving. Evolving. These two words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Yes, evolving. Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly, unrecognized by himself. According to their observations, the end withering or void devourers changes its form and abilities as it consumes more matter and energy, especially the creations of advanced civilizations. They become smarter, stronger, and may even give rise to different mutants akin to the special mutant entity we saw in the introduction of the new area. The most terrifying part, Lin Yuan swallowed hard, articulating a conclusion that sent shivers down everyone's spines. The final entry of that record contains the boldest and most desperate speculation. The cosmologist posited that the end withering is not a natural disaster. It may be a kind of living being that we cannot comprehend, one that feeds on the entire universe. And those void devourers we encounter may merely be its small food-gathering cells. The command center fell into a profound silence. Everyone felt a chill rising from their feet, surging to the crown of their heads. A living being that feeds on the universe. This concept had completely surpassed the limits of human imagination. If this were true, then in the presence of such a being, human civilization would amount to nothing more than a speck of dust. Therefore, Academician Wang resumed, his tone exceedingly grave. We can no longer view danger through a static lens. We believe that as we grow stronger, we will be safer. Yet we do not know that our enemies may be growing stronger at a rate 100-fold, 1,000-fold faster than us. Right now, we are like a boat struggling upstream in an ever-rising tide. We must reach a sufficiently high shore at the fastest speed possible to have any chance of survival. Any pause or hesitation will lead to one inevitable outcome: drowning. The value of the Phantom route has diminished for us. While civilian technology may enhance our quality of life, it cannot ensure our survival when faced with true oblivion. And that remains of a behemoth. The fervent fire reignited in Academician Wang's eyes. A civilization capable of evolving a body the size of the moon possesses biotechnology that may well be our only lifeline. I need more powerful forces. I need technologies that can fundamentally change our life forms. We require a gamble more reckless than any we've undertaken before. Thus, I propose we immediately enter Area 003, the remains of a behemoth. The target, the corpse of a god that has been dead for who knows how many millennia. Academician Wang's impassioned speech once again cast a heavy yet invigorating atmosphere over the command center. Creatures that feed on the cosmos. The ever-evolving void devourers. These cold and brutal truths unearthed from the Ishilia database weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, obliterating the sense of ease and optimism that had just blossomed with the birth of the Phantom ship. Indeed, one cannot simply drift along the current. Stagnation equates to regression. They could no longer approach this survival crisis, which had escalated to a cosmic level, with the old mindset of steady and cautious progress. I concur with Academician Wang's perspective. Surprisingly, the first to voice support was the Minister of Security, who had previously advocated for a more cautious approach. A look of resoluteness lit up his steely face. Since this is war, retreat is not an option. Hiding out in the novice village to grind for gear will only leave us unprepared when we finally venture forth, as the boss outside may have leveled up beyond our capacity to confront. The capabilities of the Phantom far exceed our expectations. Its high maneuverability, stealth, and the newly added kinetic deflection field and self-repair abilities are designed for high-intensity, high-risk exploratory missions. Utilizing it in the low-stakes environment of the Phantom route would be a sheer waste. Thus, I propose we head straight to the behemoth's bones. We must ascertain the true strength of our future adversaries as swiftly as possible. The minister's shift in stance surprised many, yet it also forthrightly solidified the resolve of others. Even the most conservative and safety-conscious individuals had decided to draw their swords. What more was there to hesitate about? I agree. Let's do it. It's just a bigger corpse after all. We've already extracted the souls of aliens. Should we fear this? Exactly. Fortune favors the bold. For the sake of immortality. No, for the continuation of our civilization. Let's stake everything. The conference room buzzed with fervor. Chun Weigua observed the scene with a nod of satisfaction. He understood that after enduring numerous life-or-death trials and ideological upheavals, the Scavenger project team he had painstakingly assembled had truly been forged into an unbreakable sword. They were no longer merely scientists, engineers, or soldiers. They were the sword-bearers of civilization. All right. Chun Weigua rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Since everyone is unified in opinion, our next objective is Area 003, the behemoth's bones. Orders. Intelligence Analysis Department immediately formulate a new combat plan within 48 hours based on the known information about the behemoth's bones and all data on biological civilizations from the Ishilia database. Technical Support Department conduct a final maximum intensity pressure test on all systems of the Phantom. Ensure it enters the battlefield in flawless condition. Medical team establish a special research group to address potential mental pollution in the new area. I want you to collaborate with the technical department to create the most robust mental shield for Comrade Lin Yuan. All departments mobilize fully for the new operation codenamed Bones. Understood. With the command given, the entire base transformed once more into a finely tuned war machine. As the spearhead of this conflict, Lin Yuan found himself thrust into the spotlight once again. This time he no longer had to attend those dreary, remedial classes. He was directly invited into the war room as the most crucial technical expert to participate in the formulation of the combat strategies. Based on the data provided by the system and the information in the Aishilia database, we have several preliminary hypotheses regarding the behemoth's bones. The head of the Intelligence Analysis Department stood before a massive holographic star map. At the center of the star map was no longer the scattered debris band from before. Instead, a colossal, three-dimensional model of a creature larger than words could describe, akin to a primordial beast from myth, dominated the display. This model had been constructed by piecing together fragmented data about the biological nest, as described by the system and translated by Lin Yuan from the database. It resembled an immense, deep-sea leviathan magnified to billions of times its original size, adorned with countless tentacles and shells. Its form curled into a massive sphere, its surface pockmarked and riddled with enormous cavities reminiscent of meteorite craters. 3,000 kilometers in diameter, Lin Yuan observed, his scalp tingling with unease. How immense must it have been in life? Unfathomable. Academician Wang shook his head, awe evident in his eyes. It could have easily crushed a planet like Earth with the mere extension of a tentacle. We believe this skeleton is the nest of this biological civilization, their planet. They are a civilization adrift in the cosmos, using their nest as a vessel. The nest is their home, their cities, their everything. Our mission is to penetrate this corpse and search for the heritage of their civilization. The minister marked several red highlighted areas on the colossal model. According to Aishilia, the most critical core areas of a biological nest are typically these. First, the hatching nest. This is where they reproduce, and it may contain the most primitive and pure genetic samples. Second, the neural core. This serves as the brain of the nest, the intelligence hub of the entire civilization. If we can find it, we may gain knowledge far surpassing that of the Aishilia database. Third, the energy core. Every organism requires energy. For such a massive nest, its heart or stomach must harbor energy secrets beyond our comprehension. These three locations are our primary targets for this operation. However, the minister's tone shifted, his expression becoming grave. These three areas are also likely to be the most perilous. He marked A on the model, emanating ominous red light. Mental pollution. This is the first and greatest threat we face. The resentment, unwillingness, and pain generated by the death of such a colossal creature will form a powerful and enduring psychic field. Once we delve deeper, Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness may be polluted or eroded by these negative emotions, or even be overtaken. Next is the native predators. A corpse of such magnitude in the cosmos is a complete ecosystem in itself. Countless unknown monsters will undoubtedly thrive feeding on this body. They could be lurking in every corner. Finally, we have our most familiar old friends, the void devourers. According to system prompts, the void devourers here are special mutations. We speculate they have undergone mutations due to long-term consumption of the behemoth's flesh and blood, possibly being more cunning and deadly than those we encountered along the Phantom route. After the minister's analysis, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with pressure. This cursed place resembled a terrifying crossover of a biohazard, alien horror, and Cthulhu mythos. In response to these threats, we have devised 3 backup plans. Plan A: superficial engagement. We will operate on the surface of the behemoth's bones, utilizing the Phantom's powerful scanning capabilities to explore smaller, exposed, damaged areas. We will not delve deep or be greedy, focusing on gathering intelligence and testing the performance of new drones. Plan B: surgical precision. Based on scanning results, we will directly target a site that appears to hold the most value and presents relatively controllable risks, such as an isolated chamber resembling a small laboratory or storage unit. We will chart the shortest route to the target, grab what we need, and make a swift exit. Plan C: center bloom. This is the boldest and most reckless plan. The minister's finger pointed to the very center of the massive corpse, marked as the energy core. We will abandon all other targets and rush as quickly as possible to the innermost depths of the behemoth's bones, directly assaulting its heart. We bet that the energy core of a biological civilization will generate a powerful biological force field of its own, repelling all intruders. It may well be the safest location within the entire body, akin to a safe zone in the Phantom route. 3 plans, each more audacious than the last. All eyes once again converged on Lin Yuan. This time no one regarded him as a mere mascot in need of protection. He was the supreme commander of this war. Confronted with 3 strategic battle plans teeming with risks and opportunities laid out on the table, Lin Yuan refrained from immediately voicing his thoughts, unlike before. After 3 months of rigorous study, he had transformed from the reckless scrapyard owner who relied solely on intuition and courage. He had learned to think critically, to analyze, and to approach problems from a broader, more scientific perspective. His gaze fixed on the colossal model of the beast's skeleton, which loomed like a planet while his mind raced through the possibilities. Plan A was the most secure, albeit with the lowest returns. But was it truly secure? Operating only on the surface meant exposure to the vast emptiness of space. If discovered by the mutated void devourers, there would be nowhere to hide. The Phantom ship, though highly stealthy, could not guarantee efficacy against those creatures that feasted on biological energy. Plan B, surgical strike, sounded appealing. However, the interior of the beast skeleton was a complex, three-dimensional maze spanning 3,000 kilometers in diameter. What constituted the shortest route? In such a dynamic, unknown, and potentially shifting, living labyrinth, there was no absolute shortest route. A wrong turn or an ambush would lead only to doom. As for Plan C, center blossoming, it was the ultimate gamble among gamblers. Charging directly toward the core energy source. Was it truly the safest place? The idea was indeed tempting, yet it rested on a completely unfounded assumption. What if they were mistaken? What if that energy core was in fact the most terrifying trap within the entire corpse? Then they would be willingly delivering Lin Yuan into the jaws of death. I have a question. Lin Yuan finally spoke after a long silence. Go ahead, Chun Weigwa gestured. Our greatest unknown regarding this beast skeleton arises from two aspects. Lin Yuan stood pointing at the model. First, the path within it. We don't know how to navigate. Second, the monsters inside. We have no idea what those primal predators and mutated void devourers truly are, or what capabilities they possess. Exactly, the intelligence analysis minister nodded. That's the most troublesome part of our planning. Therefore, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over everyone present. Before deciding which path to take, shouldn't we first find a way to obtain a map and a monster compendium? A map? A monster compendium? Academician Wang was taken aback. But we currently have nothing. No, we do. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. He delved into his mind, initiating a connection with the Blue Soul USB. Ashilia, I need all the research materials your Eternal Flower Civilization has regarding the wandering biological nests. Particularly information on how to chart their internal biological energy flow and methods to identify different biological pheromones. As he posed this precise and professional inquiry, a stream of clear, albeit not overly vast information gradually flowed into his brain. This knowledge belonged to the somewhat niche domain of exobiology for the Eternal Flower Civilization, so Lin Yuan found it manageable to comprehend. Minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In them sparkled a light known as wisdom. Academician Wang, esteemed experts, he began, his voice brimming with confidence. I believe I know what to do. He approached the massive holographic model and commenced his explanation. According to the research of the Eternal Flower Civilization, the internal structure of a biological nest like the beast skeleton may appear labyrinthine, but it follows discernible patterns. All its passages are built around its biological energy circulation system, akin to the blood vessels of the human body. Once we locate its aorta, we can trace it back to find its heart. To find the aorta, we need a map. This map cannot be created with traditional radar or optical scans. We must draft a biological energy flow map. In simple terms, we need to employ a special scanning technique to detect the intensity and direction of residual biological energy within the corpse, thus deducing the distribution of its blood vessels. Lin Yuan's words sparked a revelation among the biologists and physicists present. This approach is feasible, much like using infrared thermography to observe blood circulation in the human body. What will we use for scanning? With the Phantom ship, Lin Yuan declared, his tone resolute. Its high-dimensional penetration scanning, after simple modifications, can effectively detect this biological energy. As for the monster compendium, Lin Yuan chuckled, that's even simpler. Every organism emits a unique pheromone while in motion, just as each person has their own distinct scent. The Eternal Flower Civilization has established a vast exobiological pheromone database. While it may not contain records of the creatures within the beast skeleton, they have formulated a universal pheromone threat level assessment system. For instance, creatures that emit corrosive pheromones typically attack with acidic substances. Those with scorching pheromones may possess fire attributes. And if a pheromone gives off a sense of chaos, madness, or illogic, one must exercise extreme caution. Lin Yuan paused, uttering a term that sent shivers down everyone's spine. That could very well be the source of mental contamination. Following this logically sound and thoroughly engaging explanation steeped in alien high technology, the conference room fell into a profound silence. All experts regarded Lin Yuan with the eyes of those who beheld a monster. This young man had only been studying for 3 months. Had he already transformed from a mere translator into a genuine technical expert? The concepts he had just introduced, biological energy flow map, pheromone threat levels, were revolutionary ideas that opened a door to an entirely new world. Excellent, excellent. Academician Wang was the first to react, excitedly applauding. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Yuan, your approach surpasses our previous 3 plans by several magnitudes. We are no longer gambling, but decoding. We are transforming this operation from a mere adventure into a scientific exploration. Chen Weiguo's face also radiated unreserved admiration and pride. He understood that Lin Yuan's sword, honed over these 3 months, had truly been sharpened. Let's proceed according to Lin Yuan's strategy. Chen Weiguo decisively concluded. We will not preset any final objectives. Our core mission this time is encapsulated in 2 words: exploration. Step 1. Utilize the Phantom ship to chart a complete energy map of the beast's skeleton. Step 2. Based on the map and our pheromone analysis, establish a comprehensive monster compendium. Once we have turned this deadly labyrinth into our own backyard, we will reconvene to discuss whether to approach the hatching nest or the neural center. This time we will firmly grasp the initiative in our own hands. Let's go. Departure. Chen Weiguo's steady and powerful voice echoed in everyone's ears through the broadcasting system of the command center. These 2 words were like a burning war blade, instantly igniting the flames within every heart. The momentary sense of ease and joy brought on by the birth of the Phantom had been replaced by a more solemn and grave sense of mission. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning. A new war concerning the survival of civilization was about to commence. Comrade Lin Yuan, Chen Weiguo's gaze pierced through the thick observation window, landing on the new Sci-Fi-like connected cockpit. Are you ready? Reporting, Commander. Ready for departure at any time. Lin Yuan's voice came through the communication channel, clear and resonant, filled with unprecedented confidence. He took a deep breath, no longer looking at the familiar faces outside that had come to bid him farewell. His entire focus was now on this new partner before him. This cockpit was worlds apart from the one he had used before. No longer were there cold metal and exposed wires. The entire interior of the cockpit was covered with a layer of soft biological material resembling memory foam. When he sat down, the seat automatically adjusted to the most comfortable and fitting position based on his form. The futuristic helmet did not simply rest on his head. After he settled in, it unfolded like petals from the back of the chair, ultimately enveloping his head perfectly. There was no sense of oppression. Instead, it felt like indulging in a premium head massage. Neural connection system, begin self-check. Biometric monitoring module connection normal. Mental buffering module V3. 0, activated. Li Na's familiar voice echoed in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Unlike before, her voice carried a slight tension, but more so a professional and composed confidence. In these 3 months, it was not only Lin Yuan who had grown. The entire Scavenger project team had been iterating and evolving at a frantic pace. Technical support department, based on the biological energy flow diagram theory provided by Comrade Lin Yuan, performed the final parameter calibration for the Phantom's high-dimensional penetration scanning system. Academician Wang presided over the technical control panel, his clear eyes glued to the screen, displaying a waterfall of rapidly refreshing data. Understood. The technical minister responded immediately, loading the biological energy spectrum database of the Eternal Flower Civilization, loading complete. Calibration begins. Objective: filter 99 of chaotic background energy radiation and accurately capture ordered energy flows exceeding 1 biological energy unit within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Medical team. Academician Wang turned to the other side. How is the mental shield preparation coming along? The medical team leader replied immediately, reporting Academician Wang. The Mental Pollution Special Research Team has successfully developed the first generation of the mental barrier protocol based on the defense theories in the Ishelia database regarding high-dimensional information life forms. This protocol will be run directly by the Pangas system. It will construct a firewall of high-frequency mental pulses around Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness. Any unauthorized external mental signals carrying negative emotions or chaotic logic attempting to invade will be disrupted and neutralized, or even incinerated by this firewall. Excellent. Wonderful. Academician Wang excitedly slammed the table. This means we have essentially outfitted Lin Yuan with a mental bulletproof vest. Listening to the orderly reports from various departments in the command center, Lin Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of security swelling within him. He was no longer the solitary scrap yard owner relying on sheer grit and luck to gamble with his life. Behind him stood the nation's sharpest intellect and strongest force. They were a united front. All systems self-check completed. Phantom status perfect. Bones operation can commence. As the technical minister confirmed, the entire command center fell silent once more. All eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. Chun Weigua picked up the communicator, his voice steady as a mountain. Comrade Lin Yuan, I will emphasize once again. In this operation, our core mission is exploration, not treasure hunting. Your primary objective is to ensure your absolute safety. Under the condition of safety, create an internal map of the giant beast bones and establish a preliminary monster compendium. Remember, we have time on our side. Do not be greedy, do not rush. At any time, you have the right to abort the mission based on your judgment and return immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. He knew this was the commander giving him reassurance. Good. Chun Weigua took a deep breath and issued the final command. Bones operation officially begins. Activate Deep Space Salvage System. Virum. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness suddenly plunge. Everything around him began to blur and distort. In the next moment, boundless darkness engulfed him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a silent, cold expanse of deep space. And before him, or rather directly in front of him, a massive, indescribable corpse so colossal that it made his soul tremble lay quietly before him. It was gigantic, so large that Lin Yuan's wide-angle lens could not capture its entirety. He could only see a vast, undulating expanse of gray-brown shell reminiscent of a deathly continent. Within the seams of those shells grew grotesque, tumor-like proliferations. Some enormous mountain-like tentacles lay limply floating in the void. The surface of the corpse was riddled with countless immense craters akin to meteorite impacts. Some of these craters were bottomless, dark as if they led to the gates of hell. Within others, shattered crystal-like structures remained shimmering with eerie light under the distant starlight. An ancient, decayed, and suffused with the aura of death and despair energy field enveloped this void. Lin Yuan could even smell the vague stench of decomposition mingled with sulfur. This was the salvage area 003. Giant beast bones. Oh my! Lin Yuan could only squeeze out these two words in his consciousness. He felt like an ant so minuscule it could scarcely be perceived standing before a dead whale larger than mountains. The fear and reverence that sprang from his instinct for life rendered him nearly incapable of thought. The command center was also steeped in silence. The enormous holographic screen displayed the real-time footage transmitted back from the Phantom. Everyone was rendered speechless by this terrifying scene reminiscent of a mythic apparition and imbued with Lovecraftian horror. This is a civilization. Lina's voice trembled uncontrollably. My God, a biologist removed his glasses and slumped in his chair, muttering, Darwin's theory of evolution seems like a joke in front of this. Initiate scanning immediately. Academician Wong was the first to recover from the shock, his voice sharp with extreme excitement. Start the biological energy flow diagram drawing program. I want to see it. I want to uncover the secrets hidden within this god's corpse. Yes. Lin Yuan forcibly suppressed the shock within him and began executing the command. He concentrated, and the black Phantom silently activated its specially modified, high-dimensional penetration scanning system. Virum. An invisible, undetectable scanning wave rippled outward from the Phantom, centered on it towards the enormous corpse. In the next second, a vast, chaotic biological energy signal surged into the command center's data processing system like a flood bursting through a dam. Alarm! Alarm! Data stream overload. Panga System's computational power surged to 90 instantly. No, the signal is too chaotic. There's residual energy and mental pollution everywhere. We can't differentiate effective energy flows. The technical minister watched the chaotic snowflake-like signal map on the screen, sweating profusely. They were like trying to locate a specific book in a library reduced to ruins filled with billions of books, all burned to ashes. Stay calm. Lin Yuan's voice timely broke through, synchronized the data stream to me. Comrade Lin Yuan, your brain. I'm fine. I have the mental barrier. Besides, Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into his mind, quickly flipping through the Ishilia database. I know how to filter out this garbage information. He transmitted an algorithm on biological energy resonance frequency he had found in the database directly to the technical department. Use this algorithm. Refilter the signals. Only accept the most stable resonance waves with frequencies between 3.14 Hz and 3.15 Hz. That is the core energy cycling frequency of the biological mother nest. Received. The technical department immediately reset the filtering program according to Lin Yuan's instructions. On the screen, the chaotic snowflake points vanished by 99%. In their place was a map still somewhat blurry, but now barely discernible in outline, revealing veins of energy. Countless thick and thin lines emitting a faint red glow interwove and spread within the large corpse like blood vessels in a body, like water systems in the earth. They had found the path. Success. Academician Wang excitedly slammed the table. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred. At the edge of the drawn energy map, an area that had been dim and lifeless suddenly flared up with an aggressive, blinding red. Alarm. High-intensity biological pheromone reaction detected. Threat level assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Threat level extremely high. Pheromone characteristics: hunger, greed, and absolute hatred for all living things. Extremely high threat level. Absolute hatred. As these words echoed through the command center accompanied by a piercing alarm, every heart leapt to their throats. The joy of successfully mapping the energy signature was instantly replaced by a chilling dread. "Where is it?" Chen Weigua demanded sharply. "How far away are we?" "Report, Commander." The intelligence analysis minister's voice trembled with anxiety. "It's directly beneath us. Less than 50 kilometers away. It's approaching us at an extremely high speed." 50 kilometers. In the vastness of space, this distance was almost equivalent to being face-to-face. "Damn, it's coming in so fast." Lin Yuan was equally startled. He piloted the Phantom and immediately focused the detector on that rapidly approaching massive red dot. This time he did not merely receive data. He actively linked his mental energy with the information threat level assessment module of the Phantom. In an instant, a cold, malicious scent surged into his consciousness. It was a scent that Lin Yuan found indescribable. It bore no resemblance to any odor in the real world. It was a pure perception emanating from the depths of the soul. If forced to describe it, it was akin to trapping 10,000 starving wild dogs in a sealed room and tossing in a bloody piece of meat. That pure and unmasked extreme craving for flesh and life, that maddening desire to shred and devour every living thing, made Lin Yuan feel as if his scalp were on fire. "This thing is definitely not friendly," he cursed inwardly. "Lin Yuan, activate the spatial lens field immediately. Enter the highest level of stealth. Do not engage with it." Academician Wang's urgent voice crackled through the comm channel. "Understood." Lin Yuan focused his thoughts. The black Phantom, with its living-like adaptive lattice armor, shimmered as waves of light coursed over its surface. The surrounding space began to warp in a peculiar visible manner. The Phantom silently vanished from its position. It had not left, it was simply manipulating the field to perfectly bend and evade all incoming light and detection waves. It became an absolutely transparent entity. Almost simultaneously beneath the silent continent-like gray-brown shell, a massive impact crater with a diameter of several kilometers suddenly revealed something. As everyone in the command center beheld the wide-angle lens view from the Phantom, their stomachs churned violently. It was a giant worm, grotesque and terrifying beyond description. Its body resembled a maggot magnified 1 billion times. It was a pale, semi-transparent hue, revealing the revolting innards slowly writhing inside. Its surface bore no eyes, no mouth, only countless suction cups that opened and closed like flowers. Each suction cup was lined with dense needle-like pale teeth. Streams of pale yellow, foul-smelling slime dripped from these cups, corroding the hard biological shell below with a hissing sound. Ugh! In the command center, a young researcher with poor nerves could no longer hold back, covering his mouth and rushing out to vomit. Even Chen Weigua, accustomed to storms, turned pale and furrowed his brow upon witnessing this creature. This is the primal predator." Lina's voice was laced with tears. "This creature seemed to have crawled out from humanity's deepest nightmares. It appears it hasn't detected us." Lin Yuan cautiously maneuvered the Phantom, suspending it in midair, afraid to move an inch. He observed the massive, hideous worm, which after emerging from its burrow did not charge towards them. Its enormous faceless head twisted erratically in the void, as if sniffing the surroundings in a manner beyond their comprehension. "It's searching for us." Academician Wang fixed his gaze on the screen. Its vision may have degenerated, but its sensitivity to biological energy is acute. "The energy fluctuations we generated while mapping are like a beacon in the night to it." "Can the spatial lens field block its perception?" the security minister asked nervously. "In theory, yes," the technology minister replied, though his voice lacked conviction. "The field can bend light and to some extent isolate energy dissipation. However, this is our first encounter with such a purely bioenergy-sensitive creature. It's uncertain if it will work." Everyone's hearts hung in suspense. It was akin to a high-stakes gamble, betting that their advanced technology could deceive the alien creature's dog-like nose. Time ticked by second by second. The massive worm twisted and sniffed the air for over half a minute. Its myriad suction cups opened and closed rhythmically, producing a nauseating grinding sound. The command center was silent enough for a pin drop to be heard. Lin Yuan dared not even breathe. He felt like the protagonist in a horror film hiding beneath a bed, while a chainsaw-wielding maniac approached step by step. Finally, the worm seemed to lose patience. Its colossal head abruptly turned in another direction. Then its massive, repulsive body began to slither toward that new target. Huh. Seeing this, everyone in the command center let out a collective sigh of relief. Success. The spatial lens field is effective. It hasn't detected us. Great. We're safe. The exhilaration of surviving a near-death experience left everyone a bit giddy. Lin Yuan, well done. Stay concealed. Once it moves far enough away, we'll continue. Chen Weiguo also exhaled, speaking into the communicator. However, Lin Yuan did not respond. His attention was entirely captivated by another sight. He watched the giant worm slowly wriggle away, heading towards a vast canyon-like wound. Then he saw the worm plunge its grotesque, tooth-lined head into the flesh of that wound. It began to feed. It's eating the corpse, Lin Yuan murmured. Exactly, Academician Wang's voice took on a grave tone. It feeds on the Titan beast's remains. This corpse is its pasture. Will it defecate? A rather inappropriate question suddenly popped into Lin Yuan's mind. Academician Wang. Everyone in the command center. This question abruptly shifted the tense atmosphere into an oddly comedic one. Ahem. Academician Wang cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. Comrade Lin Yuan, we are engaged in a very serious scientific exploration, please. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan's exclamation interrupted him. Academician Wang, look quickly. On the screen, the giant worm was still feeding, and suddenly a massive opening split open along its pale segmented tail. Then immense luminescent crystal-like excrement began to emerge from that opening. The crystal, upon contact with the vacuum, rapidly cooled and solidified, forming an irregular truck-sized gem that shimmered with eerie blue light. It then quietly floated in the void. Witnessing this scene, all the materials and energy scientists in the command center were transfixed. What? What is that? What a pure energy reaction. It purified the biological energy from the Titan beast's remains. Isn't this a mobile arc reactor manufacturing unit? Lin Yuan stared at the massive, glimmering blue crystal, nearly drooling. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. That excrement is worth a fortune. Academician Wang, that thing, that blue lump, can we retrieve it? Lin Yuan's voice quivered with barely contained excitement. He felt the familiar itch of his profession as a scrapyard owner. Seeing such a glimmering energy-reactive object was like discovering a mountain of gold. His eyes sparkled with longing, rendering him momentarily immobile. Retrieve. Academician Wang was startled by Lin Yuan's audacious suggestion. Have you lost your mind? That monster is right next to us. If you go over there now, it's like delivering takeout to it. But it looks so valuable. Lin Yuan protested, unwilling to let it slip away. Just watching it drift away would be such a waste. His words plunged the command center into silence among the scientists. Indeed, it would be a tremendous loss. The piece of blue crystal excreted by the creature showed in the preliminary energy spectral analysis transmitted back from the screen that its internal energy purity was even higher than that of the arc reactor they had previously created. Moreover, it possessed a purer, more primal form of biological energy. If they could bring it back for study, it would hold immeasurable value for their ongoing Shinnon project and in understanding the energy composition of beast bones. It was essentially a chunk of meat served right to their lips. The problem was guarding this prize was a prehistoric beast capable of swallowing them whole. No, I firmly oppose this. The unyielding voice of the Minister of Safety rang out again. Comrade Lin Yuan's safety is paramount. Any actions that might expose him are absolutely forbidden. No matter how precious you need your life to claim it, it's not worth risking exposure for an uncertain sample. His sentiments found agreement among most present. Rationality told them that the wisest course of action was to wait patiently, allowing the terrifying worm to fill itself and leave on its own. But a young energy expert murmured under his breath, that thing doesn't seem to have a fixed trajectory, it's drifting towards the turbulent space beyond. If we wait too long, we might truly lose it. His words tugged at everyone's hearts. All eyes once again focused on the shimmering blue crystal. It was like a beautiful, deadly temptation continuously teasing everyone's nerves. Lin Yuan, Academician Wang's voice was somewhat dry. How confident are you that you can retrieve it without disturbing that worm? In the end, he could not resist the scientist's thirst for the unknown. He handed the decision over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen where the gigantic worm was still engrossed in its meal, then at the slowly drifting blue crystal, his mind racing with calculations. The straight line distance was roughly 30 kilometers. The worm was entirely focused on feeding its awareness of the surroundings at its lowest. The Phantom had perfect stealth capabilities and unparalleled maneuverability. With proper operation, it was theoretically possible to carry out a lightning retrieval without being detected. The risk was undeniable, yet the potential reward was equally immense. To proceed or not. Deep within Lin Yuan, the gambler's instinct honed from years of scavenging began to stir. Years ago, he had risked entering a dilapidated factory to snag a decent old lathe. He gambled on the building not collapsing while he was inside. He won that bet. The lathe earned him a tidy sum of 50,000. Now he was gambling on a lump of alien treasure potentially worth over 50 billion. Commander Academician Wang, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and made his decision. I believe I should try. Nonsense. The Minister of Safety immediately objected. Let him speak. Chun Weigua interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion. Lin Yuan, share your plan. My plan is simple. Lin Yuan's thoughts crystallized. Just 4 words, diversionary tactics. That worm may be eating, but its senses are still active. If I approach it directly, even with the Phantom stealth, I can't guarantee that there won't be any energy or spatial fluctuations to alert it. So before making my move, I need to distract it. I have to shift its attention entirely away from us. How do you plan to do that? Academician Wang pressed. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He maneuvered the Phantom, extending its brand new nanocluster manipulatory arm quietly from the craft. Before everyone's eyes, the end of the mechanical arm filled with countless tiny nanobots began to rapidly reconfigure and reshape. Seconds later, something familiar appeared at the arm's tip. A miniature version of an arc reactor. Everyone in the command center was momentarily stunned. The Phantom's tool arm can simulate and reconstruct any object it has previously analyzed, Lin Yuan explained. Of course, it's just a replica, without a real energy core. However, he shifted his tone. I can infuse a little of the Phantom's own energy into it. Then I'll toss it behind that worm. It lacks a core, and once energy is infused, it will become highly unstable. In just a few seconds, it will go bang. While its power may not exceed that of a firecracker, the energy fluctuations it generates should be sufficiently stimulating for the worm, which is sensitive only to energy. Lin Yuan's plan was straightforward, crude, yet brimming with imagination. Using a fake arc reactor as a firecracker to draw the monster's attention was a stroke of genius. Excellent. Good lad. Academician Wang could not help but applaud. This plan is feasible. I've assessed that the risks are manageable. It's like fishing. A young engineer added excitedly. We'll cast the bait farthest from us. Once the fish is lured away, we can quietly retrieve the treasure at our end. A hint of approval crossed Chun Weigua's face. This kid is truly clever. Let's proceed as you suggested. He decisively ordered, attention all units. Prepare to execute the fishing plan. Yes. Lin Yuan felt a surge of energy. He maneuvered the Phantom, the mechanical arm holding the fake arc reactor, slowly aiming for a region of space about 100 kilometers behind the enormous worm. Calculate the parabolic trajectory. Adjust the energy infusion level. Target 15 seconds delay before detonation. All actions must be executed in one smooth motion. Lin Yuan's mind was clear. He felt more focused than ever before. Now, throw. With a mental command, the Phantom's mechanical arm snapped forward. The blue glowing arc reactor, indistinguishable from the real thing, shot forth silently into the dark expanse. Meanwhile, the Phantom itself, like a streak of black lightning, surged in the opposite direction toward the slowly drifting blue crystal. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, swift as lightning. In the command center, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. They watched as the firecracker, after flying for several seconds, detonated as Lin Yuan had predicted, producing a bright energy halo not too large, but exceptionally radiant. The massive worm, engrossed in its meal, abruptly raised its repulsive head. It sensed it. Its enormous body went rigid in an instant. Without hesitation, it abandoned its meal, pivoting and charging towards the source of the explosion like a frenzied bull. Opportunity. Now was the moment. Lin Yuan's heart raced. He maneuvered the Phantom, covering the 30 kilometers in mere seconds, arriving at the truck-sized blue crystal. As he drew closer, he realized this treasure was even more beautiful than he had envisioned. It was entirely translucent, with countless specks of starlight flowing within. An exquisitely pure, chilling life energy emanated from it. Wow, jackpot! Lin Yuan had no time to admire it. He extended the mechanical arm and firmly grasped the massive crystal treasure in his embrace. Load 488. 9 kg, 500 kg. Detected unknown high-purity biological energy crystal. Proceed with scanning. Scan. No way. Run! Lin Yuan shouted, internally maneuvering the Phantom, with the weighty prize dashing headlong back toward the entrance of the meteorite pit. He needed to find a place to hide. Success. He got it. Oh my god. It's perfect. That creature didn't even notice. As the Phantom ship vanished into the darkness of the meteor pit, with the massive blue crystal in its grasp, a subdued yet electrifying cheer erupted in the command center. Those brief seconds were more exhilarating than watching the most thrilling spy movie. A fainted diversion, a flash of theft, and then a swift escape. The entire operation unfolded seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yuan, you genius! Academician Wang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he praised him over the communicator. He Academician Wang, you're too kind. Lin Yuan's voice crackled through, laced with a breathless relief and undeniable pride. It's mainly thanks to our Phantom ship. Its stealth and speed are just incredible. He was maneuvering the Phantom through a complex hive-like network of abandoned capillary tubes beneath the surface of the giant beast's remains. These tubes had been marked on the previously drawn energy flow diagram and provided an excellent hiding spot. Where's that creature? Has it returned yet? Lin Yuan inquired as he piloted the ship. Not yet, replied the intelligence analysis minister. It's still over 100 kilometers away, circling around the explosion site, probably confused as to why there's an energy response, but no food to be found. His words drew laughter from the command center, as everyone felt a heavy burden lift from their hearts. Not only had this mission successfully tested the Phantom's extreme capabilities, but it had also secured an invaluable trophy without any bloodshed. This was truly a red-letter day. Comrade Lin Yuan, find a safe place to land. Chun Weiguo's voice cut in, tempering the excitement of the crowd. We need to conduct a thorough analysis of what you've brought back. Understood. Lin Yuan soon landed in a relatively spacious chamber resembling a cave. He carefully placed the massive blue crystal on the ground. Start scanning. Academician Wang urged, barely able to contain his eagerness. Yes. Lin Yuan directed the scanning probe at the crystal feces. Scanning. Target high-purity biological energy crystal unnamed. Composition analysis 98. 7 unknown carbon-based lattice structure 1. 2 residue of super-heavy elements 0. 1 unknown organic information fragments. Energy characteristics: the crystal is an extremely stable biological energy solid. At normal temperature and pressure, its energy dissipation rate is below 1 in 100,000. It can be excited through energy resonance at specific frequencies, releasing pure, unpolluted biological energy. Warning: detected unknown organic information fragments inside, containing partial genetic memories of the organism that formed this crystal. There is a slight, unpredictable risk of biological contamination. As Lin Yuan recited the scanning results verbatim to the command center, the room erupted into chaos. Oh my god! A stable biological energy solid. This is exactly what we've been dreaming of, a perfect biological battery. An energy expert trembled with excitement. While their previous research on the arc reactor could provide substantial energy, it was fundamentally a miniature form of nuclear fusion. What lay before them was pure, clean, and directly usable biological energy. What would it mean to unlock the technology behind it? It meant future soldiers might no longer need to carry heavy batteries. They could simply pocket a piece of this energy candy to power their exoskeleton suits for days of intense combat. It meant electric vehicles might not need to be charged anymore. They could just swap in a biological battery and drive from Earth to the Moon in one go. The value of this discovery was beyond monetary measure. And that unknown organic information fragment. A geneticist babbled, nearly speechless with excitement. It contains the genetic memories of that giant worm. My god, we've got its genetic manual. We can analyze its weaknesses, its habits, and even reverse engineer how it converts the flesh and blood of the giant beast's remains into this high-purity energy. This is the golden key. The very first golden key to unlocking the vast treasure trove of the giant beast's remains. The command center plunged back into an ocean of jubilation. Everyone gazed at the crystal, radiating an eerie blue light with a reverence akin to a pilgrimage. Who would have thought that the first significant breakthrough of their mission would come from a piece of monster excrement? Who would believe it if they told the tale? Lin Yuan watched the scientists nearly go mad with joy, feeling a swell of satisfaction in his heart. What a thrill! This feeling was exhilarating. Using his wit and courage, he led the entire team to procure a crucial item, propelling the narrative forward. Wasn't this exactly what he loved to do in games? Only now he was participating in a universal, hyper-realistic, and dangerous, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. And he was the only chosen one in this game. Comrade Lin Yuan, well done. Chun Weiguo praised sincerely. You've made a significant contribution. For now, we shall name this crystal the Deep Blue Star. He paused before issuing further orders. Intelligence Analysis Department immediately conduct a comprehensive threat assessment and weakness analysis of that burrowing worm based on the Deep Blue Star's scanning data, especially the genetic information inside. Energy Team Materials Team immediately form a joint task force. I want you to determine as quickly as possible how to stimulate the energy of this Deep Blue Star and analyze its crystal structure. Can we replicate it? Yes. Commands were issued in an orderly fashion. The entire research force of the base began to operate frantically around this small piece of crystal feces. Lin Yuan, take a moment to rest, Academician Wang instructed. That creature probably won't return anytime soon. Use this time to recover your mental energy. We have more important tasks ahead. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Though that previous operation seemed fluid and effortless, it had taken a considerable toll on his mental energy. He piloted the Phantom to retract the scanning probe, then settled quietly in the dark chamber, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He could feel the ship's adaptive lattice armor gradually drawing in the faint residual biological energy from the surroundings, replenishing his earlier depletion. The sensation was remarkable. It felt as though he was breathing. However, just as he prepared to relax completely and catch up on sleep, the Phantom's alarm system suddenly blared without warning. But this time it wasn't a high-threat red alert. Instead, a gentle green alert signaled the presence of unknown and opportunity. Ding. Detected a weak but extremely special distress signal. Signal source unknown. Signal type Eternal Flower Civilization. Highest level Spark Protocol Distress Signal. Fireseed Protocol Distress Signal. When Lin Yuan relayed this message from the system to the command center, everyone was taken aback. A distress signal from the Eternal Blossom Civilization. How could it possibly appear here? Lina was the first to voice her confusion. This was the giant beast skeleton, a graveyard of biological civilizations. And the Eternal Blossom was a civilization known for its expertise in gene and soul technologies. How could these two completely unrelated civilizations possibly be connected? Could it be that the system made a mistake? A technician whispered speculatively. Impossible. Academician Wang immediately dismissed that notion. Although we cannot comprehend the principles of Lin Yuan's system, all the information it has provided thus far has been absolutely accurate. I remember you mentioned the Fireseed Protocol last time, Lin Yuan. Academician Wang's expression grew grave. When the Eternal Blossom Civilization faced the end of decay, they activated the Fireseed Arc plan. They uploaded their most elite individuals into the Cradle of Life and sent these cradles sailing into the depths of the universe. This distress signal from the Fireseed Protocol is likely being emitted by one of those cradles of life. Wang's hypothesis caused everyone to gasp in shock. A spacecraft from the Eternal Blossom Civilization had crashed into the carcass of this giant beast. What an uncanny coincidence. Isn't this just like playing a game? Suddenly receiving a hidden side quest in a horror dungeon. Lin Yuan mused internally. Yet a serious expression betrayed his thoughts. Where is the signal source? Chen Weiguo inquired. The system is tracing it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, attuning to the information transmitted by the Phantom ship. The signal is weak and intermittent, as if it is being interfered with. Found it. He opened his eyes abruptly. On the tactical map of the Phantom, a tiny point of green light flickered into existence about 300 kilometers away from them. That area had just been mapped out on the energy flow diagram as a vast, intricate network of chambers resembling a labyrinth. Based on the energy map analysis, that should be the digestive system of this giant beast, a biologist observed, arriving at a rather nauseating conclusion. Digestive system. That means it has a stomach and intestines. Lin Yuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. A ship that represented beauty and art from the Eternal Blossom Civilization had fallen into the monster's stomach. Just picturing it was painfully ironic. Should we go rescue it? Lina's voice trembled with reluctance. The thought that the ship might still harbor beings as beautiful and graceful as Aishilia made it hard for her to remain passive. Rescue? How do we do that? The Minister of Security immediately doused their hopes with cold water. That area on the energy map is chaotic. It's filled with numerous energy eddies and spatial folds. If our Phantom enters, it will be like a headless fly, completely disoriented. And who knows if that distress signal is a trap? What if it's a clever predator lurking within the giant beast skeleton that has simulated the signal to lure and prey? The minister's concerns were quite valid. In such a terrifying maze filled with death and the unknown, any seemingly benign signal could potentially be a lethal trap. I agree with the minister. Academician Wang for once sided with caution. Although he too yearned to find that cradle of life, he understood, well, that progress must be made step by step. Our primary task now is to map the area and collect Deep Blue Star. Since that distress signal is part of the highest level fire seed protocol, it indicates a very stable energy source that won't vanish immediately. We can mark it for now and plan further once we have a clearer understanding of the surroundings. Wang's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. It was the most rational and prudent choice. However, Lin Yuan shook his head. I fear we may not have the luxury to wait. His voice carried a heavy weight. What do you mean? Chen Weigui asked. The distress signal is rapidly fading. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, where the curve representing the signal strength was visibly plummeting. We have at most 3 hours. In 3 hours, it will completely disappear into the background radiation. By that time, not even a celestial being could find it. This news darkened everyone's mood. 3 hours. To traverse 300 kilometers of unknown dangers akin to a labyrinth in search of a signal source that could vanish at any moment. The difficulty of this task was nothing short of hellish. Give it up, Lin Yuan, academician Wang sighed. It's too dangerous. It's not worth taking such a huge risk for an uncertain target. That's right, Lin Yuan, we've already gained so much. There's no need to gamble further, Lin urged. Everyone felt they should abandon the endeavor. Yet Lin Yuan stared at the flickering green light on the map as ephemeral as a candle in the wind and remained silent for a long time. In his mind, memories of Aishilia involuntarily resurfaced. He saw that beautiful planet akin to a garden. He saw the elegant beings of the eternal blossom who cherished art and life. He saw their profound despair when confronted with the end of decay and their last tragic efforts to preserve the flame of their civilization. He could not fathom the heartbreak of a cradle of life, carrying their civilization's last hope, drifting alone through the dark cosmos for countless years only to despairingly crash into the carcass of a monster. What a desolate fate that would be. Chief Academician Wang. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I still want to go see for myself. Lin Yuan, don't be impulsive. Everyone grew agitated. I am not being impulsive. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet it resonated with an undeniable conviction. From the eternal blossom civilization, we have gained knowledge, technology, and even you, Academician Wang, have been granted a second chance at life. It can be said that they in an intangible way have saved us. Now their kin is not far from us, sending out their last desperate call for help. If we turn a blind eye out of fear of danger. Lin Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping over every face in the command center. Then how are we any different from the void devourers that only know how to consume and destroy? We came here to seek hope for the salvation of our civilization. But if in the name of survival we abandon our most basic human nature and morality, then even if we ultimately survive, are we still who we once were? Lin Yuan's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within each person's heart. The entire command center fell into a profound silence. Indeed, they had been contemplating how to grow stronger and survive. Yet few had considered in what manner they wished to live. Would they become cold-blooded hunters in a dark forest who would stop at nothing for survival? Or would they strive to be a civilization's sword-bearers who even in darkness still held onto the light? After a long moment, Chen Weigui finally exhaled a deep breath. He looked at Lin Yuan, whose still somewhat youthful face now shone with a light that even the seasoned soldier found moving. All right, he nodded decisively. I agree. However, you won't go alone. He turned to Academician Wang, his gaze sharpening. Old Wang, I'm giving you 1 hour. I want you and all the experts to use every resource we have, energy flow diagram, pheromone identification rules, Aishilia's database, to chart the safest and most efficient route for Lin Yuan to the signal source. This time we will not only strive to save lives. We will also show this giant beast skeleton the wisdom and power of humanity. An hour. Chart a life path. Chen Weiguo's command, like a military order, instantly thrust the entire command center into a wartime state. Intelligence Analysis Department. Immediately model all energy flow diagrams within a 300-kilometer radius of the signal source with the highest precision. Biological Group. According to the Pheromone Threat Level Assessment Protocol, categorize all areas along the route where native predators might appear into red, yellow, and green danger levels. Technical Department. Mobilize all computational power of the Panga system. Conduct exhaustive and optimized route calculations. I do not want possibilities, I want optimal. Academician Wang stood before the command platform, his body invigorated as if 30 years younger, exuding an astonishing energy. Instructions flowed from his lips, clear and rapid. The entire research team, a scientific legion composed of the brightest minds of Dachau, erupted with a terrifying combat power capable of shaking the world. Countless experts surrounded their screens, fingers flying over keyboards with such speed that they seemed to blur. A massive stream of data collided, merged, and analyzed within the core of the Panga system. The once chaotic, dark, and unknown monster intestine was gradually being stripped of its mysterious and terrifying veil before their eyes. Report: a primary energy channel has been discovered, designated A7. This channel is relatively spacious with stable energy flow and can serve as our main route. Report: at 173 kilometers along the A7 channel, a high-density pheromone aggregation zone has been detected. Threat level assessed as yellow. Suspected to be the nest of a certain type of small social predator. Must be avoided. Report: an abandoned neural conduction cable has been found. The internal space is narrow but extremely concealed with no signs of biological activity. Can serve as an alternate route. Route planning in progress. Option A: travel the entire A7 main channel, estimated time 2 hours and 15 minutes with a 35% probability of encountering high-threat targets. Option B: detour through the abandoned cable, estimated time 3 hours and 40 minutes with a probability of encountering high-threat targets below 5. Option C: mixed route, optimizing entry points. As Lin Yuan gazed at the continuously optimized routes displayed on the screen, he was filled with emotion. This is the power of a nation. This is the wisdom of a collective. If it were just him facing such a lethal labyrinth, he might not even take the first step. But now this group of admirable and respectable scientists behind him was using their intellect and effort to forge a path to hope. I am hardly a chosen one, Lin Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly to himself. I'm merely a tool responsible for pressing the confirm button. An hour passed swiftly. Report, Commander. The final route has been planned. Despite a hint of fatigue on Academician Wang's face, his eyes sparkled with confidence. He pointed to the main screen where a winding route marked in gold shimmered. We shall name it the Path of the Sanctuary. This route spans 321 kilometers. It combines the speed of the main energy channel with the concealment of the abandoned duct. Over 80 of the segments are situated within an absolutely safe pheromone vacuum zone. We have planned 3 alternate hiding spots for Comrade Lin Yuan and 2 emergency evasion plans. According to the final simulation by the Pangas system, by traversing this route, Comrade Lin Yuan will arrive at the target area 15 minutes ahead of the distress signal. Furthermore, we have successfully reduced the probability of encountering extremely high threat level targets to below 1. As Academician Wang announced this last figure, the entire command center erupted in gasps of astonishment and applause. In a dangerously unknown area, the risk had been lowered to below 1%. This was no mere route planning. It was a flawless textbook-level intelligence and information warfare. Excellent. Chen Weiguo slammed the table decisively. Execute this plan. He picked up the communicator and addressed Lin Yuan. Comrade Lin Yuan, the map for the Path of the Sanctuary has been sent to your tactical panel. The next steps are up to you. Received. Lin Yuan glanced at the clear, detailed, 3-dimensional map before him, marked with precise angles for every turn, and felt a surge of confidence. Report, Commander. Academician Wang. The Phantom is ready to depart. Approved for departure. Wishing you a triumphant return. With Chen Weiguo's final command, the Black Phantom, long lying in wait within the dark cavern, surged into action. It emitted no sound and cast no light. Like a true ghost, it silently glided out of the cavern and plunged headlong into the deep, dark tunnel labeled the Path of the Sanctuary, dashing into the belly of the beast. The speed of the Phantom was astonishing. Powered by its micro-curvature gravity engine, it skated silently along the inner walls of the duct. The surroundings rushed past in a blur. The interior of the pipes was not smooth. They were covered with various disgusting tumor-like growths and patches of dried tar-like black goo. The air was thick with a nauseating, rancid stench. Lin Yuan stifled his discomfort, concentrating all his attention on driving. Although the Pangas system had designed a flawless route, the actual navigation remained his responsibility. 1,000 meters ahead, left, turn, enter B13 abandoned neural cable. Warning: the entrance is narrow. Slow down to 30. Lina's voice was calm and clear, guiding him through the earpiece. Understood. With a thought, Lin Yuan instantly reduced the speed of the Phantom from high-speed cruising. Then, executing a graceful, inertia-free 90-degree drift, he precisely slipped into a pitch-black opening the size of a truck. This abandoned neural cable was indeed more constricted and claustrophobic, yet it was also significantly safer. The pheromone scanning system indicated a surrounding area marked in green, representing safety. Good job, Lin Yuan. We've successfully bypassed the first yellow danger zone, Academician Wang praised. Had just a small feat, Lin Yuan replied, brimming with pride. He felt as if he were playing an ultra-high difficulty 3D racing game. Exciting but filled with fun. The subsequent journey went remarkably smoothly. Guided by the Path of the Sanctuary, the Phantom glided like an elusive eel through the complex and perilous digestive system of the behemoth's bones. They skillfully navigated past one yellow danger zone after another, evading throngs of unknown creatures. At times, Lin Yuan could even glimpse through the high-dimensional penetration scanner into adjacent pipes, where thousands of monstrous creatures resembling giant cockroaches scurried frantically, separated only by a layer of flesh. The sight sent chills down his spine. More than once he felt grateful that he had listened to Academician Wang and the others instead of recklessly charging in himself. Otherwise, with his meager skills, he would have likely become a meal for those creatures. 2.5 hours later. Report. Approaching the endpoint of the path of the sanctuary. Lina's voice carried a hint of excitement. The distress signal strength is rapidly increasing. We are very close. Fantastic. Everyone in the command center perked up, energized. Lin Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at the map, watching the increasingly close green endpoint, feeling victory was within reach. However, just then, an anomaly occurred once again. The phantom alarm system suddenly erupted with a shriller, more frantic crimson alert than any previous warning. Alarm! 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 Detection of ultra-high intensity spatial distortion reaction. Unknown high-energy void devourer variant detected directly ahead. Warning! The target has locked onto us. The spatial lens force field has failed. Nihao. Is the spatial lens force field malfunctioning? When the voice of the technology minister, filled with shock and disbelief, erupted in the command center, everyone was left in a daze. How could this happen? The spatial lens force field of the Ghost was their most advanced cloaking system, developed using the theories of the civilization of the Eternal Flower. It did not rely on coatings or energy absorption for invisibility, instead it directly distorted the surrounding space, allowing light and detection waves to bend around it. In theory, it was a perfect form of invisibility, absolutely undetectable. Yet now it had failed. Damn it. Lin Yuan was terrified, his heart racing uncontrollably. He felt as if he were parading naked in the Emperor's new clothes, convinced that no one could see him, until a child suddenly pointed and shouted, "He's not wearing any clothes." The instant embarrassment and fear pierced through him, raising all the hairs on his body. He abruptly halted the Ghost. Then he lifted his head, gazing toward the end of the dark tunnel ahead. There, at what should have been the exit, was a bizarre and utterly unfamiliar entity that blocked the path. It resembled a void devourer. This was also a swirling absolute black vortex capable of consuming all light. However, unlike the pure black void devourers encountered before in the Ghost shipping lane, this black vortex's edges were lined with countless writhing biological tendrils that emitted a ghostly blue glow. These tendrils seemed alive, incessantly stretching and probing in the void. And at the very center of the black vortex, amidst the deepest darkness, a colossal pupilless, composed purely of crimson light, slowly opened. The moment that I opened, a wave of chaotic and malevolent intent, 100 times more powerful and 1,000 times more sinister than the previous, burrowing worm, instantly locked onto the Ghost. Warning. High-risk mental contamination source detected. Mental barrier protocol initiated. Defending against mental intrusion. Lin Yuan felt his brain thrum painfully, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Countless chaotic whispers filled with desires for slaughter and destruction surged toward his consciousness like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the mental barrier constructed by the Pangu system activated immediately. Those frenzied whispers were incinerated upon contact, reduced to ashes. Even so, Lin Yuan still felt a splitting headache and waves of nausea. What the hell is this thing? He shouted through the communication channel, gritting his teeth. It's a mutated void devourer. Academician Wang's voice was grave. It has absorbed the flesh and blood of the colossal beast's remains and merged with it. It is no longer a pure energy entity. It has become a hybrid creature, half energy and half biological. Therefore, it not only possesses the void devourer's ability to consume space, but also biological sensory capabilities. Our spatial lens force field can distort light and radar waves, but it cannot distort its sense of biological energy. To it, we are like a giant light bulb in the dark night, utterly exposed. Wang's explanation plunged everyone into despair. Their most esteemed cloaking system had failed against the first true boss they faced. How could they fight now? Roar. At that moment, the amalgamation with eyes and tendrils seemed to lose patience. A glint of brutality flashed in its enormous crimson eye. The central black vortex abruptly accelerated its spin. An irresistible, terrifying suction force surged from the front of the tunnel. Oh no, it's about to feast, Lin Yuan shouted. He felt the sturdy body of the Ghost creak under the pressure of the horrifying suction. It was being forcibly dragged toward the vortex of death. Lin Yuan. Quickly, max out the engine power. Turn around. We must retreat, Chen Weiguo decisively ordered. No, Commander. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the craft's balance. The suction is too strong. I can't retreat. He attempted to boost the power of the micro-curvature gravity engine to 150 overload mode in an instant. But it was futile. The ghost merely trembled violently in place, still being dragged inch by inch toward the terrifying force. It was like a small fishing boat battling against a massive whirlpool, utterly powerless. This is it. The two words surfaced in the minds of everyone in the command center. They had calculated every risk to the extreme. Yet they had never anticipated that this void devourer would be such an unreasonable hybrid creature countering all their technology. Is it really going to end like this? Lina gazed at the screen where the black ghost was being slowly pulled into the abyss of death, tears streaming down her face. In that moment of crisis, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. No, that's not right. There must be a way. The database of the Eternal Flower surely held records on how to counter such a creature. He gritted his teeth against the sharp pain piercing his head and plunged his consciousness into the blue soul USB drive once more. Ashilia, quickly, tell me how to deal with this half-energy, half-biological aberration. He howled internally with all his might. Instantly, a vast, yet crystal-clear stream of information flooded his brain. It was a battle record from the civilization of the Eternal Flower, derived from countless encounters with the mutated forms of the Void Devourer through blood and tears. Target flesh-eater, Void Devourer subtype. Characteristics merged with biological traits, possessing formidable biological sensory capabilities and physical feeding tendrils. Weakness analysis. Weakness 1. Due to the fusion of biological traits, its core is no longer a pure singularity, but an unstable biological energy core. It cannot consume infinitely like a pure void devourer. Each act of consumption requires time for digestion. Weakness 2. Its feeding tendrils, while capable of physical attacks, are also part of its energy circulation system. Severing them would inflict severe feedback damage. Weakness 3. The most critical weakness. Its perception eye is the core of all its sensing capabilities and its most vulnerable point. There lies the only unstable junction between its biological and energy components. Upon reading this third weakness, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Academician Wang. "I've found its weakness," he exclaimed excitedly. "Its eye. That blood-red eye is its most vulnerable spot." The eye. Wang was momentarily stunned. "Yes." Lin Yuan spoke rapidly. "They're the junction between its biological and energy components. If we can blast it, it will fall into temporary paralysis due to uncontrollable energy circulation." "Blast it?" The safety minister was dumbfounded. "How? With what? We can't even move now." "With this." A wild gambler-like smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. With a thought, the nano-cluster malleable tool arm, which had been retracted beneath the craft, thrust forward. Then, before the astonished eyes of everyone, the end of that mechanical arm, teeming with countless nanobots, began to morph and reconfigure at a frenzied pace. They didn't transform into knives or guns. Instead, they became a 10-meter-long, razor-sharp, armor-piercing spike, shimmering with metallic brilliance. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Chun Weiguo realized his intention and shouted in alarm. "Commander." Lin Yuan's voice carried a desperate determination. "Retreat means death. Waiting means death. Since it's all the same, we might as well charge in for a hard hit. It's just a matter of who is more ruthless, right? I've never feared anyone in my life." Before his words fell, he switched the micro-curvature gravity engine power mode from retreat to advance in an instant. Virum, the engine of the ghost, emitted an unprecedented high-pitched roar. Under the combined forces of the terrifying suction from the amalgamation and the tremendous thrust from its own engine, the black ghost shot forward like a released arrow, leaving behind a barely visible afterimage. With the glimmering, deathly cold, armor-piercing spike in tow, without hesitation, it charged straight toward that colossal, malevolent, chaotic eye of crimson light. No. As the black phantom plunged forward like a valiant knight, making a suicidal charge towards the terrifying, sowing monster, on the screen a piercing scream escaped from Li Na in the command center. In that moment, everyone's hearts stopped beating. It was over. This was the only thought echoing in their minds. They could not comprehend why Lin Yuan would undertake such a reckless act. To them, it was no different from willingly jumping into a meat grinder. But the next moment, something happened that surpassed everyone's expectations. The sowing monster seemed equally taken aback, not anticipating that this tiny snack would not flee, but rather dare to charge towards it. In its massive blood-red eye, a flicker of human-like astonishment appeared. Its countless writhing blue tentacles instinctively moved to intercept the advancing phantom. Yet the speed of the Phantom was too great. With the combined forces of suction and thrust, it had surpassed conventional limits. The tentacles had no time to react. Thud! A sound reminiscent of something being punctured muffled, yet nauseating reverberated through the Phantom, transmitting clearly into Lin Yuan's consciousness. He felt as if he were driving a high-speed sports car, crashing headfirst into a massive warm elastic jelly. Then the world before him transformed into a sea of blood red. He had succeeded. He had truly plunged into that enormous blood-red eye. Roar. A roar that did not belong to this dimension, filled with endless pain and madness, erupted throughout the space. That sound was no longer merely a wave of noise. It was a terrifying, soul-rending psychic storm. Boom. In the command center, all electronic devices flashed wildly. Then with a crack, the screens went black. Sparks erupted from the seams of the control panel. All the staff wearing headphones screamed in agony, discarding their headsets as they clutched their heads. Crimson blood flowed from their ears and noses. Even Academician Wang and Chun Weiguo felt as if their brains were being violently pierced by a red-hot iron rod, leaving them momentarily blinded by pain, nearly fainting. Only Lin Yuan, under the protection of that psychic barrier, while also feeling a splitting headache, managed to maintain a sliver of clarity. He saw. In the instant he penetrated that blood-colored eye, the entire body of the sewing monster convulsed violently. The black vortex at its center spun into chaos and disorder. That terrifying suction force also vanished. The previously thrashing blue tentacles began to dissolve and disintegrate, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, turning into pools of repulsive blue slime. Most astonishingly, the blood-red eye he had pierced. It was losing its brilliance at a visible rate, dimming like a deflating balloon. A surge of energy, even more chaotic and violent than before, gushed forth from the collapsing wound. Not good. It's going to explode. An alarm blared in Lin Yuan's mind. He knew this was the biological energy and void energy within the sewing monster clashing due to the loss of their point of connection, resulting in an energy counteraction. The only outcome of this counteraction was one: explosion. A horrific explosion capable of utterly destroying the several dozen kilometers of pipeline. Damn it. What bad luck. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, immediately cranking the engine's power to the maximum, without a second thought. Get me out of here. He maneuvered the Phantom, exerting every ounce of strength to extricate himself from the rapidly collapsing and thickening eyeball jelly. Without looking back, he fled wildly in the opposite direction through the pipeline. Boom. Almost the instant he escaped, a soundless, yet violently shaking explosion erupted behind him. It was neither light nor fire. Rather, it was a chaotic celebration of black and red energy. The black void energy and the red biological energy twisted and collided like two giant dragons, fiercely entangled in destruction. Everything in their path, be it the hard inner walls of the pipeline or the grotesque proliferative tissues, was instantly torn into fundamental particles. The entire interior of the colossal beast skeleton experienced a terrifying earthquake due to the violent explosion. Lin Yuan felt like a leaf tossed about in a 12-grade tsunami. The alarm system of the Phantom blared incessantly. Warning. High-intensity energy impact detected. Kinetic deflection field activated. Warning. Structure under impact. Left lattice armor damaged by 15. Self-repairing in progress. Warning. Rear energy conduits ruptured. Energy reserves decreased to 87. Damn. Lin Yuan's mind was racing with fear. He had only one thought. Run. Run as fast as possible. He didn't even bother to check the map, relying solely on instinct to dart through any opening he could find. He had no idea how long he had been fleeing. It could have been a minute or perhaps 10 minutes. Finally, when the terrifying energy storm began to subside, he dared to stop in a chamber that resembled some enormous organ's remains. Ha. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just run a marathon, his body on the brink of collapse. He checked the status of the Phantom. Fortunately, aside from the left side being scraped by the explosion's aftermath and a slight drop in energy reserves, the core components remained intact. Adaptive lattice armor impressive. Kinetic deflection field impressive. He felt immense gratitude toward the scientists who had labored tirelessly to construct the Phantom. Had he been piloting the previous Scavenger 2, he would have likely been reduced to nothing after that encounter. Command Center. Academician Wang. Director Chun. Is anyone there? Can you hear me? He attempted to reach out to the command center. The communication channel was filled only with crackling static. Connection lost. The recent psychic storm had not only destroyed the command center's equipment, but had also temporarily severed the fragile connection between him and Earth. This has turned into a mess. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He had truly become a lone human trapped within this 3,000-kilometer-wide monstrous corpse. He was directionless. He had no sense of where to go. He had no idea if the spark signal he was meant to rescue still existed. A profound, chilling sense of loneliness and fear surged within him like a tidal wave. Just as he felt on the verge of being consumed by this fear, he caught sight of something. An object ejected from the core of the exploded, sewing monster, tumbling and landing right at the entrance of his chamber. It was a mass the size of a basketball, exhibiting a bizarre black and red coloration still faintly pulsating like a heart. At its center was embedded a pigeon-egg-sized pure black crystal seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Lin Yuan stared at the object momentarily stunned. He had an instinctive feeling. This was the core of the recently destroyed sewing monster, the concentrated essence of its being. Lin Yuan stared at the black-red mass lying quietly a short distance away, still pulsating slightly, and the first thought that crossed his mind was, is this a dropped piece of equipment? This thing resembled the legendary material that fell after defeating a boss in a game. His heart ignited with fervor. The fear and loneliness he had just felt were washed away by a primal impulse named greed. After all, he couldn't contact the command center now, nor could he return. Since he was idle anyway, why not go take a look? Once the thought emerged, he could no longer restrain himself. With utmost caution, he maneuvered the phantom towards the black-red heart, gliding slowly closer. As he approached, he maximized all his sensors. Pheromone scan none. Vital signs scan none. Energy response extremely weak, yet highly restrained. The scan results indicated that the mass seemed to be utterly lifeless. With that, Lin Yuan felt a bit more at ease. He stood before the heart and extended his nanocluster flexible tool arm, which had completed its automatic repairs, gently poking at the mass. It was soft and elastic, akin to high-quality beef brisket. However, the sensation was chillingly cold. It seems safe enough, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the basketball-sized trophy. Load capacity, 499. 7 kg, 500 kg. Good, it's not overweight. He placed the heart of the Stitch Beast alongside the previous deep blue star on the storage platform at the back of the Phantom. Then he directed the scanning probe at the heart. Scanning. This time the scanning duration was unusually long. The Phantom's scanning system seemed to be analyzing an extremely complex material structure it had never encountered before. After a full 5 minutes, the system finally chimed in. Scan complete. Target a hybrid aberration of void and flesh. Heart of chaos sample. Composition analysis 40 unknown higher dimensional spatial energy compression 60 gene mutation cells from Titan beast remains. The two substances are forcibly entangled in an unstable manner. Energy characteristics: the interior of this object harbors immense chaotic void energy and biological energy. The two types of energy are in a delicate state of equilibrium. Should this balance be disrupted, it would trigger a violent, uncontrollable energy annihilation reaction. Special attribute: the void crystal core at its center is the origin core of the void devourer. It possesses the ability to distort space and consume matter, making it a theoretical core material for the creation of spatial weapons or spatial engines. Warning. This item is extremely dangerous, highly unstable. Strongly advised for the host to discard it immediately. Otherwise, during the return journey's materialization, there is a 99 probability of triggering a spatial collapse disaster capable of obliterating the entire base. Damn. Upon reading the last 2 lines of blood-red flashing warnings, Lin Yuan nearly dropped the thing in a panic. A 99 probability of spatial collapse, obliterating the entire base. This was no mere legendary material. This was essentially a ticking time bomb. No, it was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb might flatten the base, but this thing could erase the entire space. Throw it. I must throw it. Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. He didn't want to risk his hard-earned efforts leading to a scenario where he accidentally wiped out himself, Commander Chen Academician Wang, and the entire base. He was on the verge of activating the mechanical arm to dispose of this hot potato when his gaze inadvertently landed on the line describing its special attributes. The void crystal core is the core material for creating spatial weapons or spatial engines. Lin Yuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Spatial weapons, spatial engines. Just the name sounded incredibly powerful. The technology of the Eternal Flower civilization was already formidable. However, their engines were merely curvature gravity engines, essentially utilizing the laws of space itself. But this void crystal core could distort space. It could consume matter. If it could be utilized to create an engine, would it mean that future spacecraft could bypass the need for curvature travel, instead directly opening a hole in space teleporting from point A to point B. If it could be fashioned into a weapon, could it then fire directly at an enemy fleet, erasing the very space they occupied? This thought struck Lin Yuan like a devil, wildly tempting him to throw it away or not. He was ensnared in a fierce internal battle. Rationality warned him of the extreme danger this thing posed, and that it should never be kept. But that inherent gambling instinct within him was clamoring. Why be afraid? Greater risks yield greater rewards. So what if there's a 99 explosion rate? There's still a 0.01 chance of safety. What if the system has a way to handle it safely? Lin Yuan recalled his first experience absorbing Aishilia's soul. At that time, the system had also issued a blood-red warning. It stated that he might be overwritten or assimilated. And what happened then? In the end, the system stepped in and activated that incredible purification procedure, arranging the alien fairy's soul perfectly, ultimately transforming it into a safe, harmless USB drive. This indicated that the system had a contingency plan for dealing with high-risk items. The warnings it issued might merely be a disclaimer. It was to remind him, the user, that there were risks involved, and he bore the consequences of his actions. Yes, that's definitely it. The more Lin Yuan thought, the more it made sense. He felt as if he had grasped the quirks of this unreliable system. It was akin to a greedy game developer claiming, "This boss is tough, your life is precious," while secretly wanting to trick you into spending money for stronger gear. System, Lin Yuan tentatively asked in his mind, is there really no way to safely bring this back? The system fell silent. As before, it seemed to require complex calculations when faced with such an out-of-scope question. A few seconds later, a new line of text appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Detected the host's strong intent. Searching for high-level processing solutions. Search complete. Solution 1, energy neutralization. Before returning, find a pure life energy source of equal strength to counteract and annihilate the heart of chaos. Success rate 12. Consequences of failure trigger a larger-scale spatial collapse. Solution 2, protocol sealing. Spend 1,000 permissions points to purchase the sealing protocol for Type 7 hazardous materials. This can temporarily seal the heart of chaos within an independent subspace, isolating it from the spatial laws of the main universe. Upon return, it must be placed in a higher-level absolute zero magnetic field prison within 72 hours, or the seal will fail. Solution 3, core extraction. Warning: this operation is extremely dangerous. The host needs to directly probe their mental energy into the heart of chaos to manually extract the void crystal core at the balance point of the two energies. Success rate less than 0.001. Consequences of failure: the host's consciousness will be instantly consumed and assimilated by the void energy, disappearing entirely. Looking at these three so-called solutions, Lin Yuan's face turned pale. Was this a solution? These were just 3 different ways to die. Solution 1 had a 12 success rate. And where would he find a life energy source of equal strength? Solution 2 seemed the most feasible, but 1,000 permission points. After toiling for 3 months, he had barely accumulated 1,500 points, and now, after crafting the Phantom, he was wiped clean. Where would he find 1,000 more? Go rob someone. As for Solution 3, manually extracting the core. With a success rate of less than 0.001. Lin Yuan had no doubt that if he dared to attempt that, had become a pile of cosmic debris in the next moment. Damn, what a wasted effort. Lin Yuan cursed, preparing to give up entirely. However, just as he was about to discard this ticking time bomb, his gaze inadvertently swept over the storage platform of the Phantom. He saw the black-red heart of chaos, lying next to the deep blue star. One was an extremely chaotic, violent amalgamation of void and flesh. The other was an extremely pure, stable crystallization of biological energy. One represented ultimate negative energy. The other represented the essence of positive energy. Wait a moment. Suddenly something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind. He recalled the description of Solution 1. Find a pure life energy source of equal strength to counteract and annihilate the heart of chaos. His eyes fixated intensely on the deep blue star. Wasn't this thing a pure life energy source? Though its size didn't proportionately match the heart of chaos, its purity was astonishingly high. What if he placed these two things together and let them mutually annihilate? This wild notion struck Lin Yuan like a lightning bolt, shattering the fog in his mind. Use the deep blue star to neutralize the chaos heart. After Lin Yuan ran this insane idea through his mind, he was drenched in cold sweat. This was 100 times crazier than the earlier decision to poke the boss in the eye. The system's first solution suggested finding a source of life energy with equal strength. Though the deep blue star in his hand was highly pure when it came to strength, the total energy it contained was probably less than 1/10 of that chaos heart. Using a tiny flame to extinguish a massive volcano, that was not neutralization. That was adding fuel to the fire. The failure rate was definitely not just 88, it was likely 99. 999. No way, that's too risky. Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly, forcefully suppressing this tempting yet deadly idea. Better to just dispose of this time bomb. Life was more important. He sighed and controlled the mechanical arm of the Phantom to pick up the chaos heart, planning to toss it into some corner. However, just as his mechanical arm was about to touch the chaos heart, the previously silent system suddenly displayed a new message. A message that made Lin Yuan's eyes widen in shock. Supplementary explanation according to the Aishilia database based on the seventh correction theory of energy resonance annihilation. If the purity difference between two opposing energies exceeds a threshold during the annihilation reaction, the high purity energy will induce a structural disintegration effect on the low purity energy. In simulation, based on the purity comparison between Deep Blue Star and Chaos Heart, if they are countered, there is a 73% probability that the pure biological energy of the Deep Blue Star will first disintegrate the 60 relatively unstable, genetically mutated cells within the Chaos Heart. Ultimately, there is a 45% chance that the core void crystal nucleus will be completely stripped away after the annihilation reaction. What the hell? Seeing this brand new, supplementary explanation, Lin Yuan felt like his eyes were about to pop out. A 45% chance. What was the difference from a free gift? Just moments ago, he had been despairing over a success rate of less than 0.001, and in the blink of an eye, the system had opened a super backdoor with a success rate of 45%. I knew it. I knew this damn system wasn't that simple. Lin Yuan was so excited he almost shouted. This felt like playing a card game. You look at a 0.01 drop rate and sigh, ready to give up. Then suddenly the system pops up and tells you, "Dear VIP user, we have detected your status and are now opening an exclusive guaranteed channel for you. 10 draws will definitely yield SSR. What a thrill. Let's do it." Lin Yuan made his decision in an instant. With a 45% success rate, if he didn't take the gamble, he wouldn't be Lin Yuan. He suppressed his excitement and began carefully studying this poison against poison plan. Let the two energies counter and annihilate. He gazed at the two spheres on the storage platform, one large and one small, one black and one blue, lost in thought. How to make them collide? Should he just smash them together? No, that idea was immediately dismissed. Too crude. Who knows what would happen if these two bombs collided? If the explosion's power couldn't be controlled and affected his own Phantom, it would be a loss. A controllable, safe reaction chamber was essential. Reaction chamber. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the body of the Phantom. Suddenly his eyes fixed on the nanocluster malleable tool arm. An audacious idea sprang to mind. Since this tool arm could transform into an armor-piercing spike and a false reactor, could it also become a bottle? A super high-strength reactor vessel that could hold both bombs. This thought seemed a bit far-fetched even to him, but the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The body of the Phantom was cultivated from oracle-level armor as its crystal seed, resulting in adaptive lattice armor. Its strength far surpassed any known material on Earth. Using it as the interior of the reactor vessel would certainly be sturdy enough. And the nanocluster malleable tool arm could perfectly shape itself into any form he desired. That's it. Lin Yuan was decisive. He maneuvered the agile tool arm to the front of the Phantom. Then he closed his eyes and began to envision the shape of a reactor vessel. It resembled a pressure cooker, a cylindrical container. Inside were two separate chambers to hold the Chaos Heart and the Deep Blue Star. Between the two chambers was a valve he could control to open at will. At the very top of the container there was a small sludge outlet to expel the potentially stripped, void crystal nucleus. The entire design was simple and straightforward, yet infused with Lin Yuan's unique pragmatism as a scrapyard boss. System, build it according to this blueprint. With his command, the front end of the tool arm began a frenzied, dazzling reconfiguration. Metal flowed, extended, and shaped itself in silence. In just over 10 seconds, a pressure cooker that gleamed with a dark golden sheen embodying the aesthetics of violence appeared before the Phantom. Wow, this actually works, Lin Yuan exclaimed in awe. He felt that his Phantom was like a universal magic pen capable of creating anything. As long as he dared to imagine it, it would dare to build it. All right, the vessel is ready. Now it's time to add the materials. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began the most crucial operation. He first maneuvered another mechanical arm to carefully place the Deep Blue Star into the left chamber of the pressure cooker. Then, holding his breath, he used every bit of patience and gentleness he had to gently put the extremely unstable chaos heart into the right chamber. Click. The lid of the pressure cooker sealed tightly. The entire process went smoothly beyond belief. Lin Yuan's heart raced. He knew that next was the moment to witness a miracle or to witness his own demise. He took one last look at his surroundings. This was a vast, relatively enclosed chamber. It should hold right. Damn it, no turning back now. Fortune favors the bold. You have to fight to win. This is it, from motorcycle to Land Rover, it all comes down to this. Lin Yuan pumped himself up in his mind. With a firm resolve, he closed his eyes and gave the command to the valve connecting the two chambers. Open for me. Click. A faint, almost soul-stirring sound echoed. The valve opened. The deep blue star, representing pure life, and the chaos heart, symbolizing chaotic void, finally touched within that small sealed pressure cooker. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No world-destroying radiance. At the moment of contact, the entire interior of the pressure cooker plunged into a strange, absolute silence. All light, all energy, all matter seemed to be completely erased by an invisible eraser. Lin Yuan saw that the black-red chaos heart, upon touching the deep blue star, disintegrated silently and rapidly like ice meeting a hot iron, its surface layer of genetically mutated cells dissolving away. Meanwhile, the deep blue star was shrinking and dimming at an equally astonishing speed. Two utterly opposite energies were engaged in a silent, yet devastating mutual annihilation. Lin Yuan was so tense his palms were sweaty. He stared intently at the changes inside the pressure cooker. He saw the flesh of the chaos heart rapidly disintegrating. 10%, 30%, 60%. Success. According to the system's simulations, as long as 60% of the flesh was disintegrated, the core, void crystal nucleus, could potentially be stripped away. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. As the flesh of the chaos heart was disintegrated to nearly half, it seemed to sense a fatal threat. The 40% of void energy inside it suddenly erupted. A jet of pure black energy filled with a sense of destruction surged violently from within, turning around to devour the deep blue star. Oh no! Lin Yuan's heart sank to the depths. The energy of the deep blue star was running out. Energy is running low. As Lin Yuan watched the deep blue star in the pressure cooker being consumed and dissolved at a visibly alarming rate by the chaotic backlash of dark void energy, his heart sank. He had miscalculated. In his focus on the 45% success rate, he had overlooked the fact that this was ultimately a gamble, and gambling entails the possibility of loss. Once the energy of the deep blue star was exhausted, the remaining void energy in the chaos heart would go completely berserk due to the loss of balance. At that point, not only the void crystal core, but also his magnificent phantom ship would be blasted into cosmic dust. What to do? What to do? Lin Yuan's mind raced. Give up. Open the pressure cooker now and throw out these two bombs. There was no time. The annihilation reaction of the two energies had already begun and was entering its most critical phase. Opening it now would be equivalent to triggering a premature explosion. I need energy, more pure life energy. This thought consumed Lin Yuan's mind. But where could he find pure life energy in this forsaken monster's carcass? Wait, life energy. Suddenly something ignited in Lin Yuan's brain. He sharply recalled another item. An object he had taken back and had since been treated as a miraculous medicine kept under strict protection. That which allowed academician Wang to turn back the clock, the miracle box. No, it should be called the Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit. The scanning report for that device clearly indicated that it housed a universal stem cell cultivation module. Moreover, its energy source was derived from the same origin as the arc reactor, a higher-grade microenergy source. Did that mean it could produce the purest and most primordial life energy on its own? This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the darkness in Lin Yuan's mind. System, he screamed in his mind. Is the medical box I salvaged still there? Item, Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit, is stored in the subspace storage module. The system's response sent Lin Yuan into a frenzy of delight. It's still there? It had been brought over with the Phantom. Quick, retrieve it. Extract all its energy and feed it into this pressure cooker. Lin Yuan commanded without hesitation. Warning: the Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit's energy core is a stable energy source designed for precise medical equipment, not for high-intensity energy counteraction. Forcibly extracting its energy will lead to permanent damage to its internal energy core. Confirm. What time is it? Even if it gets damaged, I'd eat it if I had to. Lin Yuan's eyes were already bloodshot. Buzz. The next moment, the miracle box, composed entirely of milky white metal and the size of a briefcase, materialized on the storage platform of the Phantom. Following that, a silver glimmering energy conduit made of nanobots shot out from the surface of the pressure cooker, striking with the precision of a serpent and plugged into the energy interface of the miracle box. Give it to me, suck. A massive warm torrent of life-filled energy was violently extracted from the miracle box and frantically injected into the pressure cooker, which was undergoing violent reactions. It was like dousing a nearly extinguished oil lamp with a barrel of aviation fuel. Inside the pressure cooker, the once dull and dim deep blue star, on the verge of being completely consumed by void energy, burst forth with radiance after receiving this powerful infusion. It erupted with a brilliance more dazzling and pure than ever before. That light radiated an undeniable purifying force, forcefully pushing back against the encroaching dark void energy. ZZZ. The two extreme energies clashed in the small container, engaging in their final, most intense confrontation. The black void energy retreated under the purification of the blue life energy. And on the surface of the chaos heart, the last remnants of stubborn flesh rapidly disintegrated and dissolved under the blue light. Finally, as nearly half the energy from the miracle box was extracted and the deep blue star was completely consumed, turning into nothingness, the black-red chaos heart was entirely cleansed of its flesh. Only the core remained a pure 40 of void energy. Without the constraints of flesh, this pure void energy turned even more violent and unstable. It rampaged within the pressure cooker like a madman stripped bare, seemingly intent on devouring the entire container. Just a little more. Just a final push. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He pushed all the remaining energy from the miracle box with all his might. Suppress it. Boom. The last and most colossal surge of life energy crashed down upon the black void energy like a blue tsunami. After one final violent collision and annihilation of the two energies, the entire pressure cooker finally returned to calm. No, not calm. It was void. All energy had vanished. Only one remained. A single pigeon-egg-sized, entirely black diamond crystal, seemingly capable of absorbing light with a smooth surface like a mirror. It floated silently at the center of the pressure cooker. Around it, the space began to exhibit a slight but distinct distortion. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Successfully extracted Void Crystal Core 1. Due to the high difficulty of this operation, which combined multiple advanced techniques with an extremely low success rate, the system has evaluated the task as SSS grade. Congratulations, host. You have gained a reward of 5,000 authority points. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, Void Affinity passive skill. Void Affinity, due to the host's consciousness having come into close contact with and endured the impact of pure void energy, your mind has developed a certain resistance and affinity to void energy. Effect: when facing void devourers, the probability of being detected is decreased by 30. Understanding of knowledge related to spatial technology is enhanced by 50. As this dazzling series of system notifications rang out in Lin Yuan's mind, he was left utterly stunned. SSS grade evaluation, 5,000 authority points, and a passive skill that sounded incredibly powerful. Enrich. Lin Yuan's mouth dropped wide open, nearly drooling. He felt like the player in a game who had just soloed a hidden boss for the first time. System notifications flooded the entire screen. Rewards poured in. Calm down. Calm down. He forced himself to regain composure. He knew this wasn't the time to celebrate. He immediately checked his assets. The miracle box was depleted, completely trashed, turned into an expensive brick. The deep blue star was also exhausted. In exchange, he had acquired a void crystal core, 5,000 authority points, and a god-level passive. This trade was a windfall, simply a bloodbath profit. Excited, Lin Yuan opened the drainage port at the top of the pressure cooker. The pure black, void crystal core was gently pushed out by a soft force field. Lin Yuan carefully maneuvered the mechanical arm to grasp it. It felt weightless in his hand. Yet Lin Yuan could sense a terrifying allure from this tiny crystal, as if it could draw in his very soul. This is the core of space. This is the source of the void devourers. As he gazed at this small, beautiful, yet perilously dangerous crystal, a bolder, more reckless thought emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. What if he directly installed it on the Phantom as an engine? What would happen? Transforming the void crystal core into an engine. This thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, startling even him. It was utterly insane. This object was the very essence of the void devourer, a singularity capable of devouring space and annihilating everything. Installing it on the Phantom would be tantamount to harboring a primal beast in his home, one that could turn against its master at any moment. No, that's far too dangerous. Lin Yuan quickly shook his head, extinguishing this reckless idea before it could take root. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and tread the path step by step. He had only just managed to rise from being a scrapyard owner to a national treasure-level technical expert, and his life was too precious to risk on a whim. He carefully stored the void crystal core into the subspace storage module of the Phantom. This module was a newly added feature utilizing the technology of the Eternal Flower implemented during the construction of the Phantom. It could create an independent storage space approximately 1 cubic meter in size, separate from the main universe. It was perfectly suited for storing hazardous or special items. Having completed this task, Lin Yuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as though he had just finished a world war and his body was on the verge of collapse. He glanced at the energy reserves of the Phantom. Less than 70 remained. The recent escapade, combining a desperate flight with a scientific experiment, had taken a tremendous toll. I need to find a place to recharge, Lin Yuan pondered. The adaptive lattice armor of the Phantom could slowly siphon biological energy from the surrounding environment. But this method was far too inefficient, akin to a mobile phone charging wirelessly overnight without ever fully energizing. To achieve a rapid recharge, he needed a power bank. For instance, that deep blue star he had encountered earlier. What a pity I used that piece for the experiment just now, Lin Yuan lamented. He glanced at the map. He was deep within the behemoth's bones, in an area he had never seen before. In his frantic escape, he had strayed far from the sanctuary road. Moreover, his connection to the command center had been severed. Now he had become a thoroughly isolated lone wolf. What am I going to do now? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He was like a wealthy heir driving a top-tier sports car, yet lost in the Sahara Desert. The car was exceptional, but without navigation, surrounded by beasts eager to devour him. Calm down. Lin Yuan forced himself to regain his composure. He meticulously assessed his current situation and the assets he possessed. Firstly, he had a super drone that could be deemed a bug level, the Phantom. Secondly, he had access to an all-knowing alien Wikipedia, the Ishelia database. Furthermore, he had just gained a divine passive ability, Void Affinity, and a legendary material, the Void Crystal Core. Lastly, he possessed 5,000 privilege points, akin to a fortune. Looking at it this way, my net worth seems quite substantial. As Lin Yuan calculated, his earlier anxiety dissipated significantly. Why be afraid? He was now equipped with formidable resources. What was there to worry about in finding his way home? The immediate goal is to restore contact with the command center. Lin Yuan quickly identified his primary objective. He remembered that during the construction of the Phantom, Academician Wang and the others had installed a superluminal quantum communication module, specifically to prevent communication disruptions. However, that device consumed an enormous amount of energy. Moreover, it required an extremely precise spatial coordinate for point-to-point connections. Coordinates. Lin Yuan began frantically searching within the Ishelia database. Got it. He soon found what he was looking for. The Eternal Flower civilization has a technology known as gravitational singularity beacon positioning. In simple terms, every independent universe or subspace has a unique gravitational center, much like a fingerprint. As long as we can calculate the gravitational center coordinates of this universal graveyard and the coordinates of Earth's gravitational center, we can establish a reverse positioning and restore communication using these two coordinates. This theory sounded impressively advanced. Though Lin Yuan still felt somewhat bewildered, he knew this idea was feasible. System. Immediately begin calculating the gravitational center coordinates of the current subspace. Command confirmed. Initiating high-dimensional penetration scanning and microcurvature gravitational engine for multidimensional gravitational field detection. Warning: this operation will continuously consume a large amount of energy. Spend. Use all the energy. Lin Yuan felt financially empowered. Virum. The body of the Phantom emitted a faint yet intricately complex hum. Countless invisible detection waves and gravitational waves radiated outward in all directions from its center. This was an immensely vast and precise computational process. Lin Yuan watched as the energy reserves steadily declined at a visible rate, feeling a pang of regret. Yet he also realized this was a necessary investment. While waiting for the calculation results, another thought occurred to him. Right? I still have 5,000 privilege points. He quickly accessed the system's upgrade interface. Previously, all his privilege points had been reset to 0 when constructing the Phantom. Now he felt like a newly minted millionaire. Staring at the glaring number, 5,000, Lin Yuan's mind began to race. Having this money in hand is a waste. Why not upgrade the Phantom further? He clicked on the upgrade options for the Phantom. A dazzling array of futuristic upgrade projects appeared before his eyes. Upgrade options. 1. Adaptive lattice armor enhancement consumes 1,000 privilege points, increases self-repair speed of the armor by 50. 2. Micro-curvature gravitational engine overclock consumes 1,500 privilege points, unlocks the engine's short-distance space jump mode. Warning: this mode places immense load on the engine, a cooldown required for 24 hours after each use. 3. Nanocluster plasticity tool arm module expansion consumes 2,000 privilege points, unlocks energy weapon module, allowing the tool arm to transform into a plasma cutting sword or high-energy particle cannon. 4. Subspace storage module expansion consumes 500 privilege points, increases storage space from 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters. 5. Gazing at these enticing upgrade options, Lin Yuan felt his mouth water. He wanted every single one, especially the short-distance space jump and energy weapon modules. Space jump. That was teleportation. With this, he wouldn't have to fear being pursued anymore. If he couldn't fight, he could just blink away. Energy weapons. Those were even better. A plasma cutting sword. A high-energy particle cannon. Wasn't that a million times cooler than his previous armor-piercing dagger? In the future, when encountering entities like the Void Devourer, he could even consider standing his ground instead of fleeing. Buy them all. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt like a giddy shopper who had just received a year-end bonus, wildly purchasing items online. He had 5,000 privilege points, and he was feeling extravagant. Without a second thought, he selected upgrade options 2 and 3. Confirm consumption of 1,500 privilege points to upgrade the micro-curvature gravitational engine. Confirm consumption of 2,000 privilege points to upgrade the nanocluster plasticity tool arm. Confirm. Upgrade initiated. Upgrade expected to take 10 minutes. Lin Yuan felt elated as he watched his privilege points drop from 5,000 to 1,500. Though it stung a bit, it was money well spent. He was eagerly anticipating just how terrifying the Phantom would become after the upgrades. This would be a truly formidable, fully armed super war machine from the future. The most expensive and powerful scrap recycling vehicle in the history of human civilization. 10 minutes of upgrade time felt exceptionally long as Lin Yuan anxiously awaited the process. He remained ever vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings while fixated on the system interface, where the upgrade progress bar relentlessly scrolled. 98. 99. Ding. Upgrade complete. Micro-curvature gravitational engine has successfully unlocked short-distance space jump mode. Nanocluster plasticity tool arm has successfully unlocked the energy weapon module. It's done, Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Eager to test the prowess of these two new functions, he focused his consciousness on the nanocluster plasticity tool arm. Transform. Plasma cutting sword. Virum. Before his eyes, the metallic arm began to reorganize as the nanobots at its tip swiftly reconfigured. They ceased to form a solid entity and instead intricately constructed an energy confinement field. Then a surge of immense energy was drawn from the Phantom ship's core, flowing into the confinement field. Whoosh! A sound akin to a high-pressure gas leak echoed. A 5-meter-long incandescent white plasma sword radiating an aura of destruction materialized out of thin air. The blazing white blade distorted the surrounding air with its intense heat. A wave of terrifying warmth enveloped him. Oh my! Incredible! Lin Yuan gazed at the plasma sword, which was 1,000 times more impressive than any Jedi lightsaber from the movies, his excitement rendering him speechless. He felt the Chinibu spirit within him blazing fervently. He attempted to swing the sword. Swish! The incandescent blade silently sliced through a 3-meter-wide flesh pillar composed of beast bone growth tissue nearby. There was no resistance whatsoever. The resilient flesh pillar was cleaved in two as effortlessly as butter under a hot knife, its cut smooth as a mirror, instantly carbonized into charred blackness by the high temperature. This power is staggering. Lin Yuan stared in awe. He had no doubt that this sword, if swung at an aircraft carrier on Earth, would cleave it cleanly in half. He then experimented with the high-energy particle cannon mode. The plasma sword instantly retracted. In its place appeared a dark, intricately patterned energy cannon. At the cannon's muzzle, a swirling blue energy sphere rapidly condensed, composed entirely of pure energy. Lin Yuan sensed that the energy reserves of the Phantom were being absorbed at an astonishing rate by this sphere. This consumes a lot of energy. He hesitated to fire. He feared that a single shot might collapse the chamber he was in. Yet he could feel that the energy contained within the blue sphere, once unleashed, would be no less devastating than the energy storm triggered by the self-destruction of Scavenger 2. Good. A fine weapon. Satisfied, Lin Yuan sheathed his weapon. With these two formidable tools at his disposal, he finally had a measure of self-defense in this deadly maze. He then shifted his attention to the even more anticipated short-distance space jump function. How do I use this? Just as he pondered this question, a set of instructions automatically appeared in his mind. Short-distance space jump. By overclocking the curvature gravitational engine, forcibly create a space singularity at the target location, pulling the body into subspace for superluminal displacement, then exiting subspace at the target site. Maximum jump distance, 10 kilometers. Preparation time, 3 seconds. Jump duration approximately 0.1 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. 10 kilometers. 3 seconds preparation. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled at this information. This was essentially a combination of blink and teleport. Although there was a 24-hour cooldown period, it could undoubtedly be a lifesaver in critical moments or even turn the tide of battle. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan felt immensely satisfied with this premium upgrade. Just then the system, which had been silent, finally chimed in with another notification. Gravitational center coordinates calculated. Current subspace, cosmic graveyard, gravitational center coordinates, Alpha 73. 14 Beta 92. 65 Gamma 12. 08 Delta. A long string of coordinates composed of various Greek letters and numbers that Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend appeared before him. Comparing with the gravitational center coordinates of Earth in the main universe. Comparison complete. Calculating spatial displacement and dimensional parameters. Calculation complete. Earth's cosmic spatial coordinates locked. Superluminal quantum communication module can be activated. Excellent. Lin Yuan was invigorated. At last he could contact home. Without hesitation, he selected Activate Communication. Warning: activating superluminal quantum communication will consume 1,000 energy points. Current energy reserve 63. Confirm. 1,000 points. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. This was outrageously expensive for a long-distance call. He had only 6,300 energy points left, which meant nearly 1/6 would be consumed. Confirm. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and confirmed. Reporting his safety to home and sharing the precious items he had just exploded was paramount, more important than anything else. Virum. A hidden crystal-like antenna slowly rose from the top of the Phantom. An invisible superluminal quantum signal instantly traversed endless dimensions and space, shooting towards the distant locked coordinates. On Earth, in the underground command center of the Scavenger project, the atmosphere was one of profound silence. Everyone slumped in their chairs, ashen-faced with vacant stares. Just minutes prior, they had witnessed the Phantom charge toward the terrifying Stitch monster. Then, accompanied by a horrific mental storm and a violent energy explosion, they lost all contact with Lin Yuan. All screens were dark. All communication channels were silent. Repair personnel were frantically replacing the burnt-out equipment. Yet everyone understood that hope was dwindling. It's my fault. Academician Wang sat despondently on the floor, murmuring to himself. I shouldn't have agreed to let him take the risk. I shouldn't have let him go save that fire seed. His face, which had only just regained its youth, was now etched with endless remorse and guilt. He felt like a sinner. He had unwittingly pushed the only hope of this nation, this civilization, into the abyss. Chen Weiguo leaned back in his chair, silent. Yet the white-knuckled grip of his fists revealed his inner turmoil. Lina lay sprawled over her control panel, her shoulders shaking as she wept uncontrollably. The entire command center was shrouded in a thick, suffocating despair. Suddenly, a young technician responsible for communication monitoring leaped from his chair as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the just-repaired backup communication monitor before him, his voice sharp and piercing with shock and excitement. Signal? There's a signal. It's Comrade Lin Yuan. It's the quantum communication signal from the Phantom. He's still alive? What did you say? The exclamation of "he is still alive" reverberated like thunder, shattering the silence in the command center. Everyone jolted awake as if they were robots suddenly activated from a state of despair and stupor. Signal? Where is the signal from? Academician Wang was the first to react. He sprang up from the ground with the agility of an acrobat, his movements far too nimble for a scholar. In just a few strides, he rushed to the young technician's side, snatched the headphones from his hands, and put them on his own head. Static, Lin Yuan, this is Academician Wang. Can you hear me? His voice trembled with excitement, crackling with heavy electrical noise. The next moment, a voice came through the headphones, slightly distorted, but unmistakably clear, filled with the familiar vigor of Lin Yuan. Academician Wang. Damn. Finally got through. Is everything all right on your end? It was Lin Yuan. It was truly Lin Yuan's voice. We're fine. We're fine. Academician Wang's eyes instantly filled with tears, hot streams of emotion spilling over uncontrollably. You rascal. You're alive. You really are alive. In his elation, he hugged an equally dumbfounded old professor nearby, crying and laughing like a child who had just received their most cherished toy. He's alive. He's still alive. Comrade Lin Yuan has not sacrificed himself. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. After a brief silence, the entire command center erupted into a frenzy of deafening cheers, more thunderous and frenzied than any celebration before. Everyone jumped up, embracing one another, howling in a catharsis of euphoria that surged from the depths of despair to the heights of elation, so intense it nearly overwhelmed them. Lina raised her tear-streaked face, looking at the main screen where the green representing the Phantom ship flickered back to life, a smile breaking through her tears. Chun Weigua leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, relieved breath. He felt his heart, which had nearly ceased beating, fill with newfound vigor. He picked up the communicator, striving to steady his voice. Comrade Lin Yuan, report your current situation. Reporting, sir. Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of excitement. The Phantom is functioning normally aside from significant energy consumption and slight damage to the left armor. I am fine too. Good, good, good. Chun Weigua repeated the word, thrice return. Come back immediately. I order you to return at once. At that moment, he desired nothing more than to have Lin Yuan, the nation's sole hope, return safely. Sir, Lin Yuan's voice sounded somewhat awkward. I'm afraid I can't return just yet. What? Chun Weigua's heart sank again. What happened? It's not a big deal, Lin Yuan explained. I just got a bit lost while escaping. The Phantom has less than 60 energy left, which isn't enough to support the return procedure. Lost. Not enough energy. Upon hearing these two phrases, the previously jubilant atmosphere in the command center turned tense in an instant. Don't worry. Lin Yuan quickly reassured them. I've activated the gravitational singularity beacon and am recalculating the coordinates. Also, I seem to have hunted some creatures and acquired some equipment. That should help with the energy issue. Hunted. Acquired equipment. Everyone in the command center was momentarily taken aback. Is he playing a game? What on earth did you do? Academician Wang snatched the communicator, asking urgently. Hey, Academician Wang, it's a long story. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and began to recount his audacious exploits with a tone of restrained pride, detailing how he had engaged in assaulting the boss and leveraging poison against poison to forge a divine weapon. When he described using the Phantom to pierce the blood-red eye of a Frankenstein monster, gasps of astonishment filled the command center. Everyone envisioned the scene with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. That was incredibly bold. As he continued explaining how he utilized the box of miracles as fuel and Deep Blue Star as a detonator for a homemade pressure cooker energy counteraction experiment, the scientists listened in stunned silence. Can it really be done this way? Using the energy from a medical kit to neutralize void energy. This line of thought, this imagination was beyond outrageous. When Lin Yuan finally recounted how he successfully extracted the void crystal core, earning an SSS rating 5,000 authority points and a divine passive ability, the entire command center erupted in chaos. SSS rating, 5,000 authority points. My God, the void crystal core. He actually managed to acquire the core of the void devourer, void affinity, reducing detection probability, enhancing spatial technology comprehension. This is a godly technique. Academician Wang trembled as he held the communicator. He felt his decades of scientific understanding being relentlessly challenged by this young man who seemed to defy all logic. This was no longer science. This was metaphysics. This was theology. Lin Yuan Yu. Academician Wang was so overwhelmed with excitement, he could barely complete his sentence. Just wait. You stay safe. We will risk everything to rescue you from that hellish place. He turned to the technical department. Pangu system. Connect to the coordinates transmitted by Comrade Lin Yuan. Recalculate a route home as quickly as possible. And he looked at the energy team, immediately develop not 1 but 10. No, 100 plans on how to utilize the void crystal core to replenish the Phantom's energy. I refuse to believe we can't extract something useful from an entity that can consume space. In that moment, Academician Wang resembled a crazed zealot fueled by adrenaline. His fervor ignited every single person present. Hope. An unprecedented colossal hope enveloped the entire command center. They had not only retrieved their hero had also brought them a divine gift capable of changing everything. In the dark chamber where the Phantom resided, Lin Yuan ended the communication, letting out a long sigh of relief. Having reassured his family, he felt a weight lift from his heart. He glanced at the system interface. Repositioning coordinates, estimated time 30 minutes. All right, then I can wait a bit longer. Lin Yuan was no longer in a hurry. He now had time to examine the treasures he had just acquired. First, he spent 3,500 of the 5,000 authority points to install the short-range space jump and energy weapon modules. He left the remaining 1,500 points untouched for potential emergencies. Then his gaze fell upon the new passive skill, Void Affinity, reducing detection probability by 30. Now that's a valuable asset. Lin Yuan gazed at the description of the new skill Void Affinity on the system panel, a wide grin almost reaching his ears. This ability was tailor-made for him. Reducing the probability of being detected meant he could traverse this deadly maze with much greater safety. Once a stealthy figure cloaked in camouflage, he was now like a ghost with a translucent advantage. His chances of survival had skyrocketed, and the 50 boost to spatial technology comprehension was even more significant. Previously, when he viewed the information on spatial technology in the Aishilia database, it felt like deciphering classical Chinese. He was lost and guessing, fumbling through it. Now it was as if the system had hired him a personal interpreter and a gold star tutor, propelling his learning efficiency to new heights. Not bad, not bad. This 1500 points spent is worth it, Lin Yuan thought to himself with satisfaction. With 1500 points in hand and a plethora of newly upgraded functions, he felt remarkably secure. The anxiety from being lost and low on energy faded completely in the wake of such a tremendous gain. Commander Academician Wang, please don't rush on your end, Lin Yuan spoke into the communicator. Give me some time to think of a solution. I will definitely find a way back. I can refuel as well. Kid, what are you planning now? Wang Academician's voice crackled through the static, tinged with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I warn you, don't take unnecessary risks like before. That void crystal core is priceless. You are invaluable too. Neither of you can afford any more mishaps. Don't worry, Academician Wang, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yuan chuckled. I'm a business person who values safety above all. What happened earlier was out of necessity. I was forced into a corner. Now that I have the initiative, I need to ensure my principal is safe, right? After ending the communication, Lin Yuan began to formulate his next plan. He was definitely going home. However, returning like a defeated rat with energy depleted felt inconsistent with his current stature. Moreover, to acquire that Heart of Chaos, he had sacrificed both the Box of Miracles and the only Deep Blue Star. Although he had traded them for a much more powerful Void Crystal Core, this item could not be consumed for sustenance just yet. The Ghost ship still had 53 energy left. That would be insufficient for the return journey. Absorbing energy gradually through the armor would take ages. Looks like I need to find another Deep Blue Star to serve as a power bank. Lin Yuan quickly established his small goal. Previously, he had stumbled upon the burrowing worm and opportunistically managed to acquire one piece. But now the situation had changed. He possessed a brand new formidable energy weapon. He had the divine skill Void Affinity, allowing him to conceal himself more effectively. Most importantly, through the Aishilia database, he had gained a deeper understanding of the habits of these native predators. The burrowing worm feeds on the biological energy of giant beast bones and prefers to operate near energy-rich main vein channels. Relevant information flashed rapidly through Lin Yuan's mind. He was no longer the prey that could only hide passively. Now he would be the hunter. System, pull up the biological energy flow diagram I drew earlier. Lin Yuan commanded. Soon a massive, three-dimensional diagram composed of countless red lines unfolded before him. His current location was in a relatively remote, energy-scarce, capillary region. Based on the energy flow, mark the areas nearby where burrowing worms are most likely to appear, Lin Yuan ordered again. This time he utilized the recently acquired 50 increase in spatial technology comprehension. He discovered that viewing this complex energy map no longer felt like merely looking at lines. He could vaguely sense the rhythm and logic of the energy flows. Oh, I get it. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh. This is just like when I used to collect scrap and look at city maps. Where the main roads are, where the alleys are, where traffic is heavy, and where people gather. It's all clear. The thickest, strongest red lines represented the main roads. The worms, like street vendors, preferred to dwell in these areas. With this newfound understanding, Lin Yuan quickly locked onto a target on the map. It was a massive main energy channel located about 50 kilometers away. The energy there was rich, and according to the map, there were several large pits resembling burrowing worm nests. Let's head there. I'll snag some heavenly dung for fuel on the way back. Lin Yuan resolved, firmly maneuvering the upgraded Ghost ship stealthily towards the target area. Meanwhile, in the underground command center on Earth, the atmosphere had shifted from earlier jubilation to a heightened, fervent work environment. All the scientists were like they had been injected with adrenaline, zealously working at their respective posts. The coordinate data transmitted back by Comrade Lin Yuan has been integrated into the Pangu system. The optimal return route is being planned. Estimated time, 25 minutes. Energy team report. We have proposed 17 preliminary plans for utilizing the void crystal core. The one with the lowest risk and highest feasibility is the gravitational tide plan. An elderly energy expert, his hair graying, animatedly gestured at the screen. We can use the property of the void crystal core to distort space and create a mini high-frequency gravitational tide around it. Just like the moon's gravity causes tides on Earth, this gravitational tide can extract pure spatial energy from a higher dimension. This plan doesn't require direct contact with the core, ensuring maximum safety. Moreover, the extracted spatial energy will be of extremely high purity and can theoretically be converted directly into energy usable by the ghost ship. Great. Let's go with this plan, Wang academician decisively stated. Initiate theoretical simulations immediately. I want to hand over a complete charging plan to Comrade Lin Yuan before his return. And what about that seed signal? Lina suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously. Academician Wang, should we still go rescue it? This question caused a momentary silence in the frenzied command center. Indeed, their initial goal was to save the seed of the eternal flower. However, so many complications had arisen along the way. Wang academician glanced at the map where a green light spot, representing Lin Yuan, weakened by distance and energy storms, appeared marginally. Rationality told him that Lin Yuan should urgently return and that they should not complicate matters further. Yet Lin Yuan's earlier words echoed in his ears. If we turn a blind eye to danger and refuse to save lives, how are we any different from those void predators? Commander Wang academician looked at the silent Chenhuigua. Chenhuigua, observing the screen depicting Lin Yuan as he moved towards an unknown area, slowly spoke. I trust Comrade Lin Yuan's judgment. His voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable conviction. He is not a reckless person. Right now he is preparing for his return. As for that seed, Chenhuigua paused, his gaze deepening. If he refuels, and if time allows, and if he decides to go. The phantom glided through the intricate network of pipes like a true specter. Thanks to the new skill, Void Affinity, Lin Yuan felt his awareness of the surrounding environment had elevated to an entirely new level. Previously, he had relied solely on the perfect invisibility of the spatial lens force field to remain undetected, his body tense like a bowstring pulled tight. But now he dared to move at a relatively high speed, even while cloaked. He could distinctly feel how his energy signature seamlessly merged with the chaotic biological energy field around him, akin to a drop of water blending into the ocean, indistinguishable from its surroundings. This 30 concealment boost is incredibly effective. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. It feels just like when I used to sneak into the junkyard. No, rather when I went to assess the market, dressed in clothes that matched the colors of the garbage pile. As long as I lay still, I was invisible even to those standing right in front of me. Confidence surged within him. Before long, he arrived at the main energy conduit marked on the map. As soon as he entered, a dense, almost tangible wave of biological energy washed over him. The energy concentration here was more than 10 times higher than that of the capillaries he had previously been in. The adaptive armor of the phantom glimmered more brightly, like a famished person finally catching a whiff of a delicious meal, every cell in its structure rejoicing. What a great place. This is practically a natural charging station. Lin Yuan's heart raced with excitement. He did not rush to find his target. Instead, he first sought out a relatively concealed hollow space to hide the phantom, then began to observe his surroundings meticulously. The main conduit was extraordinarily wide, with a diameter of at least 5 kilometers. The inner walls of the pipes were no longer dry tissue, but were covered in bizarrely shaped, seemingly writhing tumors. Unknown luminescent fungi clung to these tumors like moss, casting an eerie green glow throughout the dark passage. Pheromone skin threat level low. No signals of large predators detected. Biological energy, scan energy flow steady, no abnormal fluctuations found. Lin Yuan patiently analyzed the data, akin to an experienced old hunter scrutinizing the hunting grounds before a chase. Got it. After about 10 minutes, his detector finally picked up a familiar target. Approximately 20 kilometers away down the conduit, in a vast cavern, a colossal, burrowing worm lay languidly, seemingly having just gorged itself. Its tail was rhythmically contracting and undulating. Lin Yuan recognized this as a sign that it was digesting its food, refining energy. Soon enough, a fresh, glistening, deep blue star would be manufactured by it. "Hey, big fella, I've been waiting for you all day." A sly grin crept across Lin Yuan's face. If this were before, he would have dutifully hidden, waiting for it to finish its business before employing the feint and strike tactic to steal that crystal. But now he was armed with new tools. He was eager to test the capabilities of these toys he had recently acquired. Command Center, this is Lin Yuan. He connected to the communication line. Lin Yuan, what's the situation? Have you found a way to recharge? The anxious voice of Academician Wang came through immediately. I found it, Academician Wang, Lin Yuan chuckled. I've located a new production line larger than the previous one. I'm about to hurry up the goods. Hurry up the goods? What are you planning? Academician Wang's tone heightened with concern upon hearing his flippant demeanor. I warn you, don't act recklessly. Safety first. We have already found a way to recharge you, all you need to. Academician Wang, please don't rush. Lin Yuan interrupted. Practice is the only standard to test truth. Our new weapon has just rolled off the production line, but deserves to be taken out for a spin to test its performance, doesn't it? I plan to take the initiative and give that worm a little adjustment. This way it will be easier for me to grab the power bank. Take the initiative. Everyone in the command center was taken aback. The Minister of Safety erupted, nonsense. Comrade Lin Yuan, I order you to abandon this dangerous idea immediately. That creature's threat level is extremely high. You, Minister, rest assured. Lin Yuan's tone remained remarkably calm. This is a different time. Previously we were armed with little more than millet and rifles forced to dodge tanks. Now we have anti-tank missiles, we can't just hide in the trenches waiting for shells to rain down on us, can we? Besides, I found detailed information about this burrowing worm in the Ishilia database. Lin Yuan began his serious analysis, weaving a tale of scientific reasoning. This creature looks intimidating, but it's really just a clumsy giant. Its only attack methods are physical strikes with its suckers and corrosive fluid. It only reacts to large energy fluctuations. As long as we are fast enough and our attacks precise enough to cripple it before it can react, it poses no threat at all. Its weakness is located in the midsection where the nerve nodes are most concentrated. If we damage that area, it will temporarily incapacitate itself. Listening to Lin Yuan's logical analysis of monster weaknesses, the biologists in the command center were left speechless. Shun Weiguo paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Lin Yuan, I will ask you once more, how confident are you? Reporting, sir. Lin Yuan's voice was resolute, 90%. Good. Shun Weiguo hesitated no more. I approve your live ammunition testing plan. But remember your words, safety first. If anything unexpected happens, immediately use spatial jump to retreat. That is your ultimate life-saving card. Oh, do not use it lightly, but when the time comes, do not hesitate. Understood. With the commander's approval, Lin Yuan felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He maneuvered the Phantom out of its hidden recess, gliding silently. He transformed the nanocluster pliable tool arm into a magnificent plasma sword burning with a bright white flame. Big fella, I'm here to give you a little trim. Lin Yuan let out an internal battle cry. In the next moment, the black Phantom shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, trailing a blazing white streak of death towards the massive worm that was still leisurely digesting its meal below. The worm seemed to sense the danger as its colossal body shuddered violently, its myriad of sucker-like appendages flaring open, preparing to retaliate. But it was too late. Swish! The incandescent plasma sword struck its pale, massive body with unparalleled heat and sharpness. No blood gushed forth as imagined. Under the horrifying heat of the plasma sword, the worm's tough skin and flesh were vaporized and carbonized the instant they made contact. A gaping wound 100 meters long and charred to the bone appeared on the creature in an instant. Roar! The intense pain elicited a silent scream, filled with agony from the massive worm. Its enormous body began thrashing wildly, rolling, convulsing, and crashing against the walls of the conduit. Countless fragments of stone and flesh flew in all directions as it struggled. And as it flailed about the sphincter, at its tail suddenly relaxed. With a puff, a mass of deep blue star, larger than the previous one, and radiating brilliant blue light mixed with a chaotic array of yellow-green slime, was expelled from it. Hey, this is the effect I wanted. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was elated. He deftly maneuvered the Phantom, dodging a truck-sized rock that came hurtling toward him, and like the best scavenger, he accurately darted toward the freshly produced treasure. He reached out with his mechanical arm and snatched it up. Then, without looking back, he accelerated sharply in the direction he had come from. The entire process was smooth and decisive. Only the massive worm remained thrashing in place and letting out a pained, silent roar while the scientists in the command center stood agape, unable to utter a word. Did you get it, eh? Was it really that simple? In the command center, everyone stared at the screen displaying the vanishing black streak accompanied by the massive backdrop that continued to roll violently. Their minds struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? Lin Yuan piloted the Phantom and charged forward, striking the giant worm classified as a high-level threat with a single cut. Then the worm began rolling on the ground. Next, it pulled out the deep blue star. Finally, Lin Yuan picked it up and ran away. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. This was a stark contrast to the previous fishing operation, which involved feints and complex calculations that had left their hearts racing. This time felt as easy as a grown-up bullying a kindergarten child, effortless and carefree. Is this the power of the energy weapon? A young engineer murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. That's terrifying. The Minister of Security wore a dazed expression. That worm was like paper in front of that lightsaber. It had no chance of retaliation. No, the key isn't the weapon. Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with insight as he saw something deeper. The crucial factors are the maneuverability of the Phantom and Lin Yuan's operation. Did you see? His attack angle, the timing of his entry, and that micro-move to dodge the debris. It's textbook. He completely exploited the Phantom's inertia-free maneuvering, playing with that behemoth as if it were a toy. This kid has truly transformed from a mere driver into a bona fide ace warrior. Wang's words resonated deeply with everyone present. They watched the green light on the screen rapidly returning home, filled with admiration and pride. Hey, Commander, Academician Wang, mission accomplished. Lin Yuan's triumphant voice echoed over the communication channel. The power bank is secured in excellent condition, perfectly weighted with no additives, pure and natural, zero pollution. His playful banter instantly lightened the tense atmosphere in the command center, prompting laughter from everyone. You little rascal, keep talking. Chen Wei was scolded with an affectionate tone, unable to hide his pride. Find a safe spot to recharge. Then return immediately. There's a celebration banquet waiting for you at home. Understood. Lin Yuan found a new, more concealed nesting spot and stopped. He placed the pristine deep blue star, still warm, on the ground. Drawing from previous experience, the energy team quickly guided him remotely to set up a simple energy resonance absorption device. A wave of pure, immense biological energy was gently drawn from the deep blue star, continuously feeding into the energy core of the Phantom. On the screen, the percentage representing energy reserves began to rise at a gratifying pace. 80 and 90, 100. Report to the commander. The Phantom has completed energy replenishment. Ready for immediate return. Good. Chen Wei perked up. Technical department. Is the return route planned? Report to the commander. The final return route has been confirmed. The entire journey is within a completely safe zone with an estimated return time of 4 hours and 17 minutes. Immediately send the route map to Comrade Lin Yuan. Yes, everything was ready. Lin Yuan's heart began to race with excitement. Finally, he could go home. However, just as he was about to initiate the return procedure, Chen Weiguo's voice resonated once more, but this time it carried an unusual weight of seriousness. Comrade Lin Yuan, before you return, I need to inform you of a situation. Meanwhile, in the eastern sea of the Great Xia Kingdom, a region internationally acknowledged as a disputed maritime area, a uniquely designed pitch-black deep-sea survey ship floated silently on the surface. A striking flag with a red sun emblem flapped in the sea breeze. This was the Kuroshio, the latest marine research vessel from the Little Sun country, touted as the most advanced in the world. In the command center of the Kuroshio, the atmosphere was one of smug triumph. Captain, the Deep Sea 20,000 has successfully arrived at the designated area. Depth 4,500 meters. All systems normal. Excellent. A middle-aged man in a white uniform with slicked-back hair nodded in satisfaction at the real-time images streaming from the deep sea. In the footage, a futuristic silver submersible hovered quietly on the dark seabed. Its mechanical arm delicately inserted a similarly designed flag made from a special alloy into the ocean floor. Well done, Yamamoto. The captain picked up the communicator, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, "You are making history. The entire world is watching. Even the Emperor will be proud of you." Yes, serving the Empire is my honor. A similarly exuberant voice came from the submersible. Activate all external live broadcast signals. The captain ordered the technicians beside him. Let the world see who is the first to plant a flag of exploration on this bountiful underwater continental shelf. Yes, instantly countless television signals and online live streams were transmitted globally via satellite. Back in Little Sun country, the nation erupted into a frenzy. Countless citizens flooded the streets waving flags and chanting Banzai, celebrating their great marine exploration achievements and historic breakthroughs. Across the ocean, in their foster parent, Uncle Sam's Pentagon, a group of military generals watched this live show with keen interest. "General, this operation by Little Sun country is rather ostentatious," an intelligence officer said, frowning. "The Great Xia has dispatched their Coast Guard vessels heading towards the area." "Let them be," an old general adorned with 4 stars said nonchalantly while sipping coffee. This is merely a scientific investigation. What can they do? Do they dare fire upon a research vessel? This is our tacit approval. We intend to continuously test their limits in this manner, keeping them on their toes, making them aware of who the true masters of these waters are. A hint of disdain crept across the old general's face. To him, this was just a tedious but necessary game of geopolitical chess. At that moment, this news reached the underground command center of the Scavenger project through encrypted channels. In the conference room, Chinwagwa had just concluded an emergency call with the highest authorities. Hanging up his face was as dark as a storm cloud. Beside him, a general responsible for military liaisons also looked furious. "Commander, these little sun folks are pushing their luck. Their so-called Deep Sea 20,000 is nothing but a quasi-military spy submersible. Under the guise of research, they flaunt their power right at our doorstep. Our conventional submarines dare not get too close to that area due to its complex hydrology and uncharted seabed terrain. We can only watch helplessly as they do as they please." "What are the higher-ups saying?" Chinwagwa asked in a low voice. The directive is still for restraint. The general's face flashed with frustration. "Emphasize diplomatic protests to avoid escalating military conflict. After all, our priority is still stable development." "Restraint again," Chinwagwa murmured, clenching his fists tightly. He knew that this was the most rational, yet helpless choice. But the fire in his heart was impossible to suppress. Here they were fighting a desperate battle against the most terrifying monsters in the universe for the future of their civilization. And right at their doorstep, a group of clowns brazenly insulted them. This humiliation was maddening. Just then Lin Yuan's communication came through. Taking a deep breath, Chinwagwa suppressed all his emotions and calmly relayed the events happening on Earth to Lin Yuan. On the other end of the communicator, there was silence. After a full half-minute, Lin Yuan's voice, laced with restrained anger, slowly emerged. "Commander, I have a rather bold idea." "Is it a bold idea?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's familiar opening line, Chinwagwa's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He knew this guy too well. Whenever Lin said, "I have an idea," what followed was bound to be astonishing enough to scare someone into a heart attack. From the initial proposal of the Oracle-level armor, to the decision to venture into the Ghost route, and then to the recently concocted plan to poke the BOSS, each time proved that although Lin Yuan's ideas sounded outrageous, they ultimately brought unexpected and monumental surprises. "You may speak," Chinwagwa said, his voice unintentionally laced with anticipation. In the command center, everyone who heard his words perked up, holding their breath in suspense. "Chief, you just mentioned that we have no good options for the submersible little sun, right?" Lin Yuan asked. "Correct," Chinwagwa replied solemnly. "Conventional means may provoke military conflict, playing right into their hands. As for unconventional methods, we lack the equipment for precise operations at 4,500 meters in the deep sea." "But what if we did?" Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of mischief. "What do you mean?" Chinwagwa was taken aback. "I mean equipment that can operate at 4,500 meters in the deep sea undetected, to give them a lesson." Lin Yuan's words caused Chinwagwa to abruptly rise from his chair. His eyes were fixated on the green dot on the screen representing the Ghost drone. In an instant, he grasped Lin Yuan's intention. The Ghost drone. This unprecedented super drone, amalgamating the strength of the entire nation and infused with extraterrestrial technology. It possessed perfect stealth capabilities. It boasted unparalleled maneuverability. It featured nanodual arms that could transform into any shape. Most importantly, it did not belong to any known equipment series on Earth. Even if discovered, there would be no evidence to trace it back. "You mean?" Chinwagwa felt his breath quickening. Lin Yuan chuckled. "Chief, I'm just thinking, does it matter if my return is an hour early or an hour late? When the Ghost returns, it materializes right next to me in a 1:1 scale. So can't we just control the location of this materialization a bit? For example, what if I let it accidentally materialize next to Little Sun's submersible?" Lin Yuan's idea detonated like a bomb in the entire command center. It can materialize in the East China Sea. My heavens, what is he planning? Everyone was left dumbfounded by Lin Yuan's imaginative, no audacious proposal. This was beyond bold. This was sheer madness. No way. Absolutely not. The Minister of Security was the first to jump up in opposition, his face turning red as a beet. "It's too dangerous. The risks are astronomical. The materialization process of the Ghost will produce massive energy fluctuations. If it's detected by Eagle Sauce's satellites or submarines, how will we explain it? Moreover, that's at a depth of 4,500 meters. We have no idea what kind of impact the immense water pressure will have on the materialization process. What if it fails and the Ghost disintegrates on the spot? Lin Yuan's spirit would be shattered too. I strongly oppose this. We are risking our nation's most precious asset in a meaningless gamble. The minister's words sobered those who had been excited by Lin Yuan's proposition just moments before. Indeed, the risk was too great. The ghost was their only tool capable of entering the cosmic graveyard. Lin Yuan was their sole, chosen one to operate this tool. Any misstep with either would be catastrophic for the entire scavenger plan. Was it worth such a tremendous risk just to humiliate little Sun? The conference room erupted into heated debate. However, academician Wang's eyes were growing brighter. A fervor unique to scientists surged on his youthful face, driven by the allure of the unknown. No, this isn't gambling. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice sharp with excitement. This is an extreme environment pressure test. We will inevitably deploy the ghost in combat. Sooner or later, we will face battlefields 100 times harsher than 4,500 meters deep. For instance, the atmosphere of gas giants like Jupiter, or the surface of a neutron star. Now we have a ready-made perfect testing ground. Why not utilize it? As for the risk of detection, academician Wang turned to the Minister of Security, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Minister, have you forgotten what equipment Lin Yuan just unveiled? The Void Crystal Core. Short-range space jump. With space jump, we can vanish from that sea area in an instant after completing our mission, leaving no trace behind. Eagle Sauce's satellites. Can they capture the trajectory of a space jump? This is not a gamble. It's a rehearsal for a perfect dimension-reducing strike. Academician Wang's words plunged everyone into silence. Indeed, they almost forgot the ghost was no longer just a reconnaissance aircraft reliant on stealth for survival. It was now a super assassin equipped with the blink ability. All eyes turned back to Chen Weiguo. He remained silent. He merely gazed at the green dot on the screen. Within him, a fierce inner battle raged. Rationally, he understood that the Minister of Security was right. Playing it safe was the best option at the moment. Yet emotionally, he could not endure the humiliation of being so insulted at his own doorstep. Lin Yuan's plan felt like a key unlocking the long-repressed tiger within his heart. Chief, Lin Yuan's voice broke the silence once more. I want to engage them in direct conflict. I promise. I'm just a bit annoyed by the flag they planted. I want to go over and pluck it. They love broadcasting to the world, right? So let's perform a great transformation for the whole world to see. No, rather a great transformation of their flag. We won't fire a single shot. We'll use this method to show them who truly owns that territory. To remind them that some things cannot simply be planted at will. Lin Yuan's words were unadorned, but each one struck Chen Weiguo's heart like a heavy hammer. To conquer without battle. To deliver the most profound psychological blow in a manner they could not comprehend, imitate, or even explain. This might be the true power the scavenger plan would bring to the Great Xia. Chen Weiguo slowly closed his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them again. In his deep-set eyes, all hesitation had vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. Lin Yuan, here, I approve your plan. However, I have one request. Please, Chief, that flag. Chen Weiguo's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. After you pluck it, bring it back in one piece. I want to frame it and hang it in the most prominent spot in our command center. I want all participants in the scavenger plan to remember today, to remember why we are here, risking it all. Understood. I will complete the task. With Chen Weiguo's final approval, Lin Yuan felt his blood ignite with excitement. What an exhilarating feeling. Risking his life and toiling away in the outside world was all for the sake of ensuring that his family could stand tall and not be bullied by outsiders, wasn't it? Now the opportunity had arrived. Technical department. Immediately modify the return parameters. Chen Weiguo's command resonated in the command center like thunder. Reset the final materialization coordinates to east longitude XXX, north latitude XXX. The error must not exceed 10 meters. Understood. The Minister of Technology replied loudly, his face flushed with excitement. Intelligence Analysis Department. Immediately contact the East Sea Fleet. Have them conduct a routine military exercise in the target maritime area. Make it loud. Draw the attention of the Eagle Sauce and their lackeys. Got it. Medical team. Lina, your task is to monitor Lin Yuan's mental state throughout the process. The materialization could impose a massive burden on his psyche. If any anomalies arise, activate the highest level of mental reassurance protocols immediately. Received. Lina clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Academician Wang. Chen Weiguo finally turned to Academician Wang. Here, you will personally oversee the operation. From now until the mission concludes, all resources and experts from the Scavenger Project team will be under your unified command. I only require one result. Success is the only option. Failure is not tolerated. Understood, Chief. Academician Wang's chest heaved with intensity as he felt his heart rejuvenated by 30 years racing at an unprecedented speed. Thus, an unprecedented dimensional strike, operation led by the Scavenger Project team spanning dimensions and technological gaps commenced. Comrade Lin Yuan, the coordinates have been reset. The East Sea Fleet's famed attack exercise began 5 minutes ago. According to intelligence, at least one aircraft carrier battle group from Eagle Sauce along with 3 reconnaissance satellites have been drawn to the exercise area. The materialization process is expected to begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Li Na's calm and professional voice echoed in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Received. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell the excitement surging within him. He knew that every single step ahead was crucial and must be executed flawlessly. He controlled the Phantom and conducted a final check of all systems. Energy reserves 100. Weapon systems unlocked and ready for use. Jump engine unlocked and in standby mode. Excellent, all systems are perfect. Lin Yuan switched the Phantom to the highest level of stealth mode. Chief Academician Wang, everyone, he spoke slowly into the communicator, I am ready. Lin Yuan Chun Weiguo's voice was steady as a mountain. Remember, safety comes first. You are not fighting alone. Behind you stands the entire nation. Understood. Launch. With Chun Weiguo's command, Lin Yuan pressed the button representing return on the system interface. Buzz. A familiar sensation of weightlessness, as if his soul were being extracted, enveloped him instantly. The nauseating dark labyrinth of flesh and pipes around him began to twist and blur rapidly, ultimately vanishing completely. An endless torrent of colorful data engulfed his consciousness entirely. This was a journey across dimensions, deep in the East Sea, 4,500 meters beneath the surface. This was a realm of absolute darkness and utter silence. The immense water pressure could crush a conventional submarine into a heap of scrap metal in an instant. Yet in this life-forbidding zone, a silver Sci-Fi-styled submersible hovered silently. It was the pride of the little sun nation, the Deep Sea 20,000. Inside the submersible, the pilot Yamamoto was eagerly watching the screen before him. The red flag, made from a special alloy and shimmering under the spotlight, was strikingly prominent and beautiful. Huh, do you see this, Daxia people? This is the great technological prowess of our great sun empire. Yamamoto laughed triumphantly into the communicator. Where are your submarines? Where are your Coast Guard ships? They can only watch us from the surface like a bunch of frustrated monkeys, utterly helpless. His words echoed through an encrypted channel back to the mother ship, Black Tide. Laughter erupted in the command center. Well said, Yamamoto-kun. The captain raised a cup of sake, a look of intoxication on his face. Let those foolish Daxiao people see what a real maritime power looks like. Their live broadcast continued to transmit to the entire world. Countless citizens of the Little Sun Nation sat in front of their televisions and computers, reveling in the vanity brought by this sense of national pride. However, none of them noticed. Just 50 meters above the Deep Sea 20,000, the dark, cold seawater began to exhibit an extremely bizarre distortion that defied any principles of fluid dynamics. It was as if an invisible, enormous jelly had been inexplicably inserted into the water. In the cockpit of the Deep Sea 20,000, a technician responsible for sonar monitoring suddenly furrowed his brow. What's wrong, Sato? Yamamoto glanced at him, somewhat displeased. No, it's nothing, Yamamoto-kun. The technician named Sato replied uncertainly, just now our passive sonar array seems to have caught a very peculiar fleeting noise. Noises? What kind of noise? I can't describe it well. Sato scratched his head, looking puzzled. That sound didn't resemble any known marine creature, nor did it sound like a submarine's propeller. It was more like a high-frequency hum, but it disappeared in an instant. Our system didn't even have time to analyze its spectrum. Cut it out, it must be a system malfunction. Yamamoto waved dismissively. In this godforsaken place, the hydrological environment is complex enough, so a bit of electromagnetic interference is totally normal. Don't make a big deal out of it. You're ruining my mood for making history. Yais. Sato dared not say more and lowered his head to continue staring at his screen. Yet the inexplicable unease within him intensified. What he did not know was that at that very moment, a pitch-black, biologically aesthetic phantom, seemingly from the future, had silently completed its materialization above them. The phantom had arrived. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the oppressive darkness of the deep sea, feeling the terrifying pressure transmitted through the hull. A wave of apprehension surged within him. Damn, this water pressure is intense. He noticed the energy consumption of the kinetic deflection field on the system panel steadily and slowly increasing. Clearly, the field was working hard to counteract this terrifying deep-sea pressure. Thank goodness it's the Phantom. If it were the Scavenger too, it would probably become a disk of metal right away. He looked downward. The silver submersible resembling a large rice cooker instantly came into view, and beside it the flag that gleamed piercingly under the spotlight planted firmly on the seabed. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. A nameless fury slowly rose from the depths of his heart. Little son, I'm here to give you a proper lesson. Command Center, this is Lin Yuan. I have successfully arrived at the designated maritime zone, and the Phantom is in good condition, currently withstanding the deep sea pressure. The target below, Deep Sea 20,000, has been locked on. Lin Yuan's voice resonated clearly back to the command center on Earth. Received. Academician Wang's voice immediately responded, tinged with a hint of tension and excitement. Lin Yuan maintained the highest level of stealth. How is the spatial lens force field performing? Is it affected by the high-pressure environment of the deep sea? Report Academician Wang. The force field is operating stably, and the invisibility effect is perfect, Lin Yuan replied. He observed his craft. Under the influence of the spatial lens force field, an absolute, transparent zone formed around the Phantom. All light, even the beams from the submersible searchlight, would be perfectly distorted and diverted upon entering this area, as if nothing existed there. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a stretch of slightly distorted seawater due to the force field. In the deep sea, where light was inherently chaotic and currents complex, such distortion would easily go unnoticed. Excellent. The experts in the command center breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern was that the force field would fail under high pressure. It seemed that the technology of the Eternal Blossom civilization was indeed formidable. The submersible below is currently operating and has not detected our presence, Lin Yuan continued to report. He silently maneuvered the Phantom, gradually descending towards the silver-white rice cooker. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. In the cockpit of Deep Sea 20,000, pilot Yamamoto was reclining with his legs crossed, sipping a nutrient drink while admiring his creation. Sato, zoom in on the external camera a bit more. Yes, right at our flag. I want the whole world to see how magnificent the sun flag of our great sun empire is. Hi, yes. Sato the technician felt a twinge of unease but complied with the command, adjusting the joystick. On the screen, the image of the flag was continuously magnified, becoming increasingly clear. Unbeknownst to them, less than 30 meters above their heads, a grim black phantom from another dimension was coldly observing them with a detached gaze. Lin Yuan gazed at the submersible within arm's reach, feeling a mix of admiration and lament. One couldn't deny that the industrial technology of the Little Sun Nation held merit. The submersible was sleek in design, exquisitely crafted, evidently a product of significant investment. What a pity they chose the wrong technological path, Lin Yuan mused, internally smirking. While you're still playing with diving, I've already begun to explore teleportation. He did not rush to act. He was waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for the instant when the world's gaze was fixed here, in the Little Sun Nation, Tokyo. The atmosphere in the national television studio was electric. Good evening, dear viewers. We are currently live broadcasting the historic first deep-sea flag installation operation of our Deep Sea 20,000, taking place on the East China Sea continental shelf. A female host, impeccably coiffed and dressed in a splendid kimono, delivered her commentary with uncontainable excitement. Look, under the control of our hero Yamamoto, the flag of our great sun empire has been firmly planted on this bountiful seabed. This is a historic moment. It signifies that our great sun empire is at the forefront of deep-sea exploration worldwide. In the studio, several so-called experts chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, the significance of this operation is enormous. It not only showcases our leading deep-sea technology, but also asserts our presence to certain nations that have made unreasonable claims to this maritime area. Absolutely. We are conducting a peaceful scientific investigation. No country has the right to interfere. The protests from the Great Xia Nation are unreasonable and futile. The entire studio was enveloped in a self-indulgent, fervent frenzy. Meanwhile, countless citizens of the Little Sun Nation in front of their televisions were swept up in this fervor, their blood boiling, as if they had truly become the rulers of the world. In the Pentagon, the United States. General, the Great Xia Nation's Coast Guard vessel has stopped 10 nautical miles away from the Black Tide and has not taken any further action. They issued a strongly worded protest statement, but that is all the intelligence officer reported. If I knew it, the 4-star general scoffed with disdain. A bunch of cowards who can only talk big. He sipped his coffee, finding it bland. This game, which he had tacitly approved, seemed poised to conclude with the Little Sun Nation's overwhelming victory, and in such an unremarkable manner. Boring. He was even considering switching channels to watch a football game. At that moment, an unexpected turn unfolded. In the cockpit of Deep Sea 20,000. It's happening again. Sato, in charge of sonar, shot up from his seat once more. This time his expression was no longer one of confusion, but of terror. What now? Why the fuss? Yamamoto snapped impatiently. No, Yamamoto-kun. This time is different. Sato's voice trembled. All sensors, all of them, are going off. Look, the magnetometer. The readings are spiking abnormally. The gravimeter. The needle is swinging wildly. And the thermal imaging device. Above us there's a huge low-temperature void. Yamamoto was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly switched to the main screen. Before him, the external environmental monitoring interface of the submersible displayed physical parameters that were fluctuating and flashing in a completely incomprehensible manner. It was as if an invisible hand was whimsically manipulating the fundamental laws of physics around them. What is happening? Yamamoto panicked. Is a seafloor volcano about to erupt? No, none of that. Sato stared at the screen, his face ashen. These data don't resemble natural phenomena at all. It's more like... He hesitated to say it resembled something that had activated an unimaginably powerful engine beside them. But he refrained from voicing it, because it was too absurd, and just as they were in a state of panic. Lin Yuan made his move. He looked at the flag, glaringly bright under the searchlight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Almost there, the audience from around the world must be gathered by now. Then it's time to witness a miracle. With a thought, the Phantom's metallic, gleaming, nanocluster manipulable arm silently extended from the bottom of the craft. It did not transform into a lightsaber or a particle cannon. Instead, it morphed into an incredibly agile mechanical hand with 5 fingers. Without the 2 pilots inside Deep Sea 20,000 even noticing, this mechanical hand from another civilization reached for the flag that represented the Little Sun Nation's so-called glory.